Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 8. Vidas and Santos were brothers. Santos had joined the cult of the old days and become a bishop for the sake of Phelan Fortress and the vast lands and people of the Sanglong world behind it. Meanwhile, Vidas was responsible for guarding Phelan Fortress while also taking on the responsibilities of Bella's father. Although Vidas was Bella's uncle in name, he was no different from a father to her in reality. In the midst of that surging tide of the old days, she could only watch helplessly as Vidas charged into the chaos, all to buy time for them to evacuate. General Vidas is dead, Gao Yang muttered to himself, then quickly asked, "What about Brother Dulong and the others? Did they survive?" Reason told Gao Yang that since General Vidas had died in the tide of the old days, the chances of Brother Dulong and the others surviving as the general's personal guards were infinitely slim. However, he still wanted to cling to that one glimmer of hope. Bella looked at Gao Yang and shook her head once more. Seeing this, Gao Yang felt his breath hitch, and a surge of uncontrollable killing intent erupted instantly. In just a split second, this area of the jungle seemed to descend into hell. The thick scent of blood instantly snuffing out the insects hiding in the soil and rotting leaves. Gao Yang took several deep breaths, finally reining in the killing intent in his heart. He looked at Bella and continued to ask, "When they left, did they leave behind any final wishes?" Bella shook her head and said, "I do not know." Gao Yang closed his eyes, nodded slightly, and said, "I understand. What is the situation in the Sanglong world now?" After that, the western part of the Sanglong world completely fell. The believers of the old days continuously encroached upon the land of the Sanglong world, and more people were converted into believers of the old days. In 5 years, the stalemate was completely broken. The area controlled by our human resistance army now occupies only 1/10 of the entire Sanglong world. The front line of the resistance is only about 15 days' journey from the imperial capital of Sanglong. When Bella said this, she looked at Gao Yang with a miserable expression and said, "There is not much time left before the Sanglong world is completely occupied, but if I can grow quickly, perhaps I can extend that time a little." Facing Bella's gaze, Gao Yang suddenly remembered the words Brother Dulong had once said to him at the Phelan Fortress. He had joined the army just like millions of other Sanglong people, simply to protect his home. And now, he had also offered his life for his home. Gao Yang looked at Bella. Having already made a decision in his heart, he sighed slowly and said, "Muj Bella, is your mission complete? If it is, take me back to the Sanglong world with you." Chapter 520 To the Strength of the Old Days Cult. Bella stared blankly at Gao Yang, seemingly not understanding what he had just said. "Muj Bella," Gao Yang called out, and Bella finally snapped back to reality. She looked at Gao Yang, her eyes filled with gratitude, but this light quickly dimmed. Although she wanted to agree, the thought of the current state of her homeland made her change the words on the tip of her tongue. "Thank you, Mr. Gao Yang. But we cannot let kind people sacrifice their lives in vain anymore. The Sanglong world does not have much time left." Gao Yang paused, changed the subject, and asked, "Can you tell me about the specific strength of the current old days cult?" When he first came to the Sanglong world, due to his own limited knowledge, he did not know the specific power levels of the world. But thinking about it now, if Vidas, as a warrior who had just reached the transcendent level, could serve as a general and guard a fortress, then by extension, the top-tier combat power of the Sanglong world should not be particularly exaggerated. This question was even more about him wanting to verify the guess in his heart. If what Bella described did not differ much from his speculation, then his arrival would definitely be able to turn the tide in the Sanglong world, even if the combat power of the Sanglong world was high. Gao Yang believed that his arrival would greatly alleviate the increasingly difficult situation the world was facing. This was not arrogance, but a confidence in his own strength built through countless life and death battles. Simply put, as long as Gao Yang was willing, he was the most terrifying machine for clearing out cannon fodder on the battlefield. He was not unfamiliar with the methods of the old days cult. They were best at driving those believers already eroded by the old days to charge at the front, opening up territory for the cult. These believers of the old days might have decent strength and could cause massive casualties to the remaining natives of the Sanglong world. But to Gao Yang, these guys could not stop his advance in the slightest. The only uncertainty now was just how strong the top-tier combatants within the old days cult were. Bella stared at Gao Yang, and upon realizing that he was not joking, she said seriously, "The old days cult has a supreme pope. It is rumored that this pope can communicate directly with the god they worship. His strength should be in the legendary realm." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and asked in return, "Are you that certain?" A look of sorrow appeared on Bella's face. The marshal of the Sanglong Empire, a warrior who was only one step away from the legendary realm, died in battle against this pope. Gao Yang nodded silently, signaling for Bella to continue. Besides the old days pope, the cult also has several Twilight bishops. These Twilight bishops are all powerhouses among the transcendents. Even my teacher, when facing a Twilight bishop alone, can only guarantee that he will not die. Further down are the regional bishops, who generally possess the strength of a newly entered transcendent. After Bella finished speaking, Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the current situation in the Sanglong world was not much different from his guess. Apart from that pope, the others, whether they were Twilight bishops or regional bishops, should not be too difficult for him to handle. Having reached this conclusion, Gao Yang knew that this trip to the Sanglong world was now a must. "Then there is no problem, Bella. Let us head to the Sanglong world together." Upon hearing this, Bella looked at Gao Yang as if she could not believe it. Facing her gaze, Gao Yang simply sat there calmly, tapping his fingers against the wide battle or chair beneath him as he said, "In my hometown, there is an old saying, one should look at a scholar with new eyes after 3 days of separation. I am no longer the person I once was." Bella was slightly stunned. Then, recalling Gao Yang's previous performance, she blurted out, "Could it be, Mr. Gao Yang, that you have already reached the legendary rank?" Before Gao Yang could respond, she shook her head violently, dismissing the thought herself. It is impossible for anyone to promote to legendary in such a short amount of time. She looked at Gao Yang and said earnestly, "Mr. Gao Yang, there is something I must make clear to you, otherwise it would be irresponsible of me." "Bella, please, go ahead." Bella bit her lip and slowly voiced a suspicion in her heart. The Sanglong world is no longer the same as it was when you last visited. The current Sanglong world has become somewhat abnormal due to the erosion of the old ones and its own desperate attempts at self-preservation. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Bella's words fully verified the authenticity of the distress signal he had received earlier. How could an ordinary plane consciousness possibly initiate a request for help from a multiverse network player, with the goal of saving another multiverse network player within that plane? If put this way, everything seemed to make sense. Gao Yang nodded slightly, his tone becoming more solemn. "So, what will be the consequences?" Bella lowered her head, staring at the soil in front of her feet, and said, "I don't know. But what I can guess is that once we enter the Sanglong world, we will be unable to leave again unless the old one cult is completely eradicated, or we all perish." "Is that so?" It seems the situation in the Sanglong world has truly reached a critical point. Gao Yang stood up, and the wide chair beneath him slowly dissipated into the air. He looked at Bella and said with a relaxed demeanor, "Since that is the case, we shouldn't waste any more time, should we, Mr. Gao Yang?" "You still intend to return to Sanglong with me?" Bella asked, puzzled. "Of course. After all, the Sanglong world gave me a second life. Besides, whether it is Vetus, your father Santos, or brother Julong and the others, they are all very good people." Gao Yang paused for a moment before continuing. "The world they are willing to protect even at the cost of their lives has reached a life or death moment. As someone who has received their care, how could I stand idly by? Perhaps I cannot completely resolve the disaster of the old ones in the Sanglong world, but I can certainly alleviate the pressure on its people very effectively." "You can fully believe in this, Bella." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he did not offer any further explanation to Bella. After all, words are never as persuasive as facts displayed right before one's eyes. Gao Yang was already prepared for this. At worst, he would simply slaughter all the followers of the old ones. Without those followers, who surged like waves, The Old One cult would be like a tiger stripped of its claws and fangs. How then could those bishops of the Old One cult continue to invade the Sanglong world? And the time gained would be enough for the plane consciousness of the Sanglong world to recover from its life or death madness. By then, he would naturally be able to leave that place. Seeing this, Bella stopped trying to persuade him, although, emotionally, she did not want Gao Yang to sacrifice his life for no reason. Rationally speaking, a transcendent powerhouse far stronger than her held immense significance for the Sanglong world. It might mean that many surviving Sanglong citizens would not have to die in the increasingly violent waves of the Old Ones. She looked at Gao Yang and said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Gao Yang." Gao Yang shook his head slightly, signaling that it was unnecessary. Bella did not waste any more time. With a flicker of her thoughts, a spatial vortex appeared before her. Looking at this spatial vortex, Bella turned to Gao Yang and sent a party invitation. Gao Yang accepted immediately and was the first to step into the spatial vortex. Seeing this, Bella followed closely behind. Chapter 523, Returning to Sanglong, Commencing the Slaughter. The dizziness of spatial teleportation faded as quickly as a receding tide, and the environment before them gradually became clear. Faint, indistinct whispers echoed in his ears. Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked up at the pale sky above. Everything was so familiar. The battles with the followers of the Old Ones felt as if they had happened only yesterday. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked around. He was currently in a small courtyard of a two-story building. There was no one in the yard, and the building behind him carried a sense of being eroded by time. One could tell at a glance that this structure had existed for quite a while. Beside him was Bella, who had just finished teleporting. She took a moment to steady herself before opening her eyes to look at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at her and asked, "Where is this?" After taking a deep breath, Bella quickly replied, "On the outskirts of the capital of the Sanglong Empire, at my residence. I just finished a 3-month rotation and have 1 week of rest." "Mr. Gao Yang, you can stay here for these few days. Once you are familiar with the area, it will be no problem if you wish to move out." "Do you have a map of the Sanglong world?" Gao Yang asked, as his voice fell. Just as Bella was about to answer, a massive consciousness suddenly gathered in the small courtyard. This consciousness was extremely weak, yet carried a touch of madness, like a terminally ill patient grasping at straws. Gao Yang knew that the plane consciousness of the Sanglong world had descended. A wave of energy transmitted down from the plane consciousness above, and Gao Yang closed his eyes to communicate with it. Soon, the plane consciousness dissipated, and Gao Yang opened his eyes once more. He looked up at the pale sky again, a golden glint flickering in his eyes. From the exchange with the plane consciousness just now, Gao Yang had learned the situation of the entire Sanglong world. He could only say that the current state of the Sanglong world was truly not optimistic. The Old One cult had already occupied more than 90% of the entire plane, and the population of people originally living in the Sanglong world had shrunk from several billion at the beginning to less than 100 million today. Among them, approximately 2/3 of the life forms perished in the war between Sanglong and the cult of the old days. And now, the number of followers of the cult of the old days is more than 10 times that of the remaining humans. If the surviving humans were to be wiped out, then the world of Sanglong would lose any possibility of resistance, and the entire world would be transformed into a pasture for the old days, left for them to suckle upon to their heart's content. This is also the reason why the plane's consciousness descended so rapidly the moment Gao Yang arrived in the Sanglong world. It needs Gao Yang to do something for this world. Gao Yang looked at Bella and said, "Muj Bella, I am heading to the Phelan Fortress now. If possible, you can notify the resistance army of the Sanglong Empire and have them prepare." "Prepare?" A trace of confusion flashed in Bella's eyes, but she immediately said, "The Phelan Fortress has long since fallen, and even the Molan Fortress, where the Western Resistance Army is stationed, is more than a month's journey away from the Phelan Fortress. With such a great distance, how do you intend to get there?" "How do I intend to get there? By slaughtering my way there, of course." Gao Yang looked up at the sky, a smile brimming with murderous intent appearing at the corners of his mouth. The next moment, a pair of broad dragon wings unfurled from his back. With a flap of his wings, he shot straight into the sky. After flying to an altitude of several hundred meters, He stomped his foot into the air. The terrifying, immense force instantly compressed the air beneath his feet until it was as hard as a steel plate, emitting a crisp cracking sound. Borrowing this reactive force, Gao Yang flapped his dragon wings, triggered a sonic boom, and rapidly streaked toward the west. Belle watched as Gao Yang quickly disappeared. She was stunned for a moment, but then, disregarding her own and-healed wounds, she rushed out of her home and headed toward the direction of the Mage Alliance. She had a premonition that something major was about to happen. Gao Yang had flown out of the imperial capital, but the commotion he had just created was like a massive boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up wave after wave of turbulence in the deathly silent capital. Gao Yang was high in the sky, and the map provided by the plane's consciousness just moments ago was flickering with a faint light in his mind. At his current flight speed, he would be able to reach the Molan Fortress, the resistance stronghold located in the far west of the Sanglong Empire, in about an hour. The Molan Fortress was situated between two sprawling mountain ranges, connecting them together like a natural chasm, standing as a barrier before the cult of the old days. Within this massive fortress, there was a permanent garrison of over 500,000 troops, combined with the city walls that stretched for nearly 100 miles and various defensive siege weapons. They had buried countless followers of the old days outside the fortress. Compared to this, the Phelan Fortress, with its mere few thousand garrison troops, was like a child that had yet to be weaned out and are passed quickly. High in the sky, Gao Yang could already see the two pale green mountain ranges undulating like dragons at the edge of his vision. There was still a large gap between the two mountains, but this space was now connected by a massive, iron-black wall. That was the Molan Fortress. As the distance rapidly closed, Gao Yang could even see the resistance soldiers on the Molan Fortress and the mountains on both sides, as well as the followers of the old days on the black earth outside the fortress, surging toward the stronghold like a tide. Gao Yang watched this scene, his expression as calm as a lake. These creatures had been so eroded by the old days that they had lost all sense of self, leaving behind nothing but twisted bodies driven by the cult of the old days. Charging toward the Sanglong Empire in an endless stream, Gao Yang flew over the Molan Fortress, and in an instant, he was discovered by the resistance army within. But before the resistance could react, raging battle chi was already burning around Gao Yang's body. The next moment, he plummeted toward the area outside the Molan Fortress like a meteorite. His nearly 10-meter-tall dragon body rubbed against the air, igniting flames, while battle chi, even hotter than the fire, gathered beneath his feet, carrying terrifying energy fluctuations. Under the watchful eyes of the many resistance soldiers, Gao Yang suddenly slammed into the ground a few kilometers in front of the Molan Fortress. An earth-shattering roar accompanied by a scorching red shockwave of battle chi exploded outward. The entire Molan Fortress trembled from this impact. The black earth rippled like the surface of water, and with Gao Yang as the center, layers of ground were sent flying into the surroundings. Along with the earth, the fanatical and bloodthirsty followers of the old days who had been standing upon it were also sent flying. On the walls of the Molan Fortress, a man with a build as sturdy as an ox and a resolute expression, clad in heavy armor, watched the commotion in the distance, his eye twitching involuntarily. What followed, however, was a surge of intense joy. Although he did not know who the newcomer was, it was clear that they were a friend, not a foe. At the center of the violent explosion, a large silver-white sword suddenly slashed out from the smoke and dust. The sharp blade was enveloped in sword chi, with just one horizontal sweep. The followers of the old days within a radius of several hundred meters were all cut in half, blood and severed limbs scattering across the ground. Watching the XP acquisition notifications scrolling like a waterfall before his retinas, Gao Yang simply closed them and began his slaughter of the boundless followers of the old days. Chapter 524 Twilight Bishop. For these followers of the old days, whose average level was less than 10, an extraordinary peak existence wielding a quasi-divine artifact could no longer be called a dimensional strike. It was an outright massacre. Gao Yang was encased in his nethervine armor, and the silver-white greatsword in his hand had now transformed to a length of 100 meters. Combined with the sword chi manifested from his immense battle chi, every swing of his blade covered everything within a 300-meter radius. In the eyes of the garrison soldiers on the walls of the Molan Fortress, The greatsword swinging amidst the followers of the old days looked like a giant wave sweeping across the mortal realm. Every strike cleared out a massive area of the followers. Gao Yang's expression remained as calm as a lake. Watching these followers of the old days falling row by row under his blade, his heart felt not the slightest ripple. There was no possibility of saving these followers of the old days, rather than living in a daze and being exploited by their enemies. What Gao Yang was doing now was a true liberation for them. Although the number of followers of the old days outside the Molan fortress was vast, no amount of numbers could withstand Gao Yang's grass-cutting style of slaughter. Gao Yang had been rampaging through the followers of the old days for only 2 minutes when a pale beam of light shot straight toward him from behind the endless tide of followers. Behind this ray of light, 2 slightly dimmer rays followed closely. Within a few breaths, the 3 rays of light had already flown above Gao Yang. When the light dissipated, 3 figures appeared in Gao Yang's sight. Leading them was an old man wearing heavy, pale white robes. Behind him, one could vaguely make out the human shapes of a man and a woman. They stood in midair, and when their completely pale eyes looked at Gao Yang, there was not a hint of emotion. They were as cold as machines devoid of feeling. Conversely, the old man in front of them still had eyes with clear whites and blacks, showing no signs of being eroded by the old days. The leading old man watched Gao Yang calmly, without even a trace of anger despite Gao Yang having slaughtered a large number of old-day believers. A hint of pity appeared on his wrinkled, aged face, as if he were saddened by the imminent passing of a vibrant life. The moment these 3 appeared, the expression of the burly, heavy-armored man on the walls of Moorland Fortress, who was also the commander of the Moorland Fortress Resistance Army, Gannard changed drastically. The next moment, without the slightest hesitation, his battle ore erupted. He stomped on the hard floor tiles beneath his feet, and his entire body shot toward Gao Yang like a war blade cutting through the sky. At the same time, a roar echoed in the ears of everyone on the city wall. Lanbo, Sophia, follow me. As Gannard's voice fell, a man over 2 meters tall leaped down from the 30-meter-high city wall. Holy life energy overflowed from Lanbo's body. He slammed into the black-red soil at the foot of the wall like a cannonball, forcibly creating a pit nearly 1 meter deep. Yet, he acted as if nothing had happened, dragging a flail stained with flesh and blood in one hand and holding a thick tome of life doctrines in the other. He charged like a crazed tank, smashing through the countless swarming old-day believers and following closely in Gannard's footsteps. Seeing Lanbo's behavior, Sophia, who had a well-proportioned figure, felt a few black lines jump on her forehead. Holding her staff, her body floated up with ease, and as she waved her staff, she also drifted rapidly toward the front. The surrounding old-day believers did not rush up again, and Gao Yang did not take the initiative to hunt them down. Instead, he leaned on Yang Yao and looked up at the 3 people standing diagonally above him. Then, he stared at the leading old man and asked, "Twilight Bishop?" The old man nodded with great reserve upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a roar like that of an angry lion. "Ethan, your opponent is me." As the words fell, Gannard, radiating an roar like a lion, crashed onto the ground not far from Gao Yang. Glaring at the Twilight Bishop above, "Gannard, how long has it been? Why are you still so impolite? The destruction of the world is all because impolite fellows like you have angered the supreme deity." The Twilight Bishop, known as Ethan, made Gao Yang smell the thick stench of an old charlotte in the moment he opened his mouth. Gannard snorted coldly, his voice as cold as ice shards. "Once I twist your neck off, you will be able to recognize whose fault it is that our world has become like this." During the standoff between the 2, Lanbo, the life priest, and Sophia, the mage, had also arrived behind Gannard. The situation on the field was clear. These 3, as the highest combat power of Moorland Fortress, were meant to intercept the 3 high-ranking members of the old-day cult, led by the Twilight Bishop Ethan. Therefore, the moment Ethan and his 2 companions appeared on the battlefield, regardless of what they intended to do, Gannard and his team had to stop them. Just as Gannard was glaring at Ethan, Gannard's voice suddenly reached Gao Yang's ears. "Oh brother, thank you for everything you have done for the Sanglong Empire. This old thing Ethan is too strong. Even I need to handle him with caution. If a fight breaks out later, we will hold him off. We have done this many times before." Could you please continue to eliminate those old day believers to reduce the pressure on the soldiers on the fortress? Would you? Gao Yang turned his head to look at Gannard beside him. This action caused Gannard's pupils to shrink slightly, and his muscles tensed instantly. To make such an unguarded move under the gaze of 3 old day bishops meant either absolute confidence in one's own strength or a lack of understanding of the enemy's power, leading to a blind misjudgment of one's own capabilities. If he were Ethan and his companions, he would never let such an excellent opportunity to strike pass by. Praise the blazing sun. The moment Gao Yang turned his head, the male bishop beside Bishop Ethan, whose body was covered in tentacles and bulging muscles, let out a roar, flames igniting within his pale pupils. The next instant, a burst of pale flames exploded outside the bodies of Gao Yang and the others. Scum! Gannard attacked in a rage. A thick-backed war blade appeared in his hands out of thin air, and surging battle ore soared into the sky as he swung a blade toward Ethan. His reaction was extremely fast, but Gao Yang was faster. A faint, almost imperceptible sword light flashed. Gao Yang vanished from his spot instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the male regional bishop, slashing down with his sword. Swoosh! A line of blood split the male bishop in two, and sharp sword chi shot out from the wound. In just a fleeting moment, it had sliced the male bishop into uniform pieces the size of rice grains. Ethan's expression changed. The moment Gao Yang swung his sword, his body flickered dozens of meters away, and he looked at Gao Yang in shock. As for the other female regional bishop, she only reacted after her companion had been sliced into pieces. Gao Yang did not even look at her, simply swinging his sword once more. Calamity, awakening of insects. A bolt of lightning sword chi tore through the void. At the same time, a pale purple thunder sphere 2 meters in diameter suddenly swallowed the female bishop, and sword chi filled with tyrannical, destructive intent erupted instantly. Before the female bishop could even let out a wail, her entire existence had been extinguished by the tyrannical sword chi, having struck twice. Gao Yang did not pause, instead thrusting his sword directly toward the twilight bishop Ethan, who had flickered dozens of meters away. Calamity, cone rain. A cone-shaped sword aura flashed and vanished, piercing directly through Ethan's chest. Chapter 525. The pros and cons of divine system professionals. Ethan slowly lowered his head, his black and white eyes reflecting his own chest, which had been split wide open, yet, eerily, not a single drop of blood fell from his bisected chest, as if that massive wound did not exist on his body at all. Ethan looked up at Gao Yang, a compassionate and merciful expression on his face. "The Lord will forgive you, lost child." The moment his voice fell, the sword wound on Ethan's chest vanished as if time had reversed. Meanwhile, on the ground, within 100-meter radius, the old day believers, whether ordinary followers or fanatics, all simultaneously developed a neat, massive wound that split their chests wide open. The old day believers within that 100-meter radius died instantly. You have killed an old day cult fanatic. You have gained 5 points of general EXP. A waterfall of system notifications refreshed once again in the corner of Gao Yang's retina. Gao Yang looked at Bishop Ethan opposite him and raised an eyebrow slightly. The opponent's ability was rather bizarre. He could actually transfer injuries to nearby units. He was truly worthy of being a believer of an evil god who had stolen a portion of the sun's authority. This abrupt scene, however, caused the hearts of Gannard and the others on the ground to skip a beat. They were naturally aware of this special ability of Bishop Ethan. It was the very reason he could become a Twilight Bishop. But in all the times Gannard had fought Bishop Ethan, his best result had only been causing 5,000 old day believers within a 300-meter radius to die instantly. It was nothing like Gao Yang, who had caused at least 1,000 old day believers within a 100-meter radius to die simultaneously with a casual strike. This level of lethality was clearly beyond what the 3 of them could compare to. In other words, Gao Yang's strength was even above the 3 of them. It was even possible that if the 3 of them combined their strength, they might not necessarily be able to defeat him. The next instant, Gao Yang's body lunged forward, appearing instantly near Bishop Ethan. He flipped Yongyao and slashed down. The explosive power nearly tore the space apart, causing ripples to spread through the air as the sharp sword aura struck Bishop Ethan's shoulder. Facing Gao Yang's attack, Ethan did not dodge or evade. maintaining that same merciful and compassionate expression. However, as Gao Yang attacked him, he also reached out his palm toward Gao Yang. A soul-stirring pale orb of light appeared in Izin's hand. Resembling a black hole, the surrounding sounds, air, and even space began to collapse toward this pale orb. Gao Yang could feel a massive suction force emerge. This suction was like a greedy blood leech, attempting to drain his flesh, battle chi, and even his soul dry. But when this suction force touched Gao Yang, the expected outcome did not occur. Izin looked at Gao Yang in astonishment. He was certain that his attack had landed on Gao Yang's body. However, the opponent felt like a solid ingot of iron. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not extract even a shred of energy from him. One had to know that even against an existence at the peak of transcendence like Gannard, he could still extract some battle chi or blood energy. His confusion, naturally, would not be answered. In fact, bolstered by the two unique talents, immortal will and 100 refined body, Gao Yang's body and soul could be described as impregnable. To drain his energy, one would need at least a legendary powerhouse to act personally. As for transcendence level, even if this ability was somewhat bizarre, it was merely bizarre. Gao Yang's descending sword strike split Bishop Izin vertically in two. Such a terrifying injury instantly caused a large swath of old day believers on the ground to collapse. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have found a way to quickly clear out the old day believers. It was just that this method required a bit of cooperation from Bishop Izin. Having witnessed Bishop Izin's ability, Gao Yang changed his mind about killing him outright, opting to capture him alive instead. But before that, he needed to ensure the opponent did not have much ability to resist. The use of any ability could not be without cost or consumption. Izin's ability to transfer injuries must adhere to this theory. Gao Yang's rich combat experience allowed him to roughly understand the conditions for using this ability within a mere moment of fighting. It was nothing more than his own energy, the number of individuals within a certain range capable of bearing the transferred damage, and whether the damage exceeded his own limit of endurance. In other words, as long as he continuously inflicted wounds on Izin, the opponent would eventually be unable to hold on, and this, for Gao Yang, was not difficult. Compared to the guys he had fought before, Izin was not very strong. Perhaps his methods were devious, but he could not be called formidable. Simply put, the opponent still had a long way to go before reaching the legendary stage. Gao Yang even suspected that the opponent had not even clarified his own legendary path. This could be seen from his performance in battle. The abilities Izin displayed did not fundamentally belong to him, but were bestowed upon him by the evil cult, the Old Day Church. In short, the opponent's strength was not gained through his own painstaking cultivation, but was bestowed. This was the greatest problem that existed for all divine system professionals. For divine system professionals, as long as their faith was pure enough, they could obtain sufficient power from the gods they worshipped, such as divine arts or techniques. But when power is obtained too easily, it leads to a lack of deep exploration into that power. When facing a powerhouse who has truly climbed up by accumulating strength bit by bit on their own, this gap in levels becomes enormous. This is also why divine system professionals appear relatively strong below the legendary stage, but seem somewhat lackluster once they reach the legendary stage. Because when facing those powerhouses who have climbed to the legendary stage on their own, the things that divine system professionals can rely on are truly insufficient. Conversely, in the transcendent stage, thanks to the gifts of the gods and convenient divine arts, those with divine system professions can hold a significant advantage in battle. This is a path that is easy in the early stages but becomes arduous in the later stages. And now, this problem is being revealed without a doubt in Ethan. No matter what he does, he cannot harm Gao Yang. The methods he relies on feel like nothing more than a light tickle when they land on Gao Yang. However, every time the greatsword in Gao Yang's hand lands on him, even though the vast majority of the damage is transferred to those followers of the old days, a small portion still cannot be diverted. Therefore, as the followers of the old days die in large numbers, the injuries accumulating within Ethan's body grow increasingly severe, and his movements become slower and slower. When less than 1/10 of the original number of followers of the old days remain in front of Moreland Fortress, Ethan can no longer sustain himself and falls to the ground. Gao Yang lands right after him. If he hadn't pulled back his strength at the last moment, that strike just now would not have merely knocked Ethan out of the sky, but would have executed him directly. Looking at Ethan lying on the ground, Gao Yang taps his cheek with his sword. Seeing that he truly has no ability to resist, he releases several chains of battle chi to bind him. From now on, whenever he encounters more followers of the old days, he only needs to hack at this old fellow to easily slaughter those followers. Watching Ethan fall from the sky, Gannard, Lanbo, and Sophia exchange glances, and a glimmer of hope emerges in their eyes. Chapter 526. The true reason for the fall of Phelan Fortress. That was the sight of a glimmer of hope, extremely faint, yet truly existing, to save their world, which was being eroded and drained by evil gods. The three of them, Gannard, Lanbo, and Sophia, quickly rushed toward Gao Yang's direction. Now that less than 1/10 of the followers of the old days remained before Moorland Fortress, they are effectively non-existent to the three of them. But when the three arrive not far from Gao Yang, they slowly come to a halt. Gannard looks at Gao Yang and the unconscious Bishop Ethan lying at his feet, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He can be certain that he has never seen this powerful stranger before. In fact, such a person does not exist within the entire Sanglong Empire. Based on experience, this person can only be a visitor from beyond the heavens, what is known as an outlander. And according to past experience, these outlanders come to their world with more or less their own individual agendas. Once their goals are achieved, these outlanders disappear from their world without a trace. He is not sure what this outlander's attitude toward them is, nor does he know if the opponent's hostility toward the Twilight Bishop of the Old God cult is due to personal preference or personal objectives. He does not know the other party's preferences, nor does he even know the other party's name. If he were to accidentally offend the other party, would this outlander simply leave their world, which is on the verge of collapse? All sorts of questions swirl in Gannard's mind, causing this iron-blooded general, who has fought against the old god cult for most of his life, to hesitate and be unable to take the steps toward Gao Yang. Compared to Gannard's hesitation, Lanbo, the priest of the Life Church clad in heavy armor, does not have so many concerns. He glances at Gannard, then strides directly toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang turns to look at Lanbo, his gaze falling upon this burly man who stands over 2 meters tall. Upon seeing the doctrine of life held in his hands and the blood-stained flail gripped in his right hand, Gao Yang suddenly experiences a moment of trance. When he first arrived in the Sanglong world, there was also such a priest. That priest, when killing the old Bishop Santos, burned his own life and even his soul to severely wound Santos, which allowed them to successfully slay the enemy. Those brilliant, holy wings of light, like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, are still deeply engraved in the depths of Gao Yang's memory. Seeing this priest of the Life Church with the same configuration, the coldness in Gao Yang's eyes fades, and he nods slightly to the latter in greeting. Lanbo pauses for a moment, but reflexively returns the gesture to Gao Yang. My name is Lanbo, a priest of the Life Church. May the light of life shine upon you forever. Gao Yang, a comrade of mine, was also a priest of the Life Church, Gao Yang says, looking at Lanbo with a tone of nostalgia. Seeing Gao Yang's expression, Lanbo already knows that the comrade Gao Yang speaks of has already returned to the embrace of the God of Life. But what he does not know is that the former priest had completely burned his own soul during the battle. With the power of ultimate faith, he severely wounded the enemy. The result of doing so was that his soul was scattered to the winds, and even his very existence was completely erased. So there was no talk of returning to the embrace of the God of Life. Lanbo asks, could you tell me the name of that comrade of yours? Perhaps I knew him. Facing Lanbo's question, Gao Yang shakes his head helplessly and says, I do not know his name, but he was once a priest at Phelan Fortress, a priest who fought side by side with General Vitas. When Lanbo hears the name Vitas, a flash of astonishment crosses his eyes. He looks up abruptly at Gao Yang and says in a hurried tone, are you talking about Bishop Zongjin, the Bishop Zongjin who burned everything and gave up his return to the Divine Kingdom? Gao Yang nods, feeling comforted that the priest's deeds are being sung of. If I am not mistaken, it must be him. If that is the case, then you must also be a comrade of Bishop Zongjin. I have heard of that battle, Lanbo says. opening the doctrine of life. Gao Yang does not deny it. It was precisely because of Zongjin's sacrifice that I was able to survive. Then, Gao Yang. What is the purpose of your appearance this time? Gao Yang stares at Lanbo. He keenly senses that the tone of this priest of the Life Church carries a hint of hesitation. This hesitation is not because of him, but because of his strength. Gao Yang does not know why this is, but he does not intend to waste time. Pinning Ethan to the ground with his sword, he walks up to Lanbo and says, "Naturally, it is to complete what those comrades of mine left unfinished." After speaking, Gao Yang paused for a moment, staring into Lanbo's eyes, and said, "Pastor Lanbo, may I ask, what was the reason for your hesitation earlier?" Lanbo looked at the stern-faced Gao Yang and was just about to speak when he suddenly heard Ganet's voice ring out beside him. "Mr. Gao Yang, thank you for your timely assistance. I am Ganet, the commander of Moreland Fortress. Why don't we return to the fortress together before discussing these matters?" Gao Yang ignored Ganet, who had walked up beside Lanbo, and kept his gaze fixed firmly on Lanbo, waiting for his answer. Lanbo understood Ganet's intentions the moment he spoke, but facing Gao Yang's gaze, he took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. The fall of Phelan Fortress was destined, but the garrison within Phelan Fortress was sacrificed. Blazing battle aura mixed with a dense, bloody aura erupted suddenly. Blood-colored flames, appearing almost tangible, ignited around Gao Yang's body. The terrifying pressure was such that even the surrounding light seemed to dim. "Are you saying that the Phelan Fortress garrison, including General Vitas, were all supposed to survive, but were instead ordered to die?" "They were not ordered to die. It is just that they never waited for reinforcements. Or rather, the reinforcements." Before Lanbo could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted by Ganet at his side. "Lanbo, that is merely speculation, not fact. Zzzt. A pale purple bolt of lightning flashed and vanished. Ganet looked in shock and anger at the purple lightning ring that had abruptly appeared around his neck. His heart filled with horror. The destructive aura radiating from this purple lightning ring sent a chill down his spine. Facing an attack capable of easily obliterating him, Ganet was forced to shut his mouth. Gao Yang looked at Lanbo, signaling for him to continue. When the old day tide erupted, the official order received by Phelan Fortress was to hold the line and wait for reinforcements. The 5 neighboring fortresses behind Phelan Fortress should have provided support immediately, but they all simultaneously abandoned Phelan Fortress and retreated toward the fortresses further in the rear. Just like that, they used the lives of the entire Phelan Fortress garrison to buy themselves enough time to retreat to the rear fortresses. As the price for this, the entire Phelan Fortress army was wiped out. If those 5 fortresses had gone to provide support, Phelan Fortress would never have fallen so quickly. After Lanbo finished speaking, Ganet closed his eyes. Chapter 527. The legendary strength displayed by Gao Yang. Ganet knew that once Lanbo had revealed the retreat of the other 5 fortresses, the matter had been completely finalized in Gao Yang's mind. However, after hearing Lanbo finish, Gao Yang, whose aura had been as deep as an abyss and as vast as the sea, gradually retracted all of his presence. Gao Yang turned his head to look at Ganet beside him, his voice icy. "So, Commander Ganet, was this a case of the other 5 fortresses disobeying orders? Or was it decided from the very beginning to sacrifice Phelan Fortress to shrink the defensive line?" Cold sweat trickled down Ganet's forehead. Facing Gao Yang's calm yet frigid inquiry, his throat felt as if it were blocked by something, unable to emit a single sound. Seeing that Ganet did not speak, Gao Yang continued. "You are the commander of Moreland Fortress, and this is the front line of the battle against the Old Day cult. If you don't know, then don't bother saying anything. Tell me the truth." Cold sweat slid from the edge of his brow, hitting his heavy armor with a damp sound. Ganet lowered his head, his voice sounding as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. "It was the garrisons of the 5 fortresses behind Phelan Fortress who disobeyed orders and abandoned their posts, which led to the tragedy. But we have already imposed the most severe punishments on those 5 fortresses to firmly prevent such things from happening again." Listening to Ganet's explanation, Gao Yang's expression became increasingly calm. He chuckled and asked Lanbo, "Were the generals of those 5 fortresses all executed?" Lanbo, holding his life doctrine, did not hesitate in the slightest and shook his head. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at Ganid once more. Heh, the highest commanders of all those fortresses were not executed. Yet you tell me you imposed the most severe punishment. Is the so-called punishment just dragging out a few scapegoats to be executed, and then finding the real culprits some salary or demoting them? Is this your so-called most severe punishment, Commander Ganid? Ganid's expression was unsightly, but he still insisted for them. This punishment is already extremely severe. They and their families will never be able to step foot into the core of power for the rest of their lives. Let me guess. The grandfathers of those guys probably belong to the core circles of your Sanglong Empire. In other words, they are just a bunch of second, third, or fourth generation heirs with deep backgrounds. As Gao Yang said this, the image that surfaced in his mind was of the three young men he had met at the military merit office when Dulong had taken him there to exchange his merits. They were all soft-skinned and tender, without a shred of killing intent on them. They were clearly people who had been pampered and spoiled. To these animals, losing power or even the qualification to stand in the center of power is indeed no different from killing them, Gao Yang said calmly. But, if they are still alive, who will take responsibility for the betrayed garrison of Phelan Fortress? Ganid said. The Empire has already provided for the families of the soldiers who died on the battlefield. Their families are all able to live in peace near the imperial capital. Listening to Ganid's explanation, Gao Yang suddenly sighed. How ridiculous. Ganid's eyelid twitched. Facing Gao Yang's sarcasm, he did not speak. The lightning ring floated up a few inches, forcing Ganid to lift his head and look directly into Gao Yang's eyes. Commander Ganid, if I demand that everyone involved in this matter be brought before me to be executed by my own hand, can you do it? Ganid opened his mouth, wanting to refuse immediately, but the words were forcibly swallowed back the moment they reached his lips. He had a feeling that if he spoke a refusal, there would be no hope left in this world. Swallowing hard, Ganid finally organized his thoughts. That is very difficult. The backgrounds behind them are not ordinary. Each one of them could be said to hold the lifeblood of some aspect of this empire. Hey, an empire! Gao Yang pointed at the black earth in the distance, littered with corpses, and mocked. It is nothing more than a dying carcass on the verge of collapse. Have you still not recognized your own reality? Very well. Since I have come here, I ought to do something. As Gao Yang finished speaking, Yang Yao flew into his palm of its own accord. The next moment, his body suddenly soared into the sky. Battle aura boiled, and wild lightning danced frantically across his skin. A terrifying pressure rippled outward like waves, and wherever it passed, even the pale sky brightened slightly. Ganid and the other two stood on the ground, staring blankly at the man enveloped in thunder and fire, who looked like a god descending from the heavens. That terrifying energy fluctuation had already exceeded the limits of their imagination. A trace of violent killing intent flashed in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes. The next moment, he let out a low shout and swung his sword toward the mountain range nearby. Catastrophe, heavenly abyss, meteor fall. With that single strike, thunder and fire roared. A giant sword of flame, seemingly capable of tearing the world apart, manifested out of thin air. The giant sword was composed entirely of fire, and swirling purple lightning crackled along its blade, spreading an aura of destruction without restraint. Wherever the giant sword passed, space shattered layer by layer, and void rifts dozens of meters long formed in rapid succession. The giant sword struck the mountain range. There was no sound, no the thunderous roar one might expect. It was as if a hot knife were slicing through butter. Wherever the sword passed, the mountain was directly melted away, leaving behind only a barren surface and a terrifying, bottomless rift. With just one strike, the mountain range to the left of the Molan fortress had been completely erased. Legendary, Sophia exclaimed. Ganid's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. If he had been uncertain about Gao Yang's strength before, he was now absolutely certain that the young man standing before them was a genuine human legendary powerhouse. But in its place, hope began to grow wildly in his heart. With the help of such a legendary powerhouse, they would surely be able to defeat the Pope of the old god cult. As long as they defeated that Pope, the Empire would be able to completely eradicate the old god cult and thereby save their world once and for all. At this thought, Ganid no longer had the slightest hesitation. He understood exactly what he had to do. The moment Gao Yang landed in front of him, Gannet immediately said in a loud voice, "Lord Gao Yang, please rest assured. Give me 3 days. No, give me 2 days. And I will bring everyone involved in this matter before you." Gao Yang looked at the spirited Gannet and emphasized, "Everyone. If there are any who slip through the net, then your world will have no need to continue existing. Although I will not take action myself, the old god cult will do all of this for me. Do you understand?" A chill ran through Gannet's heart. He already understood what Gao Yang meant. The current state of the Sanglong Empire was that of a dying man with 1 foot in the grave. Without powerful assistance, it would not take long before it simply collapsed and perished. If he disappointed Gao Yang in the handling of this matter, he would not need to do anything at all. He could simply watch this broken empire be wiped out directly. By that time, whether it was the royalty and nobility or the common folk, not a single citizen of the empire would be able to survive under the rule of the old god cult. In other words, if he did not kill all the sinners involved in the Phelan Fortress incident, the consequence would be that the entire Sanglong world would be buried with them. Conversely, if he satisfied Gao Yang, there was a high probability that he would help them defeat the old god cult. In that case, not only could the current empire continue to exist, but their world might even be restored to its original state. Comparing the two, Gannet naturally understood which was heavier and which was lighter. Please rest assured. Lord Gao Yang. Chapter 528. The figure under the pale light. Bring them to Phelan Fortress. I will be waiting for your arrival there. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he grabbed the unconscious Ethan from the ground and soared into the sky under the awestruck gazes of Gannet and the others. As for whether doing this would seem too cruel, since the people of the Sanglong Empire had already admitted that it was acceptable to sacrifice the few for the sake of the many, then in the face of the hope of saving the entire world, sacrificing the few once more was naturally acceptable as well. Gao Yang had thought that Vitas and the others might die on the battlefield, for that was the fate of a warrior, and even he had prepared himself to be killed in a desperate fight against a powerful enemy. But he could not accept that Vitas and his men had been deceived and betrayed by their own so-called people. He could not imagine General Vitas and Brother Julong facing the endless, frenzied onslaught of the old god tide, desperately trying to hold the Phelan Fortress while waiting for reinforcements that would never come. Perhaps it was only at the moment when the last person in Phelan Fortress fell in battle that they realized the so-called reinforcements never existed at all. They had been abandoned from the very beginning. A raging fire of fury rose from the depths of his heart. Gao Yang flew through the sky. Wherever he passed, the land was devastated. In the ruined cities, there were scattered corpses and bloodstains that had long since turned dark red and black everywhere. Even in the wilderness, there were no signs of life. Wherever the old god tide passed, all things were extinguished, and the people were plunged into misery. This was a world being eroded and sucked dry by an evil god. All vitality would rapidly perish under such erosion. Even those who had been converted into followers of the old god would, once all living things in this plane were killed, fall to the ground like withered flowers and gradually rot into mud. And when there was no more life left in the entire plane would die completely. Everything in the plane would be turned into nutrients for the evil god, to be sucked dry and devoured. After flying for about an hour, there were no more old god followers in Gao Yang's field of vision. The old god followers he saw were all heading toward the remaining lands of the Sanglong Empire. If one were to look down from above the entire plane, one would clearly see that all the old god followers in the entire plane were advancing toward the Sanglong Empire. It was as if a massive encirclement was slowly tightening, intending to strangle the gasping Sanglong Empire to death, without the interference of the followers of the old days. Gao Yang's speed increased by a few notches. By dusk, a fortress that could be seen from end to end at a single glance appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. Watching that fortress, Gao Yang flew slower and slower until he came to a complete stop outside it. Under the pale light, the entire fortress was shrouded in a layer of gray gloom. A wind that sounded like ghostly wailing whistled past. The entire fortress was deathly silent, with clusters of white bones scattered haphazardly everywhere. Amidst this city of remains, Gao Yang's gaze was suddenly drawn to a sturdy skeleton standing at the entrance of the fortress gate. This skeleton stood bolt upright, surrounded by piles of various skeletal remains. Its left arm appeared to have been smashed, with pale bone shards exposed to the air. Most of its ribcage was shattered, and the fatal wound was a fist-sized bloody hole piercing through its skull. Among the remains at its feet lay a ferocious warhammer, broken into 2 halves. The moment Gao Yang saw that warhammer, he closed his eyes, shielding the biting killing intent that erupted within them. Even after several years have passed, General Vitas, you still stand guard before the gate. Gao Yang opened his eyes and slowly landed in front of Vitas's remains. The ridiculous thing is, even so, those animals have never repented for the sins they committed. Gao Yang looked up at the sky. Beams of pale light slanted across the fortress walls, and the shadows of the walls slowly engulfed the entire fortress. A touch of shadow cast by the sun fell onto Gao Yang's shoulder. It was the shadow cast by the left arm of General Vitas's skeleton. Vaguely, Gao Yang could feel the sensation of Vitas's strong, powerful palm patting his shoulder. I will avenge you and everyone else. After saying this, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground. As for Bishop Ethan, bound by chains of battle aura, he could only stare with his aged eyes, unable to move a muscle. The sunlight continued to shift, and soon the entire Phelan fortress was plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Sanglong imperial capital, a major event that would affect the lives of tens of thousands was taking place. After Gao Yang left, Ganad and the other two rushed to the imperial capital without stopping. As for what to do about the Molan fortress they were supposed to guard, all those followers of the old days had been slaughtered by Gao Yang alone, and even the mountain range to the left of Molan fortress had been erased. There was no need for them to guard it anymore. There were no enemies left. On the other side, in a corner of the inner city of the Sanglong imperial capital, inside a towering midge tower, Bella stood quietly in the center of the hall. In front of her was a row of wide stone chairs arranged in a semicircle. On each chair sat a mage of varying age, dressed in mage robes. At this moment, their faces were filled with gravity. After a long while, the middle-aged mage sitting in the central stone chair looked at Bella. This person was the president of the Mage Alliance, Ron, an extraordinary mage proficient in evocation. Ron withdrew his gaze from Bella and said solemnly, "It is decided. This may be the only chance for our Sanglong world. If that person leaves, I fear our world will truly reach the time of its destruction. Then how should we handle the matter of Phelan Fortress?" On the chair to Ron's left, a female mage with an aged, wrinkled face asked in a slightly sharp voice. HMPH, Ron let out a cold snort. Without even looking at her, he said in a low voice, "Since they have done such things, they must be prepared to be held accountable. Even if they die, they deserve it." After a pause, Ron emphasized, "In this matter, fully cooperate with the existence." Bella mentioned, "I have a premonition that this is absolutely the last chance for our plane." With things stated so clearly, the other high-ranking members of the Mage Alliance present nodded one after another. They certainly knew the difference between right and wrong and the gravity of the situation. Previously, they had simply been holding onto a sliver of unrealistic fantasy. After all, among those 5 fortresses, how could there not be people with some connection to them? But now, under the threat of absolute power and survival, they had made their choice. Following the decision of the Mage Alliance, the actions of Ganad and his 2 companions received the support of both the Empire and the Mage Alliance. In just one night, all personnel involved in the 5 fortresses were apprehended, and it wasn't until they investigated that they realized the total number of people involved actually exceeded 300. Before dawn the next day, carriages packed to the brim with prisoners had already driven out of the gates of the Sanglong imperial capital. Chapter 529, Personal Execution. On the palace walls of the imperial capital, several figures stood in the darkness, quietly watching the prisoner carriages depart from the city. A middle-aged man with an imposing, natural air of authority stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the receding carriages. After a long time, he slowly said, "Must it go to this extent?" This man was Flora Watson, the Minister of Military Affairs of the Sanglong Empire, primarily responsible for the Empire's border defense affairs. However, after the rise of the religion of the old days, border defense was no longer the issue. Instead, he became responsible for matters related to resisting the religion of the old days. Standing to the left of Flora Watson was a handsome, clean-shaven middle-aged man with his hair combed back meticulously. This person was Lardo, the Minister of Finance of the Empire. Facing the question from the Minister of Military Affairs, Flora, Lardo smiled silently and mocked. If your son hadn't done something that even an idiot wouldn't do, I suppose you wouldn't be asking such a question, Flora. Flora withdrew his gaze, looking at Lardo's punchable smiling face. He felt a sense of stifling frustration in his heart, facing Lardo's mockery. Any counterattack would become a blade piercing himself. Flora knew this deeply, but he still couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Despicable pauper from Watt Street. Lardo didn't mind at all and said pointedly, "That's right, I am a pauper from Watt Street, but paupers like us, with no resources and no background, are also not so easy to provoke. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Flora, Minister of Military Affairs of the Empire?" Who? Flora took several deep breaths, turned around, and walked down the palace wall. He still had many matters to attend to and no time to waste here, especially with this utterly shameless fellow. As for that disgraceful thing of his, there was no longer any opportunity left. Fortunately, he was still young, and he could afford to wait 10 or 20 years. As long as this world could be preserved, everything else could be sacrificed. You cannot do this to me. My father is the Imperial Minister of Military Affairs. You cannot do this to me. In the morning glow, inside a prison carriage, a young man with disheveled hair and a look of terror was screaming desperately. The situation in the other prison carriages was almost identical to this one, without exception. These people were all individuals who had fled from those 5 fortresses. Too noisy. Sophia, make them shut up. At the very front of the procession, Garnard frowned and spoke to Sophia, who was beside him. The latter nodded slightly, then flew toward the direction of the Mage regiment at the rear, following a faint ripple of magical energy. The previously agitated and panicked prisoners, no matter how much they struggled or opened their mouths, found themselves unable to emit even a single sound. To demonstrate the importance and support for this mission, the Mage Alliance had specifically dispatched a Mage regiment to assist in transporting the prisoners. After all, to travel from the imperial capital to the Phelan fortress, even without the obstruction of the old god cult, would take over a month if relying solely on horse-drawn carriages. Yet, the time Garnard had guaranteed was only 2 days. To reach Phelan fortress in 2 days, they could only rely on the power of the mages. After exiting the gates of the imperial capital, the Mage regiment, led by Sophia, began to chant spells one after another. After a full quarter of an hour, as Sophia pointed her staff, Cyan energy was instantly unleashed, transforming into gusts of cyan whirlwinds that swept across the entire convoy. Following her, the mages of the regiment began to imbue the convoy with various types of magic. By the time the last mage finished casting, the originally heavy prison carriages now felt as light as nothing, and even beneath the hooves of the horses pulling them, small cyclones appeared. Sophie arrived at the front of the procession and looked at Garnard, saying, "Everything has been arranged, we can depart." Garnard nodded heavily, waved his hand, and roared, "Depart!" As his words fell, the warhorse beneath him let out a neigh toward the sky and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Behind him, the massive line of prison carriages also began to race forward under the urging of the coachman. As the carriages started, the heavy vehicles seemed to lose their weight, shooting forward in the wake of the horses. The powerful force of acceleration caused those chattering prisoners to be caught off guard, slamming them heavily against the iron bars at the rear of the carriages. The howling wind distorted their faces beyond recognition. Garnard looked back at the prison carriages following closely behind and shouted to Sophia, "At this speed, how long will it take us to reach Phelan Fortress?" "We will arrive the morning after tomorrow," Sophia replied, then added, "This is the fastest speed possible." Garnard calculated silently in his mind, then asked again, "What if we spare no cost?" Sophia paused, immediately understanding what he meant by spare no cost. It meant abandoning all these horses, pushing them beyond their limits, and not even worrying about the condition of the prisoners in the carriages, as long as they arrived alive. Sophia was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Our Mage regiment can cast spells on these war horses. They will run without knowing fatigue or pain, but once they stop, they will all drop dead instantly. If we do this, how much faster can we be?" "We could arrive at Phelan Fortress by tomorrow morning," Sophia replied. Garnard waved his hand and immediately ordered, "Then do it." Sophia nodded, not refusing. A few short minutes later, all the war horses pulling the prison carriages let out an excited neigh. Their eyes were visibly bloodshot, their muscles surged, and it seemed as if infinite power was exploding within their bodies. Accompanied by continuous neighing, the speed of the entire convoy instantly doubled. Sun rose and sun set. A day passed in the quiet meditation of Gao Yang. When the sun rose once again, heavy, labored breathing that sounded like a wheezing bellows broke the deathly silence of Phelan Fortress. Gao Yang did not turn his head, but he knew that Garnard had arrived. Garnard leaped off his war horse and came to a spot not far behind Gao Yang, saying respectfully, "Lord Gao Yang, the people you wanted have all been brought here. Not a single one is missing." Gao Yang stood up, his gaze passing over Garnard's shoulder to look at the black iron prison carriages behind him, as well as the war horses that had collapsed to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Gao Yang nodded and pointed to the ground at his feet, saying, "Right here will do." Garnard nodded heavily and turned to walk toward the back. A moment later, before the bones of Vitas, 5 neat rows of disheveled figures were kneeling, with 30 people in each row. Those prisoners, who had been jolted for the entire journey, only seemed to regain their senses once they were pressed to the ground, kneeling in the pile of cold bones. The next moment, shrill and frantic curses erupted. Gao Yang ignored the insults of these animals. He slowly bent down, picked up Vitas's broken warhammer from the ground, and walked toward the person kneeling at the far left of the last row. Garnard followed behind Gao Yang. When Gao Yang stopped in front of this person, he opened the record book he was holding and read, "Adrian Stone, Deputy Commander of the 3rd Garrison of the Giant Rock Fortress, fled the battlefield when Phelan Fortress fell." Beside Gao Yang's shoulder, an eyeball that was pitch black and exuding an evil aura emerged. A ray of light shot out from the eye of the withered Imoro. After ensuring the name matched, Gao Yang directly raised the ferocious warhammer. "No, you cannot kill me. My father is the Imperial Minister of Works. He has exhausted his heart and soul for the construction of the Empire. You cannot kill me." Adrian Stone watched in terror as Gao Yang raised his gruesome warhammer. The shadow of death loomed over him, driving him to shriek in desperation. He was still young. He did not want to die. He still had a wonderful life ahead of him that he had yet to enjoy. Isn't it just desertion? Surely my father's contributions to the Empire are enough to make up for it. Splat! As the warhammer descended, red and white matter burst forth like a smashed watermelon, bringing Adrian Stone's hysterics to an abrupt end. Chapter 530. All right. Now, we can talk about saving the world with one hammer blow. He had crushed the hysterical face of the man kneeling before him. But this action did not in the slightest calm the rage burning within Gao Yang's heart. He carried the gruesome warhammer and walked over to the second person, the young man kneeling on the ground. Upon seeing Gao Yang approach him and witnessing the warhammer stained with red and white gore, saw his psychological defenses crumble completely. All the fantasies in his mind were shattered in an instant. He began to kowtow frantically toward Gao Yang, attempting to save his fading life through such means. "No, I know I was wrong. Please, let me go. I will spend my entire life atoning for my sins. I have only just reached adulthood, and my wife has just become pregnant. Please, I beg you, don't do this." Just then, Garnard's voice rang out from the side, as Candela, treasurer of Wyland Fortress. After the Eye of Wither confirmed the other party's identity, Gao Yang did not pause. He raised the warhammer in his hand. He looked coldly at the animal before him, who was kowtowing like a pestle and covered in tears and snot. His voice was as cold as shards of ice. "You don't know you were wrong. You only know that you are about to die." As his words fell, Oz, who had been kowtowing frantically, paused. He looked up, staring at Gao Yang with venomous eyes. He knew that he had absolutely no hope of survival left. They are just a bunch of trash. It is the honor of their entire lives to be able to offer their lowly lives for us. You would actually kill all of us nobles for the sake of that trash. The entire Sanglong Empire will have no place for you. I curse you. You will die under the torment of 10,000 souls devouring your heart. The warhammer fell, and the man before him immediately lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Gao Yang walked expressionlessly to the third person. Having witnessed the previous two, the third person already knew their impending fate. So, he began to curse wildly. But waiting for him was nothing but a warhammer, blow after blow, one after another. Gao Yang performed the work of execution without tiring. Soon, of the 150 people, only the 30 kneeling in the first row remained. The thick scent of blood mixed with the stench of viscera permeated the entire area, causing the 30 people kneeling in the front row to turn deathly pale, their bodies trembling like chaff. But no matter how they reacted, they could not escape that descending hammer. Soon, less than half of the 30 remained. When the light of the Eye of Wither shot toward the person in front of him, the hammer, dripping with blood and brain matter, paused in midair. Gao Yang looked at Gannard, who was responsible for reading the names, and asked, "You said this man is named Owen Scott, the garrison general of Giant Horn Fortress?" When asked by Gao Yang, Gannard's expression turned solemn. After carefully looking at the person kneeling there, he nodded earnestly. "That is correct. Lord Gao Yang, this man's father, Coldo Scott, and I were colleagues. I cannot be mistaken." "Oh, but why is the answer I received that this man is named Jonathan Parker? Can you explain that to me?" Facing Gao Yang's inquiry, cold sweat instantly soaked through the inner lining of Gannard's back. He never imagined that at a time when the entire world was facing life or death survival, someone would actually use their pig-brained intellect to come up with such a scheme to swap people. These scumbags who betrayed their comrades deserved to die, but their backgrounds had exempted them from death. Now that a legendary powerhouse like Gao Yang had taken action personally, their sinful lives had naturally reached their end. But Gannard never expected that his colleague, Coldo Scott, would actually be capable of such a stupid act. Gannard kicked Owen Scott before him to the ground and examined him carefully. Soon, the corner of his eye twitched, because he could not find any flaws. He looked at Gao Yang and said with a look of shame, "I am very sorry, Lord Gao Yang. The other party's disguise is too superb. I did not discover any flaws." Gao Yang glanced at him, and after confirming he was not lying, he ignored him. He walked to the young man named Jonathan Parker and, without the slightest hesitation, brought the hammer down. "Once we return to your empire's capital, I need to see that man named Coldo Scott and his entire clan. Do you understand? Please rest assured, they will definitely not escape," Gannard said with a solemn face. The remaining dozen or so people were all executed by Gao Yang in less than a minute. Putting down the warhammer in his hand, Gao Yang closed his eyes and slowly breathed in the air thick with the scent of blood. The surging killing intent in his heart finally calmed down a little. Gao Yang turned to look at Vitus's remains. After a long while, he spoke. "To be honest, when I learned that General Vitus, Brother Lone Dragon, and the others had been betrayed and killed by you people your own kind, I had thought about just walking away." This sentence caused the cold sweat on Gannard's forehead to drip once more. But before he could think of a response, he heard Gao Yang continue, "However, my former comrades made me change my mind. Although this world has such scum and degenerates, it also has fools who are willing to sacrifice their lives for the continuation of this world." Gao Yang stared at Vitus's remains, but in his heart, he was thinking about what had happened at this fortress in the beginning. Old Dut, who had once been a private tutor, had resolutely chosen to join the army to drive the old days out of his homeland, and he had become a brother of life and death with Brother Lone Dragon. But in the end, Old Dut died during an attack by the followers of the old days. He also had a lovely daughter, but it was unknown where his daughter was now, or if she was still alive. Gao Yang clearly remembered that Brother Dulong had said he would take care of Old Bute's daughter for him. Now that Brother Dulong was gone, he felt it was necessary to carry on that responsibility. "Gannard, help me find someone," Gao Yang said without turning his head. Previously, he had not decided whether to strive for this dying world, but now, he had made his decision. Gannard stared at Gao Yang's back and spoke earnestly. "Please, go ahead. There is a warrior named Old Butte at the Phelan Fortress. He used to be a private tutor, and has a daughter. Find her. If she is still alive, bring her to the imperial capital and help her live the life she desires." Gannard listened carefully and responded decisively, "Rest assured, I will arrange it immediately. Not just for Old Butte, but we will properly settle the families of all the other warriors at Phelan Fortress as well. Then, I will leave it to you." He turned to face Gannard and said slowly, "All right, now we can talk about saving the world." Ganad felt a surge of spirit. Wasn't everything he had done leading up to this very sentence? He stood before Gao Yang with a solemn expression and said, "Please speak, Lord Gao Yang, requesting monthly votes at the beginning of the month." Chapter 531 Compassionate Redemption and Progress. Gao Yang turned around and sat down, facing Ganad. With his movement, battle ore rapidly formed a wide chair beneath him. "First, tell me about the current strength of your empire and the number of followers of the Old Ones you are facing." Gao Yang had fought against the followers of the Old Ones. He understood the combat prowess of those fanatics who had lost their sanity and were left with nothing but fanatical faith in their eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that without the protection of various defensive facilities, the Sanglong Empire would not be able to withstand the onslaught of the followers of the Old Ones, who outnumbered them several times over. Ganad lowered his head and pondered for a moment before speaking. The current strength of the Imperial Army is 6 million. Stationed separately in 13 giant fortresses like the Marin Fortress. This is the entire defensive force of the Empire. As for the cult of the Old Ones, the number of followers outside each fortress ranges from a minimum of 3 million to nearly 10 million. Take the Marin Fortress where I am stationed. For example, there are over 5 million followers stationed there. Among these 5 million, 1 in every 1,000 is a fanatic. The number of regional bishops exceeds 50. And there is one Twilight Bishop, who is Bishop Ethan, whom you captured alive. Although the warriors of the Empire are fighting desperately, our vital strength is gradually dwindling in the face of the frenzied attacks from the cult of the Old Ones. Having said this, Ganad glanced at Gao Yang and continued, "I am not afraid of you laughing at me, but the Imperial Mage Alliance once predicted that if the current intensity of the war continues, within 3 years, all 13 giant fortresses of the Empire will be breached. All warriors will die on the battlefield, and the Imperial capital will be completely exposed to the attacks of the cult of the Old Ones. In fact, this timeline is still too optimistic. According to my estimation, once the casualties of the resistance forces in the 13 fortresses exceed half, the cult of the Old Ones will be able to crush us directly with their terrifying numbers." After listening to Ganad's explanation, Gao Yang roughly understood the current situation of the Sanglong Empire. He looked at Ganad and asked again, "Where is the Pope of the cult of the Old Ones? Is there any record of him taking action?" The last time the traces of the Old Ones Pope appeared was at the Thunder Sword Peak Fortress. According to the battle report at the time, the Pope held the scripture of the Old Ones and merely recited the scriptures, causing the nearby resistance forces to be uncontrollably converted into followers of the Old Ones. According to statistics, the number of followers converted at that time was 4,126. Before that, even a Twilight Bishop could convert at most 389 people. Ganad looked at Gao Yang. The meaning in his words was very clear. That a named Pope of the Old Ones completely crushed the Twilight Bishop, the opponent possessed legendary power. I will attempt to deal with this Pope of the Old Ones, but before that, I need to know his whereabouts. Gao Yang took out a kello fruit and said while eating it. Upon hearing this, a hint of relief appeared on Ganad's dignified face. He bowed slightly toward Gao Yang. "Thank you for your help. Please rest assured, after returning to the Imperial capital, we will launch a decisive battle against the cult of the Old Ones. At that time, the Pope of the Old Ones will inevitably appear on the battlefield. If you have time then, you can arrive at the battlefield where the Pope of the Old Ones is located immediately." "Is that so? Then let's do as you say." Gao Yang ate the kello fruit in his hand, not dwelling too much on the plan proposed by Ganad. No matter how strong he was ultimately just one person. Although he could kill all the followers of the Old Ones, it would waste a lot of his time. Moreover, the XP provided by these followers of the Old Ones was pitifully low. The work of cleaning up the cannon fodder should naturally be left to the natives of this plane. Although he was prepared to save this world, which was eroded by evil gods and on the verge of extinction, this did not mean he would act as a nanny for the natives of this plane, handling every trivial matter. If the other party held such an expectation, it would mean that the natives of this plane were no longer worth saving. At that time, if he had the capability, Gao Yang would save the plane itself. But that would be all. After all, among the 3 unique tasks in his legendary promotion quest, the first one was Compassionate Redemption. Compassionate Redemption Version Quest. The character needs to redeem 5 or more planes worlds eroded by evil gods and kill 3 evil gods incarnation and ascended form of followers, Saint Descent name body. This was not an easy task to complete, and the current Sanglong world was a plane that met the criteria for compassionate redemption. More importantly, the upper limit of the Sanglong world was not high, at the very least. No legendary powerhouses had appeared in this world. The only suspected legendary figure was the Pope of the Cult of the Old Ones. Before this, the Sanglong world had never produced a legendary professional. This situation was just right for Gao Yang. It was the perfect opportunity to use the Church of the Old Gods to probe the bottom line of the evil god who had stolen the authority of the blazing sun behind them. Gao Yang had a premonition that he would encounter this evil god again in the future. After all, a Church of the Old Gods also existed in the Saint Gold world. It could be inferred that this entity had already extended its tentacles into more than one plane. Gannard stood quietly to the side. Only after Gao Yang finished the Kello fruit in his hand and stood up did he follow half a step behind him. As for why a fortress commander in charge of over 500,000 people was so obedient to Gao Yang. Besides the legendary level of strength he perceived in Gao Yang, the status of slaughterer that Gao Yang constantly maintained was also a very important factor. In Gannard's eyes, Gao Yang was shrouded in terrifying blood energy, and the faint, lingering wails of dead souls accompanied him. With this tyrannical aura, combined with Gao Yang's legendary strength, if he were even slightly careless, let alone the other party not intending to save their world, he might even turn around and join forces with the Church of the Old Gods to wipe them out. Gannard dared not gamble on such a thing. Furthermore, those who could ascend to the legendary level, no matter how young they looked, could not possibly be truly young. Someone like Gao Yang might even be older than him, so it was only right for him to be respectful. When Gannard and Gao Yang arrived beside the mage group, Gannard spoke up. "Lord Gao Yang, we have prepared a carriage and mounts for you." Gao Yang waved his hand, declining the other party's kindness. "That speed is too slow. I will fly to the imperial capital myself." Upon hearing this, Gannard dared not insist at all. "Our speed may not be able to keep up with you. If you arrive at the imperial capital, mages from the Mage Alliance will come to receive you. You should know Mage Bella. I understand. Just don't forget what you promised me. My patience is not very good." Gao Yang responded casually, and as his battle aura surged, his body rose from the ground. Chapter 532, Sanglong Imperial Capital. Gannard, Sophia, and the others exchanged glances, and all of them quickly set off to chase in the direction where Gao Yang had disappeared. However, before leaving, Gannard noticed Bishop Ethan of the Twilight, who was lying on the ground half dead. The man was currently bound by chains of battle aura as thick as an arm, unable to move, with only his eyes constantly opening and closing, looking at this former mortal enemy. A murderous intent flashed in Gannard's eyes. Since Gao Yang did not take him away, it proved that he was no longer of any use. Gannard did not hesitate for long. A heavy battle blade appeared in his hand. He strode up to Ethan and, without a word, raised his blade and brought it down, accompanied by the crisp sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh. Ethan's withered head rolled several meters away. The sudden, intense pain caused Ethan's eyelids to twitch continuously. But because he was sealed by the chains, he could not even make a sound. The strange vitality bestowed upon him by the old gods did not let him die immediately. Instead, he could clearly perceive everything around him. Gannard stepped forward again, driven by his vigorous battle aura. Flashes of bright blade light continuously struck Bishop Ethan's body and head. In less than a minute, the Bishop Ethan lying on the ground no longer looked human. He had completely turned into a mass of bloody, mangled flesh. But even so, this mass of bloody flesh was still stubbornly squirming. With this level of injury, as long as Ethan was given some time and some nourishment, he would be able to slowly recover. But unfortunately, Gannard would not do that. Glancing at the minced meat on the ground, Gannard looked at Sophia beside him. The latter nodded very quickly, and then a large fireball gathered in front of her. Subsequently, Sophia did not hesitate to smash the fireball onto Ethan's location, accompanied by a violent explosion. By the time the smoke and flames dissipated, apart from a patch of scorched earth, not even a single fragment of Bishop Ethan could be seen. After finishing all this and ensuring that Bishop Ethan was truly killed, Gannard finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Sophia beside him and said in a deep voice, "The matter here is settled. Return to the imperial capital as soon as possible. Do not let Lord Gao Yang wait too long." Sophia nodded earnestly in agreement. Then, waving her staff, a massive cyan whirlwind wrapped around her curvaceous figure. The next instant, propelled by the whirlwind, Sophia rose from the ground and sped toward the direction of the imperial capital. Gannard patted his warhorse, but he did not mount it. In many cases, for him, the speed and endurance of a warhorse were not stronger than his own as a transcendent professional. Riding a warhorse normally was naturally to save unnecessary physical exertion, but now, the situation was urgent, so he could no longer save this bit of physical energy. Battle aura surged within his body, and power gathered beneath his strong frame. Gannard looked up at Sophia's receding figure in the sky, and the next moment, his legs exerted force suddenly. A wild, fierce power erupted, causing the Phelan fortress to tremble. Propelled by this force, Gannard turned into an arrow released from a bow, leaping diagonally upward. The sound of the wind whistled in his ears, and the scenery around him retreated rapidly. By the time his strength was exhausted, Gannard had already appeared several hundred meters away. The moment his body fell to the ground, the power and battle aura within him erupted again, driving his body to shoot out once more like a cannonball. In just a few leaps, Gannard had already jumped out of Phelan Fortress. And when he jumped out of Phelan Fortress, his posture changed. He no longer used this method of moving hundreds of meters in a single jump, but instead switched to a long striding run. However, his running speed was somewhat too astonishing. Under the blessing of his violent power, the distance of each of his steps exceeded 20 meters, and the speed of his limb movements even produced afterimages, as if he were a black lightning bolt, galloping across the land. This method looked a bit too simple, and even a bit rustic. However, for a transcendent like Gannard, who has not mastered the ability to fly or any more efficient means of movement, this was the most practical and swiftest way to travel. As a transcendent, his strength and stamina were enough to support him in running for a full day without sleep or rest, and his speed was even capable of keeping up with Sophia as she flew through the sky. Of course, if Sophia had mastered spells like teleportation, Gannard would have had no chance of keeping up with her. 2 hours later, Gao Yang stopped high in the air, looking down at the magnificent and prosperous, yet slightly dilapidated, urban architectural complex ahead. That was the imperial capital of Sanglong. When he had teleported to this imperial capital with Bella back then, Gao Yang had no time to understand this absolute center of power in the plane. But looking at it now, compared to the eternal radiance capital of the Saint Gold world, the situation of the Sanglong imperial capital seemed somewhat better. After all, the Saint Gold world had already been riddled with holes by the erosion of the evil god, with only the capital and 2 surrounding satellite cities left where humans still survived. In the Sanglong plain, however, the Sanglong Empire still maintained its rule within its territory. Before the old god cult reached the Sanglong imperial capital, it would remain in this state without any major changes. Of course, if the old god cult truly reached the Sanglong imperial capital, Gao Yang felt that it would not be able to leave behind any sparks of hope like the Saint Gold world had. When Gao Yang stopped outside the imperial capital, the city guards within had already discovered him, but no one made any unwise moves at this moment. Less than a minute after Gao Yang stopped, 3 rays of light rose from the imperial capital and flew in his direction. The aura emanating from one of the rays was very familiar to Gao Yang. It was none other than Bella. Soon, the 3 rays of light stopped in front of Gao Yang. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression, who was also the president of the Mage Alliance and a mage at the peak of transcendence. Beside Ron was an elderly mage with an aged face and white hair and beard, but with a pair of clear, black and white eyes. Beside him was Mage Bella. This old man was Bella's teacher, Eric, an elderly mage who had already lived for over a century. Bella stood to the side and introduced them to Gao Yang. Gao Yang, this is my teacher, Eric, and this is our Mage Alliance president. Ron wore a kind smile and took the initiative to extend his right hand toward Gao Yang. Your Excellency Gao Yang, it is a pleasure to meet you. Gao Yang reached out and shook hands with Ron. He could feel the goodwill released by this middle-aged man. President Ron, a pleasure to meet you for the first time. The smile on Ron's face deepened. He stepped aside, stood shoulder to shoulder with Gao Yang, and extended an invitation. His Majesty the King of the Sanglong Empire has already prepared a welcoming banquet for you in the Imperial Palace. His Majesty is also very much looking forward to meeting you. Chapter 533. The Curious Object, Star Power Gem. Gao Yang did not meet the current king of the Sanglong Empire at the prepared banquet, but rather in the king's study. This king, named Al Sanglong, was an ordinary-looking elderly man with graying stubble covering his chin, and the skin on his face appeared somewhat loose due to the erosion of time. The bright red robe he wore was clearly a bit too large for him. But considering that the Sanglong Empire had not changed kings, one could infer that this king must have been quite portly a long time ago. Now, however, due to various reasons, he had become thin. Although the other party was trying hard to project his imperial dignity at the very least. To meet Gao Yang on equal footing, his deeply sunken eye sockets betrayed him. This king of the Sanglong Empire was not as wise and martial as one might imagine. Gao Yang was not surprised by this. In fact, if the other party were still pot-bellied or high-spirited today, there might have been something wrong. I didn't expect that the legendary powerhouse, Mr. Gao Yang, would be so young. Al Sanglong's cheekbones were somewhat prominent, although his spirit was not very good. The smile on his face was still very gentle. I apologize. The things that have happened in this country have made you laugh. This is nothing worth laughing at. In our hometown, there is a saying that in a large forest, there are all kinds of birds. On the contrary, your actions were extremely decisive. I am glad you think so. Come to think of it, I heard them say that this is not your first time coming to our world. The last time I left in a hurry and didn't have time to take a good look at this world. Gao Yang shrugged and said with some helplessness, but I didn't expect that when I came here again, it would be in this state. I apologize for not leaving a good impression on you, but regardless, thank you for your help. You may visit the Sanglong National Treasury later. If there is anything you need, please feel free to take it. Al Sanglong waved his hand generously and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang shook his head. For him now, there was not much need for wealth. Moreover, in a plane where not even a legend had been born, although there were some transcendent outputs, it was unrealistic to say they were very precious. In short, he did not look favorably upon the items in the other party's treasury. Seeing this, Al Sanglong was not annoyed and instead said, "Very well. Then let us discuss how to coordinate with your actions next. I have already spoken to Gannard about the specific actions. For me, helping the Sanglong world is for the wishes of those comrades in arms. This is their home." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he paused, then looked at Al Sanglong and said, "You should be aware of what happened before, regarding the upcoming actions. If I discover that you are placing your hopes entirely on me, then I will personally shatter your hopes myself. Do you understand what I mean?" Having said this much, it was equivalent to laying his cards on the table, not giving this king or the empire behind him the slightest bit of face. But his current strength was already enough to support him in saying such words. Gao Yang was willing to contribute to this world that was on the verge of being eroded by evil gods. But he did not want to witness their ugly, entitled faces. Because people are just like that. You treat them well, and they expect you to treat them even better. The moment you fail to meet the standard of the saint they have imagined in their minds, they will dismiss all your previous goodwill as nothing more than a hypocritical facade. Speaking his mind clearly was meant to prevent such a situation from ever occurring. Gao Yang did not come here to be a savior saint, and for him, he had not come here out of a desire to be helpful in the first place. Taking lives had always been a means to an end for him, never the goal itself. Therefore, he did not mind letting the individuals at the pinnacle of power in this plane clearly understand his will. Faced with Gao Yang's blunt lack of courtesy, Al Sanglong nodded as if it were only natural and said, "I understand. Please rest assured on that point. We will do our utmost to assist you. Being able to receive your help is the good fortune of the 82 million people remaining in our Sanglong Empire. It is a pity that our entire empire has very little that can truly be considered support for someone like you." After finishing his sentence, Al Sanglong reached out to pull open the desk drawer and took out something he had prepared long ago. It was a wooden box with a black base, inlaid with exquisite milky white patterns on the lid. Al Sanglong pushed the wooden box toward Gao Yang with some effort, and while signaling for him to open it, he said, "Although you do not need the support of the Imperial Treasury, I have thought about it, and I believe this item might still be of some help to you." The wooden box was not locked, and Gao Yang opened it with ease. Resting quietly on a base of coral fleece were two jelly-like spheres. One was blue and the other white, and under the reflection of the room's lights, starlight seemed to flicker within them. Gao Yang picked up the white sphere, and the general network prompt appeared right on cue: Star Power Gem Intelligence, Type, Wonder, Effect, After Use. The user's intelligence attribute is permanently increased by 1 point and effective above the transcendent level. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. This slightly elastic sphere was actually a free attribute point, which truly surprised him. He put down the white sphere and picked up the other blue one. Star Power Gem Perception, Type, Wonder, Effect, After Use. The user's perception attribute is permanently increased by 1 point and effective above the transcendent level. Just as he expected, this one was also a free attribute point, and it was for the perception attribute very practical. Gao Yang placed the blue sphere back into the wooden box. After locking eyes with El Sanglong for a dozen seconds, he closed the box, stored it in his inventory, and stood up to walk out of the study. El Sanglong did not offer any long-winded speeches meant to appeal to emotion or reason. Instead, he displayed his attitude in the simplest and most direct way possible. He did not even use these two free attribute points to demand anything from Gao Yang. He simply gave them to him generously. Admittedly, one could say that even if they weren't used, these items would change hands once the old god cult breached the Sanglong Empire. But this world is not lacking in people who would rather drag others down with them than let themselves have a bad time. If it were someone else, they might not have been so carefree as to hand over such a treasure. Watching Gao Yang walk out of the room, the smile on Al Sanglong's face faded. He leaned heavily against the back of his chair, his mental state visibly deteriorating by a significant margin. Fortunately, he was alone in the study, so no one saw his frail appearance. "I have done everything I could. I hope I haven't misjudged the person. Taking a day off, dear readers. I am taking a day off today. Updates will resume as normal tomorrow. Chapter 534 War for Sanglong. The earth-shaking roar, mixed with bloodlust and killing intent, soared into the sky, turning into blades that shredded the drifting clouds. On the ground, two tidal waves of front lines approached each other, finally colliding with a thunderous crash amidst the soldiers' roars. The earth trembled. The soldiers of the Sanglong Empire and the fanatical believers of the old gods poured their power onto each other without reservation. In just a single charge, massive clouds of blood mist instantly permeated the battlefield. At the rear of the battlefield, Garnard stood with a dark-skinned man, gazing at the cruel and bloody slaughter in the distance. "Is there really any point in us launching a decisive battle like this?" Azadov asked without turning his head, his voice tinged with a hint of doubt. Garnard also gazed into the distance and spoke slowly. "If we had done this before that person appeared, it would have had no meaning other than accelerating the Empire's destruction. But now, everything is different. If we do not seize this opportunity now, then destruction is all that awaits us." Having said this, Garnard glanced at his comrade beside him and continued, "As a fortress commander, you know the methods of those guys better than anyone. If we continue to let ourselves be worn down, we have no chance of victory." "Perhaps you are right. Everything is for the continuation of the world." Azadov sighed and then asked, "Garnard, do you think that old god Pope will appear here?" "I don't know, but this method is the most likely way to draw him out." After finishing his sentence, Garnard drew his thick-backed saber, pointed it toward the distant battlefield, and said in a deep voice, "It is time for us to act. Those Twilight bishops must be held back. Only then is it possible to lure that Pope out." The same scene was playing out simultaneously across the Empire's final 13 fortresses. On the third day after Gao Yang arrived at the Sanglong Imperial capital, the Sanglong military launched a fierce, final decisive battle against the old god cult. At this very moment, the 13 fortresses guarding the remaining territory of the Sanglong Empire had been completely engulfed by the flames of war. Every warrior knew they were fighting for the continuation of the world, and that brilliant will even caused the plane's consciousness, which had fallen into a semi-mad state, to regain a sliver of clarity. On the battlefield, beyond the Sanglong Empire, soldiers fighting in a bloody struggle. The priests of the Life Church and the mages of the Mage Alliance were also exerting their respective powers in this war. Every moment, one could see the brilliantly burning holy light of life on the battlefield, and hear those devout priests raising their doctrines high and swinging their flails to thoroughly purify those tentacle-covered believers of the old days. And there were the spells that were slaughtering the old day believers madly across the battlefield. As for Gao Yang, he was sitting quietly cross-legged inside the headquarters of the Mage Alliance at this moment. Beside him lay an empty black wooden box. The 2-star power gems gifted to him by His Majesty the King of the Sanglong Empire, which had been contained within, had already been completely absorbed by him. Whether it was perception or intelligence attributes, Gao Yang would never turn them away. Because if he wanted to advance to the legendary rank, besides needing his strength, agility, and constitution attributes to reach 25 points, his remaining attributes also needed to reach 19 points. Moreover, these attribute improvements were not merely on paper. Gao Yang could clearly feel that his thought processing speed had become slightly faster, and his perception of his surroundings and himself had become much sharper. This was already his 7th day in the Sanglong world, and the decisive battle had been ongoing for 2 days. Yet there was still no news of the old day Pope appearing on the battlefield. Gao Yang was not anxious. According to their agreement, when the old day Pope appeared, he would use the Sanglong Empire's trump card teleportation method to arrive at the Pope's location immediately and engage in a life and death struggle. Before that, he would not make a move. Every world had its own destiny. He was not a saint, nor did he possess the abilities of a saint. All he could do was use his greatest strength to try and save these planes. Of course, there was one exception to this. As the heavy wooden door was knocked upon, a mage apprentice stood outside. "Lord Gao Yang, the entire clan of Cordo Scott that you requested has been captured and brought in. Would you like to go and take a look now?" Gao Yang stood up, looked at the mage apprentice at the door, and nodded slightly. "Please follow me." Seeing Gao Yang's movement, the mage apprentice took the initiative to lead the way. Half an hour later, led by the mage apprentice, Gao Yang appeared in the prison of the Mage Alliance base. After entering this dark and damp prison, Gao Yang soon arrived outside the cell where Cordo Scott was being held. Cordo Scott lay in a wretched state on the pitch-black floor of the prison. The aristocratic air he once held high had vanished completely, his lifeless eyes staring straight at the ceiling. The moment he was captured, Cordo Scott knew he had reached the end of his life. Not just him, but his parents, wife, children, and siblings were all about to lose their lives because of his single moment of poor judgment. When the commotion outside the prison reached his ears, he scrambled up from the floor, crawled on his knees to the iron bars, and looked up at the excessively young man standing outside. The surprise in his eyes flashed and vanished. Cordo Scott began to kowtow frantically toward Gao Yang, begging as he did so, "My lord, I beg you, please have mercy. I know I deserve to die, but my parents and clansmen are innocent. I hope you will not vent your anger on them." Looking down at Cordo Scott, who was separated only by a row of iron bars, Gao Yang's expression did not show even the slightest ripple. "If you had known it would come to this, why did you act as you did in the beginning?" Gao Yang signaled the mage apprentice nearby to open the prison door. Then, under Cordo Scott's bewildered gaze, he walked into the cell. "What you are clinging to is merely the sliver of luck you harbor and your blind confidence in your own power. You despise life and treat everything as if it were your due, whether you admit it with your mouth or not. Your own heart has already separated you from those soldiers who died on the battlefield." Gao Yang stood before Cordo Scott, and Yang Yao appeared in his hand. "You attempted to save your son, so he shall be the first to die before your eyes. For the sake of all the soldiers who died at Phelan Fortress." The mage apprentice outside the prison was sharp. The moment Gao Yang finished speaking, he had already opened another cell and dragged one of the young men over. "No, I beg you, please have pity on him. He is still young, just a child." Cordo Scott blocked the front of the young man, begging incessantly. A flash of intense killing intent crossed Gao Yang's eyes. and the terrifying murderous aura made the two people in the prison stiffen as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. As expected, saying even a single word more to a beast like you is a waste of my time. Gao Yang's voice was chillingly cold. The moment his words fell, a sword light decapitated the young man in Cordo Scott's arms. Chapter 535 The Old Day Pope. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Yang walked out of the dungeon with his expression as usual. The mage apprentice following behind him, however, was deathly pale. "Thank you for your hard work. I can go back by myself from here." Gao Yang's words made the mage apprentice feel a sense of relief. After stopping to watch Gao Yang disappear from his sight, he immediately rushed to the side, leaning against the wall to begin vomiting. Personally executing the Scott family did not place any burden on Gao Yang whatsoever. After returning to the Mage Alliance, Gao Yang continued his own cultivation. Not long after he began, a series of urgent knocks sounded on the door again. This time, without even waiting for the door to open, an anxious voice came from outside. "Lord Gao Yang, the Old Day Pope has appeared at Giant Rock Fortress and is slaughtering the Empire's soldiers on a massive scale." As soon as the words fell, the heavy door was pulled open from the inside, and Gao Yang stepped out. "Lead the way." The mage standing outside heard this and quickly turned to lead Gao Yang toward the teleportation array. Giant Rock Fortress, center of the battlefield. Burly, tall middle-aged man wearing a pure white suit was walking quietly through the mud of flesh and blood. His left eye wore a monocle, and his short, silver-white hair stood up like steel needles. Every time his foot landed, the flesh and blood mud beneath him would automatically disperse to the sides, revealing the clean ground underneath. He walked through the quagmire of flesh and blood as if he were strolling through his own divine kingdom, his heroic face even bearing an incongruous look of piety wherever he passed, and even where he was about to pass. All the followers of the old days fell into an even deeper state of madness. Even the soldiers of the Sanglong Empire roared as they transformed into machines that knew only how to slaughter. His lips moved slowly, as if he were reciting the doctrines of the old days, or perhaps offering a devout prayer for all the lives that had perished. Only those close by could hear that what spilled from those moving lips were whispers of an evil god, capable of instantly tearing apart one's reason and crushing one's sanity. This man, who appeared like a refined English gentleman, was none other than the Pope of the Church of the Old Days. The whisper of the apocalypse. Wild, Gannard, and Azadov stood before Wild with their weapons drawn. For every step the opponent took forward, they retreated one step back. Even so, the heavy pressure and the whispers that constantly eroded their minds caused the sweat on their foreheads to multiply. Finally, Gannard let out a crazed roar. His battle blade emitted a hum that tore through the air, and he struck down toward the approaching Wild without a shred of hesitation. Facing Gannard's frenzied assault, Wild did not even lift his eyelids. He maintained his posture of walking with his head bowed. But when Gannard came within a meter of him, he was instantly repelled by an invisible, thick barrier. Gannard's body flew backward, knocking down more than a dozen humans and followers of the old days before he could barely come to a stop. Azadov's eyelid twitched. He tightened his grip on his heavy sword and, as Wild took another step, roared and slashed out with his blade. A sword or nearly 10 meters long shot out, crashing into the space before Wild. A circle of white shockwaves exploded, and the sword or Azadov had unleashed shattered instantly, turning everything within a 10-meter radius into a sieve. Seeing that his full-powered strike had achieved nothing, a shadow of gloom flashed across Azadov's eyes. He knew the gap between himself and the Pope of the old days was vast, but he had not expected it to be this immense. Even though Wild made no move, his attacks could not inflict even the slightest injury on the man, nor could they delay his footsteps by even a fraction. Just then, a large, thick hand landed on Azadov's shoulder. He turned his head to see a life priest clad in pristine white knightly plate armor standing behind him, wisps of life-giving light slowly flowing from his exposed eye sockets. The moment he saw this priest, Azadov realized that the life priest before him had already begun to burn his own soul, because only by doing so was there any possibility of blocking the Pope of the old days for even a moment. "May the light of life shine upon you forever." As the life priest spoke, he walked past Azadov. The doctrine of life hovered automatically above his head, and the flail in his hand emitted a faint sound of clinking chains as he walked. With every collision of the chains, a circle of holy light exploded outward. Such a level of life energy caused Wild, who had been walking with his head bowed, to look up for the first time, enter the pale light. His monocle reflected a piercing glare. He extended his long, bony fingers to adjust his glasses, a glimmer of excitement appearing in his right eye. He looked at the life priest walking toward him and spoke in a low, moaning voice, "What pure faith! But what a pity! It is about to vanish. Heretic! Accept the judgment of the God of life." The holy light surrounding the life priest flared intensely, accompanied by his fanatical roar. The flail in his hand erupted with waves of energy. The next moment, he swung the flail. The spiked hammerhead tore through the air, accompanied by a shriek capable of piercing eardrums, and smashed down toward Wild's head. The hammerhead struck the invisible barrier in front of Wild. With a boom, the barrier shattered instantly, and the hammerhead continued its descent toward Wild. Clang! A harsh, metallic impact rang out. Wild blocked with one hand, and between his 5 fingers were pale blades, each a foot long. From a distance, it looked as if he had grasped the light itself and transformed it into a weapon. Wild exerted force with his fingers, and the 3 pale blades scraped against the spikes on the surface of the hammerhead, sending a spray of sparks flying as he nonchalantly deflected the priest's attack. With his attack deflected, the priest remained unfazed. He spun the flail in midair and brought it crashing down toward Wild's skull once more. God says, "No filth shall exist within my presence." Wild's lips moved, uttering a whisper. As the words fell, the priest's attack was already upon him. A second before the flail could strike, it was suddenly pulled taut, and then it flew backward along with the priest's recoiling body. The priest tumbled several times before dropping to one knee to steady himself. He stood up again and looked at the Pope of the old days not far away. In that instant, the opponent had used a holy word, setting a rule on himself, and as someone who had violated that rule, he had been punished by it. How ironic. The holy light representing life was actually viewed as filth, while the evil entity who had usurped the authority of the scorching sun stood instead beneath the light. The priest said nothing, but the light of life upon his body burned ever more fiercely. The holy radiance even took on a metallic texture, as if it were a mass of leaping, burning metal flames. Heretic! The priest roared at the heavens, and the doctrine of life above his head bloomed with terrifying brilliance. Chapter 536. Sacrifice is never necessary. Pure and firm faith, when burned without reservation, releases such immense energy that even the Pope of the old days, Wild, had to take notice. Very pure faith. Wild shoved his hands into his pockets, staring straight at the priest charging toward him. The next instant, his expression became exceptionally hideous and terrifying, and he roared in a near manic frenzy. "Why is it that such pure faith is unwilling to be offered to my lord?" Swish! A pale ray of light was flicked out by him. Its terrifying speed made eyes almost useless. The moment it was flicked out by Wild, it pierced through the priest's chest. Pale energy continuously eroded the priest's flesh, while holy life energy struggled to repair his body. The two forces used the priest's body as a battlefield, tearing and devouring each other frantically. As for the priest, beneath his helmet were eyes filled with resolve. Blazing life energy erupted from his gaze as he swung the flail in his hand, smashing it down toward where Vild stood. Vild held 3 pale blades in one hand, blocking the priest's flail with ease. He tilted his head to look at the priest, and a pale blade manifested before him, its sharp tip aimed directly at the priest's glabella. A cold, cruel light flickered in Vild's right eye. With a flick of his finger, the pale blade vanished from before him. It transformed into a ray of sunlight, shooting toward the priest's forehead. "Your soul. I shall accept it on behalf of my lord." Vild narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he could already smell the fragrance wafting out as that pure soul disintegrated. Clang! Just as Vild thought this strike would pierce through the priest's skull, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out before the priest. Vild narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the human who had suddenly appeared in front of the priest. In that split second, it was this person who had used the greatsword in his hand to deflect his otherwise fatal attack. From this suddenly appearing human, Vild felt a faint sense of oppression, as well as a hunger originating from the soul itself. It was a feeling as if the other party were a massive tonic, as long as he devoured him. he would receive infinite benefits in return. Vild stood up straight, tossed the incoming flail aside, and tucked his hands back into his pockets. Walking slowly toward Gao Yang, Gao Yang turned and patted the priest on the shoulder, a hint of regret in his eyes. "Leave this to me. I lacked the ability in the past, but things are different now. Sacrifice is never necessary. Living on is always more worthwhile than death." The moment the priest saw Gao Yang, he instantly understood his identity. He lowered his raised flail, and the blazing light in his eyes slowly faded. He looked at Gao Yang and said in a deep, hoarse voice, "Then I leave it to you." After speaking, he did not even glance at Vild opposite them, turning and walking away. Nearby, Azadov and Gannard hurried over, joining the priest and quickly moving away together. At the same time, a row of loud, long-horn blasts sounded from the fortress in the distance. It was the prearranged signal for retreat. Upon hearing the horns, the human soldiers on the battlefield all broke away from their opponents as quickly as possible, retreating in groups toward the fortress. Vild did not care at all about the human soldiers running past him. His attention was entirely locked onto Gao Yang. At this moment, he no longer cared about the direction of the war. As long as he could slay and devour the Gao Yang before him, no one in the Sanglong world would be able to stop him, and the light of the old days would shine across the entire Sanglong world in a short time. That feeling was so intense that Vild's eyes began to bloodshot, with red veins crawling over his eyeballs. Gao Yang looked at Vild opposite him, and from the very first glance, he was certain that this battle was winnable. The opponent's strength was not exaggerated to an absurd degree. Even if he possessed legendary strength, it was not a legendary rank achieved entirely through his own cultivation. A black eyeball emerged from Gao Yang's side. The moment it appeared, a black ray struck Vild directly. Subsequently, lines of information appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Doomsday Whisper, Vild life level, energy type, Old God Pantheon, cursed words. Although Vild's life level was on par with the legendary devil Mephitos whom Gao Yang had fought before, the pressure Vild exerted on Gao Yang was far less than that of Mephitos. Gao Yang even developed an illusion that he could easily slay this pope of the old days before him. Yang Yao was slowly raised by Gao Yang, and wisps of battle aura began to burn on the blade, without any nonsense or need for pre-battle dialogue. Gao Yang's body suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Vild, and Yang Yao, carrying the force of the wind, slashed down at Vild's head. Vild curled his lips, revealing a crazed smile. The next moment, he did not dodge or evade. Holding a total of 6 pale blades in his hands like 2 sharp claws, he thrust them toward both sides of Gao Yang's ribs at the same time as Yang Yao slashed down. The moment they clashed, he did not hesitate to use a life-risking tactic. Facing Vild's attack, Gao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest, and the speed at which he swung Yang Yao even increased by a fraction. Poochie. The sound of blades entering flesh was so clear, Yang Yao felt no resistance, slicing Vild open completely. At the same time, the pale blades in the opponent's hands stabbed into his ribs, but they were blocked directly by the nethervine armor. Having landed one strike, Yang Yao suddenly turned into a blur, completely enveloping Vild's body. Thousands of sword lights flashed frantically in the narrow space, slicing Vild's body into thousands of pieces in an instant. Gao Yang pushed his left hand forward, and thunder fire energy erupted from his palm, turning into a pillar of energy as thick as a water barrel that completely engulfed the fragments of Vild's body. Terrifying heat and destructive thunder exploded, instantly evaporating and melting the flesh and blood wrapped within. Gao Yang clenched his fist. The thunder and fire vanished, and he looked calmly at the empty space before him. The next moment, the empty space he was staring at suddenly twisted, and an old days believer appeared there. Subsequently, the body of this believer seemed to melt, beginning to change. In less than a second, Vild stood before Gao Yang once again. He still maintained his posture of hands in his pockets, looking at Gao Yang with approval, and said, "Truly formidable swordsmanship, but this is what makes it interesting." Before his words had even faded, a cone-shaped sword aura instantly pierced through his skull, and the sword aura that followed immediately after shredded his body to pieces. "It is useless. If I could be killed so easily, how would it ever be your turn?" Another follower of the old days transformed into the image of Wilder. looking at Gao Yang with a mocking expression. Chapter 537. The Descent of the Old Days. Facing Wilder's mockery, Gao Yang's response remained a blazing sword aura. The pale blades were completely ineffective against the attacks of Yong Yao, as if they were truly composed of light, shattering at the slightest touch. The blazing sword aura shredded the pale blades and, with its momentum undiminished, slew Wilder once again. I must admit, you are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. Wilder's voice rang out in Gao Yang's ears once more, but this time, 3 identical Wilders stood around Gao Yang. The 3 Wilders held different postures, yet each of them clutched a pale blade in their hands, and the monocles over their left eyes flickered with a piercing brilliance. Let yourself become the nourishment for the complete ascension of the old days. The 3 Wilders spoke in unison, their voices layered and echoing, though there were only 3 of them. It sounded as if thousands were speaking at once. As soon as Wilder finished speaking, all 3 rushed toward Gao Yang, manifesting pale blades and firing them at him in a barrage. Calamity, Gale Slash. Gao Yang held Yong Yao, and in the next instant, the blade vanished from sight. In its place, chaotic and elegant arc-shaped sword auras surged forth like a tidal wave, as if a lotus of sword energy had quietly bloomed in the center of the battlefield. Shush! Under the Gale Slash, the 3 Wilders offered almost no resistance before being sliced into several segments. And the moment these 3 were slain, the old day followers within 100-meter radius all froze, and then, one after another, Wilders dressed in white suits replaced these followers. This was Wilder's ability, a power born from the combination of incantations and the strength of the old day pantheon, allowing for the instantaneous assimilation of lower-level beings, as long as one was within the range of Wilder's ability and was a subordinate unit of his divine power. There was almost no possibility of resisting his influence. Furthermore, there was a lower limit to how much this ability could diminish Wilder's strength. If Wilder's true form possessed 100% of his power, then when 2 Wilders appeared, each would see their strength drop by 5%. As the number increased, the magnitude of this decrease would also grow. However, the maximum reduction was locked by Wilder at 70%, meaning no matter how many Wilders there were, each one's strength would never fall below 70% of his original form. This was a terrifying concept, as it meant that Wilder himself was essentially dozens or hundreds of weakened legends. Even a weakened legend is still a legend, something that those in the transcendent stage could never hope to contend with. However, there must have been some limitations, otherwise the Sanglong world would never have lasted until Gao Yang's return. And now, hundreds of Wilders surrounded Gao Yang, each of their faces wearing a look of madness. Supreme blazing sun. Layered whispers emanated from the mouths of all the Wilders, the sound waves acting like heavy hammers, constantly pounding against the protective spell outside Gao Yang's soul. Even though they were blocked by the protective spell, the voices still carried a powerful will. If someone with a slightly weaker will had heard Wilder's whispers, they would inevitably have been corrupted by the opponent in the first instant, becoming a fanatical follower of the old days. Standing in the center of the encirclement, a flash of purple lightning flickered in Gao Yang's lowered eyes. Facing the Wilders rushing toward him, he flipped Yong Yao in his hand, gripping the hilt with an underhand hold as dense, pale purple wild lightning rapidly permeated the blade. Calamity, Thunder Prison. Gao Yang thrust his sword heavily into the ground. The moment the tip touched the earth, the judo wild lightning on the blade instantly exploded, forming a purgatory of thunder that enveloped a 100-meter radius. The Thunder Prison encompassed all the Wilders, and the judo wild lightning, radiating an aura of destruction, paralyzed every one of them in place. Gao Yang gripped his sword with an overhand hold and softly uttered 2 words, annihilation. As the words fell, he swung his sword forward with a casual motion. As he swung Yong Yao, the Thunder Prison surrounding him seemed to be completely detonated, and a series of roars erupted within the prison. Every time a thunderclap exploded, it shattered one of Wilder's clones. By the time the thunderous sound ceased, there were no living beings left within the range of the Thunder Prison except for Gao Yang. Gao Yang held his longsword and scanned his surroundings, waiting for Wilder to appear once more. By this point in the battle, Gao Yang had no more concerns. Although Wilder was a legend, aside from his bizarre abilities, his offensive power was not strong, or rather, As a servant of an evil god, all his abilities existed to serve that deity. Precisely because the evil god needed to destroy the entire world, Wilder possessed the ability to corrupt life, and through this, he had crazily expanded the influence of the old-day cult. But when facing a top-tier transcendent like Gao Yang, the flaws in Wilder's ability system were laid bare. Even though Gao Yang had not yet ascended to legend, his attacks were still more than Wilder could withstand. This was why a casual strike from Gao Yang could slaughter a large number of Wilder's clones. But one must never think that Wilder was truly weak. In fact, if any other transcendent were standing in Gao Yang's position, they would only find Wilder incredibly troublesome. They might even succumb to the desperate thought that their life was about to end here. Gao Yang, however, was a transcendent who had fought a legendary devil with two prefixes one-on-one, and with the support of unique talents and other factors, his combat power was truly exaggerated. He waited for about 3 minutes before a single Wilder appeared within Gao Yang's field of vision. In the next instant, thousands of old-day followers in the surrounding area were simultaneously converted into Wilder's clones, and thousands of Wilders lunged toward Gao Yang to kill him. Facing an attack of this magnitude, Gao Yang let out a low shout. The 9-capital wild thunder instantly permeated his entire body, then rapidly converged toward the Yang Yao held in his hand. Catastrophe, thunderclap. After charging for a mere second, the greatsword in Gao Yang's hand swept out, carving an arc around him. A streak of lightning, condensed to the absolute limit, erupted along with the sweep of the greatsword. Like an unstoppable blade, it slashed through everything within his line of sight, having shattered thousands of Wild's clones in a single strike. Gao Yang's gaze suddenly sharpened. He whipped his head around to look at a surviving old days believer standing in the distance, and a brilliant sword shadow rapidly condensed in the depths of his eyes. "I've got you, catastrophe, intense sword." Gao Yang let out a cold snort. The golden sword shadow shot out from his eyes, reaching the old days believer in the blink of an eye. The golden sword shadow pierced directly into the old days believer's forehead. In that instant, the believer rapidly transformed into Wild. He looked at Gao Yang, a trace of confusion in his eyes. He did not know how Gao Yang had managed to locate his true body, but the golden sword shadow embedded in his forehead left him no time to seek an answer. The confusion in his eyes faded, replaced by a fanaticism that reached the point of madness. He tilted his head to look at the scorching sun in the firmament, spreading his arms in an embrace. "Praise the sun, praise my Lord. Great as you are, please respond to the prayers of your most loyal believer." Wild's voice grew increasingly high-pitched, carrying a strange, eerie power. This power formed an extremely sturdy barrier. Gao Yang attempted to slash at it once, but then abandoned the thought of breaking it. Amidst the increasingly fervent prayers, Gao Yang noticed that the sun above their heads was falling toward the earth. Or rather, the Lord in Wild's mouth was descending. Chapter 538, The Pale Lord. The sun plummeted rapidly, its terrifying high temperature scorching everything on the battlefield. As the sun descended, the surviving old days believers in the distance seemed to sense something. They dropped their weapons one after another, their eyes filled with fanaticism as they knelt on both knees, their foreheads pressed tightly against the ground. It was as if they were facing a divine descent, where even a single glance would be a blasphemy against their faith. Even as their bodies showed signs of melting from the intense heat, they did not move in the slightest, remaining prostrate on the earth, offering their very existence to their faith. The falling sun, carrying endless light and heat, suddenly submerged into Wild's body from the top of his head. The fanaticism in Wild's eyes paused abruptly, followed in the next moment by boundless terror and regret. Golden white light erupted from where Wild stood in all directions. The space around him was scorched until it distorted by the searing radiance, and the ground beneath his feet began to melt rapidly, turning into crimson magma that resembled mud. The moment the golden white light erupted, Gao Yang had already leaped backward. He squinted slightly, watching Wild's position. Even though it was completely engulfed by the golden white light, the sun had descended for only a few seconds. Yet the ground within a 100-meter radius of Wild had already turned entirely into crimson magma. At the very center of this crimson magma, a large, bony hand suddenly pierced through the blindingly bright light. The moment this hand appeared, a searing heat that reached the soul exploded, making the entire battlefield seem much brighter. Furthermore, A large number of scarlet system notifications appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. System notification. Warning. Due to your related actions, you have been observed by the Pale Lord. System notification. Warning. The Pale Lord believer descent state has descended. System scene notification. Extreme environment alert. Due to the influence of the Pale Lord's abilities, the surrounding environment has changed. All living beings in this area will be regarded as enemies by him and must endure a continuous confusion check with a 10 penalty to rationality. Related spell effects requiring rationality checks are considered to have gained initial adverse check conditions. System notification. The Pale Lord's domain power has caused your comprehensive attributes to temporarily decrease by 30%. Your movement has become more sluggish. Your reaction speed has decreased slightly, and you must undergo a willpower check every second. Failure to pass the check will result in you becoming a believer of the Pale Lord. System notification. The Blasphemer title is in effect. Your resistance to related divine arts is come 1. System notification. Foreign divine power rules detected. Yang Yao Quasi Artifact Divine Effect. Majesty is in effect. You have exempted yourself from the Pale Lord's domain power and gained a 10% bonus to special attack damage. As the golden white light was pierced through, the Pale Lord, who had occupied Wild's body, appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. Wild's originally tall frame had become even taller. His white suit had been replaced by a suit of golden battle armor, and a cloak that seemed woven from flames fluttered behind him in the wind. His face, however, seemed shrouded in sunlight, no matter how hard one stared. It was impossible to see his true appearance. From this moment on, the old days Pope, Doomsday Whisperer Wild, had vanished from the world. Standing before Gao Yang now was the evil god behind the old days religion who had stolen the authority of the sun, the Pale Lord. The entity had used the body of its believer, Wild, to project its own will, and the moment it descended, it unleashed the mighty power belonging to a god. If not for the fact that Gao Yang held a quasi-artifact, he would have lost the capital to engage in a war of attrition against the Pale Lord's domain power. Gao Yang gripped Yang Yao, a brilliant black gold luster erupting in his eyes. Under the radiance of his brilliant will, his gaze seemed to pierce through the layer of sunlight on the entity's face. Vaguely, Gao Yang saw a pair of pitch-black eyes filled with malice and devoid of any life. Looking into the entity's eyes, the luster in Gao Yang's own eyes grew even more intense. An evil god in a believer descent state, and the Pale Lord who had once stolen the authority of the sun at that. All of this made Gao Yang incredibly excited. He had originally thought that this trip to the Sanglong world would be nothing more than a simple cleanup operation, but he never expected that when he slew the old Pope Vild, this Pale Lord would choose to descend personally. He had never forgotten the promise he made to Santos when he obtained his unique talent, Immortal Will, to completely eradicate the evil god who had usurped the authority of the blazing sun. Although the Pale Lord before him had descended into the body of a legendary believer, Gao Yang did not believe this battle was unwinnable. Suddenly, the Pale Lord looked at Gao Yang without making a move. A voice tinged with slight confusion echoed in Gao Yang's mind, God Slayer, in you. I sensed the aura of the one who once dared to toy with me. A scorching breath was exhaled by Gao Yang. His body instantly expanded and grew. Fine dragon scales covered his entire frame, and searing battle aura enveloped his immensely powerful physique. In an instant, Gao Yang completed his dragon transformation. A brilliant radiance of will bloomed, and the pure golden light manifested Gao Yang's nearly boiling fighting spirit. The Pale Lord looked at Gao Yang, a glimmer of cruel interest appearing in his pitch-black eyes. Nugget. The Pale Lord stretched out a large hand and grabbed fiercely in front of him. Following his movement, infinite light converged, rapidly forming the shape of a greatsword in his hand. The moment this pale greatsword appeared, the surrounding space emitted a loud boom. It was pure, intense heat, scorching the surrounding space until it boiled and distorted. The golden armor on the Pale Lord's tall body began to radiate brilliance, and a bright red cloak woven from flames snapped behind him. He seemed like the incarnation of the sun. A true god descended upon the mortal world to save all living beings. In contrast, Gao Yang stood 10 meters tall with a terrifying, dragon-scaled physique, curved, jagged dragon horns like blades, wings that blotted out the sky, and a dense, scarlet aura that felt as if it were dripping blood. If an uninformed person were to see this, they would likely believe that Gao Yang was the evil entity causing the world's destruction, while the golden armored warrior standing opposite him was the heroic and fearless champion, Maggot. I have already personally chopped off the head of one just like you. Gao Yang curled his lips into a grin, and the next moment, his body vanished from the spot with a boom, with a thunderous crash. The earth shook. When Gao Yang reappeared, he was only about 10 meters away from the Pale Lord. Yang Yao was covered in thunder and fire. Gao Yang gripped the blade and brought it down in a powerful strike toward the Pale Lord. Chapter 539 Sensory Deprivation. The descending greatsword Yang Yao collided violently with the upward swinging Pale Greatsword. At the moment of impact, the Pale Lord's body shuddered uncontrollably, and the ground within 100-meter radius suddenly sank by half a meter. The Pale Lord looked at Gao Yang, not having anticipated that this mortal maggot, who had not even reached the legendary realm, could possess such heavy power in his attacks, even for a deity like him. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used his domain to disperse the force of the strike into the earth, he would have been driven deep into the ground by now. In fact, if the Pale Lord had known that what Gao Yang held was a quasi-divine artifact, he would never have been so arrogant as to stand his ground and take Gao Yang's strike head-on. One strike was exchanged, and the difference in strength was immediately apparent. Yang, having gained the upper hand, did not pause for a second. His scorching battle aura surged, and his arm holding Yang Yao turned into a blur, raining down for consecutive strikes upon the Pale Lord. Before the greatsword even landed, the bright red cloak behind the Pale Lord was already pulled straight by the wind pressure. As a deity, he was able to keep up with Gao Yang's speed, but in his current state merely a believer's descent, the true power he could exert was extremely limited. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive loud bangs rang out, each one heavier than the last. The earth within 1,000-meter radius of the two instantly sank several meters. The originally soft soil was compacted as if by a pile driver, turning entirely into hardened earth plates. When the final explosion erupted, the earth plates within the 1,000-meter radius shattered, and dense chunks of soil shot out in all directions like sharp blades. Gao Yang looked at the Pale Lord, who was half submerged in magma, his fighting spirit boiling even more intensely, under the augmentation of his various unique talents, equipment, and titles. The opponent's power as a deity had been largely neutralized. Aside from the laws the opponent mastered, Gao Yang no longer feared him. After the 4 strikes, Gao Yang's attack power had been pushed to its limit. Looking down at the Pale Lord before him, Gao Yang held nothing back. He channeled all his strength and battle aura into his right leg and kicked out fiercely. War Stomp! The violent power exploded the moment it made contact with the Pale Lord. The Pale Lord could no longer maintain his current stance and was sent flying backward like a blur. What surprised him even more was that Gao Yang's strike had caused his body to fall into a state of temporary paralysis. Sword light step. Gao Yang took a step, instantly catching up to the retreating Pale Lord. He flipped the greatsword Yang Yao, and dense, wild judo lightning crawled across the blade. Gao Yang swung it down toward the Pale Lord's neck, watching the sword descend. The Pale Lord actually felt a sharp pain in his neck. It was the feeling that if this strike landed, even he, a deity, would undoubtedly perish. The Pale Lord suddenly opened his mouth and roared a syllable. Gao Yang had never heard this syllable. It did not belong to any language he knew. But the moment it appeared, everything around them seemed to change. In just an instant, Gao Yang's vision plunged into absolute darkness. It was not just his sight, even his perception was plunged into a void of darkness. Though his vision and perception were blocked, Gao Yang remained calm and unhurried, his descending Yang Yao even accelerating by another 3 points. A single sword strike landed on the ground, its terrifying power instantly piercing through the surface. A sword scar stretching over 10 kilometers appeared on the earth in an instant, a testament to just how astonishing the destructive power of Gao Yang's strike truly was. Before Gao Yang could even react, a scorching, charred scent drilled into his nasal cavity. The next moment, a whistling wind sounded in his ears. What followed was the intense pain of his back slamming heavily against the ground. Gao Yang pressed one hand against the earth, his wings flapping violently as he soared into the air. Then, he tapped his chest with his left hand, and a trace of the 9 capitals Wild Thunder merged into his body. The destructive power of the lightning surged into his frame, intensely stimulating Gao Yang's nerves and causing his reaction speed to soar by more than double. Not only that, while stimulating his body with lightning, Gao Yang also activated a sacrificial ability he had not used for a long time: sacrifice, time acceleration. As his battle energy plummeted significantly, Gao Yang could feel his own time flowing at an accelerated rate. Before he could make another move, intense, sharp pain flooded his perception. His body was sent flying backward with a boom, and scalding blood sprayed from his chest. In that instant, his extensive combat experience made Gao Yang realize that he had lost more than just his vision and perception. Even his other senses had been blocked. This explained why he could only feel the pain after the attacks had already landed and taken effect. Is this the rule you have mastered? Gao Yang grabbed his chest with his left hand, the scattered blood mixing with his battle energy to form a mass. And in the next moment, he crushed the blood orb in his hand. Under the force of the violent power, the blood orb in his hand exploded instantly, and a blood-red shockwave spread out in an instant. The next moment, the blood within this blood-red shockwave suddenly froze in place. Large patches of bright red blood droplets were distributed all around Gao Yang, creating a spectacular scene. But looking closely, one could see that it was thin, hair-like threads of battle energy holding all the blood droplets in place, with the other ends gathered in the palm of Gao Yang's hand. This level of battle energy control would have been impossible to achieve if Gao Yang had not mastered the blazing sun furnace. At this moment, relying on his own blood and battle energy, he had successfully replaced his vision and perception. Suddenly, a slight tremor was captured by Gao Yang. Gao Yang's body tilted slightly, and a scorching sensation brushed past his soul. Yet the expected intense pain did not occur. Gao Yang kept his eyes tightly shut, his lips curling into a grin. In the moment the Pale Lord had struck just now, he had also captured the opponent's position. He slashed out with his sword, and a cone-shaped sword or flashed from the tip of the blade and vanished. Although he could not see, Gao Yang was incredibly confident that this strike had definitely hit his opponent. Within his perception circle composed of battle energy and blood, the Pale Lord was currently appearing at his lower left. Gao Yang flapped his wings violently, his massive body lunging toward the direction of the Pale Lord. Watching Gao Yang lunge toward him with pinpoint accuracy, the Pale Lord let out a cold snort, and the light on the pale greatsword in his hand suddenly intensified. The originally pale white greatsword rapidly turned scorching red, as if it were placed within a blazing sun, quickly shifting into a golden white color. The pure, high temperature scorched through the space around him. Yet, Gao Yang seemed completely unaware of all this and continued to lunge toward the Pale Lord. The distance between the two closed rapidly. The moment he reached the attack range, the Pale Lord suddenly swung the golden white greatsword in his hand. Feeling this strike, Gao Yang also swung his sword out in response. Fatal heavy strike. As this sword was slashed out, the already terrifying cutting power rose by several more tiers. Clang! The two great swords collided with a boom. The surrounding space rippled like water, and the ground beneath the Pale Lord's feet cracked extensively. Gao Yang's body was sent flying backward. He pointed one hand at the Pale Lord, and a bolt of 9 capitals wild thunder as thick as a thigh shot out instantly. Puchi! The 9 capitals wild thunder struck the Pale Lord's chest, and dense purple electric arcs danced across his entire body, interrupting the attack he had been brewing. Chapter 540, Natural Disaster. Fall of the Heavenly Abyss. After passing the initial stage of having his senses stripped away, Gao Yang had adapted quickly. After deploying his battle energy and blood chi perception circle, the Pale Lord's attacks were not impossible for Gao Yang to dodge. By comparison, the scorching heat attached to the Pale Lord's attacks, which could burn the soul, posed a greater threat. That last strike had caused the dragon scales on the surface of Gao Yang's body to show signs of carbonization. If he endured a few more hits, his defenses would be completely destroyed by that terrifying heat. The Pale Lord's method of stripping away senses should be an ability inherent to him, while that scorching heat was likely the authority he had stolen from the blazing sun. The fact that even a portion of the blazing sun's authority could elevate his lethality by several grades showed just how high the rank of the sun's authority was. At the very least, for an evil god of the Pale Lord's level, the improvement after stealing the sun's authority was immense. The air around the Pale Lord became increasingly distorted, and the manic, Scorching high temperature even evaporated the 9 capitals' wild thunder in a short time. The Pale Lord looked up at Gao Yang. Beneath the face covered in light, a trace of fluctuation appeared in those emotionless eyes. Even he, at this moment, could feel the strength of the mortal before him. He even developed a feeling that he was almost unable to do anything to his opponent. The moment this feeling appeared, the Pale Lord directly burned and evaporated it. Mortals are always mortals, and gods are always gods. A flash of arrogance crossed the Pale Lord's eyes. The next moment, he raised the golden white greatsword in his hand high, and endless power of faith rushed straight into the sky. A golden white greatsword standing between heaven and earth quickly took shape, while the surrounding old-day believers, having been drained of everything, collapsed to the ground like dominoes. He had already witnessed the power of the mortal. Now it was time to end this amusement. The moment the golden white greatsword took shape, the Pale Lord slashed it down toward Gao Yang. Although Gao Yang could not see, the heart-stopping pressure made him understand that the Pale Lord opposite him was finally getting serious. Without the slightest hesitation, Gao Yang directly utilized the light step from his sword. Light steps. Light step. Merge the body with the 5 elements and travel as light. After one standard action, move to any location within a 100-mile radius. Cost 5. 0 battle cheaper use. Cooldown: 12 hours. Accompanied by the consumption of his battle chi, Gao Yang's body suddenly merged into the light, appearing 100 miles away in an instant. The moment he fell out of his light-transformed state, his previously lost perception was completely restored, and in the next instant, he saw a golden white greatsword that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and earth, sweeping horizontally toward his direction, even though they were 100 miles apart. The Lord of Pale had already locked onto Gao Yang. As a deity, this level of movement was completely ineffective. Gao Yang let out a furious roar, and Yang Yao in his hand slashed out without hesitation. The moment Yang Yao was swung, the blade, originally about 10 meters long, began to rapidly expand and stretch. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 500 meters. Compared to the Lord of Pale's attack, the oppressive force generated by the tangible silver-white greatsword was even heavier. The edge of Yang Yao tore through the air, bringing with it a series of piercing sonic booms as it collided head-on with the sweeping golden white greatsword. Clang! A blinding white light exploded in an instant, accompanied by a violent roar. The berserk power and the high temperature that seemed capable of melting all things transformed into a shockwave, spreading rapidly. Gao Yang stood his ground, the hills beneath his feet being shaved away layer by layer by the terrifying shockwave. By the time the impact dissipated, Gao Yang was already standing in the middle of a basin. The surrounding hills had all been destroyed by the clash between the two. A pillar of light crashed down from above, and Gao Yang leaped backward, dodging the strike. The body of the Lord of Pale rushed out from the pillar of light, taking the initiative to wield its sword and slash toward Gao Yang. The moment Gao Yang landed, he did not show weakness. Instead, charging toward the Lord of Pale, his blood was boiling, his will was roaring, and berserk power surged within his body. Gao Yang stared directly at the incoming strike and roared as he swung his sword. As this sword was swung, a brilliant golden light instantly flowed over Gao Yang's entire body, covering the blade of Yang Yao. That brilliant will even caused golden radiance, a foot long, to erupt from Gao Yang's eyes. Clang! The strike of the sword edge tore through everything, and the crisp sound of metal clashing exploded within the basin. The moment the great swords collided, the Lord of Pale realized something was wrong. The power contained within Gao Yang's sword actually exceeded its limit of endurance. This deity, under the opponent's brilliant will, could not block this descending strike. Under this sword, all it could do was retreat, and retreat again. Realizing the problem, the Lord of Pale took the initiative to shatter the golden white greatsword in its hand, its body merging into the light, attempting to evade Gao Yang's strike. But in this instant, Yang Yao grew larger and longer once more, encompassing the Lord of Pale within its attack range again. The Lord of Pale stared at Gao Yang, uttering a syllable of unknown meaning. Following the utterance of that syllable, Gao Yang was shocked to discover that his sword had passed directly through the body of the Lord of Pale, and a piercing, agonizing pain suddenly appeared in his perception. The dragon scales on Gao Yang's chest shattered instantly, and a flesh wound that nearly cleaved him into appeared on his chest. The area around the wound was covered in lacerations. This terrifying strike had nearly emptied Gao Yang's health points. Blood cascaded from Gao Yang's chest like a waterfall, and the situation on the battlefield changed in an instant. But in the next moment, massive pale purple lightning mixed with crimson gold battle chi exploded instantly. Rolling thunder and fire filled the heavens and earth, colliding with one another, and a destructive aura that made one's scalp tingle spread out instantly. The heavy pressure caused the surrounding space to turn tangible, emitting creaking sounds of being unable to bear the burden. The body of the Lord of Pale was frozen in midair, looking at Gao Yang below in surprise. Around it, rolling thunder and fire surged, and the destructive aura transformed into invisible chains, firmly pinning it in place. Gao Yang gripped his sword with both hands, the rolling thunder and fire colliding on the blade of Yong Yao, and a flash of extreme golden light erupted in his eyes. He looked up at the Lord of Pale in midair, and at the pale sun hanging high in the firmament far behind it. The next moment, he swung his sword without hesitation. Catastrophe, heavenly abyss, meteor fall. The thunder and fire purgatory rolling across the sky instantly converged onto the blade of Yong Yao and was slashed out along with Gao Yang's strike. The sword energy, bathed in thunder and fire, slashed through the body of the Lord of Pale in an instant, continuing toward the pale sun in the sky without losing any momentum. Wherever the sword energy passed, space cracks as hideous as centipedes covered the entire sky, and the whole sky began to shake continuously under this strike. It felt as if the sky itself were about to be shattered by this sword. The avatar of the Lord of Pale's believer silently turned into dust. The pale sun in the sky erupted with blinding, scorching light. The intense sunlight even began to melt the surrounding space. But it still could not block this thunder fire sword energy. A phantom, soft sound rang out. At this very moment, the surviving life forms of the Sanglong world all raised their heads to look at the sky. Then, they saw that the sun hanging high in the firmament had been silently sliced into two halves. Gannard and Azadov supported each other. He tilted his neck, staring blankly at the sky, and muttered to himself, "Sanglong has been cut open." Chapter 541, Redeeming the World in the Sanglong World. As the pale sun was sliced open by a single sword strike, the plane consciousness, which had already been on the verge of falling into madness, erupted completely. From Gao Yang's perspective, he could see invisible hands reaching out from the void around the sun. They gripped the edges of the pale sun tightly, and even though their arms were riddled with holes by the terrifying high temperature, they had no intention of letting go. As countless hands exerted force together, the sliced sun began to gradually separate. The once pale but dazzling light now gradually dimmed as the two halves of the sun moved further apart. Within the torn sun, Gao Yang saw a pale shadow gradually reveal itself. It seemed to be formed from an endless accumulation of tentacles, each one covered in countless eyeballs and gaping maws. A single glance was enough to feel a distortion and darkness so profound it was almost tangible. If any mortal were to witness this sight, their sanity would be twisted and their body deformed in the very next instant. The moment he saw it, a series of crimson system notifications flashed before Gao Yang's eyes. Warning: you are staring directly at the Pale Lord. You are about to undergo a willpower check. System notification: willpower check passed. You have resisted the mental distortion and corruption from the Pale Lord. Warning: due to your actions, you have been marked by the Pale Lord. System notification: you have been marked by the Pale Lord. Your reputation with the Cult of the Old Ones has been set to mortal enemy. Any member of the Cult of the Old Ones who encounters you will immediately launch a fight to the death attack. System notification: based on the player's actions, a new hostile faction has been added to your plane. The Cult of the Old Ones. Mortal Nugget. The pale shadow entrenched upon the firmament writhed its tentacles, sending layers of intangible, formless mental shockwaves rippling outward. From these mental shockwaves, Gao Yang could sense its fury, the rage of one who was about to enjoy stolen fruit, only to be forcibly driven out of the house by the owner and given a brutal beating. Upon discovering that the mental shockwaves could not shake Gao Yang in the slightest, the pale shadow extended a massive tentacle, concentrating the vast majority of its divine power into this single limb. In the next instant, the tentacle lashed out toward Gao Yang as if it intended to tear the heavens and earth asunder. Wherever the tentacle passed, space shattered layer by layer like a mirror. Facing the incoming strike, Gao Yang grinned. revealing sharp dragon fangs stained with blood. The next moment, he swung his sword without the slightest hesitation. Although his battle aura and stamina were nearly depleted, he still possessed a brilliant, indomitable will. As the sword was swung, golden sword energy surged into the sky. In a realm invisible to mortals, it collided with that tentacle. Space rippled like water. Gao Yang's body was sent hurtling toward the earth below, while the tentacle lost all its strength and hung down limply. It was evident that under the interference of the Sanglong Plane's consciousness, the Pale Lord's influence in this world was rapidly weakening. Having lost control over this realm, it could no longer make any further moves. As invisible hands tore the scorching sun to pieces, the pale shadow entrenched in the sky vanished without a trace. With the disappearance of the Pale Lord, a flood of notifications scrolled across Gao Yang's vision once more. System notification. You have killed the Pale Lord Believer manifestation state. System notification. You have obtained the Pale Shadow treasure chest. System notification. Your act of slaying a god as a mortal will be widely spread throughout Sanglong and the surrounding plains. System notification. You have gained 2 points of legendary reputation, which will slowly increase as your legendary deeds spread. System notification. You have successfully redeemed a plane eroded by an evil god's Sanglong Plane. Your reputation in the Sanglong Plane has been set to revered. Compassionate Redemption Virgin Quest. The character must redeem 5 or more planes worlds eroded by evil gods and slay 3 evil gods. Avatar Believer Manifestation, Saint Manifestation, a True Body. Current progress, Ultimate Battle. Complete 3 or more battles against legendary class professionals and emerge victorious. Current progress. System notification. You have received a gift from the plane's consciousness. System notification. You have obtained the title, Plane Guardian. Plane Guardian. Type, Epic Title Description. Pay high respects to all existences dedicated to guarding the planes. Effect. When the wearer is within a plane, luck come 5. And the initial relationship with the plane's consciousness is friendly. It actually gave an epic title. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that redeeming a world also provided a title reward. Well, this was perfect. He now possessed both the Plane Destroyer and Plane Guardian titles, which were diametrically opposed. He wondered what kind of expression the members of the Plane Guardian Association would have when they saw him. As the Pale Lord's projected power in the Sanglong Plane vanished, the originally pale sky gradually shifted back to its normal azure blue. On the ground, the surviving believers of the old ones were also undergoing changes. The fanaticism in their eyes slowly faded, and the parts of their bodies that had deformed seemed to reverse in time, returning to normal human form. However, some of the fanatics whose level of deformity was too high could not withstand the bone-shattering pain during this transformation and died from mental collapse. A gentle breeze blew over the stone fortress. Gannon and Azadov looked at each other, their hearts pounding violently. As transcendence, they had already sensed the changes occurring in this world. The change was so obvious that Gannon could not control the surging emotions in his chest, and his eyes quickly welled up with tears. Gao Yang lay on the ground, surrounded by overflowing life energy, making him feel as if he were soaking in a hot spring. The wounds on his body were healing rapidly. This was a gift from the Sanglong Plane's consciousness. Since Gao Yang had helped it so much, he was entitled to enjoy this much, while his body absorbed the surrounding life energy. Gao Yang had nothing to do, so he opened his legendary promotion quest. In the legendary promotion quest, the progress for compassionate redemption had increased by 1. What surprised Gao Yang was that the progress for ultimate battle had actually reached 2/3. It seemed that his previous battle against the old Pope Vild might not have been a waste of time after all. As for legendary reputation, adding the 2 points rewarded for slaying the evil god's avatar today, Gao Yang currently had a total of 8 points of legendary reputation. The extra points, I imagine, must have come from the spread of his previous deeds, which increased his legendary reputation. Beyond that, the other harvest was the treasure chest dropped by the Lord of Pale. Chapter 542. Constitution 21, World Tree Fruit. Looking at the treasure chest lying quietly in his inventory, Gao Yang still chose not to open it immediately. For a treasure chest dropped by such a deity, it is best to return to Earth and open it within his home plane. When it is time to be cautious, one must remain cautious. As time passed, The changes in the Sanglong world were also rapidly expanding and spreading. As for where Gao Yang was, the dense life energy was being rapidly absorbed by him. The injuries on his body were healing quickly, and the consumed energy was being replenished just as fast. But it was not just that. Gao Yang could feel a much heavier energy mixed within this life energy, being absorbed by his body along with it. Moreover, as he absorbed this energy, it began to converge within his body at an extremely rapid pace. Gao Yang estimated that this heavy energy was the true gift from the consciousness of the Sanglong world plane. After all, this was a gift from a plane. If it were merely some life energy, such a gift would be far too cheap. A quarter of an hour later, all the life energy had been absorbed by Gao Yang's body. It was at this moment that the heavy energy he had absorbed seemed to complete its final aggregation. In an instant, it felt as if boiling, scorching magma had erupted inside his body. A terrifying heat wave swept through every inch of Gao Yang's flesh and blood. Under that searing high temperature, his skin quickly turned bright red, as if he were a boiled shrimp. Even with Gao Yang having experienced countless pains, he could not help but let out a low growl in the face of this sudden, erupting agony. This intense pain was like a flood. It came quickly and went just as quickly. In less than a minute, after the pain had swept through his entire body, it was replaced by a warm sensation. It made Gao Yang feel as if he were basking in the sun on a winter afternoon, with the sunlight shining upon his body, filling him with warmth from the inside out. Gao Yang could feel that as this warm sensation was absorbed by his body, his physique began to grow stronger under the influence of this energy. When the last trace of warmth vanished, Gao Yang opened his eyes. He clenched his fists slightly, and explosive power surged beneath the surface of his skin. Multiverse Network notification. The gift from the Sanglong world plane consciousness has been fully digested. Your constitution has increased by 1 point. Multiverse Network notification. Your resistance to your Kung 1. So the gift from the plane consciousness is actually an extraordinary attribute. Gao Yang looked at the Multiverse Network notification before him and couldn't help but mutter to himself. As of now, his constitution had reached a full 21 points. In other words, his current stamina, recovery speed, and so on were 86 times that of an ordinary adult. And this was just the data on paper. If one were to include bonuses from skills, specialties, and the like, this figure would be even more exaggerated. Furthermore, the dragon blood potion was almost finished. In a little while, Gao Yang would be able to increase his constitution attribute by another point. In this way, his constitution attribute and strength attribute would be on par once again, with 22 points in constitution. By then, he would likely be able to withstand a missile strike head-on without any issues. Clearing his thoughts, Gao Yang stood up from the deep crater. Looking at the dirt and bloodstains on his body, he raised his hand and tapped his chest lightly. Gao Yang's body shuddered slightly, and a shockwave that was almost tangible spread out from his frame, instantly shaking off all the dirt and bloodstains from his body. Useful. Gao Yang clapped his hands, exerted a little force with his legs, and leaped out of the deep crater. Standing on the ground once again, Gao Yang looked up at the sky. He saw that in the azure firmament, a fiery red sun was hanging quietly there. That was the true sun of this plane. Once the authority of the scorching sun, which had been stolen by the Lord of Pale, was stripped away, it had regained the authority to shine upon the world. The warm sunlight fell upon Gao Yang's body, and he could feel the joy within it. It was not just the joy of the sun, but also the joy born in the hearts of the plane's consciousness and the surviving life forms. Just as Gao Yang was about to set off for the giant stone fortress, he saw a small sapling break through the soil next to him. After breaking through the soil, the sapling grew rapidly, as if someone had pressed fast forward. In just a few breaths, it had grown to a height of over 10 meters. During this process, sprouting, leafing, flowering, and fruiting, none of these steps were missed. By the time the sapling stopped growing, it had become a giant tree standing 25 meters tall. The next moment, vines reached down from the giant tree, and hanging from the tip of a vine was a round, bright red fruit. Gao Yang reached out and plucked it, and a Multiverse Network notification appeared before his eyes. Multiverse Network notification. You have obtained a World Tree Fruit. World Tree Fruit. Type, Wonder Origin, Sanglong Plane. Effect. can be planted in a plane that has recognized you, and the world tree will grow in this plane. As the world tree grows, the energy concentration of that plane will gradually increase. Looking at the red fruit in his hand, a flash of surprise crossed Gao Yang's eyes. This unremarkable fruit was actually a world tree fruit. Seeing its effect, Gao Yang couldn't help but associate it with the divine tree that reached from heaven to earth in myths and legends. Janmo, is it? Gao Yang murmured, then flipped his palm, and the world tree fruit vanished instantly. He looked up at the distant giant stone fortress, then spread his wings and flew toward it. On the walls of the giant stone fortress, Ganard and Azadov had already regained their composure. Under their command, the resistance forces within the fortress were slowly walking out, heading toward the vast land outside to rescue those who had returned to normal. Seeing Gao Yang flying over, the two exchanged a glance and both took the initiative to head in his direction. Gao Yang had just landed when Ganard knelt on one knee before him, his face filled with gratitude. Azadov was stunned for a moment, and the look he gave Ganard suddenly turned strange. "You old rascal, you are actually more decisive than me, Lord Gao Yang. Your kindness in saving the world will never be forgotten. From this day forward, Ganard is your most loyal follower." For a warrior at the peak of the transcendent level to say such things was enough to show the depth of his gratitude. However, for Gao Yang, Ganard's allegiance held no meaning. He had come to see them only because there was one thing he wanted to say. "No need. You should have your own lives. I only hope that you can restore this world and allow everyone to live in peace and contentment." A flash of disappointment crossed Ganard's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and responded solemnly, "Rest assured, Lord Gao Yang, we will certainly cherish this hard-won peace and tranquility. That is enough. Remember to say goodbye to Bella for me," Gao Yang said with a nod. Ganard looked up in astonishment and asked in disbelief, "Lord Gao Yang, are you leaving already?" "Of course. The problem has been solved. Why would I stay here and waste time?" Gao Yang retorted with a question, then directly used his consciousness to communicate with the system and chose to return. Chapter 543 He is the big picture. Watching the spatial vortex slowly close before his eyes, Ganard was dumbfounded. After a long while, he turned to look at Azadov beside him and asked, "Did Lord Gao Yang really just leave like that?" "It seems he has indeed left our world," Azadov replied. Nodding with a strange expression, Ganard stood up, unable to comprehend Gao Yang's behavior. According to his estimation, Gao Yang had completely driven the old god cult out of the Sanglong world and had himself become an entity recognized by the Sanglong world itself. Therefore, the Sanglong world was entirely his for the taking. If he had wanted to, the Sanglong Empire could have changed dynasties overnight. But what he did not expect was that, faced with such an overwhelming temptation, Gao Yang had left without the slightest bit of attachment. Ganard stared at the empty space in front of him and muttered to himself, "Could it be that he came to our world truly just to save us from the destruction that was about to befall us? That may seem incredible, but it might just be the truth," Azadov said, walking to his old friend's side and patting him on the shoulder. "Don't forget what Lord Gao Yang instructed before he left. Perhaps one day he will return to Sanglong. If we haven't done a good job by then, the Scott family will be a cautionary tale for us." After Azadov finished speaking, a chill ran down Ganard's spine. Although Gao Yang had saved the entire Sanglong world, his methods were not those of a righteous and noble savior. On the contrary, his actions could be described as tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and even possessed the air of an unquestionable despot. Take the incident at the Phelan Fortress. For example, everyone involved in those 5 fortresses was executed by his own hand. One must realize that the network of relationships behind those 150 people encompassed almost all the high-ranking officials of the Sanglong Empire. Ganard recalled the night after he met Gao Yang in the imperial palace of the Sanglong capital, when many high-ranking officials were making choices regarding that matter. Some had angrily denounced Gao Yang's actions, expressing a desire to question why he refused to consider the big picture. Ganard still remembered the reply from Ron, the president of the Magilliance. "You say he refuses to consider the big picture, but have you ever thought that he himself is the so-called big picture?" With just that one sentence, the many high-ranking officials were silenced for several minutes, and after the silence ended, All the high-ranking officials unanimously agreed to Gao Yang's demands, which led to the offenders being personally escorted by Gannon to the Phelan fortress. Among them, the Scott family, who had attempted to pass themselves off as innocent, paid the price of their entire clan for their foolish attempt to deceive Gao Yang. Gannon shivered imperceptibly, then said righteously, "Lord Gao Yang saved our world, and his will must be carried out in this newborn world." Azadoff waved his hand dismissively and said, "Lord Gao Yang has already left. Who are you putting on this show for? Go and do your work properly. I certainly don't want a day to come where Lord Gao Yang suddenly returns to Sanglong, only to have you be the first one he decides to execute along with your entire clan." Gannon's face darkened, and he retorted without hesitation, "Even if you were the one to have your head chopped off by Lord Gao Yang, I certainly wouldn't." Once the spatial shift ended, Gao Yang had returned to the familiar earth. Feeling the reassuring and familiar atmosphere, Gao Yang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Overall, this trip to the Sanglong Plain was very successful. Not only did he help a world on the verge of being completely corrupted by an evil god escape that fate, but he also pushed his legendary promotion quest forward by a significant margin. If nothing else, the completion progress of the Compassionate Redemption quest alone was no easy feat. In addition, the gains in attribute points were also quite substantial. 2 free attribute points and 1 transcendent attribute point brought a massive increase to Gao Yang's combat power. Another major gain was the World Tree fruit gifted by the consciousness of the Sanglong Plain at the end. Once this fruit was planted on Earth, it would continuously increase the concentration and level of spiritual energy on the planet. In short, it would help Earth fully achieve the recovery of spiritual energy, shifting from a technological civilization track to a transcendent civilization track for everyone on Earth. This was of utmost importance. It was even more significant for the heavenly Tao of Earth, because that was a true treasure capable of helping a plane ascend. Thinking of the Earth's heavenly Tao appearing before him later, eager and excited, the corners of Gao Yang's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. He stood up, leaped down from the balcony, and headed toward the martial arts arena. Before he had taken 2 steps, he saw the massive body of Olivier coiled up in the arena. Judging by its position, it should be in the middle of its own cultivation, utilizing the meditation blue jade that Gao Yang had embedded in the center of the martial arts arena. Beside it stood the nightmare beast, Thunder, standing perfectly still. It seemed that it also wanted to cultivate on the meditation blue jade, but since it was occupied by O'Drivel, it had no choice but to wait there. The moment Gao Yang appeared, both Thunder and O'Drivel turned their heads. Upon seeing that it was Gao Yang, O'Drivel immediately stood up, exposing the meditation blue jade that had been pressed beneath its body. There was not a hint of embarrassment on its 2 massive dragon heads. As for Thunder, it let out a snort, trotted over to Gao Yang with a rhythmic clatter of its forehoofs, and gently rubbed its large head against Gao Yang's arm. Gao Yang smiled slightly, patted Thunder's large head, and then continued walking toward the center of the martial arts arena. Seeing this, O'Drivel hurriedly shifted its massive body and backed away. Gao Yang walked to the edge of the meditation blue jade and looked up at O'Drivel. The latter lowered its 2 enormous heads, pressing them against the floor of the arena as it looked at Gao Yang. "When I am not here, you too can use the meditation blue jade as well, but do not let me see you hogging it all to yourself again." Gao Yang pointed at Thunder nearby and continued, "When you are not using it, make space and let Thunder use it. Understand?" Faced with Gao Yang's inquiry, O'Drivel nodded its 2 large heads repeatedly, signaling that it understood. Patting O'Drivel's scales, Gao Yang gestured for them to return to their own nests. Once the dragon and the beast had left, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the meditation blue jade and began to cultivate. An hour later, after finishing his cultivation and exhaling a breath of turbid air, Gao Yang flipped his palm and took the round Crimson World Tree fruit from his inventory. The moment the World Tree fruit appeared, just as Gao Yang had expected, the environment around him underwent a massive change. A heavy pressure was rapidly gathering in this place. After a few seconds, the Earth Plane consciousness finally descended before Gao Yang once again. Chapter 544. Physique improved again, a millennium of lifespan. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth curled up slightly. He could feel the Earth Heavenly Tao's craving for the World Tree fruit in his hand. He tossed the World Tree fruit into the air. and the Earth Heavenly Tao caught it in a hurry. Gao Yang looked at the world tree fruit floating in midair and waved his hand casually. Having received Gao Yang's permission, the Earth Heavenly Tao radiated a wave of joy. And then the world tree fruit vanished right before Gao Yang's eyes. System notification. Your plane interference level has increased by 2%. Current plane interference, 5.1%. One world tree fruit increased his plane interference by 2 points. That was not bad at all. Gao Yang could feel that his connection to this world was becoming increasingly tight. At the same time, wisps of energy were slowly but firmly pouring into his body from all directions. This power was the source energy possessed by the plane. Within a plane, source energy can be considered the most fundamental power. It enables all things to grow and imbues the world with vitality. When applied to an individual, it can subtly improve one's constitution and potential limits. Simply put, if Gao Yang is continuously nourished by source energy, his talent will become stronger and stronger, and his potential will reach higher and higher heights. Gao Yang might have started with average aptitude, but as time passed, his talent would definitely astonish everyone. Nourishing his body with source energy did not require Gao Yang to worry about it. After gifting the world tree fruit to the Earth Heavenly Tao, Gao Yang took out the treasure chest dropped by the Pale Lord. The treasure chest dropped by the Pale Lord was pale white all over, and the material looked somewhat like it had been crafted from weathered bone. On the front of the chest was a sun pattern with numerous twisted tentacles. Looking at this sun pattern, faint whispers even appeared in Gao Yang's ears. This is what a deity is. What an evil god is. Even a treasure chest still possesses a not insignificant level of danger. Do you wish to open the pale shadow treasure chest? Yes. Following Gao Yang's mental choice, the pale shadow treasure chest in front of him emitted a crisp cracking sound, sounding exactly like a bone being snapped. Soon, accompanied by a pale light blooming from within the chest, an item appeared in Gao Yang's inventory. You have obtained the Mask of Pale Trails. Mask of Pale Trails, item level quality. Dark gold equipment requirement type. Mask durability weight 0.31 kg description shadow trails. Hidden beneath the pale. Special effects. After the holder puts on the mask, they will automatically enter the shadow walk state. In the shadow state, the holder's actions will not be interfered with by the material world. When the holder initiates an attack or is attacked, they will automatically exit the shadow state. Looking at that pale-colored mask, Gao Yang felt a bit disappointed. This kind of equipment held absolutely no appeal or utility for him. Furthermore, because it was dropped from the Pale Lord's treasure chest, there was a chance it contained some sort of contingency plan from the entity. Using such an item carried a certain level of risk. And to be honest, the effect of this mask was truly mediocre. Gao Yang couldn't understand why it was of dark gold quality. Without the slightest hesitation, he clicked on Yuliano's friend icon and sent the Mask of Pale Trails to him via mail. As for how the other party would sell it, that was their business. Clapping his hands, Gao Yang stood up and took out Yang Yao to begin practicing his swordsmanship. Peaceful days passed one by one. Gao Yang's daily life was regular and fulfilling, and his strength was steadily improving. On this day, in the center of the martial arts arena, Gao Yang drank a bottle of dragon blood potion as usual. The blood-red potion entered his stomach, and a slightly spicy taste permeated his mouth. Soon, a power like fire exploded in his abdomen. This felt like a fuse being lit. In a mere instant, the power that had been dormant within Gao Yang's body precipitated by the dragon blood potion he had consumed was triggered. It was as if a volcano, after hundreds of years of dormancy, had finally reached the moment of eruption. Rumble. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in silence, yet his body emitted a roar akin to a mountain torrent. It was the sound of his blood surging through his veins. As the blood rushed through his body, shockwaves rippled out from his skin, one after another. Gao Yang furrowed his brows, sensing the changes occurring within him. As time passed, the surging blood gradually calmed, and the metamorphosis within his body slowly ceased. Once everything had settled, a Multiverse Network notification appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Multiverse Network notification. Your constitution has increased by 1 point. Gao Yang clenched his fist within his well-defined hand. Besides explosive power, there was also a surging vitality. Gao Yang could feel that with his current extraordinary constitution of 22 points, His prime would be exceptionally long. Perhaps it would not be until the very end of his life that his body would begin to decline and wither. This duration, well, it would take 1,000 years. That was right. After his constitution broke through, Gao Yang's lifespan had increased once more. As of now, his lifespan had already exceeded 1,000 years. This lifespan had already surpassed the vast majority of short-lived species, reaching the standard category of long-lived species. However, for Gao Yang, adapting to the concept of time held by long-lived species would still take a little while. After all, his current age could be considered young even among humans. If placed among long-lived species, perhaps a 20-something-year-old Gao Yang would still be in the embryonic stage. Gao Yang was just about to stand up when he suddenly paused, and a compass abruptly appeared before him. Sword dual compass. Gao Yang looked at the sword dual compass floating in front of him, which was constantly emitting the pressure of sword intent, and immediately recalled one of its effects, sword dual. The holder of the sword dual compass must enter the sword dual compass space to engage in a sword duel whenever the compass's energy is exhausted. If the holder fails the sword duel, they will lose the recognition of the sword dual compass and will be unable to continue using it. Possessing this wonder was not without a price. This was the price. If Gao Yang could not pass the sword duel, he would lose the sword dual compass forever, because before that, he would likely lose his own life. Before Gao Yang could think too much, the surface of the sword dual compass began to spin rapidly, and a massive suction force erupted from it, sweeping toward him. Feeling this suction that seemed intent on tearing his soul out, a sudden realization dawned on Gao Yang. If he refused the sword dual compass's invitation to a duel, the compass would reject him right now and vanish from his sight. But if he accepted the invitation, he would lose the right to refuse future invitations. He would be forced to accept every single one. Either he succeeded in 9 sword duels and fully mastered the sword dual compass, or he failed, had his soul shredded by the compass, and perished. There was no third option. Chapter 545 Sword Duel. Looking at the sword dual compass before him, Gao Yang smiled slightly. Without the boost to his sword Dao talent provided by the sword dual compass, the speed of his strength progression would slow down significantly, and a slower progression meant that when facing even more difficult challenges in the future, his chances of survival would decrease, making it easier for him to die. Since death meant that everything would become meaningless, Gao Yang had no reason to refuse the sword dual compass's invitation. Without hesitation, Gao Yang directly accepted the invitation. As he gave his consent, the suction force emitted by the sword dual compass intensified sharply. Gao Yang felt his soul being pulled from his body, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in the middle of a vast desert. This desert was circular in its entirety, and in the void, there were ring-shaped trajectories formed by streaks of sword intent. Gao Yang looked up at the ring-shaped trajectories in the void and immediately understood that he was now inside the sword dual compass. Suddenly, streaks of sword intent descended from the firmament, converging before him to eventually form a human silhouette of indeterminate gender. This silhouette held a light sword, standing sideways in a T-stance like an ancient swordsman, facing Gao Yang. Gao Yang understood that the goal of this sword duel was to defeat the phantom before him. As Gao Yang focused his mind, a sword identical to the light sword held by his opponent appeared in his hand. Holding the light sword, Gao Yang could feel as if it were connected to his very bloodline at this moment. Simply put, his life and the light sword in his hand had become synchronized. If the light sword were destroyed, Gao Yang's soul would shatter along with it. This light sword possessed no physical lethality. What they were competing in was purely their understanding and insight into the sword Dao. If Gao Yang's understanding and insight were weaker than the phantom's, the result would be the destruction of his light sword, and he would die from his soul shattering. The moment after Gao Yang gripped his light sword, the phantom held its sword vertically before itself and performed a sword salute toward Gao Yang. After the salute, it meant that it was about to launch an attack. Gao Yang responded with a sword salute as well. The next moment, the phantom stepped forward, its light sword thrusting toward Gao Yang. This thrust was upright, peaceful, and honorable. Yet it carried a feeling of being impossible to evade. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing the intent behind this strike. He swung his light sword, tracing a semicircle in the air, and blocked it with pinpoint accuracy right at the tip of the opponent's blade. After a crisping sound, the phantom stepped forward again, its light sword unleashing a hazy mist of sword light, as if a dozen light swords were slashing at Gao Yang from different directions simultaneously. With that strike, a fierce, murderous intent rushed toward him. This made Gao Yang realize that the previous move had merely been a sword salute. After the salute came the naked, life or death struggle. A flash of exhilaration appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. This kind of combat, which relied entirely on one's comprehension of sword Dao and swordsmanship rather than physical attributes or battle chi levels, was far more perilous than ordinary life and death struggles. This pure form of sword dueling was even more capable of making one's blood boil. At the same time, Gao Yang realized that this was also an excellent opportunity to verify what he had learned, felt, and comprehended. Facing the attack of the sword-dueling phantom, Gao Yang swung his sword, carving a circle of sword energy around his body. Within this 9-foot sword perimeter, the space felt as solid as reality, blocking all the hazy sword light unleashed by the phantom. With the offensive neutralized, the sword-dueling phantom showed no hesitation. As one sword strike ended, another followed immediately. Between the two, all physical attributes were identical. The only thing that could determine the victor was the sword held in their hands. Above the desert, two figures engaged in a simple, unadorned life and death struggle, relying solely on the swords in their hands. In the collision of blade against blade, it was also a collision of their respective understandings of the sword Dao. Within the sword duel compass, time had lost all meaning. When Gao Yang parried the phantom's light sword with one strike and seized the opportunity to thrust his own blade into its throat, everything finally fell silent. The sword-dueling phantom began to dissipate from the throat where Gao Yang had pierced it, turning into specks of light and vanishing completely within a very short time. Only then did Gao Yang feel a wave of mental exhaustion surge over him like a tide. As the sensation of being pulled away occurred, he returned to reality once more. Without him realizing it, it was already late at night. The moment he returned to reality, Gao Yang felt a splitting headache. He forced himself to stand, walked quickly back into the villa, lay down directly on the living room sofa, and soon fell into a deep sleep. When Gao Yang woke up again, it was already the morning of the next day. Rubbing his temples, which no longer felt sore or torn, Gao Yang took out an ice blue kello fruit and began to eat it while recalling the sword duel from the previous night. It had to be said that the process of the sword duel was truly extremely dangerous. Even though Gao Yang had the intention of testing the current limits of his sword Dao, he had still been nearly killed by several of the phantom's godlike sword strikes. Fortunately, this was only the first duel, and Gao Yang had not found it too difficult to win. Thanks to his own accumulation in the sword Dao, Gao Yang estimated that after fully digesting and absorbing the insights from this duel, his sword Dao level would be able to improve by another small margin. When the next sword duel began, he should still be able to win without any major mishaps. And if things continued at this pace, Gao Yang would be able to draw nourishment from every single duel. Then, he would become stronger and stronger until he completed all 9 duels and became the final sword destroyer. But whether he could actually achieve that, Gao Yang did not yet know. What he needed to do now was to continuously improve his sword Dao comprehension and cultivation speed to ensure that he possessed a sufficiently profound foundation in the sword Dao before the next duel arrived. Gao Yang took out the sword duel compass and saw that the energy, which had been exhausted, had fully recovered after the duel ended. The next sword duel was likely still a long way off. Putting the sword duel compass away, Gao Yang finished the kello fruit in a few bites and then took out an entry ticket for the Wonder Site. Thunderpool. As the ticket vanished, Gao Yang's body also disappeared from the living room. Boom crack! Gao Yang looked up at the dense, raging thunder in the sky and then looked down at the thunder pool beneath his feet. The area of this thunder pool was about 1,000 square meters, and nearly 30 net integrated players were currently using the pool to cultivate. This 1,000-meter thunder pool could be considered top tier among supernatural thunder pools. Watching the people in the pool, Gao Yang silently took out Yong Yao. The next moment, boundless battle chi erupted from his body. The rules of the Wonder Site thunder pool were just like this. If you wanted to possess the thunder pool, you simply had to demonstrate your strength. By defeating everyone in this thunder pool, Gao Yang would be able to enjoy it all to himself. Chapter 546. The essence of power fusion. 3 minutes later, Gao Yang sat alone in the very center of the thunder pool. Bolts of lightning, composed of liquid thunder, crawled all over his body, causing his muscles to tremble violently. Amidst this trembling, the lightning snakes were continuously absorbed by him, tempering his physique and causing his heavenly thunder seal and lightning resistance to improve at a slow but steady pace. Although Gao Yang had not unleashed the catastrophe, eternal night in the Sanglong world, this did not mean the heavenly thunder seal was unimportant. On the contrary, in Gao Yang's current combat system, lightning, with its immensely powerful destructive force, was an extremely important component of his combat capability. Whether it was the various sword techniques that required lightning or the other secret arts he had developed that utilized lightning, all required high-quality electricity. In particular, Gao Yang's most powerful sword technique, Catastrophe, Heavenly Abyss Meteor, had a demand for lightning that reached an exaggerated level. What it required was not just the quantity of lightning, but also its quality. This was because the move was created by mixing Gao Yang's battle chi with lightning energy, thereby erupting with unparalleled destructive power. As it happened, Gao Yang's battle chi was of very high quality due to the existence of his unique talent, the blazing sun furnace. As for the lightning, the 9 capital raging thunder already met the requirements for quality. However, in terms of quantity, there was a significant gap compared to Gao Yang's battle chi. Therefore, when performing the Heavenly Abyss Meteor sword technique previously, Gao Yang had to use his own battle chi to convert a portion of the 9 capital raging thunder until the two reached a relative balance before he could successfully execute the move. If this step could be omitted, not only would the speed of Gao Yang's attack increase significantly, but the final power would also become even more exaggerated. Without the extra consumption of battle chi, Gao Yang could pour all his battle chi and lightning into this move, and he believed that the destructive power unleashed would definitely reach a new height. The Wonder Site, Thunder Pool, was the perfect place to solve this problem. This place possesses an endless supply of lightning power, and compared to the violent, unpredictable lightning found in nature, this type is significantly more gentle. Within this lightning pool, the quality of Gao Yang's Heaven Thunder Seal will continuously improve, and the total amount of lightning it can contain will naturally increase along with it. It is certain that when the next natural disaster, Heavenly Abyss Meteor, appears, it will be strong to an exaggerated degree. This session of cultivation lasted for a full 3 days. 3 days later, the cultivation time ended, and Gao Yang's body was automatically teleported out of the special location, the lightning pool. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the center of the training grounds, the lightning energy seemed like a living creature, spreading along the surface of the ground. It only slowly dissipated into the air after spreading for several dozen meters. After a moment, Gao Yang, who had been sitting cross-legged, finally opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, a pale purple bolt of lightning flashed across the depths of his pupils. As his eyelids closed and opened once more, that 9 capital wild thunder vanished from sight. Gao Yang clenched his fists. The 3 full days of cultivation had allowed him to completely replenish the 9 capital wild thunder he had previously consumed, and the total amount had even seen a slight improvement. More importantly, after 3 days of tempering by the lightning, Gao Yang's body had also received sufficient conditioning. Now, the hidden dangers caused by the rapid, short-term growth of his physique had been eliminated, and he was able to exert his attributes to their full potential. This point was equally important to Gao Yang, because his current power smelting had already completely fused his willpower, and the second attribute Gao Yang chose to smelt was his physique, which was the strength of his physical body. If he could not fully master his own physique, he would never be able to attempt to fuse his physical constitution into his attacks. To this day, Gao Yang had clearly understood the formidable nature of the extraordinary reward known as power smelting. After he fused his willpower into his attacks, his strikes possessed his own will. The brilliant radiance of his willpower would often transform into an indestructible, invisible blade, striking fiercely at the enemy's soul. This was the reason why Gao Yang's striking power was so heavy, because a strike containing willpower could not be resisted by simple physical defense alone. Following this, Gao Yang had already begun to attempt to fuse his physique into his strikes. He had originally thought that after smelting his willpower, Continuing to smelt further would be a matter of practice making perfect. But the truth was, the process of smelting his physique was not easy. To be precise, it was even more difficult. To use a vivid analogy, Gao Yang's strike was a cube with a fixed volume. If he wanted to increase the power of the strike, he could only increase the volume, or the weight of the cube. The volume was equivalent to Gao Yang's cultivation stage, which was very difficult to increase. The weight, however, was Gao Yang's various physical attributes. At first, Gao Yang's strikes only contained strength, and there was plenty of space left inside the cube. As the smelting deepened, Gao Yang stuffed his willpower into this cube. At this point, the space inside the cube was already packed full, and it was very difficult to fit anything else inside. Now, to fuse his physique into his strikes as well, it required more than just brute force. He had to continuously refine the strength and willpower already within the cube. In other words, while ensuring quality, he had to make the combination between them as tight as possible, ideally merging them into one. Only then could he free up more space to accommodate the newly added attribute. This was the situation Gao Yang was currently facing. Strength and willpower had already filled all the space within the cube. If not perfectly seamless, there were certainly very few gaps left, and his attempt to fuse his physique into it was like trying to forcibly stuff an object of the same volume as his strength into this already full cube. Undoubtedly, this met with resistance and counterattacks from the two forces already inside. Therefore, if he wanted to continue smelting, the first thing he had to do was to perfectly master himself, and only then could he continue to experiment. This process would definitely not be simple, but Gao Yang had to persist. Because if he could fuse his physique into his attacks, his offensive power would receive a leap in improvement. Imagine if Gao Yang could unleash all of his strength, willpower, and physique in a single sword strike, even without counting the numerical value of his willpower. Just looking at his 22 points of strength and physique alone, the explosive striking power, even if it didn't reach the level of full stacking, would at least gain a 50% bonus, resulting in 33 points of strength. This was definitely an exaggerated figure, especially since Gao Yang had not yet ascended to the legendary rank. When that time came, a single sword strike would likely destroy far more than just a half plane. Chapter 547, Luke's Wedding Invitation. Sun was setting. The remaining light like blood. Crimson sunlight poured down through the gaps in the brocade like clouds, shining upon Gao Yang's body as he sat cross-legged in the training grounds. At this moment, Gao Yang was staring at the void in front of him with a smile on his face. In a place invisible to others, a comprehensive network panel was displayed before his eyes. Gao Yang, you haven't looked for me in a long time. Have you forgotten about this cat? After Milafina finished speaking, she also sent an angry kitty emoji. How could I ever forget my queen Milafina? It's just that I've been too busy lately. Gao Yang replied with a smile on his lips. Then what are you busy with? If I find out you're lying, watch out. I'll bite you. Of course. I've been busy looking for delicious food for Queen Milafina. Gao Yang coughed dryly. Although Milafina was not in front of him, telling a lie to her face still made him feel a bit guilty. Really? Then, Gao Yang, have you found anything delicious? Milafina was clearly very interested, and seeing this, she asked immediately. Not yet. For the time being. Gao Yang was about to explain when he suddenly noticed that someone else had sent him a message a few days ago. However, at that time, he was tempering his body in the lightning pool and hadn't paid any attention to it. And that message was a wedding invitation sent by Luke. Looking at Luke's wedding invitation, a smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. He then quickly replied to Milafina. Although I haven't found anything for the moment, there is something much more fun. I wonder if Queen Milafina would be interested. This question successfully diverted Milafina's attention. What kind of fun thing is it? Attending a wedding. I wonder if Queen Milafina would be interested in that. Milafina. Why are you suddenly saying this? Our cat elf race and the human race cannot intermarry, right? Gao Yang looked at Milafina's reply and was momentarily bewildered. This cat's train of thought seemed a bit dangerous. What are you thinking about? It's us going together to attend someone else's wedding. Do you remember a special battle we participated in together? The one at the Sky City in the Yan Kingdom. Of course I remember that, Niao. Then you should remember the spellcaster Luke. He is getting married to his girlfriend, Fana, and he sent me a wedding invitation. That spellcaster." Milafina paused for a moment before continuing, "HMPH. He didn't invite Milafina. So, I don't want to go. Seeing Milafina, who was clearly a bit angry, Gao Yang said with a smile, "Luke certainly wouldn't forget Queen Milafina. In fact, he was worried about being rejected by you. So in the wedding invitation he sent me, he asked me to seek your opinion and sincerely expressed his hope that you would be able to attend his and Fana's wedding." This was not a lie. It was indeed what was written in Luke's wedding invitation. After all, while Gao Yang and Luke could be considered to have become friends through their conflict, Luke and Milafina, the support-type cat elf, were not very familiar with each other. Inviting Milafina was also a gesture of courtesy and respect. "Is that so? Then this meow will reluctantly go with you, Gao Yang, to participate in Luke and Fana's wedding." Seeing that Milafina had agreed, Gao Yang smiled and replied, "Then I will wait for you. Teleport over first." "Wait a moment. I'll be there soon," Milafina replied, full of energy. Taking advantage of the time before Milafina arrived, Gao Yang got up and walked toward the back mountain. One cannot go to someone else's wedding empty-handed, at the very least. A gift must be prepared. Of course, he was not planning to use the fruits of the Kello fruit tree as a gift, but rather to pick some to give to Milafina and Luke. As for the gift for Luke and Fana, Gao Yang had plenty of items in his inventory that could serve as presents. If all else failed, he could immediately contact Giuliano, the president of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Gao Yang sent a few messages to Giuliano while he was walking. Soon, Giuliano sent over a series of images and information regarding carefully selected items. After browsing through them, Gao Yang decisively abandoned the idea of choosing an item from his own inventory as a gift for Luke. Although the items in his inventory might have been of higher value, he couldn't deny that the gifts Giuliano sent were all beautifully packaged and quite valuable. In the end, he chose a transcendent pendant in the style of a concentric lock as a gift for the newlyweds. These two pendants were crafted from magic gemstones, making them very practical for both Luke and Fana, who were spellcasters. As for the price, it cost 1 magic crystal. For Gao Yang's net worth, this was nothing of note. A few minutes after Gao Yang finished picking the Kello fruits, a spatial vortex appeared in the center of the training grounds. Immediately, a cat covered in golden fur, radiating a faint golden light, leaped out from the vortex. "Yo, Gao Yang, this young lady has arrived." Milafina tilted her head and let out an arrogant meow, then turned her little head to look around for Gao Yang's tracks. But the next moment, her movements suddenly stiffened. The reason was that Olivier, having heard her voice, curiously poked his head out of the forest. Two massive, hideous dragon heads emerged from the trees, and a majestic dragon aura instantly rushed toward her. If Milafina had not also been a transcendent level cat elf, she would have been scared to death by the dragon aura emitted by Olivier. But even so, Milafina did not have an easy time of it. Just then, a calm voice rang out, like a sharp sword, directly tearing apart Odelivier's dragon aura domain. "Olivier, that is Milafina, my friend." Upon hearing this, Olivier sheepishly retracted his head, his two massive vertical pupils curiously staring at the little creature in the training grounds. Hearing Gao Yang's voice, Milafina immediately pounced into Gao Yang's arms as if startled. Turning her head to look at Olivier in the forest, Gao Yang smiled and stroked Milafina's little head, comforting her. "That is the mount I tamed. I two-headed ice dragon. Although he looks a bit fierce, he generally won't hurt people without reason." Hearing this, Milafina nodded with a hint of grievance and looked up at Gao Yang, asking. This meow wasn't scared at all. "Let's set off now to attend Luke's wedding." "All right. But is your gift ready?" Gao Yang looked at Milafina teasingly. Milafina immediately raised her little head proudly and said, "Naturally. This meow has already prepared it, so you don't need to worry about that." In reality, before Milafina came, it was her grandmother who had reminded her and prepared a gift with unique cat elf characteristics for her. Chapter 548. The Frozen Ice Plains and the Wintermage. Gao Yang, is this Luke's hometown? A curious, soft, and cute voice rang out from Gao Yang's shoulder. Melifina was looking around with curiosity. At this moment, she was standing on Gao Yang's shoulder, and beneath their feet was a teleportation array. Previously, Gao Yang and Melifina had arrived via spatial teleportation at Luke's hometown, a plane where technology and the transcendent coexisted, known as Roselle. Gao Yang stepped out of the teleportation array and took a gentle breath of the air here. Dense energy particles scrambled to drill into his nasal cavity. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. The energy concentration of this plane was stronger than many he had visited, second only to the plane of Zakaria, which was deeply integrated into the multiverse network. Undoubtedly, the Roselle plane was a plane with a long and storied history. Gao Yang, do you think Luke's hometown has any delicious dried fish? Compared to Gao Yang's observations, Melifina's focus was much simpler and more down-to-earth. There should be. Gao Yang glanced at Melifina and said with a smile, the air here was quite humid. There must be large lakes nearby, otherwise the air could not possibly possess such high humidity. Since there were bodies of water, aquatic life naturally existed. As Gao Yang stepped out of the teleportation array, a man dressed in simple gray attire approached them with a proper and elegant gait. Bowing slightly, greetings. May I ask if you are Gao Yang and Ms. Melifina? Before Gao Yang could speak, Melifina, perched on his shoulder, responded, Meow, I am Melifina, and he is Gao Yang. Who are you? I am a mage from Luke's mage tower. I have been sent by my mentor, Luke, to welcome this esteemed Gao Yang and Ms. Melifina. You may call me Gus. Gus stood upright, briefly stating his identity and the purpose of his visit. Luke actually has a disciple. Melifina stared at Gus with curiosity, seemingly very interested in the idea of being a teacher. My mentor took me in by chance. If it weren't for him, I might have already returned to the underworld. When Gus said this, a look of gratitude appeared on his face. As he spoke, Gus turned to the side and said, Mr. Gao Yang, Ms. Melifina, can we set off now? Gao Yang nodded slightly and stepped forward to walk alongside Mage Gus. Gus explained as they walked, this is the teleportation hub of our Roselle plane. It is not that my mentor is unwilling to teleport you directly into his mage tower, but it is limited by the plane's rules. I hope you two will forgive us. Gao Yang had encountered such situations more than once, so he understood. Exiting the teleportation center, Gus led Gao Yang and Melifina to a large, orderly open space. Parked in this area were various types of vehicles, including aircraft with a strong sense of technology, as well as some carriages resembling those from the Middle Ages. Gus led the two to a vehicle that looked like a sled. This sled was white and blue throughout, and the interior was extremely luxurious. Gus opened the door, allowing Gao Yang and Melifina to board before he climbed in and took the driver's seat. As he started the vehicle, magic power instantly converged, forming a pale cyan, four-legged unicorn in front of the sled. The unicorn raised its head and let out a neigh, its thick, powerful hooves stepping forward, causing the sled to lift into the air. The ground receded rapidly, and the surrounding scenery flew backward, showing that the speed of this unicorn sled was not slow at all. After traveling for a full 2 hours, a vast expanse of snowfield appeared in the field of vision of Gao Yang and Melifina. Looking at the endless snowfield below, Melifina's eyes widened. Gao Yang, this place is so beautiful. Melifina looked at the snow-white plains below, which were clean and spotless, and let out a sigh of admiration. The lives that can dwell here must be extremely kind and peaceful. Hearing Melifina's exclamation, Gus revealed a smile. Having one's homeland praised by others was inherently a matter of pride and could make one feel pleasant. As time passed, one snow-white ice fortress after another appeared on the boundless snowfield below, facing the sled passing through the sky. The humans outside the snow fortresses knelt on one knee one after another, placing their right hands on their chests and closing their eyes as if in prayer. Gao Yang watched this scene and asked curiously, what are they doing? Gus smiled and replied, praying, praying. Melifina remained full of intense curiosity. Gus nodded heavily and said, praying for us, praying for you. Melifina became even more curious about Gus's answer. According to common sense, people usually pray for themselves or those related to them. But looking at the humans on the snowfield below, they did not seem to have a very close relationship with Gus and his kind. In this situation, It was a bit strange for them to be praying for them. Gus, while driving the carriage, said, "On the southernmost side of this winter snowfield lies a boundless ice sea. Within the ice sea are terrifying undead sirens. In ancient times, humans on the snowfield and even beyond it suffered from the threat of these undead sirens. It wasn't until a great pioneer spellcaster, Russell, built his midge tower less than 10 kilometers from the boundless ice sea that the resistance against the undead sirens began. Since then, more and more spellcasters have built their midge towers in this snowfield. As the number of midge towers increased, the incursions of the undead sirens into the human world became fewer and fewer, until now. The undead sirens can basically no longer set foot on this winter ice field, and humanity has ushered in a relatively long period of peace. So, are they praying that you can continue to block the attacks of the undead sirens?" Melifina asked. "Of course not. The humans on the snowfield are simply wishing for our safety." When Gus said this, the smile on his face became even brighter. As the sled crossed this vast expanse of winter ice field dotted with snow fortresses, what followed was a large, desolate, and uninhabited white snow region. After flying through this empty snow region for a full hour and a half, a building that seemed to want to pierce the sky appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. It was a midge tower about 1,000 meters high, gray-white in its entirety. Embedded at the top of the tower was a massive magic crystal, which was currently releasing a faint beam of energy that shot into the firmament, merging into an unknown place. That is the midge tower of Lord Northwind. Lord Northwind is a legendary spellcaster, and he is the final line of defense for this winter snowfield. Gus looked at the gray-white tower with a respectful expression and said, "If there truly comes a day when the undead sirens break through the defenses of us winter mages, Lord Northwind will be our final line of defense." Chapter 549 Visiting the Midge Tower. Gao Yang gazed at the magnificent and towering midge tower and spoke slowly. "I believe that with the collective efforts of the winter mages, such a situation should not come to pass." Gus turned his head to look at Gao Yang. Clearly, these words had touched the heart of this winter mage. "Once we cross Lord Northwind's midge tower, we will officially enter the territory of the winter mages, and my mentor, Lord Luke, has built his midge tower in the central region of this winter snowfield." Gao Yang nodded slightly and asked casually, "Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since I last saw Luke. Has he promoted to a legend yet?" Upon hearing this, Gus was startled for a moment, then shook his head. His voice carried a hint of bitterness mixed with longing. "Legends are not so easily reached, even for a genius like my mentor. There is still a distance to cover." "I see. I thought he had broken through to the legend rank, which is why he decided to marry Fana. Gao Yang teased. Faced with Gao Yang's teasing, Gus scratched the back of his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. If he said he had thought too highly of his mentor, it would make his mentor seem weak. If he said his mentor cared more about Fana, would that make his mentor seem too focused on worldly desires? Gus's internal conflict did not affect the interest of Gao Yang and Melifina in viewing the snowfield. Seeing that Gus remained silent, they quietly appreciated the beautiful scenery of this snowy expanse. Every certain distance, another midge tower would rise from the ground, standing tall upon this boundless ice field. If one were to ignore the extraordinary power wielded by the mages within those towers, such an isolated life would be no different from being in prison. Yet, these mages were each capable of enduring such loneliness, guarding the humans of the Roselle Plain. However, Gao Yang thought about it again. Those spellcasters were all homebodies by nature. A place like the winter snowfield, with its harsh climate and lack of human presence, combined with the undead sirens, which were essentially top-tier experimental materials, made this place an excellent place for them to settle down. Moreover, as the number of mages increased, academic exchanges between them became more convenient and efficient. It could be said that as long as no one intentionally caused trouble, the power of the winter mages would continue to grow until they became a behemoth. In fact, through his exchanges with Gus, Gao Yang could roughly judge that the winter mages were definitely one of the top major factions in the Roselle Plain. The sled flew for a while longer until Gus finally pointed to a midge tower in the distance, which was just over 100 meters tall and built from gray-white rock, saying, "Mr. Gao Yang, Ms. Melifina, that midge tower is the tower of my mentor, Luke." Gao Yang and Melifina looked in the direction Gus was pointing and saw that the top of the 100-meter-tall tower also had a magic gem emitting energy rays. Behind this midge tower, there were several large snow fortress structures built entirely from ice and snow. As the sled arrived, the master of the midge tower clearly sensed them. A faint shimmer flashed, and Luke's figure appeared outside the tower. He looked at Gao Yang and Melifina behind the sled, a smile appearing on his face. Gao Yang, Melifina, long time no see. Gao Yang took a step forward, and the next moment he appeared before Luke outside the midge tower. Looking at Luke, he responded with a smile. "Luke, congratulations," he yelled. "Luke, why don't I see your girlfriend, Fana?" Melifina asked curiously. Crouching on Gao Yang's shoulder, Luke smiled and said, "According to custom, the groom and bride cannot see each other before the official wedding. So Fana is currently at her grandmother's midge tower." Melifina exclaimed in surprise and asked repeatedly, "Wow, is Fana's grandmother also a midge? My grandmother and maternal grandmother are both very powerful cat elves." Luke nodded kindly and said, "That is indeed the case, though Fana's own bloodline and ability system have undergone certain changes due to some reasons." "That's wonderful," Melifina said with envy. Luke waved his hand and offered, "Haha, let's go. Since it's your first time here, would you be interested in touring my midge tower?" A midge tower is essentially considered the lifeblood of a midge. Being willing to invite others to tour one's own tower only shows that the relationship between the two parties has reached a certain level. As it happened, the relationship between Gao Yang and Luke was exactly that. The two had first met through a conflict, then fought side by side. Gao Yang had saved the lives of both Luke and Fana, and later, during the battle for the Plain Core, the appearance of Luke and Fana had prevented that Rasid from competing with Gao Yang for the final war merit. If not for their intervention, perhaps the Plain Core would have been snatched away by Rasid instead of falling into Gao Yang's hands. As Luke channeled his intent, the stone gate at the base of the midge tower slowly opened to both sides. Luke walked in front, while Gao Yang and Melifina followed half a step behind. Inside the midge tower was an empty circular space, about 10 meters high. On both sides of the gate stood 2 3-meter-tall frozen blue golems. These golems were generally used by mages as guards for the ground floor of their towers. There was not much to see on the ground floor of the midge tower. Walking up the spiral staircase along the wall, one could see magic runes engraved inside the walls gradually revealing themselves. These runes were complex and exquisite at least. That was the impression of Gao Yang and Melifina. After all, neither Gao Yang nor Melifina knew anything about magic. So looking at these runes, they could only reach conclusions like exquisite or complex. Walking to the second floor, they found the living quarters for mage apprentices, which was also where Gus lived. As Luke's only disciple, it was only natural for him to reside here. Further up were Luke's laboratory, library, bedroom, and the various other essential components of a midge tower. After a brief tour, Gao Yang couldn't help but feel that this trip had been well worth it. It was only after visiting the midge tower that Gao Yang gained a general understanding of the power possessed by a midge who owned one. To put it simply, if Luke were to hole up inside the midge tower, it would be unrealistic for multiple beings of the same rank to breach it from the outside in a short period of time. Furthermore, while inside the midge tower, Luke's destructive power was equally terrifying. If a midge tower is already this powerful, it's hard to imagine just how formidable a floating city would be. Gao Yang remarked with a hint of emotion as he stood atop the tower, gazing at the distant ice plains. "That is the ultimate dream for every spellcaster," Luke said slowly, a look of longing in his eyes. Chapter 550 Conversation and Winter City. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at Luke beside him, asking with a hint of curiosity, "By the way, when did you build this midge tower?" Luke looked down at the tower beneath them and said with a smile, "Just recently. I used the resources I've accumulated over many years, along with some support from Fana, to build the midge tower you see now. It's quite impressive." Gao Yang laughed and added, "In my hometown, if a couple wants to get married, the man usually has to have everything prepared before they can reach that stage." "That sounds like a good tradition. Is it to demonstrate a man's sense of responsibility?" Luke asked curiously. "That's part of it," Gao Yang said, patting Melifina's small head. Seeing this, Luke didn't press further. Instead, He stared at Gao Yang with burning eyes and said solemnly, "Gao Yang, since we last parted, I can feel that you have become much, much stronger. The path to the legendary rank seems to have already opened its doors to you." "Opened its doors to me?" Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and shook his head in denial. "Rather than saying the ethereal path to legend has opened its doors for me, it's more accurate to say that every legend uses sufficient strength and will to forcibly push open that heavy barrier that makes most people sigh in despair." After speaking, Gao Yang's gaze fell upon Luke. Beneath that seemingly ordinary body, there seemed to be endless fluctuations of magical power. "Besides, you aren't far from the legendary rank yourself, are you?" Luke let out a long sigh and said, "If it weren't for that time, I might never have been able to grasp the essence of my own legendary path in my entire life." Gao Yang understood that Luke was referring to the battle in the Yan Kingdom's Sky City, where they had fought together against the master of the sacrificial tower. "It's not too late now, is it?" Gao Yang said with a smile. "Yes, it's not too late for anything." Luke smiled as well, looking very relaxed. "Once upon a time, my head was filled with nothing but how to become stronger, how to learn more powerful spells, and how to study the essence of magic. But I ignored the girl who was always standing behind me, watching me silently." At this point, a happy smile appeared on Luke's face. "I am lucky, truly lucky. After all this time, I somehow didn't lose the girl whose eyes were always fixed on me. In the past, I believed that power was everything. But now I understand that power is just power. If you don't have the will to carry that power through, you will only become a puppet of power, lost forever." "Neo, why does it feel like I can't understand anything you're saying?" Melifina tilted her head and lay on Gao Yang's shoulder, looking a bit dejected. Gao Yang laughed and comforted her in a tone one would use for a child. "Our queen doesn't need to be burdened by such worries. Being happy and joyful forever is enough." After comforting Melifina, Gao Yang looked back at Luke and asked, "By the way, when is the wedding being held?" "In 3 days. The wedding will be held in Winter City," Luke replied. "Winter City? A city built entirely by spellcasters?" Gao Yang asked. "Is that strange?" Luke explained, "We are human too, and humans have needs. Although the winter snow plains are remote, we spellcasters have families and friends. We can't stay inside a mage tower all year round. Under these circumstances, the emergence of Winter City was only natural." "That's true." Gao Yang nodded in understanding. Luke continued, "Gus will take you to Winter City to settle in later. You and Melifina can wander around the city and experience the local customs of our world. Besides, Winter City has many specialties from the eternal frozen sea." "Is there fish in Winter City?" Melifina suddenly asked. Luke was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course there is, and it's exceptionally delicious." "Meow, Gao Yang, let's go to Winter City right now." Melifina rubbed against Gao Yang's cheek, urging him repeatedly. With a wave of Luke's hand, the previous sled appeared out of thin air before them. Melifina gave a light leap and jumped inside. "Then we'll wait for the happy couple in Winter City," Gao Yang said to Luke as he boarded the sled. "We'll see each other again soon, won't we?" Luke stood to the side, shrugging with a smile. "Of course." After Gao Yang finished speaking, the sled took flight under Gus's driving, continuing toward their destination, Winter City. Winter City was not large, at least from Gao Yang's perspective. It wasn't much bigger than the Phelan Fortress, the kind of small town where one could see from one end to the other at a single glance. However, this small city located deep in the heart of the Winter Ice Plains was unexpectedly bustling and lively. Winter City was built entirely from grayish-white stone, under the perpetually gray and white sky of the Ice Plains. It was so conspicuous that one couldn't help but notice it immediately. Gus drove the sled and stopped outside the gates of Winter City. After presenting identification, the sled slowly passed through the city gate tunnel and drove into Winter City. The people here generally wear thick fur coats to ward off the pervasive, biting cold. Upon arriving in Winterhold, even Melifina was so cold that she huddled into Gao Yang's embrace. It was evident that the formation of this winter ice plain was not due to simple climatic reasons. Even Gao Yang, who possessed a constitution of 22 points and had long been immune to heat and cold, could feel a trace of chill in this city. However, it was only a trace. This level of cold still had no real impact on him. Milafina huddled in Gao Yang's arms. Poking only her small head out, she looked around, but failing to see the dried fish she had been longing for. She felt a moment of disappointment. Gao Yang, where are the dried fish here? Everything is so bare. Hearing this, Gus smiled and explained, it is too cold here, Ms. Milafina. Once we have settled in, I will take you both to explore Winterhold. In fact, the true Winterhold is not located on the surface, it is underground. Gao Yang realized with a start. In such an icy world, where even a glob of spit would turn into a lump of ice before hitting the ground, it would be far too difficult to carry out a series of activities on the surface. Conversely, by building the main body of the city underground, the insulating effect of the earth should prevent the city from being quite so cold. Although this was frozen soil with a hardness comparable to iron and stone, that was not a problem for spellcasters who had mastered extraordinary powers. Building Winterhold beneath the surface also provided a certain buffer space should they encounter an attack from the undead sea sirens. It could be said that this was a move that served multiple purposes. As the three of them spoke, the sled had already stopped in front of a castle-like structure. Chapter 551 Lady Jana. As Gus pushed open the heavy doors of this low-slung castle, he explained to Gao Yang and his companion, this is the entrance to the Winter Tavern. Because of the winter ice plain, the main body of Winterhold is underground. The structures on the surface essentially serve as gateways. With that, he led the way into the castle. The moment he stepped inside, Gao Yang felt a difference, a warmth, as if from sunlight, radiated from the ceiling above and the surrounding walls, enveloping the entire interior space of the building in a faint, cozy heat. This situation reminded Gao Yang of the central heating in northern China. It seemed that no matter which plane one was in, when faced with a world of ice and snow, the best countermeasure was heating. Gus walked side by side with Gao Yang, and they soon reached the tavern's front desk. Sitting behind the counter was a graceful and charming woman. She was leaning over the heavy wooden table, her chin resting on one palm, while the slender fingers of her other hand held a long, thin pipe. Wisps of blue smoke drifted from it. Gus stood before the woman, placed his right hand over his chest, and bowed slightly, saying, Lady Jana, I bring you greetings from my mentor, Luke. Lady Jana raised her eyes to look at Gus and gave a slight nod, acknowledging the greeting. She then turned her gaze toward Gao Yang. Her pale purple eyes filled with a hint of scrutiny. Under Lady Jana's gaze, Gao Yang felt as if he had been seen through at a single glance. However, Lady Jana only looked for a moment before withdrawing her gaze and turning back to Gus to ask, and they are friends here to attend Luke's wedding as well? That is correct, Lady Jana. This is Gao Yang, and on his shoulder is Ms. Milafina, who Lady Jana lazily exhaled a cloud of blue smoke before saying with a dreamy look in her eyes, the ice plane welcomes you, guests from afar. Night is falling soon. Will you be staying at the tavern tonight? Of course. Lady Jana. Please, help us open 2 rooms, Gus replied quickly. Lady Jana said no more. Her fingers moved, and 2 brass-colored keys appeared on the tabletop. Gus picked up the keys, bid Lady Jana farewell once more, and then led Gao Yang and Milafina away from the front desk. That Lady Jana is very strong, Gao Yang said as they walked out. Gus nodded and said, of course. Lady Jana is the #1 diviner on the Winter Ice Plain and is held in high regard. Is that so? Gao Yang was thoughtful upon hearing this, but he did not continue the topic. Soon, they descended a spiral staircase, beginning their journey deep underground. After walking for about 5 minutes, Gao Yang looked up at the sign on the wall. They had reached the 10th underground level. Gus pushed open a wooden door to the side, and warm candlelight spilled out from within. This is the guest room area. You 2 will have to make do with staying here for the next few days. Gus wore an apologetic smile. After all, as friends of his mentor Luke, they were surely individuals of equal strength and status. Although the Winter Tavern was the best tavern in all of Winterhold, compared to the world outside the Winter Ice Plain, the conditions were undoubtedly much harsher. Don't say that. The living conditions here are already very good, Milafina said with satisfaction as she looked at the cozy guest room. Thank you for your understanding. Gus smiled and handed the keys to Gao Yang and Milafina, then continued his introduction. The entire Winter Tavern has 20 levels. And the 16th level is where the main underground body of Winterhold begins. If you two would like to go, we can go and take a look now. Milafina looked at Gao Yang, her fluffy tail nearly brushing his back flat, facing Milafina's expectant gaze. Gao Yang smiled at Gus and said, "Then I will trouble you." "It would be my pleasure." More than 10 minutes later, on a warm street in Winterhold. Oh, so this is the true face of Winterhold. At this moment, Milafina was wearing a thick white snow coat, and a festive red hat sat atop her small head. The entire kitty looked both cute and lively, causing passers-by on the street to turn and look. Gao Yang walked along the street, holding to skewers of the Winterhold specialty, grilled icy fish. The meat of cold water fish is extremely tender, and those that live in the icy seas are particularly outstanding in this regard. Gao Yang, this grilled icy fish skewer is also delicious. I really want to live here forever. Milafina took a large bite of the fish, her face glowing with happiness as she spoke. Her innocent expression brought genuine smiles to the faces of many Winter City residents. See, even though the conditions in Winter City are a bit harsh, it still possesses enough charm. Gus served as their guide the entire way, introducing the two to all the delicious food and fun things within Winter City. After wandering around for a full half day, Milafina finally ended her tour of Winter City with great satisfaction. Back in the guest room, Gus stood at the doorway, bowed slightly, and said, "Mr. Gao Yang, is Milafina. I am staying on the 5th floor of the Winter Tavern. If the two of you need anything, you can contact me at any time." "Thank you for your trouble today," Gao Yang replied softly. "Then, have a good rest." After saying this, Gus turned and left. "Oh," Milafina let out a huge yawn, a hint of exhaustion on her cat-like face as she said, "Gao Yang, I am going back to sleep for a while." For a lazy cat, the amount of exercise today was truly a bit too much. After Milafina returned to her own room, Gao Yang sat down on the sofa in his room, enjoying this moment of peace. But only 3 minutes later, a rhythmic knocking sound came from his door. Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked toward the entrance, hearing a languid voice drift directly into his ears. "Friend from afar, would you mind chatting with me for a while?" Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding why Lady Jenna would suddenly appear outside his room. However, this flash of surprise vanished as quickly as it came, and he stood up to open the door. As the door swung open, Lady Jenna, dressed in a purple velvet coat, beamed with a smile. She then walked past Gao Yang with graceful, dainty steps, and a faint, lingering scent of violets took the opportunity to drift into Gao Yang's nostrils. Sitting down on the sofa in the room, Lady Jenna crossed her long, shapely, fair legs, revealing a glimpse of snowy white skin. She held her pipe and gestured for Gao Yang to sit. Although this room belonged to Gao Yang, it looked as if she were the master of the house. Gao Yang sat down opposite Lady Jenna and asked straightforwardly, "Lady Jenna, is there no need for you to watch the front desk anymore? It is already night, and Winter City should rest as well." Lady Jenna exhaled a puff of blue smoke and continued with a hint of laziness. "I see destruction and disaster upon you. That ill-fated calamity is entangled with you and could swallow you whole at any moment." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and said, "Continue. Please vote for this chapter." Chapter 552, Ocean Waves, and the Heart of the Ocean. Upon hearing this, Lady Jenna shed her languid posture and became slightly more serious. She looked at Gao Yang, her words tinged with a touch of curiosity. "You don't seem worried." "Worried?" Gao Yang chuckled. "Of course I am not worried." Jenna was somewhat puzzled. In the past, this opening line of hers would inevitably cause the other party a degree of worry and panic. No one had ever been as calm as Gao Yang, to the point of being completely indifferent. Gao Yang stared at Jenna across from him. He was now certain that this woman's sudden visit must have a purpose he was unaware of. Gao Yang leaned back, resting against the sofa, and tilted his chin slightly, giving Lady Jenna a sense of being looked down upon. Faced with Gao Yang's posture, Lady Jenna was slightly taken aback, and then a trace of shame and annoyance inevitably rose in her heart. She felt like a naive, helpless girl without a stitch of clothing in front of Gao Yang. "Speak your true purpose." "Lady Jenna." Gao Yang took an antique pocket watch from his chest and said, "After all, it is getting late. Does Lady Jenna intend to spend a wonderful night with me?" Gao Yang did not expect that after he finished this sentence, the trace of shock and annoyance on Lady Jenna's face would instantly vanish, replaced by her previous charming and languid demeanor. She leaned forward, her purple velvet coat shifting with her movement, ultimately outlining a breathtakingly proud curve. "If Gao Yang does not mind, I would be more than willing." After saying this, she even looked at Gao Yang with a provocative gaze. Gao Yang smiled. He had never encountered someone who would deliver themselves to his doorstep like this. He lifted his chin and gestured toward the large bed to the side. "In that case, Lady Jenna, please warm the bed for me first." Lady Jenna rose as requested, walked past Gao Yang, and sat down on the large bed beside them. The soft mattress sank, fully exposing Lady Jenna's fair, shapely legs to Gao Yang. Seeing this, Gao Yang stood up as well, with a single grasp of his hand. Pale golden light of will intertwined with crimson battle aura, instantly expanding to shroud the entire room. Feeling the scorching battle aura sweep across her body, the smile on Jenna's face stiffened slightly. The purity of that energy was, arguably, the strongest she had ever seen outside of a legend. Until now, she finally felt a bit panicked. She could no longer keep up the act, so she decisively rose from the bed, walked back to the sofa in front of Gao Yang, and said straightforwardly, "I came to see you, Mr. Gao Yang, with no other intention. I just wanted to ask if this snowfield is to your liking." Gao Yang looked at Lady Jenna strangely. What she said was a bit nonsensical, but his intuition told him this was her true purpose. This was somewhat strange. But once Gao Yang associated this with Lady Jenna's other identity, it was no longer strange. A diviner, is she? She likes to use vague, cloudy language to project an air of mystery and unknown, thereby occupying a more advantageous position in the conversation. Gao Yang nodded casually and said, "It is quite nice. Although it is a bit cold, the scenery is beautiful and the people are very warm. I am glad you like it, Mr. Gao Yang. If you are interested, you can stay on the ice field for a while longer. In half a month, it will be time for the ice field auroras to appear. I wish you a pleasant time on the ice field." After Lady Jenna finished speaking, she rose and prepared to leave. However, when she walked to the door, she discovered that the crimson gold energy was still shrouding the entire room. Without the slightest sign of weakening, she turned slowly, looking at Gao Yang, who was still sitting on the sofa behind her. But with just one glance, her heart nearly stopped. Gao Yang was still sitting there, but in Lady Jenna's eyes, endless blood, and the black color representing death, disaster, and destruction swirled around him, and the faint, ethereal wails of lost souls emitted sharp, piercing shrieks. Although the room was illuminated by warm light, the space where Gao Yang sat was a void of black and red, a deep, deathly, and silent black-red that seemed capable of swallowing even the light itself. Gao Yang rose slowly, turned to look at Lady Jenna at the door, and a trace of bloodlust flickered in the depths of his eyes. He spoke slowly. "Lady Jenna, coming to my room, was it really just to say you hope I have a pleasant time in the ice plains?" Before Lady Jenna could speak, Gao Yang walked over to the seat she had previously occupied and sat down, looking at her as he said, "I will give you one chance to speak your truest thoughts. Otherwise, there will be no need for you to speak at all." As his voice fell, Lady Jenna felt a pressure so immense it was almost impossible to resist radiating from Gao Yang's body. Her legs were tightly twisted together, her heart pounded frantically, and her intuition and abilities screamed in her mind, demanding she express what she needed to say in the simplest terms possible. In a daze, it felt as if a heavy, massive greatsword was already resting upon her shoulders. The moment she spoke anything other than what Gao Yang wanted to hear, her head would be instantly severed. Everything she relied upon and held onto was useless in the face of this clearly visible future of death. As for why Lady Jenna, the #1 diviner of the Winter Ice Plains, was in such a pathetic state, it was naturally due to Gao Yang's outstanding negotiation ability, slaughter. Type, charisma-related special status effect. Your negotiation success rate is significantly increased. This success rate only applies to your charisma-skewed behaviors. Generally speaking, Gao Yang rarely used the effects attached to slaughter. He preferred more concise methods of negotiation. But when faced with someone of unknown origin and purpose who had not yet revealed malice, The current method of negotiation was the most convenient. It is the tidal wave and the heart of the ocean. I needed to confirm whether your arrival was for the sake of the heart of the ocean. Lady Jenna said this in a voice that was nearly a scream. Afterward, her entire body went limp, and she leaned against the door, gasping for air. The intense mental pressure vanished abruptly, and Gao Yang gestured for her to sit opposite him. Only after Lady Jenna struggled to walk over and sat on the sofa across from Gao Yang did he speak. Before you said those words, I had never even heard of this so-called tidal wave or heart of the ocean you speak of. So, beautiful Lady Jenna, would you mind satisfying your guest's curiosity? Lady Jenna looked at Gao Yang with a complex expression, then slowly said, the other side of the winter ice plains is the frozen sea. You should know this. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Gus had mentioned it earlier. Within the frozen sea live an uncountable number of undead sirens. Every year, during the period when their aura appears, it is when the undead sirens launch a massive assault on the winter ice plains. And when the number of undead sirens killed reaches a certain level, a rare treasure is born within their aura. Is that what you call the heart of the ocean? Gao Yang interrupted Lady Jenna to ask. Jenna nodded, showing no annoyance at being interrupted, and continued. You can think of the heart of the ocean as an enhanced version of a magic gem, but the energy contained within it is far more vast and pure than that of a magic gem. If it were merely an energy gem, there should be no need to go to such great lengths to probe my intentions. Jenna nodded helplessly and said, beyond its energy, the value of the heart of the ocean lies in its ability to help the user purify their own energy. In short, it improves the quality of the user's energy. For example, regarding your battle aura, after using the heart of the ocean, the rank of your battle aura might continue to rise. If used by a transcendent, it means that in terms of energy, one becomes closer to the legendary realm, and future breakthroughs to the legendary level become relatively easier. Hearing this, Gao Yang understood completely. A treasure that could lower the difficulty of breaking through to the legendary realm was entirely worth such solemn treatment. It sounds like a very good thing. As Gao Yang spoke, he looked at Lady Jenna opposite him and continued, so, Lady Jenna, do you wish to obtain this heart of the ocean to break through to the legendary realm? Lady Jenna did not shy away, nodding earnestly as she said, the path I walk is related to fate, and I can feel that this is the closest I have ever been to the legendary realm. If I cannot obtain the heart of the ocean during this tidal wave and ascend to the legendary realm, then my future ends here. Gao Yang shrugged and said without burden, compared to your future, I am more curious about how a treasure like the heart of the ocean was discovered. Lady Jenna looked at him helplessly and said, the heart of the ocean was discovered by the legendary spellcaster, Russell, of the Staff of Sighs. Back then, Lord Russell resolutely built his mage tower on the coast of the frozen sea to guard this winter ice plains for humanity. But when he killed millions of undead sirens in a single tidal wave, a dazzling heart of the ocean was born from their aura. From then on, more and more spellcasters chose to follow in Lord Russell's footsteps and built their own mage towers on these winter ice plains. As time passed, the tidal wave composed of undead sirens was also held back outside the winter ice plains by the combined efforts of many spellcasters. And in this process, a steady stream of transcendent spellcasters obtained the heart of the ocean, and a small portion of them successfully broke their shackles and ascended to become legendary spellcasters. In that case, I can understand. Gao Yang nodded, having already grasped the ins and outs of the entire situation. If I had no interest in this ice field at the beginning, then now, I have decided to see for myself this so-called wave and heart of the ocean you speak of. Congratulations, Lady Jenna. You have successfully piqued my interest. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, a flash of undisguised despair appeared in Lady Jenna's eyes. Perhaps I shouldn't have come, but you are already here. Then that must be the arrangement of fate. Do you mean that fate brought us together? No, I mean that fate is a fucking bitch. Lady Jenna's composure completely collapsed. She glared at Gao Yang and, in a fit of rage, prepared to get up and leave. Seeing this, Gao Yang remained incredibly calm. He watched Lady Jenna stand up and walk quickly toward the door, then said, what if I said that I am willing to help you obtain a heart of the ocean? Lady Jenna froze instantly. She turned around frame by frame, looking at Gao Yang in disbelief. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Gao Yang looked at her and said with a smile. Help you obtain a heart of the ocean. Oh, Gao Yang. I think our meeting is the best arrangement of fate. Thank you. Chapter 553. The wedding in progress. Lady Jana skipped away like a young girl in love, leaving Gao Yang alone on the sofa. In the room, Gao Yang looked at the antique pocket watch in his hand, his thoughts swirling. This antique pocket watch was not a particularly valuable item. Its only function was that once Gao Yang arrived in a certain plane, it could quickly synchronize the time flow of that plane with Earth and provide the specific time in a 24-hour format. When he learned that Lady Jana was a diviner, Gao Yang had already taken note of her. The reason was simple. He was also a beneficiary of fate. Lady Jana had followed the arrangements of fate to come to his room. Then Gao Yang could also interpret it as his subsequent fate requiring the existence of this diviner named Jana. It seemed like a thread of fate guiding Jana. But from Gao Yang's perspective, it was fate guiding two existences from different paths onto the same route. This was also why Gao Yang had said at the end that he was willing to help Jana obtain a heart of the ocean. Of course, aside from the arrangements of fate, the friendship of a legendary level diviner was well worth investing in. Perhaps, at some point in the future, a single word from a legendary diviner could help him avoid a fatal catastrophe. Gao Yang closed the watch cover, stood up, and walked over to the large bed to lie down. It was time to rest. I hope the undead siren can provide me with enough pressure. In the dark room, a low murmur sounded softly. Life in Winter City was quite comfortable. Aside from the lack of sunlight. Of course, even on the surface, Winter City still did not enjoy sunlight. Accompanied by Lady Jana, Gao Yang and Milafina had explored every corner of Winter City in just 3 days. Yes, after Gao Yang agreed to help Lady Jana obtain a heart of the ocean, she became his local guide. Hearing that Gao Yang wanted to tour Winter City, she enthusiastically chased Gus away and took his place. And when she learned that the cat elf Milafina was Gao Yang's primary support, this enthusiasm gained another target. At this moment, Gao Yang's group was eating barbecue at a shop next to Winter Street. This barbecue shop, named Winter Fire, was the best-rated eatery in all of Winter City. Especially the meat roasted over charcoal, where the fat sizzled and popped, taking a bite. The charred aroma of the fat and the tender texture exploding in one's mouth was a taste one could not easily forget. Gao Yang, you know, from the moment I first saw you, your handsome and heroic appearance was etched into my mind. If it weren't for my own circumstances, I would definitely have tried my hardest to win you over. At the table, Lady Jana's face was flushed red, while laughing heartily. She reached out and kept patting Gao Yang's broad shoulder. After saying this, Lady Jana gulped down a large mouthful of strong liquor, followed by another burst of loud laughter. Gao Yang's expression darkened slightly, but Milafina, sitting to the side, was laughing happily. After 3 days of getting along, Milafina and Gao Yang had roughly understood the personality of this seemingly mysterious, but actually somewhat scatterbrained young woman. To put it this way, before drinking, she was indeed a mysterious and lazy goddess-level existence with the full aura of a diviner. But after drinking, she was a scatterbrained, poor-tempered, and foul-mouthed female drunkard. In fact, for this barbecue meal, Lady Jana had promised repeatedly that she would only have a small drink, which was why Gao Yang and Milafina had agreed. But they hadn't expected that after just one drink, Jana would completely let herself go. Are you finished eating? If you are, we need to go. The wedding is about to start. Gao Yang removed the soft fingers resting on his shoulder and spoke. What's the rush? There's still time, right? And it's very close to where the wedding is being held. We'll be there soon. Jana waved her hand dismissively, intending to continue drinking. Seeing this, Gao Yang stood up directly and said, Then you can stay here and keep drinking. You don't need to attend this wedding anyway. The moment Gao Yang stood up, Jana stuck to his back like an octopus, the fragrant scent of alcohol drifting into his nostrils. I'm finished, let's go. Don't you even think about leaving me behind. This scene caused the other diners in the barbecue shop to cast sidelong glances. Jana was the proprietress of the Winter Tavern and a powerful diviner in her own right. She had always presented herself with a cold, mysterious, and unattainable image. When had she ever acted like this? Clinging to someone like a young girl experiencing first love, and even speaking such aggrieved words, for a moment. The residents of Winter City looked toward Gao Yang with expressions of either admiration or jealousy. Gao Yang felt helpless, but he had no choice but to carry her on his back. Melifina used Jenna's back as a springboard, leaped onto the top of Gao Yang's head, and settled down, then cast a look of disdain at Jenna. There was no help for it. Her exclusive spot had been snatched by Jenna, so she had to reluctantly settle for a different position. Walking out of the Winterfire barbecue restaurant, Gao Yang headed toward another main street. Luke and Fana's wedding would be held in the North Wind Auditorium on the adjacent North Wind Street, and the ceremony was set to begin in an hour. As the wedding witness who had been warmly invited, it would not be appropriate for Gao Yang to be late. Soon, Gao Yang and his group arrived in front of the North Wind Auditorium. At the main entrance of the auditorium, Gao Yang saw Luke, whom he hadn't seen for 3 days, as well as Fana, who was about to become his wife. The diamond-shaped crystal on Fana's forehead was a deep pink, which indicated that she was currently immersed in a profound sense of happiness. Her face was radiant with a joyful smile, and when she saw Gao Yang walking in, she immediately waved at him. "Congratulations." Gao Yang approached the newlyweds and offered his blessings with a smile. "If it weren't for you, Luke and I wouldn't be where we are today. We should be the ones thanking you," Fana said, looking at Gao Yang with gratitude. Compared to Fana, whose focus was entirely on Gao Yang, Luke noticed Lady Jenna, who was being carried on Gao Yang's back. He was somewhat surprised by how quickly the relationship between Gao Yang and this fortune teller, Lady Jenna, had progressed, and he felt a deep sense of admiration. Luke, Fana, congratulations to you both." Melifina leaped down from the top of Gao Yang's head, hovered at the height of his shoulder, and offered her own blessings to the pair in front of her while a large gift box appeared before her. "This is a gift I carefully prepared. Please don't turn it down." Fana reached out to take it, then stroked Melifina's soft paw and said, "Thank you, Queen Melifina." Chapter 554. The premature surge of the sea waves. "You're welcome. Who told you to invite this?" Melifina flicked her large, fluffy tail, her small face filled with a touch of human-like joy. Seeing this, Gao Yang also took out the gift he had prepared from his storage space. Compared to the large gift box from Melifina, the box in Gao Yang's hand was much more standard, being little larger than a palm, just a small token. "Please don't stand on ceremony." Luke reached out to take it, then handed it to Fana beside him, and said with a smile, "Of course, we won't stand on ceremony with you. Then we'll head inside first." Gao Yang gestured toward Lady Jenna on his back and said with some helplessness, "Go inside the auditorium and rest for a while. We'll be there shortly." Luke nodded to show his understanding. Gao Yang carried Lady Jenna into the North Wind Auditorium. It was a semicircular, tiered auditorium that was quite magnificent. About half of the guests were already seated inside. Gao Yang found an empty seat at random, placed Lady Jenna directly onto the seat, and then sat down beside her. But before he had been sitting for even a few seconds, Lady Jenna turned over and pulled Gao Yang's arm into her embrace. Gao Yang did not attempt to pull his arm away. After all, he had already carried her all the way here, so collecting a little interest was not excessive. After a while, Luke and Fana walked into the auditorium hand in hand. The previously dim auditorium was now brightly lit, and countless rays of light shone upon the newlyweds, under the gaze of numerous friends and family. Luke held Fana's hand and slowly walked to the center of the stage. Then, officiated by an old mage with white hair and a beard, the wedding of Luke and Fana officially began. Melifina watched the two in the center of the stage, her large eyes filled with starlight, looking incredibly envious. Seeing this, Gao Yang glanced at her with a hint of amusement, perhaps sensing Gao Yang's gaze. Melifina shot him a look, then angrily turned her body away to avoid his teasing eyes. "It's so wonderful," Lady Jenna murmured, hugging Gao Yang's arm and resting her head on his broad shoulder with a soft sigh. Gao Yang looked at her. She had sobered up at some point and was now staring intently at the newlyweds holding their wedding below. "Has Lady Jenna never experienced this before?" Gao Yang asked with some curiosity. After all, if Jenna were not married, she would at most be called Ms. Jenna, rather than the current Lady Jenna. Hearing this, Lady Jenna slightly loosened her grip on Gao Yang's arm, straightened up, looked into Gao Yang's eyes, and said, "Of course I have. but it is precisely because I have experienced it that I find it even more beautiful. After saying this, Lady Jenna released his arm and leaned back into her seat. The envy on her face faded, replaced by a touch of sorrow. Clearly, these words had reminded her of some memories that were not so pleasant. Seeing this, Gao Yang shrugged slightly and did not continue the topic. As the proceedings advanced, Luke and Fana's wedding reached its conclusion. Just then, a harsh bell began to toll outside the North Wind Auditorium. Upon hearing the piercing sound, Gao Yang was somewhat surprised, but everyone else in the auditorium suddenly shuddered and stood up in unison. What happened? What is this bell ringing for? Seeing this, Gao Yang quickly looked at Lady Jenna beside him and asked. After the bell rang, energy surged within Lady Jenna's body, dispelling all the lingering scent of alcohol from her. As she stood up, she said, "That is the alarm bell. Whenever the sea waves appear, the alarm bell will ring." "You mean the sea waves are here?" Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. "Not yet, but it's not far off." Jenna stood up and continued, "Before the sea waves appear, an energy shockwave will erupt from the frozen sea. Once this energy shockwave is sensed, the alarm bell will ring. In the following half-day, all spellcasters located on the winter ice plains must set aside everything they are doing, rush to the coastline of the frozen sea, and deploy defenses." Gao Yang stood up as well, looked at Lady Jenna beside him, and said, "So, according to what you said, the sea waves have arrived early." Upon hearing this, Lady Jenna nodded slowly, a nod of worry that could not be undone gathering between her brows. The timing for the onset of the sea waves is extremely fixed. Every time the waves arrive early, it means that this surge will drown even more lives. Does that mean the scale of this wave will be much larger than in previous years? Gao Yang asked in return. Lady Jenna nodded with a grave expression and said, "Moreover, among the waves recorded in history, the longest early arrival was only 7 days, but this time, it is a full 12 days early. This wave is definitely the most exaggerated in scale in history." Compared to Lady Jenna's worry, Luke and Fana, who were on the stage, did not have as many emotions. Compared to Luke's eagerness to try, Fana felt somewhat fortunate at this moment, fortunate that the alarm bell rang after her wedding. She looked up at Luke beside her, reached out to hold his large hand, and whispered, "Luke, from now on, don't even think about leaving me behind." Luke revealed a faint smile and said in her ear, "I will definitely protect you well." 3 minutes after the bell rang, all the guests in the North Wind Grand Hall had walked out of the hall and arrived at North Wind Street. Outside the hall, Luke looked at Gao Yang apologetically and said, "Gao Yang, I didn't expect the sea waves to erupt early either. If you take Melifina and leave now, there is still time. I have already arranged everything properly." Before Gao Yang could speak, Melifina, who was squatting on his shoulder, spoke up at this moment. "Who are you looking down on?" "Luke, how could we be absent from such a lively event? But the sea waves are very dangerous. Even for powerhouses at the limit of the extraordinary, it is still possible to fall within the waves." Luke emphasized this point. As a Zhongwang player, he knew the temperament of Zhongwang players all too well. You should worry about yourself and your partner regarding that. Gao Yang and I are invincible below the legendary rank." Melifina leaped onto the top of Gao Yang's head, held her head high, and declared unreservedly. Luke looked at Melifina helplessly, then looked at Gao Yang, attempting to persuade him to leave. Sensing Luke's gaze, Gao Yang shrugged and said directly, "Don't worry, Luke. I'm just collecting some general EXP, and I also promised Lady Jenna that I would help her obtain a heart of the ocean." Since things had reached this point, Luke naturally would not continue to persuade him, although the sea waves were dangerous. For someone with Gao Yang's strength, as long as he was careful and did not get trapped in the encirclement of the undead sirens, there would be no danger to his life. However, wanting to obtain a heart of the ocean was still very difficult. Chapter 555 Arriving at the Frozen Sea. Every time the sea waves occur, the number of hearts of the ocean that can condense is at most 1 or 2, and at most 3 or 4. And as for the spellcasters who want a heart of the ocean, it can be said that in the entire winter ice plains, except for those few legendary spellcasters, everyone else wants one. This is no longer a problem of having many monks and little gruel, but rather that except for a very small number of powerful individuals. Others have no possibility of coming into contact with the heart of the ocean at all. Of course, another important reason why the Winter Ice Plains became the Winter Ice Plains for mages is that the spellcasters who have reached the legendary rank are not greedy. If those legendary spellcasters were greedy enough, then it would be impossible for those towering mage towers to appear on this ice plain every time the sea waves erupt. The hearts of the ocean that condense are obtained by the extraordinary powerhouses on this ice plain. If the quantity is slightly larger, the legendary spellcasters will discuss taking one or two of them, but they would never be greedy enough to take them all. It is precisely because of this restraint that the ice plain became the base camp for mages. Luke looked at Gao Yang and said, "In that case, I cannot persuade you further. You must act with caution. Don't worry, we have our own sense of proportion," Gao Yang replied with a smile. After Luke and Fana left in a hurry, Gao Yang looked at Lady Jenna beside him and asked, "Lady Jenna, take us to the frozen sea." Lady Jenna nodded slightly, and then the three of them walked quickly toward the tavern. A moment later, in the lobby of the Winter Tavern, Lady Jenna had changed into a heavy purple dress, wearing a huge witch's hat on her head, and that long, thin blue-purple pipe was still in her hand. Gao Yang and Melifina stood opposite her, both looking at the transportation outside the lobby with curiosity. It was a luxurious carriage of at least 20 square meters, and pulling the carriage was a snow-white winter sea bird with a wingspan of 20 meters. Clearly, this was a flying nowt, and a flying nowt with impressive strength at that. "Let's go," Lady Jenna greeted, then stepped onto the carriage first, with Gao Yang and Melifina following closely behind. The interior space of the carriage was extremely spacious, and the interior decoration was even more luxurious. Following a cry with extremely strong penetrating power, the carriage shook slightly and then soared into the sky. As the seabird flew, the mage towers within Gao Yang and the others' line of sight gradually grew taller. When the seabird crossed over the ice plains, a deep blue ocean mixed with broken ice of various sizes appeared before Gao Yang and the others. Thick, icy blue fog drifted on the surface of the sea, making everything in the sea appear indistinct. Gao Yang took a step and appeared on the roof of the carriage. He gazed at the boundless frozen sea ahead and asked, "Is this the frozen sea, Gao Yang? It's so cold here." Melifina lay on Gao Yang's shoulder, the cold wind blowing against her face, pulling her smooth fur straight back. Gao Yang patted her head without a word, his battle aura naturally coalescing into a shield before him. Pushing away the biting cold wind blowing toward them, he could sense that beneath the thick fog, within the frozen sea, countless gazes filled with malice were fixed upon him. That malice was so intense and so vast that the air around Gao Yang began to emit a creaking sound, as if unable to bear the pressure. Gao Yang knew that these were the monsters of the eternal frozen sea, the undying sirens. Gao Yang returned to the carriage and looked at Lady Jenna opposite him, asking, "Lady Jenna, could you clear up my confusion? Why are those monsters called undying sirens?" Lady Jenna removed her pipe, exhaled a smoke ring, and then spoke slowly. "Because those monsters possess multiple life cores. When the life core within their physical body is destroyed, the other life cores they have hidden elsewhere will automatically begin to condense a new body. This process does not take long, at most, within a few years. They can regain a physical form. If that is the case, then the Winter Ice Plains should have ceased to exist long ago." Gao Yang questioned. "Of course, although the undying sirens can be reborn, their strength and energy are reduced to their nascent state, and they must spend a great deal of time growing. Finally, once they reach a certain level of maturity, they join the next wave. This is why the scale of the waves suddenly expands so much every once in a while." Lady Jenna explained quickly, then added, "The heart of the ocean is formed by the accumulation of special energy that escapes when those undying sirens die and their life cores shatter." Gao Yang realized this upon hearing it and said, "It is understandable that the heart of the ocean, which condenses the life essence of billions of undying sirens, would possess such corresponding great power." While they were talking, the carriage stopped in mid-air. Looking through the window, the coastline was close at hand. Lady Jenna pointed to the seawater beneath the ice fog and said, "This is the absolute limit. Once that layer of ice fog disappears, the endless undying sirens will rush out from the eternal frozen sea. Then they will tear apart and devour every living thing they see. This is their destiny. They are certainly very polite, aren't they? Gao Yang pushed open the door and stepped out of the carriage. Smiling as he spoke, Lady Jana was stunned, then immediately realized Gao Yang was referring to the undying sirens she had just described, and she couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Those undying sirens are extremely dangerous. 1 or 2 are easy enough to deal with, but once the scale of the undying sirens reaches a certain level, the freezing aura emitted from their bodies is even more intense than the winter ice plains. If you get too close, not only will your physical body be frozen, but even the energy within your body and your very soul and consciousness will be frozen by that terrifying cold. Lady Jana stepped off the carriage, looked at Gao Yang's tall back in front of her, and warned, therefore, when fighting the undying sirens, you must maintain a sufficient distance. Gao Yang waved his hand, unconcerned by Lady Jana's words, and continued to walk toward the boundless frozen sea ahead. Hey, Gao Yang, do not go any further. If you enter the range of the eternal frozen sea now, your intense life aura will attract all the undying sirens within hundreds of thousands of meters. Seeing Gao Yang continue to walk toward the eternal frozen sea without stopping, Lady Jana hurried over and shouted to stop him. Gao Yang paused, turned to look at Lady Jana, and then gripped his hand, causing a dazzling silver-white greatsword to appear in his grasp. He shrugged, smiling with complete indifference, patted Milafina on his shoulder, and looked at Lady Jana, saying, "Rest assured, Lady Jana, doing it this way saves time. If I really wait for those undying sirens to rush onto the ice plains, it would be quite a waste of time to round them all up, wouldn't it?" After Gao Yang finished speaking, he patted Milafina's little head again and said softly, "Queen Milafina, get ready. Ha 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 ha. I am already prepared." Milafina laughed wildly. Pale golden energy spread from her body and quickly linked with Gao Yang's battle aura. The moment the connection was completed, the pale golden light on Milafina's body erupted brilliantly. The pure golden light burned like a torch, and the violent energy even dyed Milafina's eyes a dazzling, brilliant gold. Feeling the energy within her body, which felt like a vast ocean, Milafina let out a meow and pointed at the eternal frozen sea ahead, shouting loudly, "Let's go, Gao Yang. I am the most powerful kitty." Neo Chapter 556. I am the natural disaster. Gao Yang walked step by step toward the eternal frozen sea before him. No matter how Lady Jana shouted, both he and Milafina turned a deaf ear. Seeing this, Lady Jana bit her lip and stomped her foot hard. Then, watching Gao Yang's back as he gradually ascended into the air, she quickly waved the pipe in her hand. As her crimson lips parted slightly, a wisp of purple smoke puffed out from her mouth, quickly chasing after Gao Yang's retreating figure. That was not all. Lady Jana took out a flint, ignited it, and a wisp of purple gold flame began to burn on the flint. She brought it close to her pipe, and as the purple gold flame ignited the tobacco in the bowl, a look of heartache appeared in her eyes. When the tobacco was fully lit, Lady Jana put away the flint, quickly placed the mouthpiece in her mouth, and took a deep, forceful draw. Afterward, she exhaled the smoke. As soon as the purple gold smoke appeared, it vanished into the air. At the same time, Gao Yang could feel that his perception had been greatly enhanced. That feeling was not an increase in his perception attribute, but rather something coming from a mysterious sixth sense. Gao Yang looked back at Lady Jana, who was standing at the edge of the coastline, then turned back, took a step forward, and completely left the range of the winter ice plains, entering the space above the eternal frozen sea. The moment he stepped into the eternal frozen sea, Gao Yang could feel that in this instant, endless malice was gathering toward his direction like a mountain-toppling sea-crushing wave. The intense malice caused the space around him to be permeated with a heavy, biting chill. Wisps of frost attempted to spread toward his body through the air, only to be evaporated by the raging battle aura burning outside his form. Gao Yang looked down and saw, within the sea beneath the thick ice fog, clusters of black shadows constantly surging, attempting to break through the blockade of the mist and charge toward him. However, judging by the current situation, those undead sea sirens would still need some time to completely break through the blockade. Seeing this, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, looked toward the boundless frozen sea in the distance, and suddenly accelerated. Flying deep into the expanse, violent power erupted from Gao Yang's body, shattering all the frost that had circled around him. At the same time, the undead sea sirens beneath the ice fog, as if sharks that had caught the scent of blood, or a school of fish sensing bait falling into the water, transformed into streaks of rapid shadows and pursued in Gao Yang's direction. They could sense that within the human body flying above the frozen sea, there was a vitality as hot and surging as the great sun. It was like a beam of light in the darkness, possessing a fatal attraction for them, the undead sea sirens. As Gao Yang sped along, the number of undead sea sirens attracted to him grew ever larger. Beneath the ice fog below, the space was almost completely filled with them. The scene was like tadpoles in an artificially hatched pond, so dense that it would be a dream come true for someone with trypophobia. This will do. Gao Yang's speeding figure suddenly came to a halt. At his current location, the coastline of the winter ice plains was no longer visible. All that met his eyes was a stretch of icy blue fog, and beneath that fog, the surging, restless, and endless mass of undead sea sirens. After speaking, Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the void. He took out a kello fruit and tossed it to Milafina, while simultaneously taking one out for himself and chewing it heartily. The moment Gao Yang finished the kello fruit in his hand, the ice fog on the surface of the eternal frozen sea below slowly dissipated. In that instant, the already infinite malice was amplified several times over. The feeling was as if one had previously been separated by a layer of frosted glass, and now, that frosted glass had been completely removed. Infinite malice surged into the sky, actually manifesting into a solid, icy pillar of a giant hand that reached out to grab toward Gao Yang's position. Watching the incoming icy giant hand, Gao Yang slowly stood up straight and gripped the hilt of Yang Yao. Yang Yao emitted a sharp, piercing sword hum. Above the deep, icy blue sea, a massive figure covered in silver-white armor, holding a silver-white greatsword over 10 meters in length, was swallowed by the hideous black shadows breaking through the water. The undead sea sirens possessed forearms, while their lower bodies were fishtails convenient for movement in water. Their arms and backs were covered in bony fins, and their entire bodies were covered in a thin layer of black-blue skin. Beneath their strong frames lay explosive power, and their shark-like pointed mouths glinted with a cold light. Their massive, copper bell-like eyes were filled with a thirst for slaughter and blood. These creatures perfectly matched Gao Yang's definition of a monster. As the undead sea sirens surged out of the sea, the freezing air instantly increased several times over. The terrifying low temperature froze the sky above this sea area, and these undead sea sirens clung to the frozen space, rushing toward Gao Yang like bolts of lightning. Soon, one undead sea siren stepped into Gao Yang's attack range. It was met with a dazzling sword light. As the sword light slashed through, this excited and hideous undead sea siren was sliced open entirely, its body falling powerlessly toward the seawater below. You have killed an undead sea siren. Roselle Plain Eternal Frozen Sea. You have gained 10 generally XP. Undead sea siren Roselle Plain Eternal Frozen Sea has been recorded in your adventure handbook. With the death of the first undead sea siren, the spilled black-blue blood acted like a catalyst, causing the remaining undead sea sirens to fall into a state of complete madness. They let out bloodthirsty roars and accelerated their charge toward Gao Yang. Go on a killing spree, Gao Yang, Milafina. Squatting between Gao Yang's dragon horns inside the safe space he had specifically created for her using the nether vines, let out an arrogant laugh. As you wish. Gao Yang took a deep breath of air filled with ice shards, and the battle aura on his body burned like a torch. Blade storm. The next moment, terrifying sword chi was generated out of thin air. In just a brief instant, a terrifying storm with a radius of over 30 meters took shape above the sea. Sword chi dozens of meters long circled the storm, sucking everything in the vicinity into it and grinding it into powder. When the duration of the blade storm exceeded 10 seconds, the terrifying storm, which had already grown to a radius of 100 meters, suddenly expanded by another circle. Violent suction emanated from within, pulling all the undead sea sirens within a range of several thousand meters into this giant storm that connected heaven and earth. If one were to look from a distance at this moment, they would see that at Gao Yang's location, the thick clouds in the sky had formed a vortex and begun to rotate slowly, and on the corresponding sea surface below, an immeasurable amount of seawater was being churned up, mixed with the severed limbs and remains of the undead sea sirens. and sucked into the sword chi storm. At the same time, more and more undead sea sirens were being swept up by the massive suction in the water. Even if they wanted to escape, it was impossible. They could only watch helplessly as they were sucked into the storm and mercilessly crushed. Chapter 557 The Heart of the Ocean. Born from boundless slaughter. Boom, boom. A roar like muffled thunder rolled out from the depths of the frozen sea. Lady Janna looked up at the thick clouds in the sky that were clearly accelerating in their flow. Her expression momentarily dazed. In her perception, Gao Yang was already more than 100 kilometers away from her position. But even across such a terrifying distance, the opponent's attack could still affect her current location. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying scene she would see if she were there in person. In fact, Gao Yang's blade storm had already been maintained for over 25 seconds at this moment. After rounds of amplification and expansion, the range encompassed by the current blade storm had already exceeded 2,000 meters. It should be noted that this was the range of the blade storm's physical manifestation, not its actual lethal radius. If one were to truly calculate the actual lethal range, a radius of 50 kilometers around the blade storm would all fall within its killing zone. The depth of the fear the undead sea sirens felt for Gao Yang at this moment was exactly as profound as the malice they had held for him earlier. Many undead sea sirens that had merely sensed his life energy were swept into the air by the terrifying suction force before they even caught a glimpse of Gao Yang, only to have their bodies instantly severed into more than a dozen pieces by the sharp sword chi, ending their lives on the spot. As for those undead sea sirens that had been greedy for Gao Yang, they had already perished within the storm the moment he unleashed it. Gao Yang, at the peak of the transcendent stage and possessing terrifying talent in the path of the sword, was now able to fully unleash the might of the blade storm. If the duration of the blade storm could be extended just a little longer, Gao Yang was confident he could expand this range several times over. But even so, when the blade storm finally ceased, there were no living undead sea sirens left within Gao Yang's sensory range. In the vast sea area below, what was once densely packed with undead sea sirens was now densely packed with their fragments. Black-blue blood stained the sea for hundreds of kilometers, and the stench of blood rising into the sky made the bodies of all the undead sea sirens that caught the scent stiffen, nearly causing them to lose the ability to move. Oh! Gao Yang stood in midair, slowly exhaling the stale air from his chest. A single blade storm had cleared out all the undead sea sirens within a radius of nearly 100 kilometers. And for Gao Yang, it had not consumed much energy. As of today, regardless of the race, anyone below the peak of the transcendent stage was no different to Gao Yang. Under his sword, they all had only one outcome: to become experience points for Gao Yang's growth. There was no help for it. Under various augmentations, Gao Yang's attacks were no longer something those beings could withstand. Even a casual strike could instantly slay the vast majority of life forms below the peak of the transcendent stage. Moreover, the strength of these undead sea sirens was generally only just reaching the transcendent stage, still a very long distance from the peak. For Gao Yang, this was merely a mowing exercise to acquire general experience. It didn't even count as slaughter. Gao Yang looked down at the sea area that had returned to silence, then turned to fly horizontally along the coastline. He could sense that when those undead sea sirens died, a kind of elusive energy escaped from their bodies and drifted toward the firmament above. However, the current level of death was not enough to form the heart of the ocean. Therefore, Gao Yang needed more undead sea sirens to die by his sword to accelerate the condensation of the heart of the ocean. After flying horizontally for 100 kilometers, undead sea sirens had already discovered him within his perception. The moment they sensed Gao Yang, they abandoned their advance toward the winter ice plains and instead lunged toward his location. This was the nature of the undead sea sirens. Pure creatures of destruction that possessed only the instinct to kill and not a shred of biological intelligence. Gao Yang did not stop his pace for these lunging undead sea sirens. Instead, he continued to speed through the air, and everywhere he passed, more and more undead sea sirens were attracted, following in his wake. It was not until Gao Yang felt the numbers were sufficient that he stopped in midair, allowing the endless sea of undead sea sirens to engulf him. Gao Yang remained amidst the undead sea sirens, eyes closed, slaying the surrounding creatures one sword strike at a time. As the number of his kills increased, Strands of insight into the path of the sword emerged in his mind. Facing this large-scale siege, inspiration formed rapidly in Gao Yang's mind, until at a certain moment, Gao Yang suddenly opened his eyes, a sword shadow composed of purple lightning flashing in the depths of his pupils. His gaze fell upon the endless stream of undead sea sirens rushing toward him, and then he swung his sword. Densely packed 9 capital wild thunder followed this strike. The moment the strike touched the first undead sea siren, the concentrated 9 capital wild thunder instantly split into 9, devouring everything of that siren to serve as fuel for the thunder, rapidly spreading to the 9 nearest undead sea sirens. A terrifying scene unfolded instantly. Dense purple lightning spread through the swarm of undead sea sirens, and every siren in its path was slain by the purple electricity. The further it went, the stronger the power of the purple lightning became. It only slowly dissipated after it left the range of Gao Yang's control. With this single strike, the undead sea sirens surrounding Gao Yang were wiped out, even within a radius of several kilometers in the sea below. Not a single undead sea siren remained alive. Gao Yang was very satisfied with the effect of this strike. He nodded and said, "I shall call you human calamity." Extermination of the 9 clans. This chain-killing strike was indeed very similar to the extermination of 9 clans. Calling this strike extermination of the 9 clans was no exaggeration. After developing human calamity, extermination of the 9 clans, Gao Yang's killing efficiency rose to another level. Now, he didn't even need to go and attract the undead sea sirens. Whenever any lunged at him, he would simply unleash a strike of human calamity. Extermination of the 9 clans and leave the rest to the 9 capital wild thunder. The 9 capital wild thunder would convert the energy and flesh of the slain undead sea sirens entirely into electricity, providing energy for the next split, thereby continuing to complete the next round of slaughter. Many undead sea sirens were slain directly in the seawater by a bolt of 9 capital wild thunder before they even saw Gao Yang. Until nightfall, Gao Yang still had not stopped his journey of slaughter. And no matter how he killed, everywhere he looked was still filled with undead sea sirens. This was the true value of an early erupting tide. The number of undead sea sirens far exceeded that of ordinary years. And when the dead of night arrived, Gao Yang felt something in his heart and suddenly looked up at the night sky above. In the midst of the night sky, streaks of hazy aurora were quietly emerging. As if they had gathered all the luster in the world, a single glance was enough to leave one intoxicated. Within that hazy aurora, a brilliant point of light was rapidly condensing and taking shape. When Gao Yang saw that point of light, he realized it was a heart of the ocean in the process of formation. Chapter 558, Heart of the Ocean. After just one look, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze. It was not enough. The energy contributed by the undead sea sirens was not yet sufficient for that heart of the ocean to fully condense. Gao Yang looked down at the frozen sea of eternity below. The surface of the sea was littered with severed limbs and broken arms. Yet not a single undead sea siren could be seen. Gao Yang looked ahead, then took a step, his massive figure booming forward. The sea area below retreated rapidly. During the flight, Gao Yang said to Milafina, "Milafina, I will kill enough to get a heart of the ocean for you later as well." "Meow, that would require killing a lot of undead sea sirens, wouldn't it?" Milafina poked her head out, looking at Gao Yang as she spoke. "These undead sea sirens cannot cause much of an impact on me, and with your assistance, it will just take a little more time." Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Besides, these undead sea sirens are not truly dead. They will continue to resurrect. If they do not die by our hands, they will continue to ravage the winter ice plains after we leave this place. Then if we kill them all, will it delay their ravaging?" Milafina asked. "Temporarily, yes. And if we don't kill them now, wouldn't we be wasting the precious resurrection opportunities of these undead sea sirens?" Gao Yang said with a smile. "In our homeland, there is an old saying, 'To reject what heaven bestows is to invite disaster.'" Milafina repeated it with some confusion. "To reject what heaven bestows is to invite disaster. It means that if heaven bestows something upon you and you do not accept it, you will be punished by heaven." Gao Yang's voice echoed in Milafina's ears, looking at these undead sea sirens from another perspective. "Aren't they just treasures prepared by this world for humanity? Of course, if the humans of this world cannot seize this treasure, They will be overwhelmed and slaughtered by the undead sea sirens. While they were talking, Gao Yang had already seen the boundless, endless undead sea sirens in the sea area below. Without hesitation, Gao Yang dove straight toward the sea below. Before he even arrived, a streak of purple sword energy had already been unleashed. Human calamity. Exterminate the 9 clans. After the sword energy killed the first undead sea siren, the purple thunder sword energy began to rapidly split and multiply. With just a single strike, a large swath of undead sea sirens below was killed or injured. Gao Yang did not pause and began to swing his sword down strike after strike. As time passed, Gao Yang roughly estimated that he had flown over 500 kilometers. But wherever his eyes fell, there were still endless undead sea sirens. Gao Yang, is the number of these undead sea sirens really this exaggerated? Melifina was somewhat surprised, poking her head out to ask. Yes, this quantity is truly too exaggerated. I don't know how the mages of the Winter Ice Plains have managed to hold them off. Gao Yang also felt a bit of emotion, but when he thought about it, if there were any winter mages whose strength was comparable to his, it seemed that guarding the coastline would not be much of a problem. Moreover, this assumption was highly likely to be true. The number of winter mages was vast, and after undergoing long periods of research and study, those mages would only become more terrifying. Take Luke, for example. He is only in his 50s now. Judging by his current lifespan, he is completely a young man who has not long since reached adulthood. Yet Luke's strength is already extremely formidable, not to mention, on this Winter Ice Plains, there are also legendary level winter mages. Such existences only need to make a slight move to wipe out an incredibly exaggerated number of undead sea sirens. Of course, in most cases, legendary mages do not intervene in the tides. For the younger generation of Winter Ice Plains mages, this is both a trial and an opportunity. Gao Yang, look at the sky. Just then, Melifina suddenly spoke up to interrupt him. Hearing this, Gao Yang looked up at the sky and saw that the heart of the ocean that was originally condensing had now fully formed. Hanging high in the night sky like a brilliant star, Melifina shouted, "It's the heart of the ocean. The heart of the ocean has condensed. Hurry, Gao Yang." Gao Yang did not hesitate. The moment he saw the heart of the ocean, he soared into the sky and flew toward it. Based on the number of undead sea sirens he had slaughtered, this heart of the ocean was undoubtedly his. Gao Yang had the confidence that, provided those legendary mages did not appear, no one could kill undead sea sirens faster than him. The heart of the ocean hung high in the night sky, a great distance from the frozen ice plains. Gao Yang flew for nearly 10 minutes before finally approaching the heart of the ocean. Only after getting within 100 meters of the heart of the ocean did Gao Yang see its full appearance. It was an ice blue, crystal clear, -1 pointed star-shaped crystal. Wisps of azure halo radiated from within the crystal, refracting the aurora that was close at hand, casting a large halo around it. So beautiful. Melifina stared at the heart of the ocean, her large eyes filled with infatuation. Clearly, this kind of shiny, mysterious-looking gemstone perfectly struck a chord with Melifina's aesthetic. Gao Yang flew up to the heart of the ocean. Looking at it within arm's reach, he reached out his palm, intending to take it. Just then, a strong sense of crisis emerged in Gao Yang's heart. While maintaining his reaching posture, his body shifted sideways by several meters for no reason. Because the speed was so fast, he even left an afterimage in his original spot. A pitch-black ray pierced through the chest of the afterimage and shot into the boundless night sky ahead. Gao Yang turned abruptly, looking in the direction behind him. A mage wearing ice-white robes and holding an ice crystal staff was flickering continuously, rapidly approaching the heart of the ocean. Gao Yang stood where he was, holding Yang Yao and waiting for the mage to arrive. More than 10 seconds later, the mage who had attacked Gao Yang appeared a few dozen meters away after a flicker of movement. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the male mage in front of him with his dark golden slit pupils. His voice low, "I need an explanation." He had come to the Winter Ice Plains at Luke's invitation. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Moreover, since the other party was also a winter mage, if they could provide a reasonable explanation, Gao Yang would not be unreasonable enough to kill them on the spot. The winter mage opposite Gao Yang felt an immense pressure wash over him as he was locked in the gaze of those cold, slit pupils. A mountain-like, Tsunami-like killing intent completely enveloped him, making him instantly realize just how reckless his previous attack had been. After taking a difficult, deep breath, the winter mage opposite Gao Yang bowed slightly and said, "My name is Per. I apologize for my recklessness just now. I thought you were an outsider trying to seize the heart of the ocean. This has happened during previous waves, which is why I attacked to stop you. Is that so?" Gao Yang opened his eyes slightly upon hearing this. He nodded slowly, his deep, muffled voice ringing in Per's ears. "If that is the case, then I can forgive your actions." Per let out a sigh of relief and said, "I heard that Luke's wedding invitation included to friends from another world. I assumed that would be you and the cat spirit lady above your head." Gao Yang nodded slightly, pointed at the heart of the ocean, then pointed at himself, and said, "I promised Lady Luna that I would collect this heart of the ocean. And for that, I crossed over 500 kilometers of sea." Crossed over 500 kilometers of sea. Per was stunned at first, then suddenly remembered that the waves along this stretch of coastline had been weaker than in ordinary years in abnormal situation. Per looked at Gao Yang in shock and blurted out, "The undead sirens within that 500-kilometer sea area were all killed by you alone." Gao Yang shook his head slightly and said, "To be precise, my companion and I killed them together." Per gasped sharply, looking at Gao Yang with disbelief. He and many other mages had been speculating about the cause of the issue, never expecting that the person responsible for creating that anomaly was standing right in front of him. In less than half a day, slaughtering all the undead sirens within a 500-kilometer radius, such a terrifying speed of carnage would likely be no different even if a legendary mage had come. Seeing that Per had realized his speed of slaughter, Gao Yang pointed again at the heart of the ocean between them and said, "Now, I am going to take this heart of the ocean. Do you have any objections?" Although Per felt a bit reluctant, he knew that the condensation of this heart of the ocean was indeed mostly achieved by the person in front of him. So, he didn't say much and simply shook his head. Seeing this, Gao Yang nodded at him, then flew to the side of the heart of the ocean, reached out, and grasped it in his hand. The heart of the ocean felt slightly cold to the touch. The moment he gripped it, a faint chill passed through his scales and into his body. Gao Yang could feel that once this chill entered his body, the flow of his battle chi slowed down significantly. A bit strange. As Gao Yang said this, he directly stored the heart of the ocean into his inventory. He had already confirmed that the heart of the ocean could have a certain effect even on him. That being said, if he had enough time, Gao Yang intended to get one for himself as well. With the heart of the ocean put away, a look of regret appeared in Per's eyes. However, as one of the top transcendent winter mages, he quickly adjusted his mindset, waved slightly at Gao Yang, and said, "Since you have already obtained this heart of the ocean, I will head back to continue hunting the undead sirens." Wait, Per's figure paused, and he looked at Gao Yang in confusion, not understanding why he had been called back. Facing Per's puzzled gaze, Gao Yang said, "I still need at least 2 more hearts of the ocean. So, I wanted to ask, if I head deeper into the eternal frozen sea, will I be able to encounter more undead sirens?" Per was startled, then asked in disbelief, "You mean you want to go deep into the eternal frozen sea to hunt more undead sirens?" Gao Yang nodded and said, "Is there something wrong with that? In the depths of the eternal frozen sea, there may be legendary level undead sirens, compared to ordinary undead sirens that only possess the instinct to kill. Legendary level undead sirens have broken through the shackles of their species. They do not follow the waves to launch attacks on the winter ice plains. Instead, they reside in the depths of the eternal frozen sea, following their own will and doing as they please." Per paused here before continuing. "They have broken the shackles of their species, but they also possess limited lifespans. In short, they are no longer than killable undead sirens. Another aspect is that they harbor intense killing intent toward us humans, especially powerful ones. To those legendary undead sirens, we are like the heart of the ocean is to us transcendent humans. Legendary level undead sirens." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, feeling quite interested. He looked at Per and asked, "You mean to say that if I go on a killing spree in the depths of the eternal frozen sea, I might attract legendary level undead sirens?" Per nodded. "This is what my teacher told me. He is a legendary level mage who has already left the Roselle Plain to go on a planar journey." Gao Yang looked at Per, not surprised. The other party's strength was extremely high, without a sufficiently strong master. It would be difficult to reach such a level at this age. He nodded slightly to Per and said, "Thank you for the information. Your intel is very useful." After saying this, Gao Yang turned and prepared to fly toward the depths of the eternal frozen sea. "Wait, Gao Yang," Pearl called out. "Are you really still planning to head into the depths of the frozen sea? You will encounter a legendary rank undead siren there, I know. Actually, I also want to see a legendary rank undead siren for myself. Oh, right. If you manage to contact Lady Jana, please tell her not to wait for us. We have already obtained the heart of the ocean. She can just return to the tavern and wait for our return." Gao Yang did not turn back, only his voice reached Pearl's ears. Pearl watched Gao Yang's receding back, her expression complex. After a moment, she shook her head and muttered, "A madman, a transcendent. Actually taking the initiative to provoke a legendary rank undead siren. If someone like that isn't a madman, then what is?" "Gao Yang, are we really going to go looking for trouble with a legendary siren?" After moving far away from Pearl, Melifina poked her head out and looked down at Gao Yang to ask. Gao Yang could hear a hint of nervousness in her tone. After all, legendary has always been synonymous with power. The reason the legendary are called legendary is not merely because they have ascended to this stage, but because their rich life experiences, when taken individually, are inimitable epics. That is why they are called legends. Even though Melifina had never witnessed the might of a legendary, she had heard plenty about it. Hearing now that Gao Yang intended to go directly to find trouble with a legendary undead siren, she naturally felt some concern. After all, once a mistake was made, there would be no way to survive. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Of course not. If the legendary siren doesn't come looking for us, we will focus on slaughtering undead sirens to condense the heart of the ocean. Then what if a legendary undead siren finds us? Then, of course, we will have a battle with it." Gao Yang laughed heartily and answered in a crisp, decisive manner. Chapter 559. Deep into the Frozen Sea. Anything that can be called a sea shares a common characteristic: it is vast. The Frozen Sea was no exception to this trait. After Gao Yang parted ways with Pearl while carrying Melifina, he continued to fly in a direction away from the coastline. Along the way, the number of undead sirens they encountered did not decrease in the slightest. On the contrary, as time passed, the number of undead sirens they encountered only grew larger. Of course, these undead sirens ultimately could not escape the fate of being slaughtered by the 9-clan extermination. It could only be said that this sword technique Gao Yang had recently developed was simply too suitable for clearing out small mobs, especially since Gao Yang's attack power exceeded the limits. A mere wisp of sword energy was enough to slay an undead siren. The power of the human calamity, 9-clan extermination, performed with this attack power as a foundation, had risen to an exaggerated level. Gao Yang wantonly slaughtered every undead siren within his line of sight, and this highly efficient mode of killing also caused the formation speed of the second heart of the ocean to gradually accelerate. Moreover, as the second heart of the ocean took shape, Gao Yang discovered that the distance between this heart of the ocean and himself was not very far. If the location of the first heart of the ocean was near the coastline, then the location of this current heart of the ocean was already deep within the frozen sea, far away from the shore. This discovery made Gao Yang roughly understand that the location of the heart of the ocean might change according to where a massive number of undead sirens died. Or rather, because his speed in slaughtering undead sirens was too exaggerated, the strange substances within the undead sirens gathered toward the firmament, eventually forming the prototype of a heart of the ocean nearby. Melifina opened her mouth wide and let out a yawn. This kind of dull and monotonous slaughter was truly not an interesting thing for a cat like her, who was naturally active and full of curiosity. Gao Yang's strength was too great. When he slaughtered these undead sirens, she didn't even need to release her support abilities. She could just follow Gao Yang and leech off the general EXP. And that was that. Gao Yang, when can we go back? Melifina poked her head out and shouted toward Gao Yang below. Gao Yang laughed and teased her intentionally. "If you don't want the heart of the ocean, we can return right now." Melifina let out a startled cry and instantly sobered up. After having seen the magnificence of the heart of the ocean up close, Asking her to give up a heart of the ocean that was almost within her grasp was more painful than killing her. Melafina shook her little head frantically and suggested, "Let's forget that. Then, let's speed up and slaughter the undead sirens." Gao Yang nodded slightly, flapped his wings, and dove toward the sea surface below. Then hold on tight, accompanied by Melafina's scream. Gao Yang plunged headfirst into the seawater, which was filled with floating ice. The moment he entered the sea, the bone-chilling cold was instantly perceived by Gao Yang. His heart beat violently, and crimson battle aura emanated from within his body, forming a ring of battle aura flames on his skin, pushing away all the surrounding seawater and icy cold. Beneath the sea surface, there were still endless undead sirens. Gao Yang looked through the gaps between the undead sirens toward the depths below, and all he could see was a deep, profound darkness. Unaccountably, a sense of alarm rose in Gao Yang's heart, as if some unknown existence in the deep seabed was watching him. Gao Yang shook his head, and that sense of alarm dissipated. It seems that every ocean is mysterious and unpredictable. I wonder what exactly exists at the bottom of this frozen sea. Gao Yang swung his sword casually to slay the nearby undead sirens while pondering. The previous sense of alarm had only appeared for an instant before vanishing, which showed that the known existence did not harbor high hostility toward him. As long as he did not take the initiative to provoke the other party, it was highly likely that the entity would not rush out from the seabed. Moreover, with Gao Yang's current strength, it would still be quite strenuous if he wanted to go deep into the seabed. After all, the deeper one went into the ocean, the greater the pressure one had to endure. Even though Gao Yang's current physical fitness far exceeded that of an ordinary person, if he truly wanted to move freely on the seabed, he would likely have to wait until he ascended to the legendary rank. The process from being a mortal to a legend is a leap in the hierarchy of life. During this process, not only do physical attributes and other qualities climb significantly, but various incredible abilities are also born. Among these, the most well-known is the domain mastered after ascending to the legendary rank. Just as when Gao Yang battled the legendary devil Mephistos, the soul light orb the opponent unleashed was a manifestation of a domain. In Mephistos' soul-stripping domain, if Gao Yang had not possessed the unique specialty of immortal will and resonated his will with his soul through a steadfast spirit, he would never have been qualified to stand before a Mephistos. In all likelihood, he would have been killed in a single strike the moment they met. This is cruel, but it is reality. Otherwise, why would legendary powerhouses be considered strong throughout the entire multiverse? It is precisely because they have mastered power that transcends all things. This power is enough to allow them to stand firm even when facing gods, rather than groveling on the ground like mortals. After confirming that the entity at the bottom of the frozen sea held no murderous intent toward him, Gao Yang did not waste any more time and continued his slaughter of the undead sirens. Time passed rapidly, but the lives of the undead sirens faded even faster. The massive slaughter left these waters filled with severed limbs and broken remains. Meanwhile, the heart of the ocean, hanging high in the firmament, was nearing completion, until a certain moment, a massive splash erupted from the sea surface, and Gao Yang flapped his dragon wings, shooting into the sky. Beneath the night sky, the heart of the ocean was radiating a brilliant glow. "Neo, Gao Yang, hurry. That guy is catching up." Melafina's slightly panicked voice echoed across the sea, rewinding time by a dozen seconds. When Gao Yang was busy slaying undead sirens, his attack was suddenly blocked by an ice pillar. Before Gao Yang could react, ice spikes shot toward him in a barrage. This turn of events made Gao Yang realize instantly that a legendary rank undead siren had attacked him. In the eternal frozen sea, it was the opponent's home turf. Fighting here would inevitably mean being suppressed by the environment. Therefore, Gao Yang made a prompt decision and charged straight out of the sea. When Gao Yang broke the surface, a siren with a physique no different from the other undead sirens slowly emerged from the water. Its eyes were no longer crimson but glowed with a blue light. Within this blue light, Gao Yang could sense that the opponent was observing him. Legendary rank undead siren. Gao Yang stood in midair, looking down at the undead siren standing upon the sea surface. To Gao Yang's surprise, the undead siren on the water actually spoke in a human tongue. Few humans would venture so deep into the frozen sea as you have, especially a human who has not even reached the legendary rank. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. He had only recently learned that legendary rank undead sirens possess self-awareness. But he truly did not know that a legendary rank undead siren would be willing to communicate with humans, the mortal enemies of their kind. Why are you surprised? The undead siren on the sea looked up at Gao Yang and said, "Your strength is great. You were able to block my attack. Leave now, and I can pretend nothing ever happened." Chapter 560 Legendary Rank Undead Siren. Gao Yang looked at the undead siren below with a strange expression. He had not expected this legendary rank undead siren to be unexpectedly kind. According to common logic, legendary rank existences generally crush those below the legendary rank, let alone to completely different races like humans and undead sirens. "I have killed so many undead sirens, aren't you angry?" Gao Yang asked. "Why should I be angry?" The answer from the undead siren below once again exceeded Gao Yang's expectations. "Just because they belong to the same race as me." The undead siren lowered its hand. Seawater gathered beneath it, and it sat on a chair made of water, looking up at Gao Yang as it continued, "Don't joke, will you? They are just a group of mindless beasts, and immortal beasts at that. For them, death is merely a brief period of silence. When there is sufficient energy, they will awaken once again. Furthermore, we were simply born together from the bottom of the eternal frozen sea. There is no such thing as the blood-bonded social relationships you humans have. So, strictly speaking, every undead siren is an independent individual, without kinship or social bonds. Why would I seek revenge for them?" Gao Yang was truly astonished. This undead siren, which looked devoid of any human features, had such clear logic, reaching a level of rationality. "Your expression is very similar to those powerhouses I have seen before who possess great strength, but are arrogant enough to look down on any non-human creature." Facing Gao Yang's surprised gaze, the undead siren added another remark. Gao Yang regained his composure and then asked, "Then, why did you ambush me just now?" The undead siren looked at Gao Yang, curled its lips, and said in a tone that was somewhat helpless and slightly annoyed, "This is my home. You were making a racket at my doorstep. If it were you, wouldn't you be angry?" Cough, cough, cough. Gao Yang was choked by this answer. He coughed repeatedly to hide his embarrassment. Milafina poked her head out, looked at the undead siren below with a slightly apologetic expression, and explained, We didn't expect there to be a legendary rank siren in this location. Sorry about that. So, can you leave this place now?" The undead siren waved its hand, not dwelling on the topic. "Come to think of it, I haven't chatted with a human in a long time. If you don't want to leave just yet, we could have a chat." "I'm sorry, we are leaving right now." Milafina shook her head like a rattle. After saying that, she immediately retreated back into her little nest. "Are you kidding? Chatting with a legendary rank existence whose intentions were unknown was far too risky." Although this situation sounded truly cool, Milafina was not some naive kitten who understood nothing. Perhaps this was the other party's scheme, intended to lower their guard before catching them off guard and killing them directly in this sea of eternal frost. "Do not worry." Gao Yang said this to Milafina, then looked down at the undead sea siren below and said, "Sorry, we still have things to do." "Do you mean you intend to continue slaughtering those undead sea sirens?" When the legendary undead sea siren on the sea surface said this, its expression did not fluctuate in the slightest, as if those of its own kind were merely a group of cats and dogs. "Of course, but we will try our best to stay away from your area." Gao Yang did not deny it. Although the second heart of the ocean had already condensed, he had not yet obtained one for himself. He would naturally not let go of a treasure that was effective for him. Do you know, you seem to have failed to understand the positioning between us." The undead sea siren on the sea surface suddenly sneered and stood up from its chair. It looked up at Gao Yang, and a burst of cruel killing intent erupted from its bell-like eyes. "What makes you think you can speak to me like that?" Gao Yang was slightly stunned. Then a ferocious smile appeared on his massive dragon head. Although he was not quite sure why this legendary level undead sea siren had suddenly changed its temperament so drastically, this did not affect Gao Yang's desire to fight it. After all, those undead sea sirens below the legendary level were far too weak in Gao Yang's hands. Even if he slaughtered countless more, they could not provide him with even a shred of combat experience. Now, being able to fight an undead sea siren that had broken through racial limitations and achieved the legendary rank made Gao Yang feel 3 parts more delighted. The undead sea siren looked at Gao Yang, who was revealing an excited fighting spirit, and suddenly felt that things were not developing in the direction it wanted. Heaven knows, it only wanted to scare the humanoid dragon in front of it. But it did not expect this guy to be a battle maniac. One had to know that it was a legendary undead sea siren capable of easily crushing existences below the legendary level. Yet, in the face of its threat, the humanoid dragon on the opposite side was actually somewhat eager to try. After a moment of silence, the undead sea siren immediately put away its posturing and revealed a smile once again. "Ha, just a joke. No need to take it seriously." Melifina looked suspiciously at the smiling undead sea siren on the sea surface below, her little head crashing on the spot. She now seriously doubted whether the undead sea siren below was truly legendary level. Why did a legendary level existence have no dignity of a powerhouse at all? Gao Yang stared expressionlessly at the undead sea siren below, already understanding that this battle would not happen. The undead sea siren below valued its life more than he had imagined. Ignoring the undead sea siren below, Gao Yang flew toward the firmament. The second heart of the ocean had already taken shape. It was fortunate that this place was located deep within the Sea of Eternal Frost, otherwise, the time wasted would have been enough for this heart of the ocean to be snatched away by other spellcasters. Soon, Gao Yang disappeared into the horizon, and the undead sea siren below shrugged, its body slowly sinking into the cold seawater. What a joke. It had only just broken through to the legendary rank with great difficulty. Although it had successfully mastered its own destiny, it had also lost the innate ability of infinite resurrection. Now, it would not casually start a fight or make enemies with others. That would be too uncivilized. Moreover, it had sensed an extremely exaggerated ominous aura from that humanoid dragon. Gao Yang flew to the heart of the ocean. Looking at the heart of the ocean before him, he reached out his hand and grasped it. Melifina leaped down from the top of his head, jumped onto his arm, and looked at the heart of the ocean in Gao Yang's hand at close range. After a long while, she took a deep breath and let out an excited meow. "Gao Yang, I really love you to death." Chapter 561 The Promise of Diviner Jana. Gao Yang did not know how long this wave had lasted, but he had stayed in the depths of the Sea of Eternal Frost for a full 5 days. For 5 days, he had been in the midst of slaughter every single moment. If the undead sea sirens he had killed could be linked together, they could probably circle the Roselle Plain 8 times. This surprised both Gao Yang and Melifina, because they truly could not imagine that such a large number of undead sea sirens could exist in this Sea of Eternal Frost. And after the 5 days of endless slaughter ended, in addition to the heart of the ocean for Melifina, Gao Yang had obtained 3 additional hearts of the ocean for himself. This kind of treasure that could increase the chances of advancing to the legendary realm would be snatched up instantly anywhere. Although Gao Yang did not care about ordinary resources, he did not mind obtaining more of such precious resources if there was an opportunity. During these 5 days, he had encountered legendary level undead sea sirens more than once, but a real battle had only occurred once. And that legendary sea siren, upon discovering that it could not take down Gao Yang in a short time, and that it might die there itself, dove into the icy sea without a word and disappeared without a trace. This gave Gao Yang a general understanding of these legendary level undead sea sirens. He did not know if they were strong or not, but they were definitely protective of their lives, clearly. He was just an ant at the transcendent level. Yet those legendary level undead sea sirens were one more kind than the other, actually being more particular about being kind to others than he was. In Gao Yang's view, this was simply turning the world upside down, possessing such strong power, yet not having evolved to the point of not eating beef. It looked abnormal no matter how one viewed it. Of course, what truly made Gao Yang angry was that his original legendary advancement quest, Ultimate Battle, only required him to defeat one more existence at the legendary realm to be completed. These legendary level undead sea sirens were all excellent opponents who could help him complete this quest, but because they were each so protective of their lives, Gao Yang had no way to complete this quest at all. He could only vent his frustration on those immortal sea monsters that could neither be killed nor exhausted. which was also the reason he had condensed 3 hearts of the ocean. "Ha, Gao Yang, are we not continuing?" Melifina let out a yawn, and seeing Gao Yang stop, she asked with some confusion. Gao Yang shook his head slightly and put away the Yang Yao sword. "There is no need to waste time here. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. We have already obtained 5 hearts of the ocean. To take any more would be nothing short of greedy." "Does that mean we can go back now?" Melifina looked up, her large eyes sparkling. It was evident that the monotonous life of the past few days had been truly difficult for her to endure. "Of course. Why would we stay here if not to go back?" Gao Yang smiled and teased, "Furthermore, our queen should be feeling bored by now, right?" "No, I am not." Melifina quickly shook her head to deny it. Gao Yang chuckled and did not continue the topic, turning instead to fly in the direction they had come from. By the time Gao Yang had completely left the depths of the eternal frozen sea, 7 immortal sea monsters emerged from beneath the surface. They were, in fact, the legendary level immortal sea monsters Gao Yang had encountered over the past few days. After exchanging glances, they all saw the relief in each other's eyes. That killing star has finally left. One of the immortal sea monsters gazed in the direction Gao Yang had departed, letting out a long sigh of relief. The other immortal sea monsters nodded in succession. It was the first time they had ever seen such a fierce transcendent. Fortunately, they were able to retreat to the bottom of the frozen sea. Otherwise, if they had really been chased and slashed by this madman, no sea monster could have stood it. Winter Ice Plains, Winter City. Inside the hall of the Winter Tavern, Lady Jana sat on a wooden chair behind the counter, puffing on her pipe, one puff after another, blue-purple smoke enveloping her entirely. Although her expression remained elegant, anyone could sense the aura of anxiety radiating from her. "It has already been 6 days. Why haven't Gao Yang and Melifina returned yet?" Taking another deep drag of smoke, Lady Jana tapped her pipe against the heavy tabletop, feeling incredibly restless. If she hadn't been able to sense that Gao Yang and Melifina were still on the Roselle Plain, she would have even suspected that they had left the Roselle Plain entirely. "Lady Jana, it seems your mood is not very good." Just then, the door to the Winter Tavern was pushed open, and the biting cold wind took the opportunity to pour into the warm hall. Lady Jana looked up and saw Gao Yang walking in from outside, with Melifina still perched on his shoulder. The moment she saw Gao Yang, the anxiety on Lady Jana's face vanished instantly, replaced by a charming and moving smile. "I haven't seen you for 6 days. The longing in my heart has made me incredibly restless." Even a transcendent powerhouse cannot control their longing for a loved one, can they? Facing such a near blunt confession from Lady Jana, Gao Yang simply rolled his eyes. He did not believe that after meeting only a few times, Lady Jana would fall in love with him at first sight, to the point of losing her appetite and becoming irritable after just 1 day of absence. Seeing Gao Yang's expression, Lady Jana wore upon her beautiful eyebrows. But before she could ask again, an object was suddenly tossed over by Gao Yang. Lady Jana reacted extremely quickly. Seeing the item about to crash onto the table, she lunged forward and caught it with both hands. As Lady Jana's full and exquisite figure collided with the heavy wooden table, Gao Yang felt his eyes receive a violent impact. It could be called a visual feast. Lady Jana looked at the ice blue crystal held in her hands. Her eyes filled with the relief of having survived a disaster, mixed with the ease of a long-cherished wish being fulfilled. She looked up, gave Gao Yang a reproachful glare, and said, "Goodness, such a precious item. How could you just toss it away like that? What if it had shattered? If a powerhouse about to advance to the legendary rank cannot even catch this, then I am afraid they are truly not living up to their name." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and continued, "The heart of the ocean is yours. Remember to leave a good review." "A good review?" Lady Jana tilted her head, seemingly trying to understand the meaning of the phrase. Gao Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about that. Now that the matter is finished, I must be going." Lady Jana was stunned, then straightened up to look at Gao Yang, saying earnestly, "Regarding the heart of the ocean, I must thank you for your help. If I successfully advance to the legendary rank, and if you ever have any need in the future, I will definitely appear by your side." Gao Yang shrugged, not committing to anything. In fact, possessing the talent of destiny, He was not at all surprised that a diviner like Lady Janna would say such a thing. Destiny is truly wondrous. Who knows when today's words might come to pass? Previously, some readers provided feedback regarding the name of the sword technique Exterminate the 9 Clans. It has now been changed to Human Calamity, Exterminate the 9 Clans. Thank you to the readers for the suggestions. Chapter 560 to Returning. Are you leaving already? Luke put down his staff and looked at Gao Yang, who had come specifically to say goodbye, saying with some regret, I hadn't even invited you to a proper meal before this sea wave incident occurred. Gao Yang waved his hand, not minding it, and instead said with a smile, if it weren't for your invitation, I wouldn't have seen the scenery of the winter ice plains. Nor would I have participated in this special sea wave. Come to think of it, I actually gained from it. That part was indeed a coincidence. Hearing Gao Yang say this, Luke laughed along with him. May I ask a question? Gao Yang looked at Luke and said, what is it? Gao Yang looked toward the distant eternal frozen sea and then said, why is it that for a treasure like the heart of the ocean, which can increase the probability of breaking through to the legendary rank, I haven't seen anyone else come here to deal with the sea wave? Oh, that. Luke laughed upon hearing this, laughing quite arrogantly. He reached out his hand and pointed toward the eternal frozen sea in front of them, saying, Gao Yang, the winter ice plains are the territory of us winter mages. More than 10 legendary mages have been born on this ice sheet, although there are probably only 1 or 2 legendary mages left on this ice sheet now. It is still not a place that others can enter and exit at will. Those powerhouses who want to obtain the heart of the ocean must first consider the will of the winter mages when entering the winter ice plains. It is quite obvious that the will of the winter mages has kept all those who covet the heart of the ocean at bay. Gao Yang replied, taking up the conversation. Luke nodded as if it were a matter of course and said, of course. In fact, the vast majority of humans on the Roselle Plain do not even know that the heart of the ocean exists. Only a few legendary powerhouses are aware of it. See, isn't this the best help you could have given me? Gao Yang reached out and pointed at the eternal frozen sea ahead. Upon hearing this, Luke understood what he meant. Then, I will not keep you any longer. I hope that when we meet again, both of us will have advanced into the legendary realm. Haha, then I reckon it will take you a while to see me again. Gao Yang laughed. Luke was stunned, then blurted out, are the conditions for your advancement on the legendary path extremely difficult and harsh? Gao Yang first nodded, then shook his head. Under Luke's puzzled gaze, Gao Yang explained, the path is one I chose myself. Even if it is full of thorns and extremely dangerous, it is still the path I must walk. Walking on a path of my own choosing, I never feel it is difficult or harsh. Correspondingly, once I successfully traverse it, what awaits me will be a bright future. Luke looked at Gao Yang with complex eyes, having already understood his intentions. The gap between one legendary being and another is sometimes even greater than the gap between a legendary being and a mortal. Monstrous legendary professionals can even fight gods head-on, while some who have exhausted everything to barely reach the legendary realm can only remain at the entry level for the rest of their lives, without the slightest potential for further growth. Clearly, the path Gao Yang is currently walking is that most difficult of legendary paths. Although the difficulty of advancing to the legendary realm is immense, once he succeeds, the combat power he will gain will be unimaginable to ordinary legendary beings. Even the limit he can reach in the legendary field in the future will be far beyond that of the vast majority of legendary powerhouses. Then I wish you success. Luke sighed with emotion and looked at Gao Yang, offering his blessing. Then I thank you very much, Archmage Luke. Gao Yang smiled with great ease, then waved at Luke and activated the return button of the Omniverse Network. Neo goodbye. Luke and Fana, I wish you both a happy marriage. Milafina waved her paws at Luke and Fana, saying goodbye in quite a good mood. Goodbye, Milafina, goodbye, Gao Yang. Fana stood beside Luke, smiling and waving back at the two of them. Soon, a spatial vortex appeared, and Gao Yang stepped into it with Milafina, disappearing from sight. Earth, Mirror Lake City, Kiyu Village. After stepping out of the spatial vortex, Milafina stretched right there on the spot, shook her body, and then said contentedly, "I'm finally back." Gao Yang looked around. Nothing in his home had changed since he left. It was just that the ground of the martial arts arena seemed a bit smoother. Looking at Olivier in the center of the arena, Gao Yang already understood why. Just then, a clear and long whale song rang out. The starry sky behemoth, the astral giant Kunpangtu, wiggled its round body and swam excitedly from the villa toward Gao Yang. Don't let Pangtukun's round shape fool you. Its swimming speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, it had already swum to Gao Yang. With a twist of its round body, it pushed Melifina aside and threw itself into Gao Yang's arms, rubbing its large head frantically against him, acting very affectionately. All right. It's only been a few days. Did you miss me that much? Gao Yang patted Pangtukun's large head and said with a smile, "Meow, you jerk." Melifina finally steadied herself in the air, her large eyes glaring angrily at the astral giant Kun. Since when did she, a cat, get bullied by a fish? This is simply turning the world upside down. Melifina jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder and looked down at Pangtukun from above. Pangtukun's movements stalled. Its small, black bean-like eyes shifted to the side with a guilty conscience, not daring to meet Melifina's gaze. After all, it had been too excited just now and had knocked the cat spirit quite a distance away. Melifina hissed at Pangtukun, giving it quite a fright. All right, Melifina, Xinghui didn't mean it." Seeing this, Gao Yang quickly took Melifina into his arms, carefully smoothed her fur, soothed her emotions, and spoke well of Pangtukun. HMPH, if it weren't for Gao Yang, I would definitely have given you a few swipes of my claws. As Melifina said this, she even showed her not-so-sharp cat claws to Pangtukun. Pangtukun was not even a year old yet. Where had it ever seen such a scene? It immediately shrank back in fear. Seeing this, Melifina proudly retracted her claws, held her little head high, and looked very smug. Gao Yang patted Pangtukun's large head, signaling it to go play elsewhere, and then walked toward the villa. Melifina squatted on his shoulder and asked, "Gao Yang, do you plan to use your heart of the ocean now?" "Not for the time being. My battle chi still has room for improvement. It won't be too late to use the heart of the ocean after my battle chi reaches a critical point," Gao Yang said as he walked. Melifina nodded upon hearing this and said, "Then I will do the same as you. I won't use it for now. It's just as well. I can enjoy it a little longer." Chapter 563. New Omniverse Network players added again back inside the villa. Melifina jumped onto the sofa with great familiarity and looked at Gao Yang, asking, "Gao Yang, what do you plan to do next, after sitting down?" Gao Yang did not immediately answer Melifina's question. Instead, he opened his Multiverse Network panel and looked at his Abyss Trial module. There was still a long time before the next Abyss Trial, so Gao Yang closed it and looked at Melifina with a smile. "Of course, I will continue with my Multiverse Network adventures. Seriously, don't you ever know how to rest? You spend all day on Multiverse Network adventures, just like a battle maniac," Melifina said with some disappointment. Hearing Melifina's remark, Gao Yang could not help but chuckle. As a cat elf, Melifina had a lifespan far exceeding that of short-lived races. Moreover, cat elves were such kind-hearted creatures that anyone who met them would treat them with kindness. No one would go out of their way to bully a kind and cute cat elf. This was why Melifina felt no urgency in her pursuit of power, or rather, she had no pursuit of power at all, because cat elves were purely support units and possessed no overwhelmingly lethal power. But Gao Yang was different. He wanted to see the scenery at the top of the mountain. He still had to resolve those worlds eroded by evil gods, and he still had to fulfill the dying wish of Santis. These things pushed him to keep moving forward, and he himself found joy in the process. For Melifina, life was slow-paced, filled with sunshine, gentle breezes, and dried fish. But for Gao Yang, only by constantly becoming stronger could he feel the vitality of life. "Forget it. You know the coordinates to my home anyway. If you want to rest, just come to my place." Melifina lifted her little head and continued, "My grandmother mentioned you, too. She even told me to say that if you ever feel tired or weary, you can come find her." "Find your grandmother," Gao Yang repeated, not quite understanding what Melifina meant. Melifina glanced at Gao Yang and explained, "Because my grandmother is a legendary level cat elf. Her healing abilities are comparable to the priests of the Church of Life. She is that strong. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. One had to know that the last time he visited Miluafina's hometown, her grandmother had appeared very kind and gentle, without the slightest aura of a legendary powerhouse. Of course, Miluafina lifted her little head, looking very proud. Seeing her expression and remembering that kind cat elf, the smile on Gao Yang's face softened even more. All right, if that day truly comes, I will definitely pay your grandmother a visit. Remember that, okay? After saying this, Miluafina lay lazily on the sofa, flicking her tail out of boredom. Seeing this, Gao Yang thought for a moment, then took a bottle of dragon blood potion from his inventory and handed it to Miluafina. What is this? Miluafina looked at the glass bottle Gao Yang handed over and asked with some confusion. Dragon blood potion, a secret medicine that can enhance one's physique. Gao Yang flicked the bottle with his finger and then said, "You can take it back and show it to your grandmother. If it is useful to her, then have her drink it in several doses. If it is of no use to her, it should be useful for you." Miluafina, what is this? It is not for me after all. Miluafina turned her head away in a huff, but she still obediently put the dragon blood potion into her backpack. Seeing Miluafina accept the potion, Gao Yang added a reminder. If the dragon blood potion is effective, remember to let me know. I have some more here. Don't you need it yourself? Miluafina looked up at Gao Yang. He was clearly someone much more suited to using the dragon blood secret medicine than they, the cat elves. I have already absorbed a sufficient amount of dragon blood secret medicine. It no longer has any effect on me now. Gao Yang shook his head indifferently. I see, then thank you. Hearing Gao Yang say this, Miluafina felt at ease and spoke. Miluafina did not stay with Gao Yang for too long. After resting for a while, she returned to her hometown. Watching the fat-headed Kun, who seemed exceptionally happy due to Miluafina's departure, Gao Yang shook his head helplessly. This fat-headed Kun was still too young and had seen too little. Even though it possessed a size advantage, it acted as timidly as if it had met a natural predator whenever it faced Miluafina. Watching the fat-headed Kun frolicking in the living room, Gao Yang shook his head helplessly and walked toward the bedroom. Returning to the bedroom, Gao Yang washed up briefly and then collapsed onto his bed to sleep. As days passed and the moon rose and set, Gao Yang's life gradually got back on track. Every day was spent in meditation, sword practice, and contemplation. His life was extremely disciplined. One day, Gao Yang was sitting cross-legged in the center of the martial arts arena, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. In that very instant, he felt the entire earth tremble slightly. What happened? Gao Yang muttered to himself, but the next moment, lines of Multiverse Network notifications appeared abruptly before his eyes. Multiverse Network notification. Because a world tree has been planted in this plane, the energy concentration of this plane will slowly increase as the world tree grows. Multiverse Network notification. Based on the planting of the world tree, 10 new Multiverse Network player slots have been added to this plane. Relevant qualifications are being issued. Multiverse Network notification. Based on your contribution to this plane, you have received 2 Multiverse Network player recommendation slots. Multiverse Network notification. Based on the current comprehensive status and general environment of this plane, and based on the survival protection mechanisms for Multiverse Network players in the apprentice stage, the faction selection for players in this plane is limited to non-evil factions. Multiverse Network notification. Current number of Multiverse Network players in this plane 17. And activated qualifications. Looking at the notifications before him, Gao Yang understood. The Earth's heavenly Tao had obtained the World Tree Seed for quite some time. After such a long period, the planted World Tree Seed must have officially taken root and sprouted. Only when a World Tree officially takes root and sprouts can it have a fundamental impact on a plane. Just like now, with the rooting and sprouting of the World Tree, 10 more Multiverse Network players had appeared directly. I just do not know if these newly added Multiverse Network players are from Huaxia or other countries. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself. He did not care where these new Multiverse Network players came from, as long as these guys did not disrupt the order of Earth and remain law-abiding. If there were truly any idiots who could not recognize their own standing or position, Gao Yang would not mind acting as a Superman who guards the piece of Earth for once. Perhaps some people would adopt softer methods. But that had nothing to do with Gao Yang. To this day, the fact that Earth had not been renamed to Gao was entirely due to Gao Yang's own high moral character and his lack of interest in such superficial things. Of course, for Gao Yang, the greatest attribute of Earth right now was that it was his hometown. If one were to remove the attribute of it being his hometown, its appeal to Gao Yang would not be much higher than any other plane. Chapter 564. Refining the Heart with Blazing Fire. Planting demons in the Dao heart. However, what surprised Gao Yang was that among the Multiverse Network player qualifications issued this time, he had actually received 2 recommendation slots. This meant that if he wanted to, he could designate any 2 people to become Multiverse Network players. And becoming a Multiverse Network player meant lifting the veil of the extraordinary world. All possibilities lay within this brand new world. Looking at his 2 recommendation slots, Gao Yang did not have any particular feelings. If he met someone he found agreeable, he might use them. But if he did not encounter such an existence, these recommendation slots would likely just continue to sit there gathering dust. And as Gao Yang expected, after the news about the newly added Multiverse Network players appeared, Ruan Xiaoyu called him. Gao Yang picked up the phone, connected, and listened quietly to what Ruan Xiaoyu was saying on the other end. A moment later, he spoke. "All right, I understand." After saying that, he hung up the phone and tossed it aside. The matter Ruan Xiaoyu mentioned in her previous call was related to these newly added Multiverse Network players. According to the conclusions provided by the authorities, the newly added Multiverse Network players this time were not Huaxia people, but foreigners. In her call, Ruan Xiaoyu expressed her concern regarding this situation. This concern stemmed largely from the fear that their own unique advantages would be diluted in the future. Gao Yang knew that this was not necessarily just Ruan Xiaoyu's own opinion, but that the officials were using her mouth to convey the pressure and anxiety they were under to him. Although Gao Yang did not know where their pressure came from, it did not affect his own cultivation. If those people knew about his combat record abroad, they might not have such boring emotions anymore. Gao Yang stood up. Yang Yao appeared in his hand, and he began to practice his sword, late at night. While Gao Yang was cultivating, 2 golden Multiverse Network notifications suddenly appeared before his eyes. Multiverse Network notification. The Masquerade Ball of the Goddess of Joy Sharess is about to begin. The Goddess of Joy has sent you an invitation. You have obtained the entry qualification for the Masquerade Ball. Following the appearance of the second Multiverse Network notification, Gao Yang took the invitation card printed with a pink heart out of his inventory. At this very moment, the pink heart on this card was flickering with a faint light. Gao Yang opened the Multiverse Network panel to check the Multiverse activity log, and immediately saw new activity appear on the previously empty log. The Lady of Joy's Masquerade Ball. You are an invitee of the Lady of Joy. Characters can arrive at the venue of the Masquerade Ball through the invitation card and obtain initial participation qualifications. Note: once the participation qualification is snatched away, you must re-obtain it to enter the Masquerade Ball. The rules for this Masquerade Ball of the Goddess of Joy are as follows. Participating classes, unlimited, number of participants, unknown. Registration requirements. Character's overall level must be greater than or equal to level 19. Countdown to the Masquerade Ball, 5 natural days. Official start of the Masquerade Ball, 10 minutes after all participation qualifications have been acquired. Detailed introduction. Desire, lust, joy, satisfaction. Endless freshness. Fear, weakness, sucking, death. The noble red apple. P.S. Want to taste the goddess's flavor? Then join the Masquerade Ball. When you become the most dazzling one among them, the goddess will also crawl beneath your crotch. Multiverse Network Hot Comment 9999 Come P.S. The goddess's flavor. I can only say it's average. Goddess Conqueror, infinite stamina, legendary warrior gauge. P.S. A mysterious Masquerade Ball. In this ball, there is no need to worry about your identity being exposed. You can even obtain the ultimate sensory, mental, and even spiritual pleasurable experience. But the premise is having enough stamina and resisting the silent decay beneath endless desire. Legendary Monk, Vast Mind, Silent Grandmaster Yuan. Gao Yang toyed with the pink heart card in his hand. watching it flip between his fingers, a hint of contemplation appearing in his eyes. The masquerade ball of the goddess of joy. The reputation of this activity was thunderous. When Gao Yang had just become a Multiverse Network player, he had already heard of this activity. Moreover, this activity was also one of the hot topics on the Multiverse Network forum. One could see related posts almost every day. Therefore, although Gao Yang had never participated, he had a certain understanding of the goddess of joy's masquerade ball. This activity was not just an event for releasing animalistic desires as the name suggested, but a comprehensive activity that integrated competition, slaughter, curiosity, and sacrifice. And for all of this, there was only one ultimate goal: to please the goddess of joy. Do not ever think that the goddess of joy holds this activity to benefit the vast number of living beings. The goddess of joy is obsessed with the pursuit of all forms of joy, even if the joy obtained from it causes inevitable death. What can be foreseen now is that the strength of the participants in this masquerade ball will not be low, and there might even be legendary class holders. For Gao Yang, this was an opportunity to complete an ultimate battle. Gao Yang opened his skill list and looked at the skill at the very bottom. It was one he had acquired a long time ago but had never used. He had judged previously that he did not meet the conditions required to utilize this skill. However, perhaps now was the time to give it a try. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the skill, and four characters appeared on its icon: fiery heart tempering. That was correct. This was the meditation technique Gao Yang had purchased from the martial monk Yu, along with the basic meditation technique. And like the peaceful nature of the basic meditation technique, the effects of fiery heart tempering could be described as unorthodox. It required one to first indulge in every desire of the heart, even actively using the fire of the heart to fuel those desires. Only after one had completely submerged themselves in these various inner cravings would they then use their own willpower to subdue the desires that had become like wild horses without reins. If one could truly complete this process, the practitioner would gain an incredibly exaggerated increase in willpower. To describe this process with a simple and easy to understand term, it would be planting the demonic seed in the Tao heart. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. If he wanted to continue improving his willpower now, he would need long-term, painstaking effort to see any progress. Gao Yang reckoned that with his current strength of will, he should be able to proceed with the fiery heart tempering process. Furthermore, this upcoming masquerade ball was a situation that perfectly aligned with what Gao Yang required. If he could succeed, his willpower would rise to an unprecedented height. However, if he were to sink into his desires, Gao Yang would inevitably become a slave to them and lose his true self forever. Should he take the risk? Gao Yang kept his eyes tightly shut, the card in his hand still flickering with a faint light. Soon, with a soft sigh, Gao Yang opened his eyes. Perhaps when I obtain this fiery heart tempering. It was for this very moment. Gao Yang stood up tall, having already made his decision. Chapter 565. Instructions before the ball and igniting the heart fire. Turning to his room, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the bed. After taking a deep breath, he opened his friend list on the Omniverse Network. Clicking on Milafina's avatar, he sent the remaining dozen or so bottles of dragon blood potion to her through the network. These dragon blood potions were useless to him now. If he were to sink completely into the masquerade ball, these potions would go to waste. It was better to send them directly to Milafina while he was still clear-headed. After sending the dragon blood potions, Gao Yang clicked on Yuliano's friend avatar. There was a matter that required the influence of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce to handle. My dear Excellency Gao Yang, do you have a big business deal for this poor gnome? Although it was just text, Gao Yang could still visualize Yuliano's face, which was always full of smiles. He sighed slightly and then sent over the attributes of the heart of the ocean. Yuliano fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a barrage of messages. Even through the Omniverse Network, Gao Yang could feel his madness. Of course, faced with such a treasure capable of increasing the chances of ascending to legend, who could remain indifferent? Not to mention, as the branch president of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, the moment Yuliano saw the specific effects of the heart of the ocean, he had already instantly constructed a large-scale auction in his mind with the heart of the ocean as the grand finale. If this auction featured the heart of the ocean, It would undoubtedly cause a massive sensation. Excellency Gao Yang, you will always be the most valued strategic partner of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. Choosing our chamber to help you sell this priceless treasure is absolutely your most correct decision. Gao Yang rubbed his brow, thinking that one had to be a powerhouse capable of becoming a branch president to have such superb flattery skills. In just a few seconds, Yuliano's string of sycophantic praise was almost too much for even Gao Yang to handle. He lowered his hand and replied, "This item is not for sale. Not for sale. Does Excellency Gao Yang wish to trade it for other items?" "No, I just want to use the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce to help me send this item to Eberron." Eberron, the world of Eberron. Yuliano was somewhat surprised. Gao Yang replied, "That is correct. The immortal wasteland in the world of Eberron. Send it to the hands of Lisa, the current temple bishop of the immortal church." Indeed, this heart of the ocean was prepared by Gao Yang for Lisa. Although there was no established marital status between Gao Yang and Lisa that conformed to the world's conventions, Gao Yang was certain that his feelings for Lisa were not merely simple lust. Within his capabilities, he would certainly provide help to Lisa. When they last met, she had already reached the limit of the transcendent, and the next step was to attempt an ascent to legend. Although Lisa, as the temple bishop of the immortal church, could receive the blessings of the spider goddess Lolth, ascending to legend could not be completed through simple blessings alone. Even with the help of a deity, it still required one's own efforts. And this heart of the ocean could definitely save Lisa a great deal of time. Furthermore, the protection period for the immortal wasteland was not long. If, after the protection period expired, the immortal wasteland still could not acquire enough power to stand on its own, this vast land would definitely be eroded and occupied by other forces. Gao Yang naturally would not allow such a situation to occur. So cultivating a legendary powerhouse for the immortal wasteland was particularly important. Excellency Gao Yang, what I am about to ask is not to pry into your privacy, but is the relationship between you and the temple bishop of the immortal church in Eberron close? Yuliano asked. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and replied, "She is my woman." Understood. Yuliano's reply this time was extremely swift. "Since the temple bishop and Excellency Gao Yang have a close relationship, I will personally handle this favor." Looking at Yuliano's reply, Gao Yang frowned slightly. Although it was a sentence that seemed perfectly normal, the information revealed within it was not ordinary. Yuliano meant that he was providing help to Gao Yang personally, rather than the entire Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. This meant it was a personal action, not an official move by the chamber. Thinking deeper, if he were to use the trade chamber's channels, there was no guarantee that the heart of the ocean would be safely delivered to Lisa. One must never assume that a trade chamber is a place that values rules or sentiment. If any member of a trade chamber tells you otherwise, it is only because the profit involved is not yet large enough. When the potential profit is sufficiently high, Gao Yang firmly believes that even if they were asked to snatch the crown from the head of a god, they would execute the task without a moment's hesitation. And the heart of the ocean represented a profit that was more than sufficient. In that case, thank you, Yuliano. Understanding Yuliano's implication, Gao Yang expressed his gratitude in a straightforward manner. As for whether Yuliano might use various means to prevent the heart of the ocean from reaching Lisa, Gao Yang was not worried. Since Yuliano had offered his personal assistance, it meant he would not do such a thing. If he truly wanted the heart of the ocean for himself, he would not have spoken so clearly to Gao Yang. After receiving Yuliano's promise, Gao Yang promptly sent one heart of the ocean through the Multiverse Network. Upon receiving the heart of the ocean, Yuliano asked another question. "Lord Gao Yang, may I ask where or how such a treasure is obtained?" Asking this question is meaningless for you, President Yuliano. Do not attempt to trace its origin. The forces involved behind it are not something you can easily withstand. Thank you, Lord Gao Yang. Seeing this, Gao Yang said no more and directly closed the conversation with Yuliano. Although the Roselle Plain could be entered, the frozen winter plains were not a place one could just walk into. Did he really think that the Mage Tower, standing over 1,000 meters tall at the edge of the frozen winter plains and the outside world, was just for show? The legendary Mage Northwind served as the final line of defense for the frozen winter plains against the undead sirens. But from another perspective, Was he not also the first line of defense for outsiders trying to enter the frozen winter plains? If someone were to force their way in, did they really think the frozen winter plains, which possessed over 10 legendary spellcasters, were to be trifled with? It was precisely because he knew the implications behind it that Gao Yang chose this method of warning. Otherwise, if he had simply told the other party, it would be too late for them to regret it once they arrived at the frozen winter plains and saw that 1,000-meter-tall Midge Tower at the Multiverse Trading Center. On the top floor of the headquarters of the Goblin and Gnome Trade Chamber, Giuliano stared blankly at the ice-blue heart of the ocean in his hand. In reality, the moment he received this heart of the ocean, Giuliano had used his own methods to uncover its place of origin. But after hearing Gao Yang's warning, Giuliano abandoned the idea of heading to the Roselle Plain. If the heart of the ocean were truly so easy to obtain, why had he never seen one, or even heard of one before? Giuliano cut off his train of thought, then stood up and left his office to begin arranging the matters Gao Yang had entrusted to him. On Gao Yang's side, after sending one heart of the ocean to Lisa, he looked at the other one, sighed softly, opened his Multiverse Network friend list, found the avatar of the succubus Goris, and sent it to her. The heart of the ocean could only be used once, keeping the extra one was a waste. Moreover, Gao Yang did not have a bad impression of Goris. She was a special existence with a will firm enough to reverse her own bloodline and nature, for the sake of her ideals. A heart of the ocean that was useless to Gao Yang was worth giving away. After sending the last heart of the ocean to Goris, Gao Yang did not wait for her reply, closed the Multiverse Network panel, and leaped down from the balcony. He arrived in front of Olivier. Looking at the giant dragon before him, Gao Yang reached out and pressed his hand against its cold scales. Olivier raised both of its dragon heads. Looking at Gao Yang with some confusion, Gao Yang stared at it, and an ice-blue contract formation appeared on the back of his extended left hand. Olivier lifted its massive body, the confusion in its eyes turning into shock, because it could feel the connection between itself and Gao Yang rapidly fading away. That sensation only occurred when the master of a contract voluntarily dissolved it. Olivier's two pairs of large vertical pupils locked onto Gao Yang, not quite understanding why he would suddenly dissolve their master-servant contract. A few seconds later, the contract formation on the back of Gao Yang's hand completely lost its luster, turning into ice-blue light particles that drifted down from his hand. Gao Yang withdrew his hand, looked up at the simple-minded two-headed dragon, and said, "Olivier, from this day forward, you are free. If you wish to leave this place, you may do so at any time. But if you wish to stay here, I have only one requirement for you. You are not allowed to harm or eat people. As for everything else, that is up to you." Olivier brought both of its dragon heads close to Gao Yang, tilting them and staring at him in confusion. It truly could not understand why Gao Yang would abandon it for no reason. Could it be that he didn't intend to find a mate for it anymore? Thinking of this, the dragon, which had been confused, suddenly became clear-headed. It shook both of its heads frantically and then laid down in the center of the training grounds, looking as if it would rather die than leave. Are you kidding? It was no longer the giant dragon that knew nothing while locked away in the land of inheritance. After its experiences traveling with Gao Yang, Olivier already understood that life in the outside world was far richer, yet far more dangerous, than in the land of inheritance. If a giant dragon did not possess formidable strength, it would attract endless dragon slayers or adventurers. If it truly faced such a situation, let alone mating, it wouldn't even be able to sleep in peace. Unlike now, where it could eat and sleep every day, and even had these blue stones that helped increase its strength, its dragon life was extremely comfortable. Therefore, the only thing Olivier could think of was that its master in front of it didn't want to take it to find a mate, and thus chose to abandon it directly. Gao Yang watched Olivier's actions, although he did not understand its thoughts. Its behavior was very easy to interpret. Seeing this, he did not insist, but merely summoned the fat-headed Kun, instructing it to relay his words to Olivier once more. After hearing the fat-headed Kun's translation, Olivier nodded its two large heads frantically, though its body remained completely motionless, sporting an attitude of "I shall die right here." Seeing this, Gao Yang did not force the issue, since it had already understood his meaning. As long as it didn't cause trouble on Earth, that was all that mattered. As for the fat-headed Kun, it was a starry sky behemoth, as long as it wanted to. Earth could never restrain it. In fact, even Gao Yang could not restrain it. It simply enjoyed staying with him. Gao Yang took out the supplies meant to accelerate the fat-headed Kun's growth and fed them to it. Afterward, he retrieved all the remaining supplies and stacked them in an organized manner within a room. Having finished all this, he returned to his bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to meditate. This was his final meditation before activating the heart-refining fire, and it might very well be the last meditation he would ever perform in his life. This meditation was not intended to improve his willpower, but simply to help Gao Yang calm the ripples within his heart. An hour later, Gao Yang ended his meditation. His black eyes had become like an ancient, stagnant well, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He summoned the Multiverse Network interface, opened his skill list, and located the heart-refining fire. After exhaling the stale air from his chest, Gao Yang chose to activate the heart-refining fire directly. As a slight restlessness emerged from the depths of his heart, Gao Yang could feel a tiny vortex beginning to form at the bottom of his vast sea of willpower. That vortex was so small that if Gao Yang had not been observing carefully, he might not have even noticed it. This was the most primitive manifestation of the heart-refining fire. Compared to Gao Yang's current vast sea of willpower, this level of heart-refining fire could not cause him the slightest impact. Therefore, Gao Yang paused for only a moment before directly guiding his willpower to form a cluster of brilliant golden flames at the base of that vortex. This flame was entirely golden, existing between the illusory and the real, and it began to burn slowly, using Gao Yang's willpower as fuel. As the heart fire was ignited, Gao Yang could feel that the tiny vortex was beginning to strengthen itself with the power of the heart fire. With the continuous expansion of the vortex, various emotions that Gao Yang had always suppressed began to emerge in his heart, and in his pitch-black eyes, a trace of turbidity appeared. Gao Yang closed his eyes and sensed his current state. If it continued at this speed, it would take several more days for these various emotions to completely overwhelm him. But if he were to actively release his defensive line of willpower and cooperate with the heart fire, this process would be greatly accelerated. Looking at the gradually growing vortex of heart fire, Gao Yang felt no ripples in his heart, although he knew that this was his last chance to stop everything. Once he took this step, even he himself did not know what he would end up doing. Facing the unknown, Gao Yang calmly took the invitation card printed with a pink heart from his inventory, then channeled a trace of battle chi into it, activating it directly. As the card was activated, a pair of full, alluring red lips emerged from the card and kissed Gao Yang on the cheek. With the kiss of the red lips, Gao Yang's body suddenly vanished from the bedroom. Thanks to the reader Salty Cat for the 5,000-point reward. Thank you very much. I have no way to repay you, so I can only add 4,000 words to the update. Chapter 566. The Birthplace of Supreme Pleasure. The Cat's Mask 3K. After Gao Yang shook off the slight dizziness from the teleportation, he found himself in a small cubicle of less than 10 square meters. The cubicle contained only a single bed, and the four walls were painted a seductive and charming light pink. Directly opposite Gao Yang was a tightly closed door. On the door hung a pure white cat head mask. Other than that, there was nothing else in this tiny cubicle. Multiverse Network notification. You have arrived at the Goddess of Pleasure's birthplace of supreme pleasure. This is the venue for this masquerade ball. Multiverse Network notification. Because you are an invitee of the Goddess of Pleasure, your location within the birthplace of supreme pleasure is Pleasure of Blood 3rd floor. Multiverse Network notification. The Goddess of Pleasure's masquerade ball will officially begin in 5 days. Red Jade Bishop Arena. Dear guests, please enjoy the pleasure to your heart's content. For notifications flashed before his eyes. The first 3 were standard Multiverse Network notifications, but the last one was somewhat different. Gao Yang looked at the welcome message from Red Jade Bishop Arena on his retina, a strange light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Stretching his body slightly, Gao Yang stood up from the bed and walked toward the tightly closed door. As the vortex of heart fire continued to grow, Gao Yang could feel that the constraints he usually placed upon himself were gradually weakening. In the past, Gao Yang's style of conduct had been somewhat conservative, even in battle and slaughter. He had always viewed it merely as a process to achieve a goal, striving to use his willpower to suppress the various thoughts born from the killing. But now, Gao Yang's behavior was beginning to loosen. Gao Yang could feel this situation, but he did not intend to suppress it again, because this was the necessary path for practicing the heart-refining fire. Only when the heart fire completely ignited the entire sea of willpower, and he completely sank into various desires, only to finally use his own willpower to subdue those chaotic thoughts like a prairie fire, could he achieve an improvement in his willpower. Gao Yang reached out and took the mask off the door. The cat face mask felt warm and smooth to the touch. After he picked it up, a cat's meow echoed in his ears. With this meow, Gao Yang naturally understood the purpose of the cat face mask in his hand. This place was the birthplace of supreme pleasure, the venue for the goddess of pleasure's masquerade ball. As a masquerade, it naturally had to conform to the mask element of the ball. This mask was provided by the birthplace of pleasure for every guest who came to participate in the masquerade. After putting on this cat face mask, the mask would automatically undergo a morphological change according to the guest's needs. The specific appearance it takes depends entirely on the guest's will. However, no matter what form it takes, the effect of this mask will not change in the slightest. Once donned, the mask cannot be removed throughout the entire masquerade ball. No one, through any means, can peer through the mask to discover the truth beneath, not the facial features, nor the aura, nor the energy characteristics, nor even the existence of one's own causality. This is the rule set by the goddess of pleasure, and it is in order that all participants must strictly obey. Cat mask. Gao Yang looked at the pure white mask in his hand, revealed a wild, arrogant smile, and pressed the mask directly onto his face. As soon as the cat mask touched his face, it clung to his skin as if it were a suction cup. Gao Yang shook his head. The mask remained firmly attached to his face, yet it was highly breathable, feeling as if it had no weight at all. Gao Yang stood before the closed door and muttered to himself, "So, what kind of mask do I want?" As his words faded, the mask on Gao Yang's face began to change. The cat ears began to extend and elongate upward and backward. The originally ordinary cat face gradually became ferocious, and the lifelike fur transformed into pieces of cold, hard scales. A few seconds later, the original cat mask vanished, replaced by a ferocious and unbridled dragon head mask. After Gao Yang took a deep breath, the corners of the dragon head mask curled up, and a pair of glowing red slit pupils suddenly snapped open. He reached out and pulled the closed door in front of him open. Drip, drop. Drip, drop. The moment the door opened, a thick, pungent smell of blood accompanied by the sound of incessant dripping instantly engulfed Gao Yang. Gao Yang stood at the doorway, looking at the scene before him. A woman wearing a scarlet robe that accentuated her curvaceous figure, with a fiery red fox mask on her face, was the first thing to catch Gao Yang's eyes. Immediately following her was a man in a wild boar mask whose throat had been bitten through. The fox-masked woman's slender arms and legs were tightly wrapped around the boar-masked man's body. The hem of her dress had been torn to shreds, hanging from her waist like rags. While the boar-masked man was even more direct, his pants had long since disappeared. The two of them, like mindless beasts, stood in the middle of the public space, engaged in an intense, primal act. Even though the boar-masked man's throat had been bitten through, his black-furred arms still held the fox-masked woman in a death grip, with such force that the woman's back was bent at an unnatural angle. The fox-masked woman let out a series of excited shrieks, occasionally leaning down to the boar-masked man's thick neck to frantically feast on the trickling blood. As the boar-masked man moved, the fox-masked woman's cries grew increasingly frantic, until the man let out a brutal roar. The woman's body suddenly stiffened, and she merged into one with him. The boar-masked man held the fox-masked woman, and seeing that she no longer reacted, he tossed her aside like a piece of trash into the ankle-deep scarlet liquid at his feet. The boar-masked man lowered his head and looked toward Gao Yang. Behind two massive, curved tusks were a pair of beastly eyes filled with brutality and cruelty. The boar-masked man crooked his finger at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was slightly stunned, then revealed a smile. He stepped out of the room and into the scarlet blood outside. Walking up to the boar-masked man, Gao Yang looked up at this giant who was at least 2.5 meters tall and asked with confusion, "Do you need something?" The boar-masked man was taken aback by Gao Yang's question. But after realizing what was happening, he burst into loud laughter. He clenched his fist, reached toward Gao Yang's shoulder, and said dismissively, "A man is a man. Men can withstand more rough handling. So that's how it is? I understand." Gao Yang nodded, and Yang Yao appeared in his hand, clang, after a barely audible sound of a sword hum. The ferocious grin on the boar-masked man's face froze. The hand he had reached out had been severed at the elbow, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The next moment, the pain of the severed hand caused the boar-masked man to let out a heaven-shaking scream. Gao Yang reached up to pick his ear, and several sword marks manifested in front of him. He then bypassed the boar-masked man and continued walking forward. Splash, splash. As Gao Yang walked, ripples were stirred in the blood at his feet. When the ripples spread to the boar-masked man's feet, the man, who had been frozen in place, shuddered. His massive body collapsed like dominoes, falling into the blood at his feet. After slaying the boar-masked man, the red glow in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes intensified. In a sea of consciousness unknown to others, the water around the vortex of heartfire had begun to rotate slowly. As the water rotated, the heartfire burned more vigorously, and all sorts of thoughts and impulses became increasingly complex. These desires did not directly devour Gao Yang's reason. Instead, they constantly swayed his behavior, making his actions increasingly wild and unbridled. Simply put, the current Gao Yang was moving toward a state of acting without restraint and following his every whim. When he reached the end of this path, that would be the moment he completely sank into his desires and lost himself. Roar! A painful roar echoed in a corner of the third floor of the birthplace of supreme pleasure, but the roar was cut short as soon as it was uttered. In the corner, Gao Yang held Yang Yao, blood-red light shining in his eyes. The dragon head mask on his face stained with specks of blood. Before him lay a headless corpse. As for the head of this corpse, it was being trampled under Gao Yang's foot. A pack of lustful beasts. A group of mindless lunatics. Let me be the one to end your absurd and pathetic lives. As Gao Yang whispered, he exerted force with his foot. With a squelch, a spray of blood erupted. Gao Yang did not stop his pace, turning instead to continue moving forward along the third floor. Up to this point, everyone he had killed were merely transcendental level guests. He had not encountered a single legendary level guest. This made Gao Yang, who craved battle, increasingly annoyed. He could feel that on this third floor of the pleasure of blood, there existed rules that drove these guests to madness. Every guest who appeared on this third floor, as long as there was still blood in their bodies, could feel the uncontrollable, surging vitality generated by the blood flowing within them. This surging vitality transforms into a kind of maddening, ecstatic pleasure. And the faster the blood flows, the more intense this pleasure becomes. This is the fundamental reason why the guests on the floor of blood pleasure fall into madness. Because their pathetic willpower cannot resist this primal need for pleasure. Whether it is the pleasure derived from blood flowing within their bodies or the pleasure generated by blood drenching their skin. I want. In an open-doored compartment, a woman wearing a pure white cat mask hunched over, sitting atop a man whose body was already a mangled mess of flesh and blood, as if she were a real white cat. A flash of sword light swept past, and the white cat woman's body suddenly stiffened. The next instant, countless slashes flickered around her. By the time the marks vanished, her body had been reduced to cube-sized pieces scattered across the floor. Gao Yang stood at the doorway, taking a deep breath of the blood-scented air permeating the room, a look of pleasure appearing on his face. Only this kind of unbridled slaughter could suppress the rage in his heart over being unable to battle a true powerhouse. He needed more opponents to satisfy the repressed desires within him. Chapter 567, The Pleasure Dancer. The pleasure of consumption. On the third floor of the supreme pleasure birthplace, the land of blood pleasure, the blood that had originally only reached the ankles now submerged the calves. In the very center of the third floor, a large number of masked figures were acting like lunatics, launching frenzied attacks at the figures standing in the central blood pool. Every mask was exceptionally distorted, and every guest was giving their all, attempting to kill the existence standing in the blood pool. But beneath that silver-white greatsword, all offensives were dismantled time and time again. Gao Yang stood at the heart of the blood pool, the blood-red light in his eyes now so thick it was almost impossible to dissolve. He swung the silver-white greatsword in his hand wantonly, mercilessly slaughtering every existence that launched an attack at him. After 3 days of his slaughter, the entire third floor had transformed into a bloody sure field. Any guest who crossed paths with Gao Yang, regardless of gender, age, or appearance, died beneath his sword. As the slaughter increased, Gao Yang's sea of will had completely boiled over, the massive volume of water forming a giant vortex, churning billions of tons of water. And upon this sea of will, illusory yet real flames were burning fiercely. As the heart fire continued to burn, Gao Yang's vast sea of will began to slowly shrink amidst the combustion, with every bit of distracting thought being steamed out of the sea of will, subsequently transforming into various desires that filled his mind. Thud! A black shadow broke through the air, exploding a splash of blood, and appeared before Gao Yang as if teleporting. His face wore a mask as majestic as a lion or tiger, and his golden pupils were filled with brutality. He raised his muscular arms high, his 10 fingers sharp as knives, and slashed down violently toward Gao Yang. As his claws swept, 10 golden claw marks crossed and slashed toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang suddenly looked up, the blood-red light in his eyes surging instantly. Within this surging blood light, a blood-red sword shadow erupted from his eyes, instantly piercing the skull of the brutal, lion tiger-like guest before him. The massive body crashed into the blood pool at his feet. Gao Yang let out a hearty laugh, and with his laughter, the sound transformed into tangible blood-colored ripples, spreading outward in circles. Wherever the blood-colored sound waves passed, all guests were forced back. Gao Yang stopped laughing and crouched slightly. The next moment, a circle of blood exploded in the pool, and Gao Yang's figure vanished from the spot instantly. The scene in his vision turned into retreating threads, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the nearest guest. She wore an innocent-looking white rabbit mask, but when faced with Gao Yang's unstoppable strike, 2-foot-long daggers suddenly appeared in her hands. She crossed the 2 daggers in a cross shape before her. The next moment, the silver-white greatsword slammed into the overlapping daggers. With a deafening clash of metal, the sea of blood beneath their feet exploded in a ring. Gao Yang tilted his head, looking past the 2 weapons at the woman in the white rabbit mask behind them. She was the first on the entire third floor to be able to take one of his strikes head-on. But when he saw the flesh cracks covering the exposed skin on her arms and neck, Gao Yang knew that it wasn't so simple for her to take his strike head-on. Gao Yang revealed a smile, which caused the dragon head mask on his face to distort as well, making it look as if a ferocious ancient dragon were slowly baring its knife-sharp fangs at a little white rabbit. Take one more strike from me, and I will spare your life. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope emerged in the white rabbit woman's red eyes. Gao Yang flipped his greatsword, blood-red battle chi erupting violently. Yang Yao let out a crisp sword hum, and he slashed down furiously from above, wherever the blade passed. A pitch-black crack followed. The white rabbit woman watched the spatial rift created by Gao Yang's sword, and the hope in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by endless despair. She let out a piercing scream, her hands erupting into streaks of afterimages, dancing the 2 daggers into a hazy blur of blade light, attempting to block the sword descending upon her head. After a crisp sound of metal clashing, 2 broken daggers flew backward. Yan Yao struck down ruthlessly, slicing directly into the white rabbit woman's right shoulder, piercing through her torso, and exiting from the outside of her left thigh. With one strike, the white rabbit woman was split in 2. A large amount of internal organs spilled from her open abdomen, falling into the blood that had now submerged to below the knees. The white rabbit woman stared blankly at the broken daggers in her hands. Then her vision rapidly tilted upward, finally falling into a sea of scarlet. What a pity! Gao Yang shook his head, stepped over the white rabbit woman, and charged toward the next prey, a burly man wearing a black bear mask, who had been targeted by Gao Yang. Turned and tried to flee when faced with the now maniacal Gao Yang, but with a soft sound of a blade piercing flesh, the black bear masked man's movements came to an abrupt halt. A smooth, silvery white sword tip protruded from beneath his mask. Gao Yang flicked the stains off the Yang Yao sword, narrowed his eyes, and took a deep, sharp breath of the air, which was thick with the scent of blood. As this air entered his body, the blood already surging and roaring within him flowed even faster. In contrast, the pleasure that threatened to drown him became increasingly turbulent and overwhelming. I never thought that feeling the blood flowing through my body could be this exhilarating. Gao Yang was drenched in blood. His entire body stained red. The surging blood significantly enhanced his speed and reaction time, allowing him to slaughter the guests on the entire third floor with reckless abandon. Suffer, struggle, scream, and offer your lives to me. Gao Yang's eyes were completely covered by a blood-red glow. Within his sea of consciousness, monstrous waves were churning. Endless desires formed a vortex that stirred his entire will, completely drowning his reason. Once, this masquerade ball, which had interested countless people, had now become everyone's nightmare. By the time Gao Yang decapitated the last guest on the third floor, the blood on the floor had risen to his waist. Gao Yang stood in the pool of blood, his body wreathed in blood aura, tilting his head slightly as if enjoying this moment of peace. Just then, a subtle spatial fluctuation appeared at the location of the central blood pool on the third floor. As the spatial fluctuation dissipated, a woman wearing thin gauze with a graceful figure appeared abruptly. The moment she appeared, a thick, bloody stench rushed toward her. Her eyes narrowed, and what she saw was Gao Yang's silvery white greatsword held high. The woman looked at Gao Yang's powerful physique, a hint of moisture appearing in her eyes. She looked at Gao Yang, reached out her hand, and said softly, "Having killed so many people, you must be very exhausted." The great sword Gao Yang was swinging suddenly froze, but the terrifying sword pressure still completely shredded the clothing on the woman before him. With her covering garments torn away, there was not the slightest hint of embarrassment or annoyance on the woman's face. She stuck out her tongue to lick her lips, swayed her voluptuous body, and walked in front of Gao Yang, tilting her head back. Her charming face was filled with longing. "I am a pleasure dancer of the Red Jade Church. By the order of the gods, I have come to wash away your fatigue." After speaking, she slowly knelt before Gao Yang. Click, click, click. Gao Yang did not refuse. A smile appeared on his face as the Yang Yao sword vanished. He pressed his hands onto the pleasure dancer's head, wild and unrestrained. Before long, sounds like the low growls of a beast mixed with a woman's distinct voice echoed throughout the third floor of the Sanctuary of Supreme Pleasure. The mixed sounds continued for a long time, until the voice gradually grew hoarse and then fell into complete silence. The entire third floor finally sank into a brief stillness, with only the sound of flowing blood splashing. Gao Yang stood up, and the nether vine armor crawled back over his strong body. He grabbed the pleasure dancer, who was still lying in the blood, and under her exhausted, hazy gaze, he commanded, "Take me to the next floor." The pleasure dancer did not react at all, remaining in a dazed state. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and was about to cast her aside when the pleasure dancer finally spoke. "Stand in the central blood pool, and I will accompany you to the fourth floor of the Sanctuary of Supreme Pleasure." Hearing this, Gao Yang tossed her into the central blood pool. The pleasure dancer's body traced a graceful arc in the air, but before she could land in the pool of blood, Gao Yang had already moved into it. Gao Yang reached out, caught the pleasure dancer, and then set her aside. The pleasure dancer let her sticky gaze linger on Gao Yang until he showed an impatient expression, at which point she pressed one hand onto her towering, milky white breasts. As a burst of pink light bloomed, the pleasure dancer lunged at Gao Yang, leaving a fiery lip print on his chest. Rumble. As the lip print landed, the blood on the entire third floor began to boil. The agitated blood bloomed into waves, then transformed into a surging tide that completely submerged the bodies of Gao Yang and the pleasure dancer. A crisp bubble burst, and Gao Yang and the pleasure dancer appeared on a clean, pristine street. The pleasure dancer clung to Gao Yang like an octopus, looking up at him as she introduced, "Welcome to the fourth floor of the Sanctuary of Supreme Pleasure, the pleasure of gluttony." After the introduction, the pleasure dancer leaned against Gao Yang's ear, her breath as fragrant as orchids. "Having consumed so much energy just now, you must be feeling hungry." As these words were spoken, it was as if a signal had been given. Gao Yang felt his stomach churn. A sense of emptiness instantly invaded his entire train of thought. He stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips and nodded, saying, "I do indeed feel a hint of hunger. Then, follow me." After saying this, the pleasure dancer took Gao Yang's hand and officially stepped onto the street before them. With one step, the scene changed. Just a moment ago, this street had been merely clean and tidy, but now it was overcrowded. Everywhere there were masked guests and a small number of pleasure dancers wearing thin gauze. And these guests, without exception, were crowding in front of various shops and stalls along the street, stuffing all kinds of delicacies into their mouths. In order to fight for limited food, these guests even fought each other, just to reduce the number of people competing for their food. And once they obtained the food, they would eat frantically. Even if their stomachs were already filled or even bursting from this frenzied eating, they continued to eat without stopping. A bunch of ugly vermin. A look of deep disdain appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. To fight just for a bite of food. Gao Yang scoffed at this. He turned to look at the pleasure dancer beside him and commanded, "Take me to the place on this floor with the most delicious food." At this moment, the pleasure dancer's delicate body was once again covered in a thin gauze dress, though it wasn't clear when she had put it back on. Hearing this, she pinched the corner of her skirt, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "I obey your will." After speaking, the pleasure dancer led Gao Yang into the street. Walking through the streets, the aroma of various delicacies constantly drilled into Gao Yang's nostrils, causing his mouth to secrete saliva uncontrollably. His empty stomach wailed incessantly, expressing its desperate craving. The waves of hunger hit Gao Yang's nerves like a flood, as if signaling that if he did not consume food in the next moment, it would devour every organ within his body one by one. Gao Yang's eyes, glowing with a deep, blood-red light, looked toward the joyful dancer leading the way. Staring at her fair skin, Gao Yang licked his lips. "Are we not there yet? I can no longer resist the urge to taste you." The joyful dancer turned to look at Gao Yang upon hearing this, a sickly smile appearing on her face. "If you wish, then feel free to eat me right here." Gao Yang's upper and lower rows of sharp, pointed teeth snapped shut. He stared ahead and commanded, "Lead the way." The joyful dancer crouched down once more, then rose and walked toward the end of the street. There stood a wall 10 meters high, and in the center of the wall were two door panels equal in height to the wall itself. Chapter 560 Gluttony. Gao Yang pressed one hand against the door in front of him. The cold sensation of metal greeted him, and as he exerted a slight force with his arm, the heavy door slowly swung inward. Clack, clack, clack. The crisp sound of blades striking a cutting board drifted through the gap of the open door. Gao Yang exerted force again, pushing the door wide open. Looking at the scene inside, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he walked in of his own accord. The interior was opulent and magnificent. Under the dazzling light sat a circular table that occupied a vast area. Inside the inner perimeter of this circular table was a stage that resembled an arena. Gao Yang looked ahead and saw cooking stations arranged around the circular table, where chefs of various races were busy preparing all sorts of food. The circular table was already filled with guests wearing masks. There are only 100 seats here in total. If it is full, you must either wait for other guests to finish eating and leave voluntarily, or forcibly drive them away. The joyful dancer whispered into his ear, explaining the situation. Gao Yang ignored her and walked straight toward the circular table. At this moment, the guests at the table, having heard the commotion of the door opening, turned their heads to look toward the entrance. Upon seeing Gao Yang walk in, hostility filled everyone's eyes. Gao Yang, however, paid them no mind and walked directly to the seat nearest to him. He looked at the woman wearing a beast face mask in the seat, and, without a word, reached out to grab her neck. Whoosh! The woman in the beast face mask was not slow to react. The moment Gao Yang reached out, the gleaming dinner knife in her hand stabbed toward his palm, with its bright, polished body and razor-sharp edge. No one would believe this was merely a piece of cutlery meant to assist in eating. Both of them moved with extreme speed. Just as everyone thought the knife was about to pierce through Gao Yang's outstretched hand, a layer of blood-red light manifested over his palm. The knife struck this layer of blood-red light as if it had hit a steel plate, unable to advance even an inch. Willpower defense. The woman in the beast face mask let out a cry of surprise. She watched helplessly as Gao Yang's hand, wrapped in blood-red light, gripped her right hand holding the knife, and forced it to stab slowly but firmly toward her own neck. The woman in the beast face mask stared fixedly at Gao Yang, her pupils transforming into deep whirlpools, attempting to drag Gao Yang's soul into them. "Come, submit to me, and let me be your master." Gao Yang's movements paused, but it was only for an instant. His stalled hand continued to push slowly and firmly toward the neck of the woman in the beast face mask. Seeing that her sole attack was useless, the woman in the beast face mask let out a low shout, and her free left hand struck toward Gao Yang's chest like lightning. Gao Yang exerted sudden force with his right hand, pushing the dinner knife to instantly pierce into the woman's snow-white neck. Crimson blood flowed from the wound. A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the woman in the beast face mask, and her striking left fingertips hissed, aiming directly for Gao Yang's heart. Interesting, but unfortunately, the path I walked to get here was too smooth. A smile played on the corners of Gao Yang's mouth as he looked at the woman in the beast face mask. The woman was stunned. Although she did not understand the meaning of his words, it did not prevent her from hearing the tone of contempt in his voice. The ferocity in her eyes intensified, and blade energy several inches long erupted from her fingertips. With a crisp ding, a flash of astonishment crossed the woman's eyes. She stared at Gao Yang's unscathed chest and her own twisted, thin fingers. Unable to comprehend what had just happened, Gao Yang stepped forward, looking down at her from above while pushing the dinner knife to slice horizontally across her neck. No grit kamatrish. As the words fell, the corners of Gao Yang's mouth curled up. His hand felt lighter. The dinner knife had already left the neck of the woman in the beast face mask. Blood gushed out like a high-pressure water jet. Yet it was all blocked before reaching Gao Yang. It was as if an invisible barrier separated the two, although they appeared very close. The distance between them felt as vast as if they were worlds apart. The beast-faced woman wanted to say something more, but all the strength in her body drained away rapidly along with the gushing blood. Gao Yang turned to look at the joyful dancer behind him and ordered, "Take her away." The joyful dancer's eyes widened, not expecting that she would have to do such dirty work. But when faced with Gao Yang's scarlet eyes, she still wore a smile, lifted her hand slightly, dragged the dying woman in the beast face mask from the seat, and threw her directly into the shadows in the corner of the hall. Gao Yang looked around once before sitting down in the seat. Once Gao Yang was seated, a green-skinned orc wearing an apron walked to the inner circle of the circular table, carrying a massive silver platter, and began to display the food he had prepared to the guests. Gao Yang's nostrils flared slightly, and he reached out to intercept the orc chef. Under the orc chef's bewildered gaze, he took the platter from the chef's hands and placed it in front of himself. Afterward, he picked up the cutlery at his side and began to eat. A whole rack of beast ribs on the dining plate disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Respected diner, what you are doing is not in accordance with the rules. If other diners express dissatisfaction with you, you will be unable to refuse their dueling invitations. The joyful dancer stood beside Gao Yang, leaning down to whisper in his ear. Gao Yang turned his head to glance at her, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying. He reached out, pulled her over, pressed her beneath the tabletop, and directly muffled her mouth. MMPH with the disturbance gone. Gao Yang continued to devour the food on the table in large mouthfuls, as he ate like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. His wailing stomach found a moment of respite, and a sense of satisfaction from being full exploded in his mind. But following that satisfaction came an even more terrifying sense of hunger and desire to eat. The chefs around the round table prepared dishes at an incredible speed, and every dish was perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Yet, even though Gao Yang ate without a moment's pause, the hunger and desire within him grew stronger and stronger. Gao Yang put down his cutlery and suddenly looked up. In those scarlet eyes, not even a shred of rationality could be seen. He needed more food. More and more. He suddenly turned his head to look at the diners seated to his left. It was these people who were competing with him for food. Gao Yang stood up, scanned the entire venue, and a low roar like that of a wild beast erupted from his throat. "This food is all mine. All of you get lost." By the time he reached the last word, the low roar had transformed into a violent shout, and ripples of blood-red sound waves impacted the entire hall. When the sound waves ceased, Gao Yang had already appeared in the Colosseum at the center of the round table. Beside him were the other 99 diners. Outside the Colosseum, the joyful dancer stood up from beneath the table, extended her tongue to lick the saliva from her chin, and looked toward the Colosseum with great interest. "Since you chose to drive away all the diners, it is only logical that you must face the siege of all the diners." In the Colosseum, Gao Yang looked at the diners surrounding him. the blood-red glow in his eyes deepening. He revealed a wild, ferocious grin. And Yang Yao appeared in his hand as if by nature. He swayed his body, but it only brought about an even more surging sense of hunger. Gao Yang licked his lips, his sharp dragon teeth parting as he spoke, his arrogant voice echoing throughout the entire Colosseum. Line up and wait for death. I am in a hurry. Ha! It has been a long time since I encountered something as reckless as you. A calm voice rang out. Gao Yang looked up and saw a man wearing a platinum human face mask, arms crossed, looking at him with an arrogant expression. Exactly. It is better to eliminate such things that do not know their place as soon as possible, lest they affect my appetite. On the other side, a woman with a figure that was a mountain from the front and a peak from the side, wearing a poisonous snake mask, spoke with mockery. As the two spoke, the other diners also began to chime in one after another. Gao Yang listened to their voices, but the smile at the corners of his mouth became increasingly unbridled. Too noisy. He roared violently, and blood-red battle aura erupted with a boom. His figure suddenly vanished from where he stood, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the nearest diner. Deep red lightning coiled around the blade of Yang Yao. Following Gao Yang's lightning-fast sword strike, the diner he had targeted was cleanly split into from the center. The next moment, the deep red lightning instantly devoured the blood essence of this diner, splitting into 9 parts and shooting toward the 9 nearest diners. After the strike, Gao Yang stood back in his original position, not even bothering to look at the result of his attack. The original angry shouts had now completely vanished, replaced by wails of shock, anger, and despair. A moment later, the entire Colosseum returned to silence. Only then did Gao Yang look up. Apart from him, there were no other diners left standing in the arena. Even the platinum-masked men and the snake-masked woman, who had been the most clamorous earlier, were now reduced to nothing but masks that could not be destroyed. Lying on the cold floor, a bunch of trash. You couldn't even block a single strike from me, yet you dared to compete with me for food. Gao Yang put away Yang Yao. His body vanished from the Colosseum, and he returned to his seat. He looked at the joyful dancer standing before him with a look of surprise, raised an eyebrow, and spoke slowly. Who told you to stand up? Kneel down for me. The joyful dancer froze for a moment, then walked before Gao Yang with a smile and knelt down submissively, with no other diners to snatch the food. All the dishes prepared by the chefs were sent to Gao Yang. Gao Yang did not refuse any of it. His constitution and strength, both reaching 22 points, granted him a digestive capacity far exceeding that of ordinary people, while the ability of the blazing sun furnace granted him the power to rapidly convert energy essence. Every bit of food he consumed was digested in a short time, turning into nutrients for the growth of his battle aura. For a time, all the chefs operated at full capacity, and delicious dishes were sent to Gao Yang's table like an assembly line, only to be devoured by him without exception and converted into the fiercely burning blazing sun battle aura. Chapter 569 Gluttonous Blood Shadow. And while Gao Yang was frantically devouring these delicacies, the chefs around the round table gradually put down their tools, instead watching him with a gaze that was both gratified and expectant. As a chef, seeing a diner devour the food they had painstakingly prepared with such satisfaction was, in itself, an unparalleled fulfillment. And as chefs of the 4th floor of the Supreme Joy birthplace, the joy of eating, this sensory experience was magnified countless times. Crunch. Gao Yang bit through a bone as thick as a child's arm and sucked out all the marrow inside. As the marrow entered his belly, a peculiar energy exploded within his abdomen. This energy was not converted into nutrients for his battle aura, but instead transformed into a cold, icy current that surged straight into the depths of his mind. Gao Yang's eating motion paused slightly. Then, as if no one else were present, he began to eat frantically once more. As Gao Yang continued to eat, his shadow behind him began to twist and expand under the illumination of the lights. With every mouthful of food Gao Yang swallowed, the shadow behind him expanded by a fraction, and its original pitch-black color began to take on a strange, scarlet hue. Was the 4th level of the birthplace of supreme pleasure, the pleasure of gluttony, truly just a place to provide endless food that could even increase one's attributes to the diners who arrived here? Of course not. The ultimate goal of the birthplace of supreme pleasure had always been to provide the goddess of pleasure with ever more novel and higher levels of pleasure. This unbridled pursuit of pleasure inevitably gave rise to completely chaotic behavior. Take the pleasure of gluttony, for example. As each diner consumed more food, the gluttonous desires within their hearts would transform into nutrients to nourish their shadows. And once the blood shadow of gluttony behind them grew to a certain extent, it would swallow its own master in one gulp, allowing them to experience the supreme pleasure of being devoured while in the throes of gluttony. This process would then be offered as a sacrifice to the master of the birthplace of supreme pleasure, solely to please that goddess who forever pursued ultimate pleasure. However, a situation like Gao Yang's, where he slaughtered all the other diners and enjoyed all the delicacies alone, had never occurred before. The opponent's terrifying combat power, astonishing appetite, and unscrupulous behavior made all the chefs and pleasure dancers in the Hall of Gluttony see the possibility of a near-perfect sacrifice being born. And if this sacrifice were truly born, it would undoubtedly be the best offering for the goddess of pleasure. For this reason, the chefs in the Hall of Gluttony spared no effort to bring out their most treasured ingredients, cooking the most delicious food, all to nurture the most perfect sacrifice. Eat. You must eat more to grow up quickly. A chef covered in black scales looked up at the blood shadow constantly expanding behind Gao Yang, his eyes filled with fanaticism. Clang. With the crisp sound of a spoon hitting the dinner plate, Gao Yang looked up in astonishment at what was in front of him, but seeing the empty table before him, combined with the growing hunger in his belly, caused Gao Yang's brows to knit together in anger, and a surge of fury exploded in his chest. He stood up, clutching his dinner knife, and scanned the surrounding chefs, his voice as cold as ice. Give me food, or I won't mind killing you all. The response he received was the increasingly expectant gazes of the chefs and pleasure dancers. Facing Gao Yang's threat, they did not move in the slightest. Everyone's eyes were fixed above Gao Yang's head. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, then turned to look behind him. When he saw the massive blood shadow that was about to hit the ceiling, a cruel murderous intent appeared in Gao Yang's blood-red eyes. He was just about to speak when the massive blood shadow raised its arms high and smashed down toward him. A blood-red shockwave exploded at the edge of the round table. Gao Yang raised one hand, his dragon-scaled arm acting like a mountain range, blocking the strike of the gluttonous blood shadow. Gao Yang stretched his muscles, exerted force with one hand, and sent the blood shadow's arms flying. He looked at the surrounding chefs, baring his teeth in a grin, his sharp dragon fangs gleaming with a cold light. Is this what you were looking forward to? If that's the case, you can all die. As Gao Yang's words fell, his true dragon form vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already at the head of the gluttonous blood shadow. He kicked out, his dragon-scaled foot shattering the air and landing instantly on the head of the blood shadow. The body of the gluttonous blood shadow, which was composed of shadows, seemed to turn solid at this moment. It flew backward in a straight line, slamming into the wall of the Hall of Gluttony, where spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread from the point of impact. The gluttonous blood shadow broke free from the wall and was just about to open its mouth to roar when the air in front of it was suddenly compressed. A humanoid dragon had already charged before it. Gao Yang formed his hand into a claw and swiped at the blood shadow in front of him. Claw marks flashed, and a large amount of flocculent, blood-gray tissue was torn from the body of the gluttonous blood shadow. Gao Yang looked through the wound he had torn into the interior of the blood shadow's body. He saw a bright red, round blood core beating violently. From that blood core, Gao Yang caught a whiff of a deadly fragrance. That fragrance was like a venomous snake, directly detonating the desire to eat that was already on the verge of consuming him from within. Saliva dripped from the corner of Gao Yang's mouth. He pressed both claws onto the chest of the gluttonous blood shadow, pouring immense power into his arms, pinning the blood shadow to the ground so it could not move. The next moment, in the shocked eyes of all the chefs and pleasure dancers, Gao Yang's dragon maw opened to its limit, and he bit down on the chest of the gluttonous blood shadow. Sharp dragon fangs gnawed at the chest of the blood shadow. As Gao Yang exerted force, large swaths of flocculent matter were torn away, exposing the blood core to Gao Yang's eyes. The gluttonous blood shadow let out a violent shriek, and the blood shadow at its chest began to converge, seemingly trying to block Gao Yang's sight. Seeing this, The blood-red light in Gao Yang's slit pupils intensified. He violently tore the chest of the gluttonous blood shadow completely open, then plunged his head into the chest cavity, twitching his nostrils as he began to track the location of the blood core. The gluttonous blood shadow also sensed the danger, and the blood core began to hide deep within its body. But the result of this was that Gao Yang followed closely behind, digging deeper and deeper, until he had almost shoved his entire upper body into the torso of the gluttonous blood shadow, until an excited roar rang out. Gao Yang suddenly lifted his body from within the gluttonous blood shadow, blood-colored flocculent matter falling from him in a flurry. Gao Yang clutched the still-beating blood core in his dragon claw. Looking at this blood core, his throat bobbed violently twice. The next moment, Gao Yang tossed the blood core directly into his mouth, and without even chewing, swallowed it straight into his belly. As the blood core entered his stomach, a surging energy accompanied by a sense of fullness instantly spread out, and a look of satisfaction appeared on Gao Yang's face. He could feel that after swallowing the blood core, the gluttonous desire within him had been slowly smoothed away. Chapter 570 Pleasure. After savoring the taste of the blood core for a moment, Gao Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He stood at the main entrance of the Hall of Gluttony, looking at the various chefs scattered throughout the hall, and revealed a ferocious smile. Under the terrified gazes of those chefs, Gao Yang slowly drew his silver-white greatsword from the void and aimed it at them. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't seem to care. So, I'm keeping my promise. As he said this, Gao Yang leaned forward slightly and said with a smile, I am sending you to your deaths. As his voice fell, blood-red battle aura exploded outward. Gao Yang gripped eternal radiance and swept his sword across in a horizontal arc. A moment later, Gao Yang stood quietly in the center of the round table in the Hall of Gluttony. All around him, the chefs and the dancers of pleasure were nowhere to be seen. Even the dancer of pleasure who had arrived at the 4th floor with Gao Yang had fallen not far away. Gao Yang held eternal radiance, the blood-red glow in his eyes incredibly deep. The next instant, a pink light flashed, and the fallen dancer of pleasure stood back up. The sword wounds Gao Yang had carved into her body seemed to reverse in time, rapidly healing until they vanished completely. The dancer of pleasure came to Gao Yang's side, looked up at him, and pouted with dissatisfaction, saying, I am, after all, the one who brought you a moment of pleasure. But you are truly heartless. Yes. Gao Yang reached out a large hand, grabbed her head, and pulled it toward his face. He stared into her light green eyes with his own deep, blood-red gaze and said, Take me to the next floor. After speaking, he released his grip, and the dancer of pleasure stood back on the floor. She looked at the Gao Yang before her, bowed slowly, and said, As you wish. A flash of light passed, and the two disappeared from the Hall of Gluttony. When the light dissipated, Gao Yang found himself in a hot spring. Mist filled the surroundings, making everything in his field of vision appear somewhat unreal. And it was not just everything in Gao Yang's vision that felt unreal, but also the bursts of joyful laughter lingering in his ears. Gao Yang reached out to stir the spring water. The tactile sensation was no different from real liquid. He could even feel the temperature of the hot spring and the faint scent of flowers. The scent smelled very comfortable, making one unable to help but lose themselves in it. Gao Yang felt a pair of cold, soft, small hands touch his thigh. He looked down and realized that his clothes had vanished at some point. Beneath him was an exotic beauty with golden curly hair and dazzlingly fair skin. When she noticed Gao Yang looking down at her, she gave him a charming smile. Although he did not know why things were like this, Gao Yang clearly had no intention of dwelling on such matters at this moment. He simply pressed one hand onto her wavy golden hair, facing this woman who had appeared so abruptly. The deep blood-red glow in his eyes was now tinged with a hint of pink. As time passed, more and more women appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. From cold and aloof royal sisters to gentle and sweet girl-next-door types. From pure and pristine white-haired maidens to passionate and voluptuous young matrons. From proactive and unrestrained royal noblewomen to disdainful, yander-like mad women, they were all there, in every shape and size, but without exception. In front of Gao Yang, they were all as obedient as harmless little kittens. Voices with distinct characteristics echoed continuously throughout the hot spring pool. When the last beauty fainted, Gao Yang stood in the pool, the blood-red glow in his eyes now completely with pink dot at this moment. The original dancer of pleasure suddenly appeared at the edge of the hot spring. She stood there at the edge, staring straight at Gao Yang's strong physique. Then, she extended her delicate feet, stepped slowly into the hot spring, and walked toward Gao Yang. She licked her lips and stood before Gao Yang, completely exposed. What a monster! Strong beyond description. A look of interest appeared in the dancer of pleasure's eyes, and she reached out to slowly stroke Gao Yang's back. The pink glow in Gao Yang's eyes flared intensely, without the slightest hesitation. He reached out directly toward the dancer of pleasure. Time ticked by second. The pink glow in Gao Yang's eyes grew increasingly intense, while in contrast, the dancer of pleasure's fair skin became more and more flush. I do not know how much time passed, but Gao Yang's cheeks began to thin. Wrinkles appeared on his skin. The light in his eyes began to dim, and even his life force began to wane. His life seemed to be approaching its end. Conversely, the dancer of pleasure's vitality seemed like a torch doused in oil, burning fiercely. As a scream echoed over the hot spring, the agitated water gradually calmed. After looking around, Gao Yang fell backward with a hint of exhaustion, splashing a large amount of water. A moment later, Gao Yang stood up in the hot spring again, the spring water sliding off his marble-sculpted muscles. At this moment, the pink glow in his eyes had vanished, replaced once again by the blood-red light. He had passed the pleasure of the body. If he had not satisfied that dancer of pleasure at the very last moment, he would likely be nothing more than a drained skeleton by now. Light flashed again, and Gao Yang appeared in that small compartment, sitting on the bed. Gao Yang frowned, feeling very annoyed. At this moment, his mind was completely occupied by various chaotic thoughts. Being forced to wait in this empty compartment was more unbearable than being told to die. Just as Gao Yang could no longer endure the silence and intended to stand up, several notifications appeared before his retinas. Bishop Red Jade, guests. Thank you for your patience. All qualifications for the masquerade ball have been fully acquired. Bishop Red Jade, dear guests. The Supreme Pleasure Birthplace is making final preparations for tonight's ball. Once preparations are complete, guests may pull open the door in front of them to participate in this masquerade ball. Bishop Red Jade, please. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Bishop Red Jade. Gao Yang looked at the information before his retinas, the corners of his mouth curling up. He wondered what this so-called Red Jade Bishop would taste like. He sat cross-legged on the large bed once more, the surging desires in his heart having already made his decision. Once the ball began, he would definitely taste this Red Jade Bishop. Before that, he did not mind waiting a moment longer. Of course, besides her, there was also that so-called goddess of pleasure. It would be best if I could have a fight with that goddess of pleasure. As Gao Yang thought this, the blood-red glow in his eyes intensified by 3 degrees. The desires surging within his heart had already dyed his entire sea of will pitch black. The external manifestation of this was that the red glow in his eyes had begun to shift toward a dark crimson hue. Chapter 571, Breeding Saintess Alocia. If any practitioner from the Eastern lineage were to see Gao Yang's current state, they would certainly shake their heads, turn around, and leave, but not before adding, his demonic heart is too deep. He is beyond saving. Farewell. The meditation technique known as tempering the heart with blazing fire was terrifyingly effective at amplifying the user's distracting thoughts, and it was further boosted by the user's own conditions. In short, the stronger the user's will, the more distracting thoughts could be amplified, and once these distracting thoughts were completely indulged, they became 100 or 1,000 times harder to control than a wild horse without a bridle. The most critical point was that the tempering the heart with blazing fire meditation technique did not directly twist the user's consciousness. It merely amplified the distracting thoughts already within the user's heart. This was something the user did proactively, rather than being controlled or having their mind invaded. This was the main reason why it had not been classified as a dark meditation technique. Even though many martial monks or those in other professions had embarked on a path of no return toward evil because they could not restrain the distracting thoughts within their hearts. While practicing this technique, it still remained among the ranks of orthodox meditation methods. Of course, the reason why tempering the heart with blazing fire was still favored by many martial monks and similar professions. Despite such great danger, was that the boost to one's willpower after completing the process of breaking and then rebuilding of conquering one's inner demons was terrifyingly immense. To quantify it simply, if a person's willpower before practicing tempering the heart with blazing fire was 100, then if they successfully managed to subdue their desires and extinguish the blazing fire in their heart, their willpower would increase to at least 150. A 50% increase in volume was a temptation that no practitioner could ignore. Not to mention, while gaining an increase in the volume of their willpower, the user's willpower itself would also undergo a qualitative change. Compared to a quantitative increase, the temptation of a qualitative improvement was far, far stronger. This was the fundamental reason why many meditation practitioners would throw themselves into this tempering the heart with blazing fire technique one after another. And for an existence like Gao Yang, who possessed a willpower far exceeding that of an ordinary person, once he activated tempering the heart with blazing fire, the changes were even more exaggerated than for a normal person. It was as if a high-speed train, once derailed, could never return to the correct track again. Gao Yang did not wait long. After only a moment, the voice of the Red Jade Bishop echoed in the compartment once more. Red Jade Bishop, respected guests. Tonight's stage has been prepared for you all. Please, enter the venue. Hearing this, Gao Yang stood up from the bed, walked to the main door, and pulled it open. At the same time, door after door was pulled open from the inside by various guests, and guests wearing masks of all kinds walked into this massive banquet hall. As Gao Yang opened his door, what met his eyes was the interior of a magnificent, golden hall. Humans, elves, and succubi, all wearing thin, translucent gauze dresses, stood throughout the hall. Respected guest, please follow me. A familiar voice came from beside him. Gao Yang turned his head to see the previous pleasure dancer standing outside his compartment door. Looking at him with a smile, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. Without refusing, he wrapped his arm around her waist, which was as slender as a water snake, and led her toward the center of the hall. As more and more guests entered the hall, this urgently vast palace gradually began to show signs of liveliness. Who is that? Gao Yang tightened his arm, pulling the pleasure dancer tightly against his body. He tilted his chin, looking toward a figure standing on a massive stone pillar, draped in heavy, vibrant clerical robes. Those clerical robes were currently worn by a young woman with flame-colored hair and an exquisite face. On her feet were a pair of slender high heels. Her shapely calves were hidden within the hem of her robes, yet the outer sides of her thighs were generously exposed to everyone's view. Her hands were naturally folded over her flat abdomen, and her towering peaks were ready to burst forth even under the restraint of the heavy robes. And above her slender, snow-white neck, she possessed a holy face that seemed to harbor compassion for the world. Her eyelids were lowered, as if she were looking down upon everyone in the hall, or perhaps praying with her eyes closed. That is the youngest Red Jade Archbishop of the Church of Light and Shadow, the person most favored by our Lord. The pleasure dancer's eyes were filled with envy and longing. She looked up at the Red Jade Archbishop standing on the stone pillar, her voice tinged with a hint of worship. The breeding saintess, the favored of God, the legend of Shadow, Red Jade Archbishop Alosha, the breeding saintess. Hearing this, a look of interest appeared in Gao Yang's eyes as he looked at the Red Jade Archbishop. Alosha, beneath her holy and solemn countenance was a devilish, explosive figure, which added a touch of decadent charm to her holiness. He had to admit, she was indeed a very excellent and very alluring woman. He just didn't know what the pleasure dancer meant by the so-called breeding saintess. Of course, if it meant what Gao Yang suspected, he wouldn't mind having a taste. As for whether he would be drained dry by her, that was not a question the current Gao Yang was capable of considering. To be precise, the current Gao Yang basically did not use his brain for his actions. He was entirely dominated by instinctive desires. This was the terrifying aspect of tempering the heart with blazing fire. Under such circumstances, one still needs to suppress desires that are like a derailed train and pull them back onto the right track. The difficulty of doing so is imaginable. Guest, gaining the favor of Archbishop Alosha is no simple matter. Seemingly seeing through Gao Yang's thoughts, the pleasure dancer blinked twice and whispered into his ear, "Oh, is she not some breeding saintess of the Light and Shadow Church?" Although Alosha is a breeding saintess, Not every bishop of the Light and Shadow Church can be designated as such. It is a title that can only be bestowed after one has extensively spread the glory of the entire Light and Shadow Church and our Lord. The pleasure dancer did not mind Gao Yang's mischievous hand at all and continued, moreover, the most important criterion for becoming a breeding saintess is to maintain purity of body and mind. Purity of body and mind. Hearing this, Gao Yang licked his lips. Put that way. He was even more interested. Will she participate in this masquerade ball? Of course. Alosha is the organizer of this masquerade ball, so she will naturally take part. After all, hosting the masquerade ball is also the best way to spread the glory of our Lord. The pleasure dancer nodded and said, of course. Piquing the goddess' interest and bringing her more exciting novelty is the ultimate goal of hosting the masquerade ball. If one can achieve this, our Lord will not be stingy with rewards. Sigh. The previous chapter was heavily edited during review, so it reads a bit awkwardly. There is no way around it. I must comply with the regulations. I hope you readers will forgive me. Chapter 572, The Wager. The dark red light in Gao Yang's eyes grew deeper. He stared at Alosha atop the stone pillar, like a deep-sea behemoth hidden in the pitch-black ocean floor, fixated on its prey. The malice, so thick it could not be dissolved, was almost on the verge of solidifying. Yet, even so, the expression on the face of the breeding saintess Alosha, perched atop the stone pillar, did not change in the slightest. As the most loyal believer of the goddess of pleasure, she had long been immune to the kind of intense, possessive gaze Gao Yang possessed, or rather, beings who possessed such a gaze were the most promising believers for the Light and Shadow Church. She believed that she would use the doctrines of pleasure to reform those fellows and make them obediently offer their pathetic faith to the Lord of Pleasure. At the mere thought that her actions would be rewarded by the goddess, the mature body of Alosha, covered under her heavy clerical robes, could not help but flush with a wave of heat. This feeling of being needed by a deity made Alosha addicted, and able to extricate herself. If her thoughts could be perceived by Gao Yang, then the current Gao Yang could guarantee that he had 100 ways to deal with her. After all, the original Gao Yang was not exactly a good person, and the current Gao Yang was even more controlled by distracting thoughts. Acting with even less restraint, Gao Yang put his arm around the pleasure dancer and walked toward the ballroom. The hall was incredibly vast. The number of guests participating in this ball reached several thousand, yet for this hall, it was no pressure at all. This could be seen from the orderly way the beautiful messengers served food and wine. Gao Yang led the pleasure dancer through the crowd, heading toward the very center of the hall. If it were the Gao Yang from before he underwent the tempering of the heart by fire, he certainly would not have had any pursuit regarding seating and would most likely have found a random corner table to sit and enjoy dinner. But the current Gao Yang was different. Gao Yang, whose eyes radiated a dark red blood light, was pursuing something entirely different from the normal Gao Yang at this moment. Simply put, it was equivalent to a pauper who had been poor for decades suddenly winning the lottery and becoming rich overnight. The negative emotions that had been suppressed for decades were instantly detonated, and the level of luxury and corruption he could reach would absolutely exceed the cognition of that pauper. However, Gao Yang did not suddenly become rich, rather, he had actively detonated the distracting desires he had suppressed in the depths of his consciousness. But the effect was roughly the same. Gao Yang walked to the most conspicuous table in the entire ballroom and sat down brazenly, beginning to enjoy the delicacies on the table under the service of the pleasure dancer, completely ignoring the hidden, disdainful, or angry gazes from those around him. As for why he was so arrogant, it was because Gao Yang had already discovered that among all the guests attending the ball, there was not even a single legendary rank professional. In a situation where everyone was a transcendent, Gao Yang would absolutely not fear anyone. He, the God Slayer, the first transcendent, the Plane Destroyer. How could he fear these flies and dogs who came to participate in the Goddess of Pleasure's masquerade ball? Determined in his heart, Gao Yang leaned back in his chair with a wan attitude, contentedly enjoying the food handed to him by the pleasure dancer. The surrounding music and laughter gradually faded away. The world seemed to grow quiet, except for the area covered by this table. Everything else around it was being slowly swallowed by a darkness as deep as ink. The twisting bodies on the dance floor, the debauched guests, and the serving women all seemed to be coated in a layer of leaden gray. Tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the floor approached from afar. A wisp of holy light intruded into this leaden gray world, followed by a clerical robe as bright as a dancing flame. It was the breeding saintess of the light and shadow church. Alosha. Alosha pulled out a chair and sat down slowly opposite Gao Yang. At this massive table with a diameter of 10 meters, there were now only Gao Yang and Alosha. As for the other guests, although they wanted to approach this table, neither the bloody stench like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood nor the leaden gray of darkness and light was something they could easily break through. Do not think that the guests who came here to attend the masquerade ball had all lost their minds like Gao Yang. For these guests, the only purpose of participating in the masquerade ball was to indulge their desires without restraint. If possible, they would also like to taste the flavor of the goddess. Therefore, any guest capable of directly participating in the masquerade ball basically possessed significant wealth or background, and they had already prepared secret techniques or magical items to suppress their desires before coming. Once their desires rise beyond a certain threshold, they activate the measures they have prepared, thereby pulling their desires back into a rational range. In this way, they can indulge in pleasure and enjoyment without any side effects. Of course, this does not include those guests who need to obtain their invitation qualifications through trial battles. Those guests with powerful backgrounds enjoy their masquerade ball, and under the spotlight of the crowd. Gao Yang is also holding a masquerade ball of his own, breeding Saintess Alosha. Gao Yang swallowed the food in his mouth, looked at Alosha sitting opposite him, bared his sharp teeth, and asked straightforwardly, "Are you interested in having a fight with me?" "A fight?" Alosha raised her eyelids slightly, revealing her beautiful, pale pink, yet exceptionally indifferent eyes. "Do you mean you want to breed with me? Or do you simply want to have a fight with me?" "Of course, a fight." Gao Yang licked his lips and added, "After all, I like to conquer my prey with my own hands before enjoying it." A corner of Alosha's indifferent mouth curled into an interested arc. She leaned back, resting against the back of the chair, her round and slender legs crossed, and her clerical robe slid from the sides of her thighs onto the chair. "If I am not mistaken, you are still only a transcendent. So what?" Gao Yang tapped the tabletop with one hand, then pointed at Alosha opposite him, and said, "Could it be that you don't even dare to accept a challenge from a transcendent?" "Heh, a low-end provocation." The ends of Alosha's fiery red hair began to burn with pale pink flames. She continued to look at Gao Yang indifferently. Then, "As the price, if you lose, what will you pay?" Gao Yang pointed to his own brain, smiling grimly and arrogantly. "Naturally, it is my incredibly loyal faith in the goddess of pleasure." After answering, Gao Yang looked at Alosha and asked in return, "Then what about you? What if you lose?" Alosha chuckled, shook her head with certainty, and said, "I will not lose." "Hey, don't speak so definitively." Gao Yang leaned back in his chair in the same posture as Alosha and said, "Since my price is to offer my faith to the goddess of pleasure, then your price is also very simple." Having said this, Gao Yang leaned forward slightly, his gaze scanning Alosha's body, and he said slowly, "At my mercy." Chapter 573. Shadow's compassion. Alosha's full chest heaved, and then a trace of pity appeared on her solemn face. She stood up, leaned over to look at Gao Yang, and spread her hands. Then, "As you wish." As the words fell, light and dark rays of light bloomed from Alosha's outstretched hands. The light wove like fabric, shuttling rapidly around the two of them, and soon completely enveloped their figures. The moment the last trace of the outside world was completely blocked by the black and white light, Gao Yang and Alosha disappeared from the spot simultaneously. When the two appeared again, they were already inside a giant space with a white ceiling and a black floor. This is the highest level of the birthplace of supreme pleasure, and also the area where the power of the goddess of pleasure is directly projected. The light and shadow domain. Alosha stood with her legs together, opposite Gao Yang, holding a bright red long whip covered in thorns. At the head of the whip was a diamond-shaped pink spike, which, like a scorpion's tail hook, constantly swayed in the air. This long whip also had an extraordinary origin. It was the quasi-divine artifact of the shadow lineage of the light and shadow church. Shadow's compassion, as the name suggests. Once struck by this whip, the attacker's pain would be magnified dozens or hundreds of times. and the light of redemption would descend amidst intense agony. As a shadow legend, Red Jade Archbishop, and breeding Saintess, Alosha was naturally qualified to wield this quasi-divine artifact. Alosha looked at Gao Yang and shouted in a low voice, "Take out your weapon." Gao Yang looked at the breeding Saintess Alosha, who was serious and holding the long whip, and the red light in his eyes grew deeper. He licked the corner of his mouth, thrust one hand directly into the void beside him, and pulled out a greatsword flashing with dazzling silver-white light. Holding the silver-white greatsword, Gao Yang's aura changed abruptly. If the initial Gao Yang was an unscrupulous madman, then the Gao Yang holding Yang Yao at this moment had unleashed the restraints on his own aura. A sky-covering bloody aura emanated from Gao Yang's body, turning into a frosted mist that formed a grinning giant dragon head behind him. A flash of gravity appeared in Alosha's eyes. She could sense a strong sense of danger from Gao Yang. The transcendent before her seemed truly capable of threatening her. A legendary powerhouse, especially after the appearance of that silver-white greatsword. The shadow's compassion in her hand trembled noticeably. Alosha knew that this was a reaction that only occurred when it discovered a weapon of the same level. In other words, the arrogant man in front of her was holding a quasi-divine artifact. Gao Yang swung Yang Yao casually twice, and streaks of sharp sword energy sliced open the space composed of black and white light. He lowered his head slightly, his dark red pupils locked onto Alosha, and just stood there, pointing his sword at her. "Come, I'll let you attack first." Looking at his arrogant appearance, one who didn't know better would think he was the legend. A trace of anger also flickered in Alosha's eyes. She crouched slightly to gather strength, which caused the skin on the outside of her thighs, exposed outside her clerical robe, to be squeezed into a breathtaking arc. Alosha rushed forward suddenly, and her figure disappeared from the spot instantly. The scorpion tail-like spike of the bright red long whip pierced through layers of her waves and reached the front of Gao Yang in an instant. The moment the tail needle was about to pierce Gao Yang's face, a silver-white greatsword suddenly blocked the spike. With a sharp, explosive ding, the bright red long whip suddenly shook in the air, and the tail needle traced a wide angle, stabbing at Gao Yang's body again from the side. After just one collision, Gao Yang grinned and laughed. The strength of the breeding saintess before him was not weak, but this long whip was unable to amplify her power. "That is not how you fight." Gao Yang casually swung his sword, once again parrying Alosha's attack. Following this, he tapped his left hand, which was currently free, against the center of his chest. In the next instant, tiny, deep purple electric arcs flashed across his entire body, feeling his cells enter a state of high activity under the stimulation of the lightning. Gao Yang revealed a cruel smile. He took a step forward, and his figure vanished from Alosha's perception as well. Sword step. The distance between Alosha and Gao Yang was not great. So when Gao Yang executed the sword step, he arrived in front of Alosha in an instant. Looking at Alosha, who was now within arm's reach, Gao Yang smiled wantonly and delivered a straightforward, powerful downward slash. Human calamity, heart split. In Alosha's field of vision, the surrounding world suddenly turned pitch black, leaving only a blinding, silvery white blade mark descending upon her. This strike did not merely slash at Alosha's physical body. A semi-tangible sword mark also descended within her sea of consciousness. If the defender's physical or mental defenses were lacking in either regard, they would inevitably suffer heavy damage when facing this heart-split strike. Desire Shadow Clone. Facing Gao Yang's heart-split strike, Alosha suddenly split into 4 identical bodies, and 5 bright red long whips moved simultaneously to intercept the blow. Clang! The greatsword collided with the long whips, and a piercing, explosive sound rang out. A black and white shockwave appeared out of thin air, instantly striking the bodies of Gao Yang and the 5 Aloshas. Gao Yang's body trembled slightly, but he then raised his sword and charged forward again as if nothing had happened. In contrast, Alosha's bodies gradually lost their color under the shockwave, disappearing from Gao Yang's field of vision as if swallowed by darkness. Blood snake whip sting. Alosha emerged from the darkness, the bright red long whip in her hand stabbing straight toward Gao Yang's chest like a sharp sword. The needle-like tip of the whip was now a dripping, vivid crimson. The speed of this strike was so fast that even though Gao Yang saw it, his body's reaction could not keep up. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and spoke softly, "Sacrifice, Time acceleration. Thump. The surrounding world suddenly slowed down in Gao Yang's eyes. His gaze locked onto the incoming whip. And Yang Yao blocked the trajectory of the attack just in time, with another crisp sound. The bright red whip scraped against the blade of Yang Yao, sending a shower of sparks flying past Gao Yang's ear. The attack missed, but Alosha's expression did not change in the slightest doubt with a thought. The whip that had flown behind Gao Yang suddenly turned around, striking toward the back of his head like a giant python looking to devour its prey. Gao Yang formed his left hand into a claw, and blood-red battle chi and deep purple plasma instantly gathered into a sphere in his palm, which Gao Yang then squeezed until it detonated. A purple-red shockwave appeared out of thin air, exploding in a spherical shape. Gao Yang's body was blasted back, taking a step to the side, and it was this single step that caused Alosha's attack to miss once again. Gao Yang moved as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, easily neutralizing Alosha's attacks. This caused a look of growing gravity to appear on Alosha's previously solemn face. She now knew that the person before her was not just all talk. The opponent was definitely a battle-hardened warrior. If I don't get serious, I might actually lose. This thought arose in Alosha's mind for a fleeting moment before she ruthlessly extinguished it. Chapter 574, At Your Mercy. Next moment, dense shadows emerged from Alosha's body, under Gao Yang's gaze. 5 identical Aloshas were born from the shadows, surrounding him in the center. The 5 Aloshas moved in perfect unison, and after a brief moment of gathering power, they violently lashed out with their bright red long whips. Phantom Dark Soul Slash. 5 arc-shaped, dark red beams of light slashed toward Gao Yang from 5 different directions. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. If he were hit by this, he would undoubtedly face a continuous barrage of strikes from the 5 Aloshas. Thus, Gao Yang took a step forward and, without the slightest hesitation, used the sword step to vanish from Alosha's encirclement. The attack missed, but a smile of calculated success curled the corners of Alosha's lips. Relying on her perception of shadows, she had sensed Gao Yang the moment he reappeared. The next moment, she looked toward Gao Yang from afar, and the bright red long whips instantly wove together into a formation that appeared beneath her feet. Phantom Cage. The long whips in the hands of the 5 Aloshas simultaneously erupted with a dark purple radiance, and a massive cage instantly materialized, trapping Gao Yang just as he had reappeared. The interior of the cage was covered in sharp spikes, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, and Gao Yang was the prey about to be devoured by this giant mouth. The 5 Aloshas stood at the 5 corners of the cage, their bright red whips now dripping with a vivid, blood-like sheen. Shadow Frenzy. A blinding purple light suddenly erupted from the eyes of the 5 Aloshas. Then, the 5 of them swung their whips simultaneously, and countless whip shadows completely shrouded the space inside the cage. This combo fully displayed Alosha's strength as a legendary powerhouse. The entire cage space was completely sealed, even with teleportation-type skills. One could not break free and could only passively endure Alosha's strikes. Based on the ability of the quasi-divine artifact Shadow's Mercy, once hit, the victim's defensive line of reason would be instantly shattered by excruciating pain, leading to a loss of control over their body and resulting in being struck by even more whip shadows. After this combo, let alone a transcendent, even a legendary powerhouse would likely be flayed alive if they didn't die outright. Gao Yang revealed a fanatical smile, sensing the whip shadows flying in from all directions. He raised his long sword high. The next moment, a pitch-black radiance of will covered the blade of Yang Yao. Along with it, a majestic battle chi erupted from Gao Yang's body, burning like a raging torch. In this instant, Gao Yang's power, willpower, and even the life force representing his constitution all converged into Yang Yao. 100-meter-long, dark red blood-colored greatsword stood tall in this space of white sky and black earth. Before the sword even fell, the terrifying fluctuations of power had already caused the space around the blade to ripple like water. Gao Yang stared at Alosha, a crazed, ferocious grin spreading across his lips as he violently swung down the blood-red greatsword in his hands. Human calamity, falling star. This strike was immeasurably heavy. The mere diffusion of its cutting force caused the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch, and the shadows of the whips attacking from all directions crumbled as well. As the blood-red greatsword descended, the surrounding space collapsed rapidly, And even the cage that had imprisoned Gao Yang was destroyed under the weight of the collapsing space. A look of undisguised shock appeared in Alosha's eyes. She had never imagined that this area, projected by the goddess's power, would actually be blasted apart by a single strike from the transcendent before her. Although this would not have any lasting impact on the domain itself. Judging by the current display, the man before her absolutely possessed the capital to fight a legendary powerhouse head-on. A brilliant light erupted in Alosha's eyes. Shadow energy exploded from her body, causing her long, flaming hair to dance incessantly. The shadow's mercy in her hands was now enveloped by a massive amount of shadow energy, transforming into a dark purple magic sword that was also 100 meters long. She stared at Gao Yang with fanatical eyes, and her face, which usually lacked expression, finally revealed a hysterical madness. She roared fanatically, "Your faith shall allow my lord to experience supreme pleasure." Shadow-devouring demon sword. Gripping the dark purple magic sword with both hands, she took a step forward, and the magic sword slashed out with a boom. Two giant swords of equal scale collided with a thunderous crash. At the moment the blades met, the entire space fell into a brief silence. The next moment, with Gao Yang and Alosha as the center point, layers of shock waves diffused outward, wherever the impact reached. Space shattered inch by inch. In the violent energy field, the two great swords pressed against each other, and piercing energy explosions rang out incessantly, feeling the sharp sword chi scraping across his body. Gao Yang let out a violent shout. The blood-red light in his eyes suddenly transformed into a thick, impenetrable black-red color, and his boiling sea of will poured his willpower into the great sword in his hands without reservation. The violent and pure willpower merged into the blood-red greatsword, causing cracks to appear on the edge of the dark purple magic sword that was pressing against it. The cracks spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire magic sword. The dark purple magic sword shattered with a boom. Amidst the flying shards of the magic sword, the blood-red greatsword slashed down, first cutting vertically through the center of Alosha's chest, and then landing on the black floor below. After a deafening sound, a slash mark spanning the entire land appeared within this light and shadow domain. Large patches of mottled light and shadow peeled away from the surrounding space, revealing the gray-blue rock walls behind them. A trace of pain appeared in Alosha's eyes, but in just an instant, the streak of blood on her chest vanished without a trace. And at the same time, one of her clones was directly annihilated. Alosha stood on the black ground, looking at Gao Yang with a complex expression. She could feel that if Gao Yang had been willing, he could have completely killed her with that strike. But in the end, Gao Yang had slightly slowed his sword momentum, which gave her the opportunity to use a clone to die in her stead. And this alone indicated that she had lost. She, Alosha, the Red Jade Archbishop of the Light and Shadow Church, the Saintess of Breeding, and the Legend of Shadows, had been defeated by an unknown transcendent. This result left Alosha's expression slightly dazed. She lifted her delicate chin, watching the light and shadow domain around her healing rapidly. And she understood in her heart that this battle had already been noticed by the goddess. A strong sense of guilt suddenly rose within Alosha. Even though being watched by the deity she worshipped was supposed to be an extremely joyful thing, now, she wished the goddess had not noticed her. Under the goddess's gaze, she had lost to the person before her and had lost the faith that the other party was supposed to offer to the goddess. Gao Yang took two heavy breaths, a look of satisfaction appearing in his deep, black-red pupils. This battle had allowed the desire for combat that had been suppressed in his heart for so long to finally bloom. It could truly be called exhilarating. Gao Yang walked slowly to Alosha's front, reached out with his slightly rough hand, grabbed her delicate and perfect chin, and forcibly lifted her head to make her look directly at him. Saintess of Breeding. A bet is a bet. A trace of anger flashed in Alosha's eyes. But the pride of a legend and everything she had experienced while spreading faith for the goddess prevented her from going back on her word. She merely stared coldly at Gao Yang and said, "I lost. From now on, I am at your disposal." Chapter 575, The Goddess Descends. Gao Yang patted Alosha's highly elastic cheek, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "Very good." Gao Yang withdrew his hand, stood before Alosha, and said, "I am very worked up right now. You know what to do, right?" Alosha was stunned for a moment, but she still nodded. As the saintess of breeding for the Light and Shadow Church, how could she be unfamiliar with such things? Although Alosha had never practiced it herself, the reason she was able to obtain a great deal of faith for the goddess and become the saintess of breeding was because the shadow domain she controlled could create illusions. In short, although Alosha had never practiced it, her theoretical knowledge was already extremely rich. Alosha looked up at Gao Yang, still unwilling to give in, and said, "Before that, I want to know your name." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on the magnificent peaks on Alosha's chest. He curled his lips and shook his head with a laugh. "Name? No. A slave does not need to know such things. As a slave, you will only ever have one way to address me. Do you understand?" A flash of shame and indignation crossed Alosha's eyes. Although her consciousness was resisting what Gao Yang said, her body gave a very honest response. Gao Yang took a step forward, the distance between them now close enough to be considered face to face, and a faint, strawberry-like scent drifted into his nostrils. Gao Yang took a deep breath of the scent emanating from Alosha's body and placed his palm on her shoulder. Applying slight pressure, Alosha's eyes struggled, but feeling the warmth coming from her shoulder caused her body to begin to soften uncontrollably. She reached out and pressed against Gao Yang's chest. The solid touch she felt made her breathing gradually quicken, and her body slowly sank downward, following the force exerted on her shoulder. As her knees touched the ground, the cold sensation brought Alosha back to her senses. She looked up at Gao Yang, her eyes shimmering with a watery luster. Suddenly, her rosy lips parted slightly. From Gao Yang's angle, he could even catch a glimpse of the soft, pinkish hue hidden behind her pearly white teeth. Master. A murmuring voice, as if pouring out her very soul, blossomed from Alosha's lips. Upon hearing this, the smile on Gao Yang's face grew increasingly unbridled. The goddess will surely be immensely pleased that her believer has kept her promise. Gao Yang stroked Alosha's fiery hair, which felt exquisite to the touch, and looked at her again. "Can your clone still be summoned?" Alosha blinked her large, watery eyes. With her perfect grasp of theoretical knowledge, she understood the meaning behind Gao Yang's words instantly. Yet, faced with his intensely aggressive and scorching gaze, she nodded slightly. Before Gao Yang could urge her, energy surged around her body, manifesting into four figures identical to her, surrounding Gao Yang in the center. "Not bad, very good. I am very satisfied." Gao Yang laughed heartily. The nether vine armor began to transform into strands of vines that retracted rapidly, condensing and weaving together on the ground along his thighs, eventually forming a massive cloud bed of vines. Alosha looked at Gao Yang's jade-like, translucent skin, and her beautiful face grew increasingly flushed. Although she was a saintess of procreation, when she had previously harvested faith for the goddess, she had primarily used illusions to pull those believers into dreamscapes. As a noble shadow legend, Alosha had never bothered to look at those mindless beasts. This resulted in the fact that, despite her vast theoretical experience, Alosha had never experienced such a candid, face-to-face encounter with a member of the opposite sex. Seeing this, Gao Yang commanded, "Come up here." Alosha paused for a moment, but followed the instruction and stepped forward. As the 5 Aloshas circled around him, facing 5 identical, perfect faces, the blood-red light in Gao Yang's eyes became increasingly piercing. However, what Gao Yang did not notice was that at this moment, the black and red light in his eyes was growing more intense, reaching the point where it was about to overflow from his eye sockets. Those were materialized distracting thoughts. If these thoughts were to truly materialize and spill out from his eyes, it would mean that Gao Yang had completely lost the ability to suppress his own inner demons. From that moment on, he would lose his sense of self and become a beast completely dominated by these distracting thoughts. With no path to return, this was a problem faced by most practitioners of the meditation method known as tempering the heart with blazing fire. Anyone who chose to practice this method was inevitably someone whose willpower had reached an extraordinary level. They chose to practice tempering the heart with blazing fire precisely so that their willpower could achieve a breakthrough. And such people shared a common trait. They were firm in their resolve and possessed sufficient confidence in themselves. It was precisely because of this confidence that they resolutely chose to practice tempering the heart with blazing fire. Yet, The ultimate fate for the vast majority of those who practiced this method was to become a beast completely dominated by distracting thoughts, only to die at some point in the future due to those extreme, overwhelming thoughts. At this very moment, Gao Yang was not far from that stage. However, in this state, Gao Yang could not realize this. On the contrary, under the domination of those endless distracting thoughts, he would only sink deeper into madness. In contrast, Alosha found it increasingly difficult to cope. Suddenly, a trace of confusion appeared in the eyes of the struggling Alosha. This trace of confusion appeared for only an instant before rapidly fading away. After regaining her sanity, although Alosha appeared and changed on the surface, she was completely different on a spiritual level. She looked up at Gao Yang, revealing a charming smile, and then reached out her hands to wrap them around his neck. Alosha leaned into Gao Yang's ear and whispered, tempering the heart with blazing fire, "How daring of you." Although he was dominated by distracting thoughts at this moment, he still realized that this was no longer Alosha, but the goddess of pleasure herself. Gao Yang did not know much about the goddess of pleasure. His greatest understanding of her came from the masquerade balls she hosted. Furthermore, the goddess's divine domain was related to pleasure and desire. Moreover, this goddess's pursuit of novelty had reached an extreme level. As mentioned before, the purpose of creating the supreme pleasure birth was to generate various forms of novelty for the goddess. And for this masquerade ball, Gao Yang, a top-tier transcendent who could face a legendary professional head-on with a transcendent body and even emerge victorious, naturally caught the goddess's attention. Such an existence, rare throughout the entire multiverse, was enough to satisfy the goddess of pleasure's curiosity and desire for novelty. If the goddess of pleasure were not currently hiding her true form in her divine kingdom to avoid the pursuit of enemy gods, she might have even come in person. At the very least, an avatar would have descended. Rather than this method of descending her will into a believer's body to see Gao Yang. However, none of this mattered to Gao Yang at this moment. Chapter 576. Fate speed triggered again. The goddess taking the field herself, even if not in her true form, was a state of believer avatar descent that was quite excellent. At the very least, it was for Gao Yang at this moment. Upon discovering that the goddess of pleasure, Sharess, had descended upon Alosha, this supreme stimulation caused the sea of his will to surge with monstrous waves. As the goddess of pleasure's whisper echoed in his ear, the black and red light in Gao Yang's eyes reached its absolute peak. Gao Yang's heart pounded violently, and blood roared and surged through his body. When the stimulation reached its limit, the light in his eyes shifted completely from black and red to pitch black. Subsequently, this pitch black light overflowed from Gao Yang's eye sockets like liquid. In that instant, Gao Yang's life fire suddenly flared to its absolute peak. That is right. Just like that. Let it all out. Alosha held Gao Yang tightly, her voice filled with madness and excitement, as well as the immense joy of a successful hunt. To her, Gao Yang was the most perfect prey at this ball. Gao Yang's vigorous flame of life did not persist for long. After burning to its peak, it began to plummet rapidly. The speed of this decline was comparable to jumping off a cliff. His faint flame flickered a few times before extinguishing directly. Gao Yang's movements became completely rigid. The luster in his eyes faded rapidly, and his entire aura dropped to freezing point. He had died on the spot. Unlike the feeling of his soul shattering last time, this death felt as if his life force had been sucked directly into the maw of an abyss, only to be devoured entirely by that gargantuan mouth. Although it was slightly different from the sensation of soul disintegration he faced when dealing with Mephitos, the profound, icy despair was no less intense. Amidst this icy despair, Gao Yang's reason finally broke free from the endless tsunami of distracting thoughts. Looking at the familiar, fragmented golden light, Gao Yang realized instantly that he had truly died. And this moment was the state triggered by the divine speed of fate. A sudden realization dawned upon Gao Yang, and this life and death moment, he had finally broken free from the infinite desires. As long as he maintained this clarity, he could return to 3 seconds prior with a conscious will. And this was the best opportunity for him to completely rein in the thousands of distracting thoughts in his heart and break through his inner demons. Or rather, any cultivator practicing the heart-refining fire who could obtain even a single second of clarity at the final moment could basically complete the suppression and containment of their own distracting thoughts. And fortunately, most cultivators never obtain even a single second of clarity until they are completely submerged by their distracting thoughts. As the fragmented golden light merged together, the feeling of warmth grew stronger. The golden light condensed into a thin line, like a fishing line cast into a river, with one end hooked onto Gao Yang's soul. The next moment, a dragging force came from above the golden line, and Gao Yang's field of vision began to rise. The speed at which his surroundings changed grew faster and faster, until it pulled him out of that bottomless abyss. Splash! With a spray of water, Gao Yang once again saw that vast, rushing river of time, which had no beginning, no end, and no visible banks. Having had the experience from last time, Gao Yang impatiently cast his gaze onto a single thread of water within this river of time. This insignificant thread of water was his entire life. As Gao Yang watched, the various scenes within the water thread began to unfold before his eyes. Thus, from a god's eye view, Gao Yang clearly saw himself. He saw how his flame of life had poured out wildly, and how, in the end, even the foundation of his life was devoured by that greedy goddess of pleasure. What a pathetic sight! Gao Yang looked at the scene within the water thread and shook his head, mocking himself. Subsequently, his soul, which had leaped above the river of time, suddenly transformed into a ball of light and merged into the scene he was watching. The next instant, an intense feeling of pleasure assaulted Gao Yang's nerves. In contrast, his flame of life began to slide away crazily. Gao Yang opened his eyes abruptly. In his eyes, there was no longer the pitch-black fire of distracting thoughts, but a pair of pupils with clear black and white. When Arosha saw Gao Yang's clear black and white pupils, she paused, and her brows furrowed instantly. As a deity, the goddess of pleasure could naturally detect the anomaly. Her senses did not rewind along with Gao Yang's backtracking. Instead, she retained the corresponding memories. As for the present, it was merely a matter of repeating it once more. Gao Yang looked at the Arosha before him, exerted force in his arms, and pushed her away, without the slightest hesitation. Gao Yang sat cross-legged, under his command. The nether vines gathered rapidly, wrapping him layer by layer. Soon, a giant vine ball appeared before Arosha. Arosha stood before the vine ball, her gaze seemingly able to pierce through the obstruction of the vines to see Gao Yang sitting cross-legged in the center of the sphere. How interesting! No wonder you dared to attempt such a dangerous meditation technique as the heart-refining fire. She bit her finger, then said with a hint of boredom, "It seems I won't be able to obtain any new pleasure. Let it be." As her voice fell, Arosha closed her eyes, and her body slumped to the ground. Inside the giant vine sphere, isolated from the gaze of the goddess of pleasure, Gao Yang did not hesitate in the slightest. He directly activated his meditation technique while maximizing his immortal will. A brilliant golden will began to spread through his sea of consciousness. Wherever the golden light reached, the distracting thoughts melted away like ice and snow, and the roaring sea began to gradually calm down. Time had no meaning at this moment. When the last wisp of distracting thought was dispelled by Gao Yang, the vast sea of will had returned to tranquility. Gao Yang let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, a wisp of extremely refined golden light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Gao Yang spread his hands, looked at his palms, and shook his head with lingering fear. Heart-refining fire. If I didn't possess the divine speed of fate, I would have likely fallen into the boundless sea of distracting thoughts by now and been sucked dry by that goddess of pleasure. Gao Yang retracted his palms, and the surrounding vines began to shrink under his will, eventually transforming into full body armor that once again enveloped his frame. Gao Yang looked at Arosha lying on the ground. There was no longer any of the previous manic distraction in his eyes. His gaze was calm. He did not wake her up, but instead chose to activate the return option of the Omniverse Network. Although the heart-refining fire had been overcome, everything was not yet over. Gao Yang could feel that his sea of will was expanding at a terrifying speed at this moment. At the same time, his will began to undergo a transformation, becoming increasingly pure. This was the reward he deserved after successfully reigning in his distracting thoughts. And the birthplace of the supreme pleasure was clearly not a safe place. As the power of the Omniverse Network touched Gao Yang's body, he vanished from the spot the next moment. In the vast space, only the 5 unconscious Aroshas remained. The previous chapter was censored again. I tried modifying it several times, but it still wasn't released. I'll wait and see tomorrow. I feel like I'm being targeted. Damn it. Chapter 577 Will Transformation. A flash of light passed, and Gao Yang appeared in his bedroom, looking at the familiar surroundings. The tension in Gao Yang's mind finally eased slightly. He did not pause, leaping directly off the balcony and rushing toward his training ground. In the Ironwood Martial Arts Arena, Adelavir's mountain-like frame was curled up atop the meditation blue jade. Upon sensing movement, Adlavir raised its head to look at Gao Yang, its spirit jolting as it prepared to let out a roar. Gao Yang raised a hand to stop it, simultaneously nudging it aside, and sat down on the meditation blue jade himself. Adlavir gave Gao Yang a rather aggrieved look before obediently lying down to the side. Once Gao Yang sat cross-legged, he closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. At this moment, the transformation of his will had already begun. Through meditation, Gao Yang could see ripples beginning to form on the surface of his sea of will, caused by the violent changes occurring in its depths. As time passed, Gao Yang could feel that at the bottom of his sea of will, the brilliant golden light was beginning to transition from a liquid state to a solid one. Amidst this change, Gao Yang clearly felt that everything about him was rapidly adapting to the shifts in his sea of will. His heart began to beat violently, and golden red battle ore ignited on the surface of his body. His blood, heavy as mercury, roared and surged through his veins, and every time it circulated near his head, it would become stained with a trace of brilliant golden light. Gao Yang's spiritual body sat cross-legged above the sea, looking down at the sea of will, which was becoming increasingly turbulent. Splash. Golden waves sprayed into the air. The once calm sea of will had now changed drastically. The boundless sea surface had formed a massive vortex that seemed capable of swallowing the world. The golden seawater rolling and churning as it crashed continuously toward the bottom of the sea of will, following the force of the rotation. The immense pressure even caused Gao Yang's space of will to emit creaking sounds, as if it were unable to bear the burden. Gao Yang sat high in the air, his position directly facing the center of the vortex below. His gaze fell, and through the vortex, he saw the willpower at the center, which had already taken on a jelly-like consistency. That jelly-like willpower was continuously compressing itself with the help of the vortex's immense pressure. A realization dawned on Gao Yang. The next moment, his spiritual body suddenly vanished from above the sea, and when it reappeared, it was already inside the jelly-like willpower. The instant he entered the jelly-like willpower, Gao Yang felt a force capable of crushing the world acting upon his entire body. That terrifying power felt as if it were about to grind his body into powder, inch by inch. Is this the process one must endure for the transformation of the will? Gao Yang gritted his teeth, holding on with all his might. Boom, boom. Continuous, relentless strikes hammered against the jelly-like willpower. Gao Yang felt as if he had turned into a red-hot iron ingot, placed upon an anvil, receiving the endless pounding of a giant hammer weighing 10,000 tons. With every strike, impurities were extracted from his body. With every strike, his form became more refined. Amidst this repetitive pounding, the jelly-like willpower began to shrink in size, and its elastic body became increasingly solid. Gao Yang no longer knew how many times he had been struck. His thinking had begun to dull under this ceaseless hammering, as if he had truly turned into a piece of meteorite iron, lying on a cold anvil, receiving endless blows. As the pounding continued, a flicker of doubt suddenly emerged in Gao Yang's dull mind. Why must I endure this hammering? When this flicker of doubt was born, Gao Yang's rigid thinking began to gradually come alive. Amidst the continuous, rhythmic thumping, Gao Yang gradually recalled why he was currently enduring this endless hammering. So, what exactly is required for the transformation of the will? The birth of this question caused Gao Yang's reviving thoughts to fall back into silence. Gao Yang began to recall, tracing back from the moment he arrived at the martial arts arena to sit down, to everything he had experienced at the Supreme Pleasure birthplace, and then to the slaughter of the endless undead sirens on the Roselle Plain. It was as if he had triggered a fate-divine ability. Scenes from his past unfolded rapidly before his eyes like a rewinding film. Soon, the images before Gao Yang's eyes returned to that deep, peaceful late night. Under the soft streetlights, a harsh, incandescent glare shone upon a weary figure with a hunched back. The image flashed and vanished. From work to university, from university to middle school. Scenes of the past unfolded continuously before Gao Yang, until a violent argument erupted before his eyes. It was a young man and woman. They each sat at one end of a dining table. The man had his arms crossed with an indifferent expression, while the woman sat with her legs crossed, staring back at the man opposite her with equal defiance. To the side of the dining table was a diagonal baby carriage, and inside was a tiny infant. The moment he saw this scene, Gao Yang understood that the man and woman before him were the parents he had never met. "Sign the papers." "I don't want the child. I only want my freedom." A soft voice rang in Gao Yang's ears, but for some reason, that soft voice now felt like shards of ice, cold enough to make one tremble. "I don't agree. I don't want this child either. If you want freedom, then you must take him with you." The man with his arms crossed had his thick eyebrows arched, and he stared at the woman opposite him, growling. "I advised you not to have a child so early, but you insisted on keeping it. Now that he has been born for less than 3 months, you complain that he is a burden and feel that he is holding you back from enjoying life. Now that you are using this as an excuse to divorce me, then you should take him with you to pursue the freedom you want. I still have work. It is impossible for me to have the time to take care of him." Gao Yang's line of sight moved forward, continuing to watch as this scene played out. The scene shifted, and Gao Yang had moved from inside the house to the outdoors. A torrential rain was falling from the sky, and his perspective was swaying back and forth. This feeling was as if he were currently inside a cradle, but soon, the swaying stopped, and a black umbrella obscured his entire field of vision. Amidst the noisy sound of the rain, he could vaguely hear the rapid tapping of thin heels running on the ground. That tapping sound sped away, until it could no longer be heard. Gao Yang watched this scene, and in his heart, he understood. It was at this very moment that he had been abandoned. His gaze did not flicker even in the slightest upon discovering the truth of his abandonment. Not until the black umbrella before him was moved aside, revealing a kind face with slight wrinkles and streaks of white amidst the black hair at the temples. It was the appearance of Director Grandpa when he was younger. Director Meng held the umbrella, carefully lifting Gao Yang from the baby nest, and said with a gentle smile, "Little treasure, don't be afraid. It won't be cold once Grandpa holds you." Gao Yang stared at the kind face before him, his eye sockets suddenly turning red. He stared at the old director's cheeks for a moment, golden sword shadows emerging in the depths of his eyes. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was no longer any fluctuation in them. As the realization rose in his heart, the sword shadows in Gao Yang's eyes severed the memories concerning his biological father and mother without the slightest hesitation. The next moment, a blinding golden radiance erupted at the bottom of the vortex. The wool body, which had been forged 1,000 times over, began to change within the brilliant golden light. The bloated form gradually elongated and extended, rapidly taking the shape of a massive, golden sword. The moment the great sword formed, a sharp, piercing sword hum resonated throughout Gao Yang's entire sea of consciousness. The moment the sword of will was formed, it shot out from the bottom of the vortex like a stream of light, as if a great sun were leaping out of the sea, shooting toward the firmament with endless golden radiance. When the sword of will hovered high in the sky, the golden sea below began to churn in reverse, the endless sea of will being swallowed whole by the sword of will. The size of the sword of will began to grow, its blade becoming increasingly solid, and each successive sword hum became more soul-stirring. Rumble. The massive sea of will surged, forming a spectacular waterspout that connected the sky and earth. As the sword of will continued to swallow, the level of Gao Yang's sea of will began to slowly drop. When the last wisp of the sea was completely swallowed by the sword of will, there was nothing left in Gao Yang's consciousness space except for a brilliant, golden giant sword of will. At this instant, Gao Yang's body, which had been sitting cross-legged, trembled slightly, and then his tightly closed eyes snapped open. Two materialized golden beams of light shot out from his eyes, tearing through the pitch-black night sky and disappearing into the horizon. Outrider, who was crouching nearby, was given a huge fright by these two golden sword beams. It scrambled away from Gao Yang's side, its massive body shrinking beneath the trees surrounding the martial arts arena. Looking toward Gao Yang with caution, under Outrider's gaze, "Gao Yang, whose body had been sitting cross-legged for several days and nights, slowly stood up. As Gao Yang made a grasping motion with one hand, brilliant golden light rapidly converged in his palm. The brilliant golden light first formed the hilt, which Gao Yang gripped, and then the light spread along the hilt. In just a few seconds, a golden, radiant greatsword appeared in its eyes. Gao Yang held the sword of will and swung it twice, sending two sword auras of will shooting out. The sword auras slashed into the ground, yet not even a single sword mark could be seen. Gao Yang looked at this scene and laughed. The sword of will he had condensed only attacked the soul and will. It would not cause the slightest impact on the physical body. Moreover, the sword of will did not have to exist alone. With a thought from Gao Yang, Yang Yao appeared in his left hand. He held the two identical great swords and, to the astonishment of Audrivier, brought them together, without the slightest resistance. Yang Yao directly merged with the sword of will. Several golden sword patterns appeared on its silver-white blade, and even the gleaming edge of the sword took on a touch of golden light. Gao Yang looked at the great sword in his hand, a look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. If he were to fight someone now, a single strike would surely make the opponent's pupils dilate in shock. This was because the current Yang Yao was no longer just a physical attack, it now possessed a soul and will attack equal to, or even exceeding, its physical damage. When these two types of attacks erupted simultaneously, the deterrent force against an enemy was no less than the secret technique of dipping a belt in iodine, disinfecting while beating for every disobedient child. And this was only the most basic function of the sword of will. Do not forget, the greatest improvement that refining the heart with fire brings to the will is a qualitative leap across levels. Gao Yang let go, and both Yang Yao and the sword of will vanished. After testing the practical combat utility of the sword of will, he sat back down cross-legged and took out a kello fruit, beginning to chew it heartily. At the same time, he opened his Omni Network panel. Compared to the sword of will, he was more interested in seeing the changes that had occurred to his unique specialty, immortal will. And as the Omni Network panel unfolded, a hint of surprise appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. I have been exhausted by the trials these past 2 days. So, I am posting a chapter first to make it up to you all. Please vote for me. Chapter 578, Astonishing Improvement. As the Omni Network panel unfolded, the first thing Gao Yang saw was his personal attribute panel. At some point, his perception had broken through from the original 14 points to 16 points. And his intelligence attribute had also increased to 15 points. Gao Yang recalled carefully and finally locked the cause to the special energy-infused food he had consumed while participating in the masquerade ball on the floor of pleasure of eating. At that time, he had eaten a full 100-person portion of food, and all of this food had transformed into Gao Yang's battle chi. At this moment, Gao Yang's total battle chi had broken through 50,000, reaching over 56,000. He believed that after another period of cultivation, he would be able to break through the 60,000 mark. With such a massive amount of battle chi, even if it were not quite as much as Ygritte, the former possessor of the unique specialty, Sun Furnace, it was likely not far off. The reason Gao Yang was able to increase his battle chi so quickly, compared to Ygritte, was actually that the resources he could access were far superior to those available to the other. The holy gold world where Ygritte resided was on the verge of collapse, and 99% of the living beings within the world had already perished, let alone those rare treasures of heaven and earth. In such a harsh environment, the fact that Ygritte could possess such a massive amount of battle chi was only because he had held the unique specialty, Sun Furnace, for a long enough time, reaching that level through the natural growth of battle chi. Gao Yang, however, was different. Whether it was the energy-rich kello fruit, the dragon blood potion, or various other resources, with the support of the Omniverse Network, they were not particularly difficult for him to obtain, especially during this recent masquerade of gluttony. He had consumed a massive amount of high-energy food, which accelerated the rapid growth of his battle chi. With one factor increasing and another decreasing, Gao Yang's rate of progress was naturally much faster. Shifting his gaze once more, Gao Yang opened his skill list and looked at Immortal Will. Upon seeing the changes to Immortal Will, the astonishment in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Immortal Will unique specialty. 1. All soul mental. and control-based abilities cast upon you must undergo an additional COM 3 tier will check. If the check fails, a second comprehensive check will be performed immediately. With a COM 150% bonus to the will check, the interval for using this check is 30 minutes. If the second check still fails, a third comprehensive check will be performed immediately. With a COM 500% bonus to the will check, the interval for using this check is 6 hours. If this check also fails, your own power of will be automatically triggered to forcibly sever the effect of the check. The interval for using this check is 24 hours, and it can be triggered up to twice within that interval. 2. Passive. When you adopt an offensive stance, your attacks have a 65% chance of being unable to be interrupted, blocked, or restricted. P.S. This passive ability can be used actively with an interval of 3 hours, and it can be used consecutively up to 4 times. This restriction decreases as the character's will intensity increases after consecutive uses. It will enter a 12-hour cooldown period. During the cooldown, the passive probability of immortal will is reduced to 45%. P.S. A brilliant will condensed into a sword, granting you the possibility to sever everything. With the massive increase in Gao Yang's willpower, immortal will become the greatest beneficiary. First, regarding the first point, all future control effects targeting Gao Yang must undergo an additional COM 3 tier will check. It is important to note that this is not just 3 points, but 3 full tiers, which elevates Gao Yang's overall will defense by 3 entire levels. This basically means that Gao Yang is now immune to any control effects below the legendary rank. Even within the legendary realm, if the rank of the ability used is insufficient, it will be unable to cause any impact on Gao Yang. Even if one could break through that COM 3 tier will check, they would still need to face a second will check. And this second check is 150% stronger than the first. This is already extremely difficult. If one were to break through the second will check, they would then face a third, and the intensity of this will check is increased by a full 500%. Such a terrifying will check is absolutely capable of blocking the control effects of most legendary professionals who are not specialized in the mind or soul. Even if it were not blocked, it would not matter. Gao Yang's sword of will would automatically trigger, directly striking to forcibly sever the check. Note that this is not forcibly exempting the check, but directly severing it. To give an example, the power of the check is a rope, with the caster and the target at either end. Exemption is the target and tying the rope on their end. The rope cannot reach the target, and even though it possesses full power, it cannot function because it has lost its target. Forcibly severing the check, however, is like cutting the rope formed by the power of the check. In short, this ability acts directly on the caster and the spell they have cast, negating the existence of the control attack from its very root. And such a heaven-defying ability can be used by Gao Yang twice within 24 hours. This is only the first effect of Immortal Will, and the improvement to the second effect, Tyrant Body Slash, is equally astonishing. Now, when Gao Yang attacks, the probability of triggering Tyrant Body Slash has jumped from 39% directly to 65%. The original 40% trigger probability was already quite exaggerated, and now it has been raised to nearly 70%. Combined with Gao Yang's not insignificant luck attribute, he can almost achieve a Tyrant Body Slash with every strike. Gao Yang could already imagine how shocked his future enemies would be when facing his basic attacks. The interval for actively triggering Tyrant Body Slash has also been shortened from the original 8 hours to the current 3 hours. The cooldown time has been shortened by more than half, but the number of uses has increased by a full 100%. The original number of active triggers for Tyrant Body Slash was 2, but now it has become 4. In other words, if Gao Yang were truly plagued by bad luck and could not trigger a Tyrant Body Slash with his strikes, he could still unleash 4 Tyrant Body Slashes in one go. He believed that after 4 strikes, the vast majority of opponents would be hacked to pieces by him. Moreover, even if he used up all his Tyrant Body Slash charges at once, the cooldown interval is reduced to a mere 12 hours, and during the cooldown, the trigger probability of Tyrant Body Slash only drops to 45%. This probability is still 6 percentage points higher than it was before the upgrade. After reviewing the improvements to the unique specialty, Immortal Will, Gao Yang had only one feeling. This fire tempering of the heart was worth it. Although Gao Yang had relied on the terror between life and death to break free from the influence of distracting thoughts, and had obtained a chance to try again through the speed of fate, passing is passing. The rewards given by the fire tempering of the heart were not discounted in the slightest. However, although the improvement after passing the fire tempering of the heart was exceptionally exaggerated, Gao Yang did not intend to use it again. On one hand, after using the fire tempering of the heart once, this meditation method was no longer effective for him. On the other hand, with his current immense willpower, once he used the fire tempering of the heart, he feared that even the great terror between life and death would not be able to help him break free from those terrifying distracting thoughts. Besides the massive improvement to immortal will, there was another upgrade that Gao Yang had not expected, and that was the unique specialty, Calamity Sword Dao. Calamity Sword Dao Unique Specialty, Basic Effect Specialty Effects, Source of Calamity. Holder's Sword Dao Talent Kung 800%. Sword Dao Comprehension Speed Kung 800%. Development Speed of Related Sword Techniques Kung 800%. Blade of Breaking Limits. Sword Type Weapon Damage Tier Kung 3. While in combat state, every 10 seconds, Sword Type Weapon Attack Power increases by 15% stackable. The specialty effect of Calamity Sword Dao, Source of Calamity, originally provided a 500% bonus, but it has now become 800%. The damage tier for sword-type weapons from Blade of Breaking Limits has also increased by 1 tier, and the attack power boost has increased by 5%. Gao Yang estimated that all of this was inseparable from his condensation of the will greatsword. After all, his will and soul are manifestations of his own being. Now that his willpower has directly formed into the shape of a greatsword, his talent in Sword Dao has inevitably received a tremendous boost, and the specialty effect of Calamity Sword Dao confirmed this point. Furthermore, it was not just Calamity Sword Dao that was affected by the enhancement of his will. The unique specialty, Scorching Sun Furnace, also received a certain degree of improvement. Scorching Sun Furnace Unique Specialty 1. Character Battle Chi Tier Kung to gives Kung 3. 2. Character Battle Chi Growth Speed Kung 300% gives 350%. Battle Chi Cultivation Efficiency Kung 300% gives 350%. 3. When character Battle Chi total drops below 80%. Battle Chi Recovery Speed Kung to 100%. When character Battle Chi total drops below 50%. Battle Chi Recovery Speed Kung 500%. When character Battle Chi total drops below 30%. Battle Chi Recovery Speed Kung 800%. When character Battle Chi total drops below 10%. Battle Chi Recovery Speed Kung 1500%. 4. Character Battle Chi Controllability significantly increased. Character Battle Chi carries dual physical and soul scorching damage. The enhancement of his will actually drove a passive increase of 1 tier in Gao Yang's Battle Chi, and both the Battle Chi growth speed and cultivation efficiency also gained a small increase. But what truly improved significantly was the fourth effect of the unique specialty Scorching Sun Furnace. The Battle Chi controllability was greatly enhanced, and Battle Chi strikes now carry dual physical and soul scorching damage. Gao Yang spread his hand, and a wisp of golden red Battle Chi flame rose from his palm. He watched the Battle Chi flame in his palm, and as his will shifted, the flame in his palm began to change. At times it took the form of the two-headed ice dragon Odlivier, at times the image of the chubby Kung Kun, at times a blooming flower, and at times a lush, leafy tree. These images were all vivid and lifelike. Even a single dragon scale or a single leaf was clearly visible. Previously, although Gao Yang could also use Battle Chi to manifest forms, he could not control it to such a precise degree. As for the dual physical and soul damage caused by Battle Chi strikes, limited by the lack of test subjects, Gao Yang could only give up for the time being. However, he imagined that with the addition of his such condensed and majestic will, the attacks in this aspect should not be weak at all. Chapter 579 A Call with Ruan Xiaoyu. After clarifying his own improvements, Gao Yang closed the comprehensive network panel and stood up to walk toward the villa. While walking, he took out his phone to check the time. This transformation of his will had taken a full 18 days. It could be considered a period of closed-door cultivation. Gao Yang put away his phone, feeling not much about it. With the improvement of his strength, Such 10-day or half-month periods of closed-door cultivation would likely be considered short in the future. Perhaps 3 to 5 months, or even a year or so would become his norm for closed-door cultivation from now on. Returning to the bedroom, Gao Yang still went into the bathroom to wash up, then lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. Although his willpower had been greatly enhanced, this did not mean Gao Yang was not tired. On the contrary, after 18 days of will transformation, his spirit was exhausted to a certain degree and urgently needed a deep sleep to recover. Lying on the bed, Gao Yang entered dreamland in less than a minute. The next morning, Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes in the warm sunlight. His eyes were slightly dazed, and it took over 10 seconds for the confusion in his eyes to completely dissipate. Gao Yang got out of bed and stretched his body to the maximum, and immediately a series of crisp, popping sounds like beans bursting came from his body, comfortable after stretching. Gao Yang opened the bedroom door and walked toward the first floor. Having just experienced a life and death adventure on the comprehensive network, he planned to give himself a few days off. As the old saying goes, haste makes waste. Doing things with a balance of work and rest is more logical. Arriving in the living room and sitting down, Gao Yang took a dragon meat meal from his inventory. After heating it slightly with battle chi, Gao Yang opened it and began to eat. While eating the dragon meat meal, Gao Yang opened his phone and dialed Ruan Xiu. As the ringtone played, the call was quickly answered. Gao Yang, don't you know that beauties need to ensure they get enough sleep? Ruan Xiu's somewhat soft, sleepy morning voice came through the phone. Sorry, I disturbed your rest. I'll call back later then. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he prepared to hang up. Hey, no need. It's rare for you to contact me proactively. Is there something the matter? Gao Yang stopped his movement, held the phone to his ear, and said, You all should have looked into my background by now, right? As his voice fell, a clattering sound came from the other end of the phone. Ruan Xiu's tone became a bit more alert as she quickly said, Gao Yang, don't misunderstand. Your files have been classified as top secret. There is no risk of any leakage. It is just that the regulations require your information to be as complete as possible. I understand. Gao Yang was not surprised. He continued, Then, you should have found my biological parents by now, right? Ruan Xiu sat on the floor covered with a soft carpet, facing Gao Yang's question. She fell into silence again, because she did not know what Gao Yang meant by this question, and if she guessed his intention wrong, she feared it would displease him. After thinking it over, Ruan Xiu had no choice but to nod and report in a professional tone. Yes, they have been found. Gao Yu is currently working at a company and has already started a new family. Zhonglin is still single, but she is currently dating a wealthy man with significant assets. Gao Yang sensed the shift in Ruan Xiu's emotions and said with a smile, Don't be so nervous, Xiu. I don't mean anything else by it. I just want to say, don't give them any special treatment just because of my existence. You should understand my personality. To me, they are no different from strangers. I understand. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, Ruan Xiu let out a sharp sigh of relief. It was fortunate that she hadn't mentioned the fact that the authorities had been secretly looking after Gao Yang's parents. However, now that Gao Yang's stance was clear, those secret favors would need to be withdrawn or cancelled as soon as possible. However, Gao Yang's voice came through the phone, causing Ruan Xiu to straighten her back once more and listen intently. I grew up as an orphan. If you have the capacity, give more opportunities to orphans who share my background. Hearing this, Ruan Xiu subconsciously revealed a faint smile. Even without Gao Yang's explicit request, they had already been doing exactly that. Or rather, they had been granting preferential treatment to everyone connected to Gao Yang, precisely because they feared a sudden, unexpected request like this from him. Now that they had obtained Gao Yang's specific stance, the authorities' future actions could be more targeted. After all, the current Gao Yang was already the strongest individual in all of China, and indeed, the entire world. Ruan Xiu had also watched the video of Gao Yang recklessly displaying his power in the Gobi Desert. To be honest, even though she was also a multiverse network player, she had fallen into self-doubt after witnessing the strength Gao Yang revealed. There was no other reason. The power Gao Yang displayed was simply too terrifying. to the point where it gave her a sense of unreality. Therefore, when the official leadership asked for her assessment, the only 4 words she could provide were, "I don't know." And those 4 words were what led the authorities to decide to fully implement their original plan. Rest assured, Gao Yang, this society will absolutely not bury any capable talent. Ruan Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Gao Yang nodded and sighed slightly, saying, "If there is an opportunity, give some preferential treatment to the descendants of Director Meng and the other elders from the orphanage." Director Meng was the person closest to Gao Yang. Although the director had passed away, he still had descendants. Since Gao Yang could no longer bestow favors upon Director Meng, he could only extend them to the director's descendants. Understood. I know what to do. Ruan Xiaoyu nodded earnestly and firmly committed this to memory. All right, there is nothing else. You should go back to catching up on your sleep. After saying this, Gao Yang intended to hang up. Unexpectedly, Ruan Xiaoyu called out to stop him just in time. Wait, Gao Yang. There is one more thing I need to tell you. Gao Yang paused and asked, "What is it?" Ruan Xiaoyu. The 4th batch of Multiverse Network players was supposed to have 10 slots. But statistics from this period show that there are only 8 players, 2 from America, 2 from India, 2 from Europe, 1 from Japan, and 1 from Australia. The remaining to have never appeared. Do you know what the situation is? So it was about this. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly and then said directly, "The other 2 Multiverse Network player qualifications are in my hands. Because I was quite busy earlier and didn't find suitable candidates, I left them vacant." Upon hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu's breathing suddenly became much heavier. This was exactly in line with the highest probability guess provided by the authorities. She calmed her mind before speaking. "Gao Yang, what I am about to say does not come from me personally, so please don't mind. Hey, I ask, are you willing to trade the Multiverse Network player qualifications you hold?" After Ruan Xiaoyu finished speaking, she held her breath, waiting for Gao Yang's reply. But her actions were entirely unnecessary. Gao Yang did not hesitate in the slightest and said, "No problem. I don't have any need for these slots in the short term anyway. If you want them, I can gift you 1 Multiverse Network player qualification first." Thump, thump, thump. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, Ruan Xiaoyu's heart began to beat wildly. She swallowed hard and said, "Are there any requirements? What do we need to do for you?" "There are no requirements. Of course, this slot won't be given to just anyone. There must be standards regarding character, ideology, and so on. You can select some candidates, and I will grant the slot based on my own judgment." Chapter 580, Selecting Candidates. Gao Yang did not take the matter of gifting the Multiverse Network player qualification to heart. For him, as Earth began to connect to the Multiverse Network, there would only be more and more players on the planet. Sooner or later, Earth would become a plane deeply integrated into the Multiverse Network, much like Zakaria. Becoming a Multiverse Network player now was merely a matter of being a step earlier or later. Moreover, he truly had no good use for the slots in his possession. So rather than letting them sit idle, it was better to gift 1 to China. Of course, this was not a handover. For the current Gao Yang, the term handover no longer matched his status. This was more of a gesture of support from a powerful, self-reliant individual toward his own homeland. Naturally, as the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. And the current Gao Yang fit this standard perfectly. Therefore, if Gao Yang hadn't seen his biological parents during his mental transformation, he wouldn't have thought of this. But since he had thought of it, given China's consistent style, they would inevitably be thorough to avoid making mistakes. Thus, he had to speak with Ruan Xiaoyu to let the authorities behind her understand that not everyone connected to him should be given unconditional preferential treatment. At the very least, some passersby and those who did not have a good relationship with him should not receive official favors because of him. For instance, his biological parents. Although Gao Yang had accepted his identity as an orphan from a very young age, when he saw that scene from his infancy during his mental transformation, he still felt a slight tightness in his chest. As the saying goes, even a tiger will not devour its own cubs. Yet those bizarre parents of his were something else entirely. They were actually capable of outright abandoning him. It was truly like the grandmother of absurdity opening the door for absurdity. Absurdity had reached the grandmother's house. And judging by Ruan Xiaoyu's response, those people had still managed to benefit from him. If Gao Yang had been unaware of such things, it would be one thing, but since he now knew, he naturally would not allow it to continue. After Gao Yang finished his call with Ruan Xiaoyu, she immediately dialed a number directly to the official personnel specifically responsible for their liaison. Very quickly, Gao Yang's will was thoroughly and completely carried out. In H City, inside a 40-story office building, a middle-aged man with neat attire and a well-maintained physique was walking toward his company, beaming with joy. Today was the day he was promoted to company director. As the saying goes, when a person encounters happy events, their spirit is refreshed. And he was no exception. Approaching 50, he walked with a brisk, energetic stride. When he arrived at the chairman's office on the top floor of the building, he saw the chairman, a man who commanded respect without needing to speak, and who had spent half his life climbing the ranks in the business world. Just hanging up the phone. "Chairman Wang," he said respectfully, but to his surprise, the chairman, who had previously been full of praise and kind toward him, treated him with cold eyes today, showing no warmth whatsoever. He did not even know what he had done wrong when he heard Chairman Wang put down his phone, look up at him, and coldly announce, "You are fired." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, shaking his spirit and leaving his mind in a daze. What is going on? Isn't today the big day for my promotion and raise? How could I be fired just like that? Before he could even figure out the situation, he was shooed out of the office by the indifferent Chairman Wang as if he were a mere fly. Standing outside the chairman's office, he looked at his former subordinates, whose eyes were filled with concern and curiosity, and felt so dizzy that he could barely stand steady. He lowered his head and walked out of the company, pretending that everything was normal. In another corner, a stylishly dressed woman with a beautiful figure stared at the red exclamation mark on her phone, her face full of disbelief. But no matter how hard she tried, the only response she received was that red exclamation mark and the sound of a number that was perpetually busy. And such scenes were happening everywhere at the same time. Just 3 days later, before Gao Yang had even rested enough, he received another call from Ruan Xiaoyu. Gao Yang put down the Yongyao in his hand and answered the call directly. "Is something the matter, Xiaoyu?" "Well, our candidates are ready. When do you have time?" "Then let's do it today. Just bring them here to me." "All right, please wait a moment." After receiving Gao Yang's affirmative reply, Ruan Xiaoyu's voice sounded somewhat excited. A short while later, Ruan Xiaoyu and Yu Mao stood before the gate of the villa. Behind them were 10 young men and women, their faces showing signs of anxiety and nervousness. Just as Ruan Xiaoyu was about to knock, she heard Gao Yang's voice ring in her ears. "No need to knock. The door isn't locked. Just come in. I'm at the martial arts arena." Ruan Xiaoyu withdrew her hand and instead pushed open the gate, leading Yu Mao and the 10 young men and women inside. Passing through the living room and the back door, a massive martial arts arena appeared before them. Ruan Xiaoyu had been here once before, so she appeared calm. But whether it was Yu Mao or the other 10 young men and women, their breathing involuntarily hitched the moment they saw the man sitting cross-legged in the center of the arena. In their eyes, that seated figure was like an ancient divine mountain, although it was motionless. The terrifying pressure still felt almost tangible, crashing down upon them. Just as they were about to suffocate, the young figure sitting cross-legged moved his eyelids slightly and opened his eyes. As his eyes slowly opened, the illusion of the ancient divine mountain quickly dissipated. Gao Yang looked up, saw Ruan Xiaoyu and the group behind her, and nodded slightly. "Why are you still standing there? Come over." As his voice fell, the group seemed to wake from a dream and followed Ruan Xiaoyu onto the martial arts arena. Gao Yang looked at the group as they approached, his gaze falling on the faces of Ruan Xiaoyu and Yu Mao. And he revealed a smile. "Why so fast?" Ruan Xiaoyu's expression remained normal, though a trace of embarrassment flashed across Yu Mao's face. He couldn't very well say that they had arrived outside Qiyu village before making the call. That would have made them seem too eager. "Of course. We set off for your place without stopping as soon as we selected the people. As common folk, how could we dare to waste your time?" Ruan Xiaoyu said with a light, joking tone. Gao Yang also smiled and looked at the 10 people behind them. Are these the people you selected? Ruan Xiaoyu nodded and looked at him, saying, that's right. These people have no issues regarding their intelligence, emotional quotient, ideology, or background. Furthermore, most of them have received combat training. Compared to ordinary people, they should be able to adapt to life after their change in status much faster. After speaking, Ruan Xiaoyu turned her head to look at them and said, line up. As her voice fell, the 10 people quickly lined up from tallest to shortest, from left to right, each of them holding their heads high and chests out. Like soldiers waiting for an inspection by their commander, Gao Yang walked up to them and looked at the 10 people before him. Ruan Xiaoyu stood by his side, introducing them to him. Among these 7 men and 3 women, the oldest is no more than 26. There isn't much of an age gap between them and us. They are neither as impulsive as younger kids nor as rigid as the elderly. Moreover, their capacity to accept new things is also higher. Gao Yang didn't say anything, just nodded, his gaze falling on their faces as he spoke in a calm voice. Since you were able to come here, I assume you have some understanding of what is to come. Next, I will use my own method to select one among you. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he could clearly feel the bodies of the 10 people in front of him tense up even further. He didn't say anything else, simply reaching out a hand to point toward the back mountain. The group was confused, but they still followed the direction of Gao Yang's finger. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. 2 hideous dragon heads, larger than houses, emerged from the lush treetops, looming over the group in a pincer formation. Their towering, thick horns, icy blue vertical pupils, and sharply defined scales all served as symbols of absolute intimidation. The moment Audrivier appeared, a dragon's might, as tangible as a physical force, spread outward. Upon seeing these 2 dragon heads, everyone present, with the exception of Gao Yang, lost the ability to think. Audrivier remained for less than 2 seconds before retreating back into the forest under Gao Yang's will. Yet, the crowd remained dazed, unable to pull themselves back to reality. Gao Yang did not speak, simply watching the group quietly. Soon, Ruan Xiaoyu was the first to recover. She glanced toward the back mountain with lingering fear. She knew Gao Yang possessed a 2-headed ice dragon as a mount, but she had only seen it from a great distance during that banquet, and due to the lighting, she hadn't seen it clearly. It was nothing like this. Facing a dragon at the peak of the extraordinary stage, nearing the legendary stage, at such close range, Ruan Xiaoyu was about to speak, but seeing Gao Yang shake his head slightly, she hurriedly swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue and stood quietly in place, looking at the 10 people undergoing the test. Time ticked by, second by second. Soon, a young man with a sunny disposition seemed to wake from a dream. Gasping for air as beads of sweat the size of peas slid down his forehead. Following his recovery, the others woke up one after another, all looking toward the back mountain with expressions of disbelief. Very good willpower. Gao Yang looked at the young man who had been the first to break free from the dragon's suppression, his tone carrying a hint of praise. Upon receiving Gao Yang's approval, a flicker of imperceptible excitement appeared in the young man's eyes. After speaking, Gao Yang waved his hand, drawing everyone's attention to him. Then, a golden sword, existing somewhere between illusion and reality, appeared in his hand, holding this golden blade, which was no more than a foot long. He swung it toward the crowd. A hazy sword light instantly enveloped them all. Within this sword light, the group fell into a daze once more. After sensing the situation for a moment, Gao Yang's gaze fell back upon the sunny-looking young man. With a slight movement of his mind, he completed communication with the comprehensive network and granted the quota to the other party. Having done so, he looked at Ruan Xiaoyu and nodded slightly. Ruan Xiaoyu was startled, then understood that the result was out. She looked at the young man, his specific information appearing in her mind, and a smile bloomed on her face as she said, "Thank you, Gao Yang." Chapter 581. What does it mean to be a child of the plane? Gao Yang shrugged slightly and said with a smile, "It's just a small matter." As for the other candidates, upon hearing the conversation between the two, they knew that this selection had come to an end. Although they had mentally prepared themselves for failure before coming, when the rejection actually arrived, A profound sense of loss was unavoidable in the hearts of the other 9. They were not ignorant people who understood nothing. On the contrary, it was precisely because they understood the importance of this selection that they had gathered here. However, the more important it was, the deeper the sense of loss after failing. They cast their gazes toward their companion who was clearly still in a daze, their eyes filled with envy. That ticket to changing one's fate and transcending the ordinary had been claimed by him. Although they felt unwilling, those who could come here had naturally undergone repeated indoctrination of their philosophy, so no one jumped out to complain about unfairness. They simply stood quietly to the side, watching Gao Yang and Ruan Xiaoyu chat. Having been considered geniuses in every aspect, they now stood on the sidelines like background walls. Big brother Gao Yang, do you remember me? I'm Yu Mao. Seeing that the selection was over, Yu Mao approached Gao Yang, looking at him with excitement and admiration. Gao Yang nodded slightly at him. He still had an impression of this somewhat eccentric college student. He looked at the latter and asked casually, "How have your recent comprehensive network adventures been?" As soon as Gao Yang asked the question, Yu Mao's eyebrows drooped, and he said with a constipated expression, "Don't mention it, big brother. I'm stuck on a quest right now." "Stuck on a quest? What do you mean?" Gao Yang asked curiously. "The quest I received requires me to enter an unfamiliar plane, and I can't enter in the form of a consciousness projection. But the danger level of that quest is too high, and it's even marked with an invasion tag. Big brother, you don't know. That prompt is blood red. It's really terrifying. So I haven't been able to make up my mind whether to enter. And I've been stuck here ever since." Speaking of this, Yu Mao's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, this kind of behavior was indeed a bit too cowardly. Facing the gazes of Gao Yang and Ruan Xiaoyu, Yu Mao bit the bullet and explained, "There's a saying, look before you leap. If you just rush into things without thinking, wouldn't that just make you a reckless fool? As college students of the new era, how could we do something so lacking in substance, right?" Ruan Xiaoyu rolled her eyes beautifully and ignored him. As for Gao Yang, he stared at Yu Mao with an unreadable expression. Yu Mao was stunned, then shrank his neck uncomfortably, as if that could help him avoid Gao Yang's gaze. But his actions were meaningless. Gao Yang's gaze did not shift in the slightest. Yu Mao met Gao Yang's eyes and said, "Oh, big brother, why are you looking at me like that?" Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and said, "What is your quest? Let me take a look." Yu Mao's spirit lifted. One had to know that the person in front of him was a living legend. During the last Spring Festival event, it was precisely because of Gao Yang's presence that the third batch of comprehensive network players had gained immense benefits, saving them a great deal of development time. If the big brother could give some pointers, perhaps he could pass the quest that had him stuck. Yu Mao didn't hesitate, directly sending the detailed information of the quest to Gao Yang through the comprehensive network friend list. Gao Yang opened the comprehensive network panel and began to review it. Search for the Stone of Wisdom. Plane. Second invasion in progress. Entry requirement level 5 and above. Entry mode solo. Parter words. Stone of Wisdom. Holy relic. Multiverse Network. Disaster coins. Magic items. Generally XP. Special materials. Retainers. After reading the specific details of the quest, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Looking at the glaring words being invaded, he caught a familiar scent from it. In the multiverse, when it comes to invasions, the highest probability is a world being invaded by an evil god, followed by other intelligent races, and then by some kind of powerful creature. Planes are relatively independent of one another. If a plane is invaded by the intelligent races of another, those two planes will inevitably become war planes, and a series of quests related to war campaigns will be issued. However, if it were some kind of powerful creature, this being invaded tag would generally not appear. Regarding this second plane, Gao Yang guessed that it was highly likely to have been invaded by an evil god. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked back at Yu Mao in front of him, sighing inwardly. Is this the perk of being a child of the plane? Knowing that his legendary promotion quest still has a gap, the quest completion progress is delivered right to his face. That's right. Once Gao Yang determined that this plane was likely invaded by an evil god, he naturally associated it with his own legendary promotion quest, Compassionate Redemption Version quest. The character needs to redeem 5 or more planes worlds eroded by evil gods and slay 3 evil gods Avatar Believer Advent Form, Saint Advent, True Body. Current progress, in the Sanglong world. He had dismantled the old god cult, beheaded the Empress, and then cut down the Believer Advent Form of the Pale Lord, completing the redemption of the Sanglong world. In fact, Gao Yang had always been a bit clueless about this compassionate redemption quest. This was because there were many worlds invaded by evil gods, but such information rarely circulated on the Multiverse Network. Gao Yang did not know exactly why. Of course, this might be related to the fact that he hadn't delved into it deeply. If Gao Yang were willing to investigate further, with his current connections, he should be able to obtain some information regarding planes invaded by evil gods. However, this was also related to his plan to satisfy all other conditions before tackling this final task. Because once the other promotion conditions were met, they could provide a tangible, immediate boost to his combat power. Once his combat power was maxed out, going to save the world would undoubtedly be much less difficult. He looked at Yu Mao and asked casually, "When are you free for this quest?" Yu Mao was startled, and then a flash of surprise erupted in his eyes. He quickly said, "I am free anytime, big brother." After saying that, he looked at Gao Yang and asked tentatively, "Big brother, are you planning to carry me?" Hearing Yu Mao's lively words, Gao Yang smiled and said, "I happen to have nothing to do during this time, and I'm a bit interested in this plane. Let's go take a look together. Consider it a way to relax." "Thank you, big brother. Thanks for carrying me." Yu Mao was very excited, his tone exaggerated. "See what time is convenient for you, and we'll go together," Gao Yang said. Yu Mao looked at the others nearby and then said, "Let me send them back with Sister Xiaoyu, and then I'll come back to find you. Is that okay, big brother?" "Forget it. You stay here. I'll be fine on my own. The car is parked outside the village anyway." Ruan Xiaoyu waved her hand, glancing at Yu Mao with a hint of envy. "Thanks, Sister Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu is the best." Yu Mao's voice rose even higher. Chapter 582. Shock and stern teaching for the newbie. Ruan Xiaoyu and the others soon left Gao Yang's villa, leaving only Gao Yang and Yu Mao in the large house. "Big brother, are we leaving now?" Yu Mao stood to the side, asking with some anticipation. Gao Yang nodded and said, "I have nothing else to do anyway. Let's form a party." "All right." Yu Mao replied, and soon added Gao Yang to the party. Yu Mao subconsciously glanced at Gao Yang's avatar information, but at that single glance, his eyes widened abruptly. He looked like a goldfish gasping for air, his lips trembling, and his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Heavenly Fiend, a destroyer of armies, a god slayer, a plane destroyer, first transcendent Gao Yang. Yu Mao's lips wouldn't stop shaking. His eyes darted back and forth between Gao Yang and his avatar title. Gao Yang found his reaction a bit strange. But when he saw his own avatar in the party, he understood why Yu Mao was reacting this way. Sorry, I scared you. I don't party often, so I didn't know it would display the titles." Gao Yang moved his mind slightly, and instantly, all the prefixes to his name were hidden. Yu Mao's eyes were filled with awe. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, those titles radiating golden, blood red, and multicolored light were firmly etched into his mind. In the community of Earth's Multiverse Network players, they, the newbies, often discussed one question. That question was, just how strong is Big Brother Gao Yang? Now, Yu Mao felt that he might finally be able to answer that question. If nothing else, the title Plane Destroyer alone was enough to prove the terrifying strength of Big Brother Gao Yang. After all, to obtain this title, the most basic prerequisite was to destroy a plane. Wait, destroy a plane. The mood that Yu Mao had just calmed down fluctuated violently once more. The look he gave Gao Yang now carried a hint of fear. Destroying a plane, these 6 short words carried the weight of the lives of billions upon billions of creatures. Yu Mao hadn't expected that the approachable, mysterious, reliable, and handsome Big Brother Gao Yang would have a side that could be called inhumane. "It's okay, big brother. I'm just a bit excited because it's my first time seeing so many epic titles," Yu Mao said, waving his hands quickly upon hearing Gao Yang's explanation. After saying that, he let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, Big Brother Gao Yang was still very reliable and gentle in front of them. The newbies from Earth. Perhaps those planes were already beyond saving. Which is why Big Brother Gao Yang took action to euthanize them. Yes, that must be it. Without Gao Yang knowing, Yu Mao had already finished brainwashing himself. It could only be said that contemporary university students indeed possess a strong sense of self-management. Gao Yang did not pay it any mind, after all, in his eyes. It was just a common title. In this day and age, who among those mixing in the multiverse network didn't have a few titles? Gao Yang looked at Yu Mao and asked, "Are you ready? If you are, activate the planar teleportation." Yu Mao immediately puffed out his chest and said, "Ready, boss," activating it right away. As the words fell, a spatial vortex slowly expanded in front of the two. Looking at the human-sized spatial vortex before him, Yu Mao swallowed hard. This was his first time seeing a spatial vortex, and the thought that he was about to arrive in an unfamiliar plane through it made his heart race with panic. Roar! Just then, two low dragon roars echoed in the nearby mountain forest. Yu Mao turned his head, his heart skipping a beat, because he didn't know when the two-headed ice dragon had arrived at the martial arts arena, less than 5 meters away from him. At such a close distance, he could even feel the biting chill radiating from the two-headed ice dragon. Gao Yang looked up at Olivier and asked, "You want to come along too?" Olivier nodded its massive head and then nudged its snout against Gao Yang's palm. The meaning was clear. It had rested well, and now it was once again a vigorous, strong dragon yearning for reproduction. "Fine, let's go together." Gao Yang did not refuse. It would save him the trouble of traveling on his own. Upon receiving Gao Yang's permission, Olivier let out an excited roar, then slowly lowered its body to the ground, with a staircase of ice blue extending to Gao Yang's feet. Gao Yang stepped onto the stairs and turned to say to Yu Mao, "Olivier isn't used to the scent of others. Sorry, Yu Mao." "Hi, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just walk myself." Yu Mao waved his hands frantically. "Are you kidding?" Just being near this two-headed ice dragon was already more than he could handle. If he were to actually stand on the back of this two-headed ice dragon, he might be frozen into an icicle the next moment. However, watching Gao Yang sit down on the wide seat on the dragon's back, Yu Mao couldn't help but feel envious. How cool! Since ancient times, those who could become dragon knights were never simple characters except for Yin Jiaping. Of course, Gao Yang sat on the ice throne and looked at Yu Mao, saying, "I'll go in first, you just follow." After speaking, Olivier took a step and walked toward the spatial vortex in front of them. As it approached the vortex, its massive body seemed to twist, and it was quickly sucked into the spatial vortex and disappeared. Yu Mao took several deep breaths and then dove headfirst into the spatial vortex. It felt like being thrown into a high-speed washing machine. An intense sense of dizziness washed over him, causing Yu Mao to almost lose the ability to think. When he was spat out from the high-speed washing machine, Yu Mao collapsed to his knees, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, letting out a hearty, dragon-like retch. Olivier, standing to the side, snorted in disdain. How weak! Gao Yang ignored Yu Mao. It was always like this during the first planar teleportation. Once he teleported more often, he would gradually get used to it. He looked at the prompt appearing before him. Multiverse Network prompt. You have arrived at the second plane. Detected that the player has not mastered the language of this plane. Do you wish to pay 100 Multiverse Network disaster coins to learn the common language of this plane? Multiverse Network prompt. Due to your planar guardian title, your luck count 5, and your initial relationship with the consciousness of the second plane is friendly. Multiverse Network prompt. In this plane, you can conduct normal and friendly negotiations with order-aligned life forms. Gao Yang paid the 100 disaster coins to temporarily learn the common language of the second plane. Then his gaze fell on the last two prompts. The title of Planar Guardian seemed to have quite a significant effect. A 5-point luck bonus was already very powerful, and the fact that it kept him on friendly terms with the plane was even more rare. In fact, if it weren't for this title, he would definitely have been met with resistance and hostility upon arriving in an ordinary plane. The reason was simple. It was naturally due to his aura, which reeked of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and his title of Planar Destroyer. Gao Yang looked around. Thanks to Olivier's height, he could see the surrounding environment without any effort. They were currently in a shrub forest. where the surrounding trees were mostly only a few meters high, not even tall enough to cover Delavere's lower legs. At the end of this shrub forest was a flat plain that stretched to the edge of his vision. Gao Yang's gaze shifted upward. He looked at the somewhat gray, hazy sky and sensed something unusual. Under normal circumstances, the sky in this kind of environment should be clear and clean. It definitely shouldn't be this sickly color. Upon seeing this sky, Gao Yang realized that this plain was indeed being drained, although he didn't know to what extent this plain had been drained by that evil god. Judging from the current situation, its state shouldn't be too bad. After all, if the state were truly dire, it would be obvious at a glance. Gao Yang looked down at Yu Mao and frowned. Although it was his first time undergoing planar teleportation, vomiting for this long was truly inexcusable. Were the current multiverse network players so lacking in crisis awareness? This was a physical entry into an unfamiliar world. Didn't they worry about encountering an accident immediately? Are you done vomiting? Gao Yang's cold voice reached Yu Mao's ears, causing him to jump and stand up immediately. Without even wiping his mouth, he replied, "Done, sorry, boss." Seeing Yu Mao's serious attitude, Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he said, "When you perform planar teleportation with your physical body, the first thing you need to confirm is whether the surrounding environment is safe. Not kneeling on the ground and making those exaggerated retching noises. You must understand, if you die here, you are truly dead, the kind of dead from which there is no return." When these words were spoken, Yu Mao felt a chill run through his heart. Although Gao Yang said this very calmly, the indifference toward life revealed in his tone made his scalp tingle. Yu Mao swallowed with difficulty and said earnestly, "Thank you, boss. I will remember that. Compared to me, you are quite lucky. Given this luck, you should seize the opportunity rather than wasting and squandering it." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he tapped his fingers lightly against the ice throne. Odlivier, being quite sensible, began to move, walking toward the plains. "Remember to keep up." Once Gao Yang said this, Odlivier began to stride forward at a rapid pace. Seeing this, Yu Mao suppressed the lingering discomfort in his mind, gritted his teeth, and chased after the direction in which Odlivier had departed. He understood that everything Gao Yang said was correct, and being able to form a team with Gao Yang was indeed an opportunity for him. After all, there was no deep connection between him and Gao Yang. The reason he was able to team up with him was more because Gao Yang was interested in this plane, not because he was interested in his quest. Therefore, how much he could learn and how much he could comprehend during this fortunate team-up would depend entirely on himself. Yu Mao began to run at full speed. Although he was quickly left far behind by Odlivier, he had no intention of stopping. Instead, he gritted his teeth and followed that massive figure ahead with all his might. Dear readers, it is the end of the month. If you do not cast your monthly tickets, they will expire. For the sake of Sesame's 3 daily updates, please cast your monthly tickets. Chapter 583. A quest completion method that does not follow procedure. Yu Mao stumbled as he ran across the endless plain. His vision was turning black, and his lungs were expanding and contracting violently, emitting a sound like a broken bellows. He swore that even during the 1,000-meter physical fitness test each semester, he had never experienced this feeling of his body being on the verge of its limit. The sensation that his body might collapse at any moment and that he could suffer sudden death at any time was truly terrible. At the edge of his vision, that massive figure had shrunk to less than the size of a fist, and it was even appearing in layers of double images. Suddenly, Yu Mao stepped on a clump of grass roots. The jolt under his feet caused his already exhausted body to lose its balance, and he fell helplessly to the ground. Lying on the grass, smelling the scent of grass mixed with soil, Yu Mao gasped for air, wishing only to lie here forever. Even though he was already a level 7 comprehensive network player, he could not withstand an hour of full speed running. Perhaps I will never be able to keep up with the boss's pace. Yu Mao struggled to lift his head, looking through the messy grass toward the direction where Gao Yang had left, only to see that the figure, which had almost disappeared from his field of vision, had somehow flown above him. Gao Yang looked down at Yu Mao on the grass, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. "Pull him up." Delavere's massive head shook as if somewhat dissatisfied, but it obediently followed Gao Yang's command. extending a wisp of ice blue energy that transformed into a rope, pulling Yu Mao up and placing him beside Gao Yang. "Boss, I'm sorry." Yu Mao sat on the hard dragon scales, looking at Gao Yang with some apology. However, to be fair, this two-headed dragon looked as if it were carved from ice, but he hadn't expected that sitting on it wouldn't feel very cold, only slightly chilly. "Why are you apologizing to me? You only need to be responsible for your own life." Gao Yang looked at him and continued. "Comprehensive network adventures are not child's play. Those who lack eye and vigilance are generally unable to survive until they reach the transcendent realm. Furthermore, blindly engaging in comprehensive network instance adventures yields diminishing returns the further you go. Therefore, while you still have time, familiarize yourself more. If you want to continue climbing higher, then this is something you must experience." Yu Mao nodded solemnly and said, "I will remember, boss." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he said nothing more, and Omniverse began to accelerate its flight. After a while, Yu Mao looked at Gao Yang, then at the land passing rapidly beneath his feet. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Boss, is it really okay for us to be this arrogant? According to his past experience, shouldn't one explore an instance step by step, being cautious throughout the process for fear of attracting attention?" How was it that, looking at Gao Yang's demeanor, he didn't care at all whether his whereabouts were exposed? Gao Yang glanced at him and said, "That would be too much of a waste of time." Too much of a waste of time. A giant question mark appeared in Yu Mao's mind. But looking at Gao Yang's calm expression, he chose to suppress the doubts in his heart and decided to learn how Gao Yang went about completing his quests. Omniverse's flight speed was extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, traces of civilization finally appeared on the endless plain. It was a small village with only about 30 households. When Omniverse descended from the sky, the people in this village all knelt on the ground, trembling, not even daring to look toward them. This feeling made Yu Mao somewhat uncomfortable. He shifted his body and looked at Gao Yang beside him. The latter's expression was calm, as if he were accustomed to this. Gao Yang leaped off the dragon's back and came before the old, young, women, and children kneeling on the ground. He spoke, "Do not be afraid. I only wish to ask if there is a larger city nearby. Noble and honorable knight, you may fly in that direction. You will reach Luowar City in about a day. It is the largest city in the vicinity." A white-haired old man straightened his body slightly, his aged hand, weathered by life, pointing in one direction. "Very well, thank you." Gao Yang obtained the answer he wanted and turned to board the dragon's back. Then, the dragon's wings flapped, and they soon disappeared from sight. 15 minutes later, in the city lord's mansion of Luowar City, the city guards watched with trembling legs as Omniverse lay quietly on the open ground. As for Gao Yang and Yu Mao, they had already been respectfully welcomed into the city lord's mansion by the lord of Luowar. City Lord Luowar wiped the beads of sweat from his rounded forehead and looked at Gao Yang, saying, "My lord knight, I have never heard of this stone of wisdom you speak of. Furthermore, war is currently spreading across the kingdom. Someone as powerful as you might consider heading to the royal capital to inquire with the court mages." "War?" Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. "That is correct. The war between the kingdoms has been going on for nearly 10 years now." As City Lord Luowar spoke of this, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Gao Yang raised a hand to stop him from continuing, shifting the topic instead. "Give me a map of the kingdom." City Lord Luowar choked slightly, but he still followed orders and had his subordinates retrieve a map of the kingdom for Gao Yang. Looking at the map in his hand, Gao Yang had already roughly identified their current location. Without lingering, he turned and left immediately, with Yu Mao hurriedly following behind. As they walked, Yu Mao was secretly marveling to himself. As expected of a big shot, his actions were truly swift and decisive. Once they had the map, everything became much smoother. While in Luowar City, Gao Yang had noticed that the strength of the city guards was generally quite low. Even Yu Mao's strength would have been enough to qualify him as a commander among the guards. This made him realize that the overall power level of the second plane was likely not very high. In just half a day, before the sky had even turned dark, Gao Yang had already arrived at the capital of this kingdom. When the figure that flew out from the palace at the very center of the capital was swatted back down with ease by Omniverse, any potential resistance or shouting vanished without a trace. Yu Mao stood on the dragon's back, swallowing hard with difficulty. The human who had flown out from the palace earlier definitely possessed the strength of an extraordinary sequence. If that person had wanted to attack him, he would likely have been killed in a single move. Yet, such an existence could not even withstand a single slap when facing the mount of the big shot Gao Yang. Moreover, Yu Mao felt that Odelivere hadn't even used any real force. If it had, that person would likely have been smashed into a pulp of flesh and blood. Truly terrifying. But as soon as Yu Mao thought about how he was now on the same side as this terrifying force, his chest puffed out involuntarily. What was that down there? That was the capital of a kingdom. No matter where it was, it represented the face of a nation. And now he was literally stepping on the face of this country. Yu Mao stared with burning eyes at the calm-looking Gao Yang. A real man should be like this. Odelivere descended from the sky into the palace, and a group of people quickly surrounded them, including the person who had been swatted away by Odelivere earlier. A middle-aged man wearing a golden crown approached Gao Yang, flanked by several others. He looked at Gao Yang, his eyes suppressing both anger and fear. "Noble Dragon Knight, you have descended upon the capital of the Violet Kingdom. If you have any requests, we will certainly do our best to satisfy them." The situation was stronger than the man, the King of Violet said with a smile on his face. Gao Yang glanced at the king, then shifted his gaze to the extraordinary individual clutching his chest nearby and asked, "I want to know where the Stone of Wisdom is." "The Stone of Wisdom? I do not know." A flash of surprise crossed the eyes of that extraordinary individual. Although it was brief, it did not escape Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang lowered his eyelids, and a brilliant golden greatsword had already appeared. Pointing at the center of the other man's brow, "Reorganize your words." With the sword of will pointed at his brow, the sharp sensation felt as if it were about to pierce his soul. He swallowed hard with difficulty and said dejectedly, "The Stone of Wisdom is a holy relic of the second plane. At this moment, it is embedded in the crown of the king of the St. Laurent Empire." Once he finished speaking, Gao Yang's sword of will vanished without a trace. Judging from the other party's mental fluctuations, he was not lying. The credibility of this statement was acceptable. However, there was a question. According to my understanding, the Violet Kingdom is currently at war with the St. Laurent Empire. Logically speaking, the Stone of Wisdom is in the hands of your enemy nation. Why would you hide it? Gao Yang stared at the extraordinary individual opposite him and asked, "Because that is our own affair. Although we are at a disadvantage on the battlefield, the St. Laurent Empire and we once shared the same ancestors. We cannot go against the teachings of our ancestors." The King of Violet interjected from the side. Gao Yang nodded and did not continue to ask. From what he had seen so far, everything appeared normal, and he had not seen any signs of an invasion by evil gods. If he wanted to understand things more deeply, he would have to make a trip to the St. Laurent Empire. Once there, he imagined everything would become clear. Double quotes understood. After saying this, Gao Yang turned and walked toward Odelivere. "Big shot, are we just going to believe them like this?" Yu Mao asked, feeling somewhat conflicted. Gao Yang glanced at Yu Mao and nodded. "They dare not lie to me." The remark was light and airy, without any attempt to hide it, so the king and the others behind the two heard it clearly. A tingling sensation rose from their tailbones, shooting straight to their scalps. The king looked at the extraordinary individual, still shaken. If he had lied, it was likely that no one present would have survived. Of course. What Gao Yang did not tell Yu Mao was that he had his own methods, namely his talent, Fate's Choice. With the 5-point LUT bonus of this plane, the effect of Fate's Choice had also been amplified. Everything seemed somewhat casual, but Gao Yang understood in his heart that the decisions he made were the most concise and efficient ones. For Gao Yang, he only needed to follow the guidance in his heart. The two boarded the dragon's back, and soon the giant dragon soared into the sky and disappeared. It was not until the giant dragon had completely vanished from the sight of the King of Violet and his entourage that everyone began to breathe heavily. The pressure they had endured while facing Gao Yang was simply too immense. The feeling of a butcher's knife being held to their throats was far too intense. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 584, Suppressing a Kingdom. The St. Laurent Empire is located at the very center of the second plane, With vast territories and hundreds of millions of people, it is the nation with the strongest national power in the entire Second Plane. 10 years ago, the St. Laurent Empire, without any prior warning, dispatched a massive army to launch wars of aggression against the four kingdoms located in the four cardinal directions. No one knew why the St. Laurent Empire had initiated these wars, but they did know one thing. This was by no means an ordinary war of aggression, but a total effort to annihilate their nations. Precisely because of this, the four great duchies forcibly set aside their internal grievances to resist the butcher's blade of the St. Laurent Empire with all their might. To this day, the war between the five nations continues. After finishing the book in his hands, Yu Mao looked at Gao Yang and said, "Boss, the St. Laurent Empire has quite the ambition and appetite, daring to go to war with four countries at once. It seems you have some understanding of this." Gao Yang glanced at him and said casually, "That goes without saying. I majored in history in college." Yu Mao felt a surge of spirit and said with a smile, "Come to think of it, if I hadn't become a multiverse network player, I probably would have been unemployed right after graduation." Yu Mao's words made Gao Yang nod with a sense of empathy, saying, "It really is hard to find a job with a history degree. It's not just the history department that's struggling to find work now, other majors are the same. It's basically graduation equals unemployment." Having said this, Yu Mao let out a long sigh and continued, "After going to college, your horizons broaden, and you always feel you shouldn't do work that lacks technical content or doesn't even require using your brain. But when you go out to look for a job, that's basically all there is." Gao Yang's voice was calm. "That is normal." Yu Mao rubbed his cheeks, which had grown stiff from the cold wind, and brought the topic back. "Let's not talk about that. For the St. Laurent Empire to dare to do this, I suspect they must have mastered some kind of power capable of changing the tide of battle. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why things are like this, logically speaking. Since the opponent has the foundation to wage war against four kingdoms simultaneously, the best strategy would surely be to defeat them one by one." Yu Mao's analysis was quite close to Gao Yang's own conjecture. He asked Yu Mao, "Then what do you think it could be?" Yu Mao frowned in thought, then spread his hands and said straightforwardly, "I don't know. Perhaps it's some kind of mass-producible technological weapon. But since this is a supernatural plane, that probability is too low. Could it be that they achieved a breakthrough in cultivation methods, making the people of the St. Laurent Empire stronger?" That's a decent analysis. If you have time, browse the forums more. There is a lot of useful knowledge in there, Gao Yang said, looking at Yu Mao. "Aside from some basic information, what else is there to see on the Earthplane forum?" Yu Mao complained upon hearing this. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment before remembering that Yu Mao and his batch of Multiverse Network players seemingly hadn't unlocked the Multiverse forum, only the plane-specific one. There was nothing to be done about that. Once your strength increases further, you will be able to access more extensive information." Gao Yang gave a perfunctory reply and continued, "There is another way to increase strength. It is also an external force. But it is the kind of evil external force. Evil external force. Boss, are you talking about crooked and evil paths?" Everyone was Chinese, and having been influenced by such things, they were not unfamiliar with these concepts at all. "Exactly. This plane has likely been invaded by an evil god." "An evil god?" Yu Mao was shocked. "An evil god is still a god, and not someone he could afford to provoke right now, correct? Didn't your quest state it clearly? This plane has been invaded. And as you just read, the soldiers of the St. Laurent Empire, from top to bottom, are all fearless and possess extremely firm fighting wills. If they were normal soldiers, how could every single one of them be like that?" Having said this, Gao Yang also gave Yu Mao a brief explanation of what exactly an evil god was. Seeing this, Yu Mao naturally listened attentively, asking a question or two from time to time. Delvo was fast, and being at a high altitude, the journey was smooth and unobstructed. By the next morning, they were not far from the capital of the St. Laurent Empire. When the first rays of sunlight spilled down, what was cast upon the walls of the St. Laurent capital was not the shadow of the morning glow, but the shadow of a hideous and terrifying behemoth. Delvo's massive, mountain-like body emerged from the clouds, The orange morning sunlight draped a layer of fine golden light over its dragon wings and scales, giving it a touch of majesty and reducing its ferocity. However, to the eyes of the guards on the walls of the St. Laurent capital, this majesty only appeared more menacing, without the slightest pause. One bell toll after another rang out rapidly over the capital of St. Laurent. Disturbed by the sound of the bells, the capital, which had still been somewhat drowsy, quickly sobered up. Squads of guards, like lines of black ink, gathered rapidly from all directions onto the city walls. The leader of the city guards was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man wearing a suit of bright silver armor, holding a crescent blade. A thick, surging battle ore erupted into the sky. Judging by that momentum, he was no weakling among the supernatural ranks. However, Gao Yang only glanced at him before withdrawing his gaze. Although the man held a high position, and his equipment and ore were not bad, Gao Yang couldn't even be bothered to draw his sword against an existence of this level. He had descended upon the St. Laurent capital with such fanfare specifically to see if there were any legendary level existences within the city. The previous battle against the breeding Saintess Alocia at the Pleasure Goddess's Masquerade Ball had not been counted toward the progress of the ultimate battle. As a result, Gao Yang's current ultimate battle progress was still one short. If there were a legendary powerhouse in this St. Laurent Empire, it would make this trip worthwhile. Now that Gao Yang had undergone a transformation of his will, he urgently needed to fight a legendary powerhouse to confirm just how much he had improved. After waiting for a while longer, more and more powerhouses from the St. Laurent capital arrived from all directions. But without exception, everyone stopped at the city walls, not daring to take the initiative to attack the giant dragon hovering in the sky. Until a middle-aged man wearing purple gold battle robes stepped on a trail of blood-red light and shot out from the depths of the capital. The moment he appeared, the entire sky above the capital seemed to be stirred, as if 10,000 swords were returning to their sect. Streams of air formed continuous threads that trailed behind him, as if the entire sky had transformed into a cloak behind his back. As the middle-aged man approached, a surge of violent battle intent suddenly erupted. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. Such a level of battle intent was truly impressive. The opponent's strength was also formidable, having reached the limit of the transcendent realm and likely on the verge of stepping into the legendary realm. However, it was a pity, it was already too late. Gao Yang looked at the man in the purple gold battle robe hovering above the city wall, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. The moment he saw the man, Gao Yang confirmed that the St. Laurent Empire had been invaded by that unknown evil god. It appeared, however, that these people had not yet been deeply influenced, but if not contained, it would not take long for this world to become the evil god's backyard. The man in the purple gold battle robe arrived above the city wall, and the numerous generals below immediately knelt on one knee, gazing with fanatical eyes at the imposing figure in midair. This man was the king of the St. Laurent Empire, Rule St. Laurent. Rule St. Laurent looked directly at Gao Yang, who was behind Olivier, a hint of gravity appearing on his charismatic face. The uninvited guest before him exerted an overwhelming pressure. However, he was not overly worried. He pointed one hand at Gao Yang and said in a low voice, "Take them down." As his voice fell, a surge of vigorous battle ore erupted from the city wall. A young man, appearing to be only in his 20s, was enveloped in blood-red battle ore. Like a bolt of blood-colored lightning, he shot toward Gao Yang. Die! A blood-colored shadow streaked across the sky, and a 10-meter-long blood-red spear light pointed straight at Gao Yang behind Olivier. This spear tore through the air, yet it did not cause the slightest change in Gao Yang's expression. A heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded. Olivier spread its dragon wings to their limit, sweeping across the sky like a celestial blade. The next moment, the nearly 100-meter-long celestial blade stood upright, carving a heart-stopping blade light through the eyes of everyone present. The blade light flashed and vanished. The blood-red spear shadow instantly collapsed, and two halves of a corpse fell powerlessly from the sky. Olivier let out another roar, its vertical pupils filled with killing intent as it looked down at the people on the city wall with disdain. A single glance was enough to make everyone on the wall feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. One had to know that the young man who had charged out earlier was known as the Spear of the Empire and was already one of the most outstanding youths. Yet, facing that uninvited guest, he could not even withstand a single move from the opponent's mount. Noticing the shift in the crowd's emotions, a blood-red light flickered in the depths of Rule St. Laurent's eyes. He spoke again, but this time, his words carried a trace of eerie, bewitching power. As Rule St. Laurent's voice fell, blood-red light appeared in the eyes of everyone on the city wall. The commander who had first arrived at the wall let out a roar, stepped forward, and swung his blade down toward Oblivier, facing this blade light. Oblivier snorted in disdain. It was too lazy to even flap its dragon wings. It slowly extended a dragon claw, letting the opponent's heavy guandao strike its claw. With a crisp ding, the heavy guandao struck the dragon claw without even leaving a white mark. Oblivier sneered, its dragon claw moving as fast as lightning, slicing the commander's body into several pieces. Roar kill. The death of the city guard commander did not cause the others to retreat. One figure after another charged toward Oblivier like moths to a flame, only to have their lives easily extinguished. After a mere 3 minutes, the remaining dozen or so people on the wall were no longer willing to take a single step forward. They only looked with terror at the hideous and terrifying magical beast above the city wall. That strength had already been displayed to the fullest just moments ago. Hand over the stone of wisdom. Gao Yang sat on his ice throne, his voice devoid of any fluctuation, as if the people who had just died were nothing more than passing clouds to him. As his words fell, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire capital. Under this majestic pressure, the capital of the St. Laurent Empire fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 585. The ancient evil object, shadow of gluttonous war. The survivors on the city wall of the St. Laurent capital, upon hearing Gao Yang's words, cast their gazes toward Rule St. Laurent, who was hovering above the wall. Because everyone knew that the stone of wisdom was embedded in the king's crown, Rule St. Laurent felt the gazes cast from below. He tilted his head slightly, revealing a sneer of disdain. The stone of wisdom, this holy object, was what he used to suppress the temptation brought by that supreme existence, ensuring he could maintain enough sanity to borrow the other's power. His subjects wanted him to hand over the stone of wisdom to save themselves, but only Rule knew that the moment he handed over the stone of wisdom would be the moment he completely fell and lost his self. By then, not only would the uninvited guest before him die at his hands, but his kingdom and his subjects would also be completely eroded by that insane malice. This was not what Rule St. Laurent wanted to see. What he had wanted from the beginning was for the glory of St. Laurent to shine over the entire Secunda plain, not a wasteland ravaged and trampled by war. Truly ignorant mortals. Rule St. Laurent snorted coldly. Although he did not care about the lives of the capital's citizens, without them, he alone could not achieve the ultimate goal of making St. Laurent dominate Secunda. Therefore, in order to achieve his goal, he did not mind having a fight with the uninvited guest opposite him. Yes, from beginning to end, Rule St. Laurent had never truly cared about the strength of the two-headed ice dragon or the two people behind it, even though they made him feel immense pressure. Because no matter how strong the opponent was, as long as they had not reached the Saint Realm Legendary, he had absolute confidence in taking them down. This was the confidence given to him by the supreme existence with whom he had made the deal. In full view of everyone, Rule St. Laurent's body flew upward. At the same time, his majestic and resonant voice, deliberately amplified, spread throughout the entire capital. I, Rule St. Laurent, king of the St. Laurent Empire, will never bow to any evil. To protect St. Laurent, to protect my people, even if I must bleed my last drop of blood, even if I must fight until my body is shattered to pieces, I will never yield. Within these plain and simple words, there was a power that bewitched the hearts of men, causing the entire capital to instantly boil with fervor. In an instant, cheers and roars erupted from every corner of the capital. Rule St. Laurent spread his arms, his eyes slightly closed, as if resonating with the citizens throughout the entire city. Gao Yang did not speak. He simply watched the other party perform quietly. Beside him, Yu Mao, facing the immense pressure of being condemned by thousands, felt his momentum slip significantly, because, from his perspective, it was indeed they who had descended upon someone else's capital without explanation and started killing people without a word. If this were to happen to any nation that still possessed dignity, such an insult would be considered a feud that could only end in death. He glanced quietly at Gao Yang and discovered that the latter's expression did not show even a ripple of fluctuation. which caused his admiration for Gao Yang to rise another level. He was not even the primary target of the public's condemnation, yet merely being caught in the crossfire was enough to make him feel as though he could barely withstand the pressure. Yet Gao Yang, facing the St. Laurent capital head-on, was able to remain completely composed. His iron will was definitely something he could not compare to. St. Laurent ascended to an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters before stopping. He looked down at everything below, and a blood-red battle blade suddenly appeared in his palm. The long blade traced an arc in the air, its tip pointing directly at the center of Gao Yang's brow, and he shouted coldly, "Come and fight." Gao Yang looked up at St. Laurent above, a strange look appearing in his eyes. What kind of performative personality is this? At a time like this, the other party still had the heart to play these games. This was something he had not expected. However, since the other party had requested it, and they did seem to have some skill, Gao Yang did not want to dampen their spirits. In any case, as long as he obtained the other party's crown and secured the Stone of Wisdom, Yu Mao's mission for this trip would be complete. Since he had agreed to guide a newcomer, he naturally had to finish the newcomer's mission before achieving his own goals. Thinking this, Gao Yang took a step forward, and his figure instantly vanished. Yu Mao was startled, but before he could even look up, he discovered that a figure had already appeared out of thin air opposite St. Laurent. St. Laurent's pupils constricted sharply. Gao Yang's speed, which could be called teleportation, made a sense of unease rise in his heart. It is fine. I still have the chance to strike promised by the Supreme Existence. A power so great that even those who have stepped into the Holy Realm cannot contend with it. Thinking this, St. Laurent finally suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and looked directly at Gao Yang, who had appeared abruptly before him. Gao Yang did not reveal his true dragon form. He simply looked at St. Laurent opposite him with calm eyes and said casually, "As a reward for your courage, I will allow you to strike first." St. Laurent was stunned, and then an infinite rage suddenly surged, unstoppable like a volcanic eruption. He, St. Laurent, the strongest in the St. Laurent Empire, had actually been looked down upon. St. Laurent laughed out of extreme anger. He stared into Gao Yang's eyes and said coldly, "How interesting. Since you have said so, then take this." As his voice fell, endless blood-colored battle aura erupted from his body, surging toward his raised right hand. The blood-red aura entwined around the battle blade in his hand, rapidly forming a massive phantom blade over 100 meters long. Before the blade even descended, the sharp blade aura had already shredded the clouds far above. A brutal killing intent flashed in St. Laurent's eyes. Without another word, he roared and swung the blade down toward Gao Yang. The blood-colored blade traced a perfect arc through the void, and in the eyes of the countless people in the capital, it instantly struck Gao Yang. The moment it hit Gao Yang, the even more violent blood-colored battle aura transformed into a storm of blade energy, drowning Gao Yang as if he were a meat grinder. "Holy crap, big boss!" Yu Mao's eyes went wide. The power erupted by that blood-colored blade was not just enough to kill him. He probably could not even withstand a single wisp of that blade aura. And now, Gao Yang had been hit head-on by that strike without any preparation. He would likely be severely injured if not killed. Yu Mao hurriedly patted the dragon scales of Olivier, attempting to urge it to go forward and help. Olivier turned one of its heads and looked at Yu Mao with dissatisfaction. What kind of madness was this little bug having on its back? If it were not for its master's orders, it would have already shaken him off its back. St. Laurent's eyes held a bloodthirsty excitement. Ever since he made the deal with that Supreme Existence, he had not been able to display his own world-destroying strength so wantonly for a long time. With this strike of his, even an existence in the Holy Realm would be injured, let alone this man who had not yet reached the Holy Realm. He listened to the intense cheers erupting from the capital below, sneered, and looked at the spot submerged by the blade aura, saying softly, "If you want to blame someone, blame your own arrogance. Facing me, you actually dared to let me strike first." Just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed from the spot submerged by the blade aura. As the golden light bloomed, the storm of blade energy instantly vanished without a trace. The feeling was as if ocean waves had washed over a sand dune built by a child. It was clearly incredibly gentle. But once the waves receded, the sand dune was no longer visible on the beach. Roll St. Laurent saw that the man was still standing before him, completely unscathed. His strike, which could be called world-destroying, had not even moved a single strand of the other party's hair. Gao Yang was enveloped in a thin shield of battle aura, and he nodded with great satisfaction. After his will had transformed, he was able to fuse his willpower with his battle aura to perform defense. Under the influence of high-tier battle aura and willpower, even the full-force strike of a powerhouse stepping toward the legendary realm could be easily blocked. In short, the reason Gao Yang was able to block the other party's attack without injury was not due to any extra technique. It was purely a numerical suppression. Of course, Roll St. Laurent naturally did not know what kind of monster he was facing. He looked at the unscathed Gao Yang, and the only thought that rose in his mind was, this is impossible. However, before he could delve any deeper, his field of vision suddenly began to rise. In his spinning perspective, he saw a headless torso clad in purple gold battle armor. Looking at that familiar body, Roller St. Laurent finally realized that he had been decapitated. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the purple gold crown that had been on his head, now resting in the hands of his opponent. The moment this thought surfaced, Roller St. Laurent's expression changed drastically. His lips trembled as he was about to speak, when suddenly, a frantic and evil laughter surged like a tidal wave in his mind. Upon hearing that insane laughter, the final thought flashed through Roller St. Laurent's mind, it's over. Gao Yang held the purple gold crown in his hand, staring at the blood-red gemstone. From that gem, he sensed a vast, evil intent, as if it were sludge at the bottom of an endless abyss, exuding an aura of rot and malice. That evil intent instantly surged out from the gem and submerged into Roller St. Laurent's body. Gao Yang did not stop any of this, or rather, his ultimate goal in coming to this plane was the entity residing within this gemstone. And when the evil intent was completely drawn out of the gem, the original blood-red stone had returned to a pure state, shimmering with a faint, translucent blue glow. Gao Yang flipped his palm, and the stone of wisdom vanished from his hand. He then looked up at the figure opposite him. He saw that headless torso suddenly erupt with ominous black-red blood light. That blood light lashed out, dragging the severed head back toward the body. As the head was reattached to the torso, the black-red blood light flared intensely. Dense shadows, like smoke, covered the sky in the blink of an eye. That massive shadow loomed over the firmament, and endless evil began to stain this world like spilled ink. At the same time, a line of notifications appeared on Gao Yang's retina. Warning! Ancient evil shadow of gluttonous war has broken free from its seal. It is attempting to breach the blockade of the prime material plane and descend. Chapter 586. The striking feel is surprisingly good. Ancient evil. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at the massive dark cloud before him with some curiosity. This was his first time encountering an ancient evil. Ancient evils and evil gods cannot be lumped together. Their origins follow different paths. If the birth of an evil god is the manifestation of evil rules, then the birth of an ancient evil stems from the various negative emotions of sentient beings. Those complex negative emotions, after being deposited over endless time, eventually fester and rot. And ancient evils are born from this indescribable decay as conceptual evil entities. According to this rule, this ancient evil currently breaking through the seal of the material plane was born from the desire for slaughter and war among sentient beings. That black-red shadow was its purest power of filth. Any mortal creature that came into contact with this filth would, in a short time, sink into slaughter and eventually devolve into a beast that knows only how to kill. And this was the truth behind the invasion of the second plane. However, compared to evil gods, the status of an ancient evil does not seem quite as high, although they cannot be completely killed. Their most common state is being sealed. Such seals might be created by the plane's consciousness, by certain monks or related professionals who maintain order in their hearts, or perhaps by a child of the plane who, after being corrupted by the ancient evil, managed to seal it at the cost of a painful sacrifice. As time passed, that massive black-red cloud began to solidify at an extremely rapid pace. At the same time, a series of system notifications refreshed before the eyes of Gao Yang and Yu Mao. Warning! Ancient evil shadow of gluttonous war is breaking through the prime material plane's blockade. Current progress, 48.7% accelerating. Warning! Due to the influence of multiple sealing powers, The ancient evil shadow of gluttonous war cannot descend into this prime material plane in its complete form, but it still possesses a leader-level legendary evil template. Area warning. The corrupting power of the ancient evil shadow of gluttonous war is spreading. All creatures within this area must passively perform a will save every minute. Failure to pass the will save will result in being corrupted by its power. Once the ancient evil shadow of gluttonous war fully descends into the prime material plane, this will save will accelerate to once every 10 seconds. Short moment later, using the St. Laurent Empire's king, or St. Laurent, as an anchor, the ancient evil shadow of gluttonous war finally completed its breakthrough into the prime material plane. Its body, which was almost larger than the capital city itself, had fully manifested before Gao Yang. As the body of the ancient evil shadow of gluttonous war manifested, the sky above the capital suddenly grew dim. The black-red, smoke-like corrupting power continued to spread, crazily eroding the surrounding space. At the same time, a strange but equally vast will condensed rapidly above the capital. Gao Yang knew that this was the plane's consciousness. As the plane's consciousness, it did not have a very good way to deal with an ancient evil that had already broken through the blockade. Admittedly, the plane's consciousness might possess violent means, but it would not use them unless absolutely necessary, because that would be like drinking poison to quench thirst. The consumed plane power might suppress the ancient evil's erosion in the short term, but afterward, it would have to face an even more ferocious counterattack. And now, the plane's will was able to remain a bystander largely because Gao Yang was standing in front of the ancient evil shadow of gluttonous war, accompanying the full manifestation of its body. The black-red smoke around the ancient evil shadow of gluttonous war trembled violently. A ferocious war cry resounded through the heavens, as if announcing its arrival, echoing in the minds of all living beings in this region. And within this war cry, a certain power capable of inciting the desire for battle in living beings quietly spread. Gao Yang sensed this power immediately. In a sense, the corrupting power of an ancient evil was already comparable to the divine power of a god. Yang Yao appeared silently in Gao Yang's palm, its silver-white radiance shimmering along the blade. It was the manifestation of the power of majesty, majesty divine. When this weapon is in any plane or derivative plane, it receives a divine blessing, cannot be damaged by any conventional means, and gains immunity to exotic divine powers, as well as a damage bonus against exotic divinity based on the strength of the divine power. The reason Yang Yao could be called a quasi-artifact was at least half due to the effects of majesty. Gods are gods precisely because the power of mortals can hardly affect them, and a weapon capable of harming a deity naturally touches upon that forbidden realm. Although he did not encounter a legendary class professional as he had hoped, having an ancient evil with a boss-level legendary evil template as an opponent was not bad at all. Before the war cry of the ancient evil, the shadow of gluttonous war had even finished. A massive silver-white sword that seemed intent on splitting heaven and earth into had already struck its body. Ancient evils do not possess concepts of good, evil, beauty, or ugliness like mortals. They were born from negative emotions so vast they had begun to rot. So their bodies tended to resemble something out of Cthulhu mythos. The shadow of gluttonous war before him was exactly like this. At first glance, its body appeared to be a massive, irregularly writhing mountain of flesh, and upon this mountain grew countless arms resembling withered branches, along with a variety of other weapons. It had no facial features and no limbs. Just one look at it was enough to make one feel as if their spirit were being subjected to endless pollution. Clang, the strike, carrying immense force, slammed into the body of the shadow of gluttonous war, but it did not carve a massive wound into its flesh as Gao Yang had expected. The moment Yang Yao struck, its countless arms and weapons reacted instantly, blocking the 1,000-meter-long blade. This resulted in the creature being sent flying toward the horizon at a terrifying speed, much like a baseball being struck. To the citizens of the capital below and to Yu Mao, this scene was no different from a miracle. The disparity in size between the two was simply too great. One was the size of a normal human, while the other was comparable to a city covering thousands of square kilometers. If not for the 1,000-meter-long, brilliant silver-white giant sword, one would not even be able to perceive Gao Yang's existence. Yet, this normal human had swatted the city-sized evil entity away as if it were a fly. Gao Yang swung the 1,000-meter giant sword casually, a fighting spirit surging in his eyes. The tactile feedback from striking this ancient evil was unexpectedly good. His battle aura erupted, and in the next moment, a circular shockwave exploded beneath his feet. He suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light, pursuing the creature as it flew backward. Sigh. I originally planned for 3 chapters today, but I don't know what happened. After dinner, my back and abdomen started aching, and I felt nauseous. I probably caught a cold somewhere. I just threw up my dinner, and now I feel quite weak. I can only manage 2 chapters today. I will rest for the night and continue with 3 chapters tomorrow once I feel better. My apologies to all you readers. Also, your monthly tickets will expire if you don't use them. Crazy hint. Taking a leave of absence after a night. Not only did my illness not improve, it got worse. I went to the hospital for drip today. Illness really does strike like a landslide. Taking a leave of absence. My apologies to all you readers. Chapter 587. The Wicked Song of Fallen War. The haze of the gods shrouds the world. Only war can disperse it. Pray for the light of war to descend, and let the gods become eternal history. War never ends. Slaughter remains forever. Souls never perish. War never dies. Raise your swords. Slice open the flesh. Take up your axes. Split the spine. If they resist, tear them apart. If they do not submit, crush them. If they do not kneel, take their heads. In the sky, countless bloody maws suddenly split open on the mountain-like body of the ancient evil, the shadow of gluttonous war. They opened and closed continuously, and countless whispers filled with filthy power surged around it. In a trance, Gao Yang saw countless phantoms crawling around the body of the shadow of gluttonous war, holding weapons, slicing open their own flesh, splitting their own bones, and removing their own heads, only to hold their heads high and roar with fanatical fervor. As the filthy roars echoed, the entire sky dimmed. It was the purest filth in the world. Even light, upon shining into this area, could not escape the fate of being polluted. As the sound spread, to Scarlet system notifications appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Warning. Detected that the player is being polluted by the Wicked Song of Fallen War. Willpower check in progress. System prompt. Willpower check successful. You have resisted the pollution effect of the Wicked Song of Fallen War. Gao Yang looked at the 2 system notifications and almost laughed out loud. The lyrics of this so-called Wicked Song of Fallen War were quite stylish, but he hadn't expected the effect to be so poor. It didn't even pass a single round of his willpower check before being directly resisted. And this was a boss-level legendary evil template. If it were an ordinary legendary level evil, it might not have even triggered a check. Mental pollution was ineffective against him. Now, all Gao Yang could look forward to was whether this massive ancient evil could provide him with a satisfying fight. Gao Yang moved with extreme speed, flying before the shadow of gluttonous war in just a few seconds. He looked at the twisting, writhing mass of flesh before him and, without the slightest hesitation, delivered a simple, unadorned downward slash, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. Yang Yu's 1,000-meter-long blade struck the body of the shadow of gluttonous war without any obstruction. A burst of golden light erupted in Gao Yang's eyes. Yang Yao slashed down with an unstoppable posture, even though the phantoms surrounding the shadow of gluttonous war let out ferocious roars. They could not prevent its massive body from being carved into an inward caving shape, accompanied by the screeching sound of metal grinding against metal. The immense force gave the shadow of gluttonous war a massive amount of momentum once again, sending it flying backward toward the firmament. An object the size of a city was sent flying at a terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, the space emitted ear-piercing roars, and rings of shockwaves exploded outward. The escaping wind pressure blew Gao Yang's black hair until every strand stood on end. Gao Yang revealed a savage grin. After leaving a sonic boom ring in his wake, he gave chase once more. The gluttonous shadow of war tried its best to adjust its form, under normal circumstances, as an ancient evil entity. It had no need to worry about its center of gravity. However, facing this human ant, who was countless times smaller than the pustules on its own body, it felt a sense of heart-stopping dread if it had possessed such organs. That is, the silver-white greatsword swung down by its opponent was not only incredibly heavy but also carried a stinging pain that even an ancient evil entity like itself found difficult to endure. That stinging pain was insignificant compared to its massive form. yet it acted directly upon its core consciousness. As an ancient evil entity, the proof of the gluttonous shadow of war's existence was manifested in its core consciousness. Just as the core essence of a human's existence lies in their soul and spirit, Gao Yang's attack had wounded the core consciousness of the gluttonous shadow of war. Simply put, it had dealt effective damage to this ancient evil entity, and this type of damage, once accumulated to a certain degree, would cause the current gluttonous shadow of war to fall into an eternal slumber. As for what it would look like the next time it awakened from the decaying filth, no one knew. But one thing was certain: it would definitely not be the current gluttonous shadow of war. But before it could adjust its massive body, that terrifying silver-white greatsword had already descended once again, sword after sword. The phantoms surrounding the body of the gluttonous shadow of war shrieked until they were hoarse, their shapes even twisting into those of evil ghosts. However, no matter how fanatically those phantoms chanted the fallen war hymns, they had no corrupting effect on Gao Yang whatsoever. Even though the countless arms of the gluttonous shadow of war held all manner of weapons and unleashed bizarre killing moves toward Gao Yang, everything was but a dream and a bubble beneath that mountain-toppling silver-white giant sword. And as Gao Yang continued his strikes, the gluttonous shadow of war could clearly feel that the power contained within the silver-white giant sword was growing stronger and stronger. The speed of that growth was something that even the defense of its current boss-level legendary evil entity template could not withstand. Accompanied by a massive force that knocked aside the intercepting blades, the silver-white greatsword slashed into the massive body of the gluttonous shadow of war without obstruction, carving a terrifying wound nearly 10,000 meters long into its frame. The moment its body was torn apart by that violent giant sword, the gluttonous shadow of war finally caught the scent of total annihilation from that blade. It knew that if it continued to tangle with this monster, its core consciousness would shatter, and falling into an eternal slumber would be its only destination. Once this thought arose, even an evil entity born from negative emotions and specialized in slaughter and war could not help but feel a desire to survive. This desire caused its massive body to tremble violently, emitting a dull, grand, yet filth-laden war cry. Rings of black-red ripples spread out like physical entities, seemingly attempting to briefly halt Gao Yang's advance. However, facing a war cry of this magnitude, Gao Yang merely clenched his fist, blending crimson gold battle aura with the 9-capital wild thunder into a slurry, and threw a fierce punch. A purple gold torrent erupted from the surface of Gao Yang's fist, instantly shattering the incoming war cry ripples. A golden glint flashed in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes, as his will radiated outward. The Yongyao in his hand was also stained with a brilliant golden light. In this instant, the sword of will and Yongyao merged into one. Gao Yang sighed slightly. The ancient evil entity before him, the gluttonous shadow of war, was not particularly strong, and its greatest trump card, the power of corrupting minds, had no effect on him at all. This resulted in it being reduced to nothing more than a punching bag when facing Gao Yang. And now, Gao Yang keenly sensed that this ancient evil entity had intentions of retreating. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, Gao Yang directly unleashed the sword of will. Next, what awaited the gluttonous shadow of war was perhaps the most extreme strike it had ever experienced since its inception as an ancient evil entity. I have been on end for drip for 2 days and have barely recovered my energy. Chapter 588. If you do not abandon me. Your sky was torn apart by violent sword chi, and streaks of platinum sword marks crisscrossed, refusing to fade for a long time. Beneath this giant web formed by the violent sword marks, the body of the ancient evil entity, the gluttonous shadow of war, had been reduced to fragments of varying sizes. As for its core consciousness, it had been riddled with holes by Gao Yang's sword of will. Within that core consciousness, which resembled shattered porcelain, the gluttonous shadow of war stared at Gao Yang with horrified eyes, its suppressed mental fluctuations transmitting into Gao Yang's ears. Born of slaughter, dying in war, nameless human, I will watch you from within that endless rot, until you are completely consumed by war. Gao Yang smiled indifferently. He carried Yongyao, walked slowly through the gaps in the dismembered body, and arrived before the core consciousness of the gluttonous shadow of war, saying, "Then you will have to wait for a very long time. I will be watching you the whole time." After the gluttonous shadow of war finished speaking, its core consciousness could no longer hold on. An irrepressible sound like shattering porcelain rang out, and pieces of the core consciousness peeled away, turning into burning debris that vanished into the air. When the last wisp of the core consciousness burned out, the gaze of the gluttonous shadow of war slowly closed, and it subsequently fell into that endless darkness. The massive fragments of the remains in the sky dissipated rapidly, and the sword marks caused by Yang Yao were also slowly closing. Beneath this azure sky, Gao Yang stood holding his sword, looking at the Multiverse Network prompt that appeared before him. Multiverse Network prompt. You have killed the ancient evil entity Gluttonous Shadow of War boss level legendary evil entity. You have gained 200,000 generally XP. Multiverse Network prompt. In view of your legendary feat, you have gained 2 points of legendary reputation, which will grow slowly hereafter as your legendary feat spreads. Omni Network prompt. Your act of slaying the ancient evil has attracted the attention of certain malevolent entities. Your initial relationship with factions associated with evil entities has been updated to hostile. Omni Network prompt. You have successfully redeemed and eroded plane second plane. Your reputation in the second plane will be permanently set to revered. Compassionate Redemption Version Quest. The character must redeem 5 or more planes worlds eroded by evil gods and slay 3 evil gods incarnation, a believer Advent form, Saint Advent, true body. Current progress, Omni Network prompt. You have received a gift from the plane consciousness. Following the appearance of the final Omni Network prompt, a transparent, slightly pink radiance condensed into a cluster before Gao Yang. Soon, as the radiance vanished, a small pink diamond hovered in front of Gao Yang. Gao Yang reached out, and the small pink diamond landed in his palm. Omni Network prompt. You have obtained the Stone of Charisma Relic. Stone of Charisma type, Relic origin. Second plan effect, upon use. Increases Charisma attribute by 1 point and effective for transcendent levels. Gao Yang looked at the pink diamond in his hand. Under the sunlight, its meticulously cut facets refracted a dazzling luster. If any woman were to see this Stone of Charisma, she would absolutely never use it just to gain a single point of charisma. Instead, she would exhaust every possible means to hire the most prestigious jeweler to craft it into a brilliant, peerless treasure. However, for Gao Yang, the value of this Stone of Charisma lay solely in its ability to provide him with that 1 point of charisma. Nevertheless, Gao Yang did not intend to use it for the time being. After all, with his current attributes, he was not lacking in such a charisma point, and he was still a considerable distance away from his legendary promotion quest. Furthermore, bolstered by the charisma-related special status of Slayer, Gao Yang felt that as long as he continued firmly along the path of his legendary promotion quest, his charisma would naturally increase. Perhaps when he was only 1 step away from promoting to legendary and happened to be missing that 1 point of charisma, he might then choose to use it. If it were not needed, perhaps gifting it to Lisa as an ornament would be a good choice. However, what Gao Yang found regrettable was that the ancient evil, Shadow of Gluttonous War, had not left him any loot. It was like a bubble, once pricked, it vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but a negligible amount of generally XP and 2 points of legendary reputation. Gao Yang stored the Stone of Charisma in his inventory and then looked downward. Soon, a Delaware flapped his dragon wings vigorously and arrived beneath Gao Yang's feet. Gao Yang sat on the ice chair, while Yu Mao, standing to the side, stared at him blankly, his eyes filled with shock. He was in a party with Gao Yang. Although he hadn't contributed even a shred of effort in defeating the ancient evil, at most acting as a cheerleader and shouting a couple of words of encouragement as a teammate, his harvest was still extremely bountiful. Not only did he gain a full 50,000 generally XP, but he even obtained an epic grade title, Evil Entity Destroyer type, epic title description. You are the terminator of evil entities. You have sent those filthy things into eternal slumber. In unknown corners, countless mortals will chant your true name and pray for you day and night. Of course, at certain times, this will also attract the attention of other evil entities. Effect. Your resistance to related corruption come 1. Looking at the golden epic title before him, Yu Mao glanced at Gao Yang's excessively young face. Hesitating for less than a second, Yu Mao decisively dropped to his knees with a thud and sang with great emotion. Always taking from you, yet never saying thank you. Always waiting until I've grown up, only to stop. What are you doing? Gao Yang looked at Yu Mao in front of him with a shocked expression. He knew that college students these days were unconventional, but he hadn't expected them to be this unconventional. Big Boss now has drifted for half a life, never meeting a wise master. If you do not despise me, I am willing to acknowledge you as my foster father. Yu Mao grabbed Gao Yang's thigh, his eyes filled with starlight. I only ask that in the future, you can take me under your wing, foster father. Gao Yang looked at Yu Mao. After the initial shock, he had accepted the other party's erratic behavior. He looked at Yu Mao before him and said calmly, "Stand up and talk." Yu Mao released his grip in embarrassment and hurriedly stood up. Big Boss, don't mind me. I was just too excited, just a joke. I hope you won't make such jokes in the future. After all, I have no plans to adopt a son right now. Gao Yang looked at Yu Mao, but in his heart, he thought of his own college days. Back then, he seemed to have had a brief, happy period as well. But there was more of the heavy academic workload and the pressures of life. Gao Yang took the stone of wisdom from his inventory and tossed it to Yu Mao, who hurriedly caught it. This is your quest item. Keep it safe. Many thanks, Big Boss. Chapter 589. Chat Group. Only I have hugged the Big Boss's thigh beneath the sky. A Delavier flew with flapping wings while Gao Yang sat on the ice chair. Lost in thought. The ancient evil, shadow of gluttonous war, undoubtedly possessed legendary strength. This could be seen from the leader-level legendary evil entity template the opponent possessed. However, what puzzled Gao Yang was why his quest progress for ultimate battle did not increase after he slew the shadow of gluttonous war. Currently, his progress for ultimate battle remained at 2/3. It had not changed in the slightest because he had killed the shadow of gluttonous war. This forced Gao Yang to consider whether there were some hidden prerequisites for his legendary promotion quest. Gao Yang summoned the Omni Network panel, clicked on his legendary promotion quest, and looked at the unique quest section. Ultimate battle. Complete 3 or more battles against legendary professionals and emerge victorious. Current progress. Looking at the description of the ultimate battle, he should have already completed the progress by now. Yet, there was no change in the progress whatsoever. Gao Yang speculated that the most likely reason was that as his own strength increased, the objective of the ultimate battle quest had also changed accordingly. Easily defeating an ancient evil entity as he had before probably no longer met the evaluation criteria for the ultimate battle. In short, the previous battle between Gao Yang and the ancient evil entity, gluttonous shadow of war, was a one-sided slaughter, not a battle of equal strength, or even one where Gao Yang was at a disadvantage. Only a hard-won victory after a life-and-death struggle of equal footing could be called ultimate, and a one-sided slaughter naturally couldn't count as progress. After understanding the possible reason, Gao Yang shook his head helplessly. Sometimes, being too strong could actually turn into a bad thing. This was truly absurd. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon his other legendary promotion quests, and he then let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other quests had detailed completion requirements, whether it was for his own attributes, for generally XP, or for saving worlds. Speaking of which, he had already completed 2 merciful redemptions, saving 2 worlds, which gave Gao Yang an idea. This time, the Sikanda Plane's transcendent power level wasn't very high. The strongest individual was merely at the peak of transcendence, still a considerable distance from the legendary realm, and planes like Sikanda were countless throughout the entire multiverse. He could complete his quests by saving such planes with lower power levels. To achieve this, the simplest method was naturally to purchase relevant intelligence. Regarding the purchase of information in this area, Gao Yang planned to proceed with it after returning to Earth. Still, I can't be careless. If the purchased intelligence isn't accurate, and I confidently prepare to save a world only to accidentally fall into a demon's den, then I'd be truly helpless. With no one to call upon, Gao Yang secretly warned himself in his heart, then ended his contemplation. Yu Mao saw Gao Yang raise his head, and immediately took out a bottle of happy water from his inventory, handing it to Gao Yang with a fawning smile, saying, "Big Boss, have some water." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at the happy water in Yu Mao's hand. Once upon a time, this was something they could only taste during holidays and festivals. Although he had long passed that era, recalling it now, happy water indeed brought joy to his past self. Gao Yang reached out and took it. After thanking him, He twisted open the cap and tilted his head back, taking a large gulp. Feeling the carbonated bubbles burst in his mouth, turning into a hint of sweetness. A smile also appeared on Gao Yang's face. Yu Mao looked at the smiling Gao Yang and tentatively asked in a low voice, "Big boss, where are we going now, in this Secunda plane? Do you still have any quests you need to continue?" Gao Yang asked, looking at Yu Mao. "No, big boss. All my quests are completed." Seeing Yu Mao wave his hands repeatedly, Gao Yang didn't waste any more words and directly communicated with the Omninet to choose to return. Following the familiar sensation of the world spinning, Yu Mao opened his eyes and found himself back on Earth. He slowly let out a breath, then smiled and looked at Gao Yang, saying, "Big boss, thanks for the carry this time." Gao Yang patted Audrival's scales, signaling it to go back and rest, and then looked at Yu Mao, saying, "You're welcome. If there are similar worlds in the future, you can contact me again." "All right, no problem at all." Hearing that there would be future opportunities, Yu Mao immediately became more energetic. He thought for a moment and then asked, "Big boss, if others also encounter such invaded worlds, can they contact you too?" Gao Yang nodded and said, "If it's exactly the same as the world from this quest, feel free to contact me anytime." "Understood." Yu Mao puffed out his chest and immediately said. Gao Yang nodded and directly sat down cross-legged in the center of the training ground. Seeing that Gao Yang intended to cultivate, Yu Mao felt it would be inappropriate to stay any longer. Moreover, he was currently so excited that he couldn't wait to share this quest journey with his friends. So he directly said, "Well, big boss, I'll head back first. If you need anything, just call on me. Be careful on your way." Gao Yang nodded. Seeing this, Yu Mao directly walked out of Gao Yang's residence. After walking a certain distance, he excitedly opened the friends chat group under the Omninet and began sending messages in the Chinese Omninet player chat group. Excluding Gao Yang, "I am the chosen Yu Mao, brothers and sisters. I've completed that quest of mine, quack quack quack." Less than 2 seconds after the message was sent, someone replied, "Mao Renfeng Huoqi. Your quest to find the Stone of Wisdom, I am the chosen." That's right. It's quite a coincidence, actually. This time, I accompanied Sister Yu to Big Boss Gao Yang's place. And it just so happened that Big Boss Gao Yang had some interest in our quest. So, he took me on a dungeon run. Speaking of which, that was my first cross-plane Omninet adventure. From now on, I am a noble plane walker. Mio Renfeng. That's so awesome. Wanking Daos Zhang Zhuangking. Layman, elaborate. Painter Li Yi. So jealous I'm crying emoji emoji emoji. Beautiful as a flower Ji Roxu. Such ridiculously good luck. Yu Mao looked at the string of replies in the chat group, and able to suppress the smile on his face. Without another word, he directly posted the epic title he had just obtained into the chat group. "Don't say your bro doesn't look out for you. Your bro's gonna open your eyes for you. I guarantee it'll blind your titanium alloys." Title attribute link. Evil entity destroyer epic title. At this moment, the Chinese Omninet players, located in different places, all stopped what they were doing and curiously clicked on the title attribute link. The next instant, everyone fell silent. It was a good while before anyone started replying in the chat group. Mio Renfeng. You scoundrel. Give me back my eyes. Beautiful as a flower. Woof. I want that kind of dog-like luck too. Painter Sister Zhu. There is no need to go that far. We cannot lose our goddess aura. Song Yu. What is an ancient evil? Daos Zhuangking, please elaborate. Fellow practitioner. Yu Mao looked at the group chat where everyone was expressing how incredibly jealous they were, feeling quite pleased with himself, and began to explain it to them. "I am the chosen one. That quest of mine actually involved an ancient evil, the Shadow of Gluttonous War. That guy was actually a boss-level legendary ancient evil template, which simply means it was a legendary existence. Good heavens, when it first appeared, its size blotted out the sky, and the black and red smoke filled the air, even from far away. It made me feel breathless and mentally dazed. The Zonwan warnings were scrolling like a waterfall, but in front of the big shot, that ancient evil was purely a toy." The more Yu Mao spoke, the more excited he became, vividly describing how Gao Yang single-handedly toyed with the ancient evil, and how he cheered Gao Yang on, until the very end. When Gao Yang slashed the ancient evil to pieces with one sword, he smacked his lips, still wanting more, and summarized, in short, Big Shot Gao Yang has most likely ascended to the legendary rank, and I suspect he is among the strongest in the legendary tier. Otherwise, there is no explanation for why he could single-handedly slaughter a boss-level legendary ancient evil. One last thing, the Big Shot is just too strong. After hearing Yu Mao's account, everyone in the group had only one feeling. This is just too absurd. Mao Renfeng, if I remember correctly, Big Shot Gao Yang seems to be about the same age as us. Beautiful as a flower. The Big Shot doesn't seem to have a girlfriend yet. Painter Sister Zhu, be a bit more reserved. Sister Yu is already on her way. Daoist Chuanqing, fellow practitioner Gao Yang has likely attained the Dao, Song Yu, as expected of my idol. He is truly explosively strong. He just slaughtered a legendary evil like it was nothing. Yu Mao looked at the replies from the group members and continued, one more thing. If any of you have relevant quests marked as invasion, you can try to contact Big Shot Gao Yang. The Big Shot seems interested in planes in that state. As soon as this message was sent, it immediately garnered a wave of gratitude from the group members. After all, it is not often that such a big shot takes people under their wing to carry them. Look at Yu Mao. A newbie from the third batch, he was taken on a quest by the Big Shot just once, and he immediately encountered a boss-level legendary ancient evil and even obtained an epic title. If not for the Big Shot leading the way, they would have to wait until they reach level 10 and advance to the transcendent rank to even encounter a legendary level ancient evil. Moreover, encountering an ancient evil alone would significantly increase the danger. There is no way they could be like Yu Mao, who wiped out an ancient evil just by being a cheerleader. Ruan Xiaoyu, I am the chosen one. Where are you? I have already sent people to pick you up. You will need to provide a detailed explanation of this quest later. I am the chosen one, understood, Sister Xiaoyu. After Yu Mao replied, he received a call from Ruan Xiaoyu the next moment. He answered the phone, told her his current location, and waited right where he was. About 15 minutes later, a car drove up in front of Yu Mao. Yu Mao did not hesitate. He got straight into the car, prepared to meet up with Ruan Xiaoyu and report the specific details of this quest to the authorities. Chapter 590. Battle with the Sacrificial Tower Master and his prime after Yu Mao left. Qiyu village returned to its usual tranquility. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the center of his dojo, immersed in a world that belonged only to him. After experiencing a battle with an ancient evil, Gao Yang had a clearer understanding of his current strength. Now, after the transformation of his will, the improvements he had gained were truly immense. To say nothing else, the improvement to Yongyao after the transformation of his will was obvious. As a quasi-divine artifact, Yongyao possessed the ability to change its size and weight at will, but this was limited by the level of Gao Yang's will. Before this, Gao Yang's will could only support enlarging Yongyao to about 500 meters, with a weight of about 100 tons. Moreover, because of the chaos characteristic of Yongyao, this weight and length did not impose any debuffs on Gao Yang. He could swing the 500-meter-long Yongyao as if he were waving a chopstick. And now, the length of Yongyao had increased to 1,000 meters. Do not think that this is just a simple doubling. In reality, the further one goes, the more difficult it is to change the size of a weapon. If his total will had only doubled, he would at most have been able to increase the limit of Yongyao to around 600 meters. Beyond that, Gao Yang's will and soul could now be completely called a sword soul, and his sword of will possessed even more formidable power when facing will-based judgments. The mental corruption of a boss-level legendary ancient evil could not even pass the first round of judgment against Gao Yang, which was enough to prove the value of his sword of will. Not to mention the improvement gained by his unique specialty, mortal will. For example, the Tyrant Body Slash. In the battle against the ancient evil the Shadow of Gluttonous, where Gao Yang triggered the Tyrant Body Slash with almost every strike. This was also one of the important factors why the Shadow of Gluttonous War could not even struggle under Gao Yang's hands. The unstoppable slashes were simply too heavy. As for other aspects, they were not as important. Gao Yang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then golden light bloomed in his eyes. Now, he should be qualified to face the Sacrificial Tower Master head-on. With this thought in mind, Gao Yang's will body entered directly into the cultivation space. Welcome to the cultivation space. Please select a cultivation mode. Combat mode selected. Please select a combat opponent. Generating opponent. Available opponents. Bishop of the Old Days, Vedas, Raging Lion, Rhinmore, Ygritte, Sacrificial Tower Master. The last Emperor of the Flame Kingdom, Mephitos field opponent selected, Sacrificial Tower Master. Combat mode Sacrificial Tower Master. 500 Zone 1 disaster coins every 10 minutes as the light coalesced. The tall figure of the Sacrifice Tower Master reappeared before Gao Yang. The flame-like long banner continued to unfurl silently, stirring up a sky full of platinum flames. Gao Yang stood within the pure white training space, and as his thoughts shifted, the surrounding environment began to change. In a mere instant, the space transformed from the initial pure white void into a vast Gobi desert filled with swirling yellow sand. He looked at the Sacrifice Tower Master standing proudly in midair, a boundless fighting spirit surging in his eyes. If the legendary devil Mephistos was the first legendary being Gao Yang had faced in a life-or-death battle, then the Sacrifice Tower Master was the first legendary entity to show Gao Yang the true power of a legendary class professional. Even today, Gao Yang found it hard to forget the sight of that flame-wreathed banner crashing down like a mountain when he first summoned the Sacrifice Tower Master in the training space. Before the Sacrifice Tower Master at his peak, he had been as fragile as a newborn infant, without even the slightest possibility of a counterattack. Gao Yang stepped into the void, step by step, until he was level with the towering figure of the Sacrifice Tower Master. The Sacrifice Tower Master's face remained covered by a pure white mask. His gaze fell upon Gao Yang through the mask, and he spoke calmly. Then, I shall begin. Gao Yang gripped his hand, and Yang Yao appeared in his palm. He looked at the Sacrifice Tower Master opposite him, and nodded slowly. The long banner unfurled, unleashing a sky of platinum flames. It descended like a collapsing mountain, striking firmly toward Gao Yang's head. Golden light flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. He took a step forward, and the greatsword in his hand slashed out from right to left with a thunderous roar. Clang! The sound of metal clashing exploded throughout the training space. The moment the greatsword and the long banner collided, a milky white shockwave rippled outward in a sphere, sweeping in all directions. Wherever it passed, the yellow sand was lifted away in layers, and the violent force surged into the firmament, tearing the sky asunder. The blade of Yang Yao scraped against the black gold shaft of the banner, sparking a series of blinding flashes. This time, not only was Gao Yang not crushed into dust by the banner, but he even forced the Sacrifice Tower Master's body to retreat with the sheer force of his strike. The Sacrifice Tower Master stepped back, the illusory shell left in his original position severed at the waist by Yang Yao. He looked at Gao Yang before him, his eyes beneath the pure white mask devoid of any fluctuation, waving his long banner. He took a step and charged toward Gao Yang once more. Gao Yang did not retreat either. His fighting spirit burned even brighter as he charged toward the Sacrifice Tower Master. The two figures turned into black shadows, disappearing and then suddenly colliding in the center. Golden light flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. This strike was still the tyrant body slash. The Sacrifice Tower Master seemed not to notice, his long banner blocking the descending greatsword as before. Clang, clang. Two collision sounds rang out, less than an instant apart. Gao Yang's eyes widened slightly, for his tyrant body slash had been directly interrupted by the Sacrifice Tower Master. Violent force surged through the banner and along the blade of Yang Yao into Gao Yang's body, crushing through him and sending him flying backward like a cannonball. A crater 100 meters deep suddenly exploded in the yellow sand of the Gobi. Gao Yang stood at the bottom of the crater, looking up at the Sacrifice Tower Master in the sky. Possessing all the combat memories of the Sacrifice Tower Master, he naturally recognized the combat technique being used. This was a time-based combat technique developed by the Sacrifice Tower Master named Sacrifice Time Phantom. This time-based technique utilized the manipulation of time to launch a second attack of the same level, just a fraction of a second after the first, while the initial attack was still being completed. This time-based technique was completely different from action surge or extra attack. The execution of action surge or extra attack required corresponding physical movements, but the attack from Sacrifice Time Phantom had no warning signs. It was as if the Sacrifice Tower Master from a moment in the future was launching an attack on Gao Yang. After Gao Yang's tyrant body slash was unleashed, for the Sacrifice Tower Master a moment in the future, Gao Yang's slash had already been completed. Having lost the bonus of the tyrant body slash, Gao Yang naturally could not defend against the attack from the Sacrifice Tower Master of the future. Gao Yang tapped his chest with one hand, and deep purple electricity spread from his chest across his entire body. At the same time, Gao Yang whispered, "Sacrifice, time acceleration," simultaneously. The Sacrifice Tower Master above the firmament also let out a low shout, "Sacrifice, time acceleration." As the words fell, both vanished from their spots and collided violently in midair. Gao Yang and the Sacrifice Tower Master retreated upon contact, violent energy scattering everywhere. After his body flew back 100 meters, he stepped onto the air behind him. The combination of terrifying power and will caused the air behind him to crackle as if it were a steel plate. Gao Yang charged out again, and the Sacrifice Tower Master opposite him performed the same movement. The two fought frantically in this Gobi desert at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Suddenly, battle aura surged around Gao Yang, and he swung Yang down with fury. The speed of this sword strike was not fast, but wherever it passed, the surrounding space seemed unable to bear its weight, emitting dense, cracking sounds. The Sacrifice Tower Master waved his long banner, drawing a perfect arc around his body before swinging it out from right to left with a boom. Human calamity, meteor, sacrifice, time torrent. The greatsword and the long banner collided once more. Violent platinum flames erupted and swept toward Gao Yang, while a sword or weighing more than 1,000 jun pierced through the raging flames, striking toward the Sacrifice Tower Master's chest. Gao Yang clenched his fist and hammered down at the platinum flames rushing toward him. The air trembled like water ripples, and the surging flames were directly shattered by his terrifying punch. Gao Yang did not pause, swinging his sword to strike again. In this exchange, Gao Yang's heavy sword momentum gained a slight upper hand. As for the Sacrifice Tower Master before him, he had only just turned his long banner back, preparing to deal with the sword aura that had already reached him. Sacrifice, heroic spirit protection. Illusory figures emerged in front of the Sacrifice Tower Master. The meteor sword aura pierced through the figures like a hot knife through butter. The distance between the sword aura and the Sacrifice Tower Master was so close that even though he had summoned the heroic spirit protection, he was still a split second too late. Sacrifice, space distortion. The moment the sword chi touched the Sacrificial Tower Lord, Gao Yang's vision suddenly blurred. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as the meteor sword chi effortlessly broke through his external defenses and cut into his flesh. This was the first time Gao Yang truly understood how heavy his own strike was. Under the force of his own sword, he felt his entire skeleton groaning, and his formidable physical defense offered almost no protection against this strike. Sacrifice, time stop. Dazzling crimson gold battle chi rapidly depleted, and a wave of crimson gold energy exploded outwards. The world in Gao Yang's eyes abruptly slowed down, time was infinitely decelerated, and the surrounding space became incredibly viscous. In that instant, Gao Yang stomped his foot, and his body suddenly vanished from its original spot. The meteor sword chi pierced through Gao Yang's afterimage and slammed into the yellow sand behind him. Gao Yang reappeared 100 meters away, his hand clutching his chest, heavy, mercury-like blood trickling down. He looked up at the Sacrificial Tower Lord, who stood proudly in the air, his fighting spirit surging even more fiercely. It was still more interesting to fight against such powerful legendary experts. Ancient evil creatures like the gluttonous Warshadow offered no joy in battle, aside from a slightly better feel when striking them. Gao Yang released his hand. The sword wound that had almost torn open his chest was now healed. He exerted force with his feet, and his body vanished once more. Seeing this, the Sacrificial Tower Lord likewise swung his long banner down towards Gao Yang. Today's almost done. 2 updates, 6,000 characters. Please give me your monthly votes. I'll see if I can write more tomorrow. Chapter 591. Gao Yang plans to travel the world. Whoosh in the training ground, Gao Yang, sitting cross-legged, rubbed his temples and let out a long, turbid breath. Fighting the Sacrificial Tower Lord in his prime was incredibly satisfying, but the cultivation space seemed unable to withstand such intense combat, always leaving Gao Yang with a sense of unreal distortion. Nevertheless, this all-out battle with the sacrificial Tower Lord had been very fruitful for Gao Yang. Among other things, before this, Gao Yang had little understanding of some of the skill techniques from the sacrificial Tower Lord's battle memories. However, after a real battle, his comprehension of the sacrificial Tower Lord's combat techniques suddenly soared by a large margin. Among other things, Gao Yang had gained significant insight into the sacrificial abilities related to time and space, although he couldn't use them yet. If he were given a little more time and fought the sacrificial Tower Lord more, it shouldn't be a problem to successfully comprehend and unleash them. It's just that this kind of consciousness body battle, even my own consciousness volume feels a bit insufficient. Gao Yang released his hand, feeling slightly fatigued. Taking out an ice blue crow fruit, Gao Yang slowly began to eat it. The ice blue crow fruit helped with mental recovery. After the entire crow fruit was eaten, his spirit had recovered significantly. Gao Yang got up and walked towards the villa. He now had his own plans regarding whether to undertake comprehensive network adventures. With his current strength, he no longer had the same craving or urgency for power as before. On one hand, ordinary dungeons or adventures no longer offered much improvement for Gao Yang. On the other hand, after such a long period of adventuring, his accumulated foundation was already extremely profound, and he needed time to fully digest his current reserves. Otherwise, those accumulated reserves would simply pile up, ultimately leading to a waste of resources. It might even lead to some negative consequences if he didn't digest them in time. Returning to his bedroom, Gao Yang simply washed up, then lay down on the bed and immediately fell asleep. The cultivation space had the effect of accelerating cultivation, but that would put a burden on his spirit, especially since Gao Yang had just fought a bloody battle against the sacrificial Tower Lord in his peak state, which further exacerbated the consumption of his spirit. When Gao Yang woke up, it was already late at night. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a few minutes before finally sitting up from the bed. For the current Gao Yang, time in the conventional sense no longer held meaning. Even though it was deep night, it was no different from daytime for Gao Yang. He stood on the balcony, looking at the scenery hidden in the darkness in the distance. After taking a deep breath, he leaped down from the balcony. He suddenly had an idea. He wanted to go and see how his companions, who had grown up with him, were doing now, and while he was at it, to fulfill the dream of traveling the world that he had envisioned as a child. For now, let's set it for a month. Gao Yang, with his hands in his pockets, left the villa without disturbing interval or thunder, disappearing into the night, seemingly slow but actually fast. Outside a crowded restaurant in the provincial capital of Guangdong province, a casually posed black-haired young man stood amidst the bustling crowd, looking up at the sign above the restaurant's main entrance. Tao Tao Ju. This looks like the place, the black-haired young man said, then followed the flow of people into the restaurant. An uncle, wearing a vest and slippers with a bald, shiny head, approached Gao Yang, holding a pencil and a palm-sized notebook, and asked, "Handsome young man, what would you like to eat? It's my first time here. Let's have a bit of all your specialties to try. I have a rather large appetite." Gao Yang glanced at the enthusiastic boss and replied casually, "All right, handsome young man. Please wait a moment, okay?" The uncle finished speaking and quickly left, shuffling in his slippers. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Gao Yang wasn't idle. He took out his phone and casually scrolled through it. Suddenly, amidst the noisy environment, he heard the voices of several young people talking. "Did you hear? A Superman appeared in America. I saw the guy. He can actually create fire out of thin air. HMPH, what era is this? It's just special effects." "No, I watched the video. Some big shot has already analyzed it frame by frame and found no traces of synthesis. It's real. All right. Isn't it just a mere level to mutant? What's the big deal? No matter how much fire he breathes, can he be stronger than our mom's Yuan sword? You idiot. Why are you comparing the Dongfeng Express to a level to mutant? There's no comparison at all. A level to mutant. Could it be that Multiverse Network player born in America?" Gao Yang thought for a moment. Given America's pursuit of freedom, it was indeed possible that they would make their own abilities public. This discovery gave his aimless journey a brief waypoint. Since he was just out to clear his head anyway, he decided to go and take a look at those Multiverse Network players outside of China. Of course, if those Multiverse Network players knew about this, they would probably be shivering under their blankets. Because Gao Yang's intentions were simple: if you behave yourself, then one more or one less doesn't matter. But if you have malicious intent and want to stir up trouble, then I am sorry, you had better find a place to bury yourself early. The morning tea in Guangdong province was indeed delicious, though the portions were a bit small. However, given Gao Yang's current appetite, this little bit of food wasn't even enough to get stuck between his teeth. He only tried it out of curiosity. Walking out of the restaurant, Gao Yang still had his hands in his pockets, blending into the crowd as if he were just taking a stroll. Ever since Gao Yang left Qiu village, and especially after he appeared in Guangdong, the authorities had been on high alert. No one knew what Gao Yang wanted to do, nor could anyone guess why he would appear in Guangdong, thousands of miles away. Most importantly, no one dared to ask. The only thing they could do was to search for Gao Yang's figure in real time through ubiquitous surveillance. The fact that Gao Yang's figure could still be captured by ordinary surveillance meant that he was in a fairly good mood during this outing. Thus, under the watchful eyes of numerous relevant personnel, Gao Yang arrived at the seaside, still with his hands in his pockets. He stepped into the ocean. He walked across the surface of the sea toward the east, and soon disappeared into the vast ocean. Not long after, Gao Yang landed on the west coast of America. He looked at the city shrouded in the night, smacked his lips, and frowned. Why does this air have a smell of urine? Gao Yang shook his head and continued forward. On Earth, with his plane interference level exceeding 5%, he could almost achieve whatever he wished, especially since he possessed the talent Fate's Choice. This allowed Gao Yang to find the places he wanted to go and the people he wanted to find with almost 100% certainty. In fact, Gao Yang didn't even have to put in much effort to find that American Multiverse Network player. After a brief observation, Gao Yang left. Chapter 592. Planning to trim Earth's eyebrows a week later, after touring the Americas, Gao Yang stepped across the Pacific Ocean and returned to the Eurasian continent. However, this time, his landing point was in the Sakura country, because according to the intelligence provided earlier, the Sakura country was also lucky enough to have a Multiverse Network player appear. Following the guidance in his heart, Gao Yang arrived in Kobe, Sakura country. Among a cluster of low-rise buildings, he saw that Multiverse Network player from the Sakura country. When Gao Yang saw him, the young man with dyed yellow hair was continuously kicking a youth cowering in the corner. School bullying. Gao Yang's expression didn't change in the slightest. He just stood quietly in the distance, observing the scene. You piece of trash. If you don't bring enough pocket money tomorrow, I'll let you taste the flavor of my fists. How truly classic. Gao Yang looked at the yellow-haired youth not far away, his arrogant and domineering demeanor, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. If it were just this, there would be no need to pay attention. But just as Gao Yang shook his head and walked past the path in front of the two, the yellow-haired youth turned his head abruptly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, staring at Gao Yang and shouting, "Where did you come from? What does that head shaking mean? Are you looking down on me?" Gao Yang turned around, looked at the yellow-haired youth in front of him, and lowered his eyelids. "Are you talking to me?" Chink! The yellow-haired youth gave a hard shove, causing the thin youth in front of him to stumble backward and hit the wall. Gao Yang opened his eyes, looking at the yellow-haired youth in front of him with indifference. It must be said that sometimes, these Sakura country islanders really don't know their place, having become a Multiverse Network player. "Do you think you are the chosen one?" Gao Yang walked up to the yellow-haired youth, reached out and patted his cheek. In the youth's incredulous gaze, he slowly reached out, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. Walking slowly toward the sky, Gao Yang did not hide his tracks. So this scene was seen by a large number of Sakura country citizens, who one after another took out their phones to film in disbelief. But no matter from what angle they filmed, they could not capture Gao Yang's face clearly. Gao Yang brought the yellow-haired player to the sky above the city just like that. The yellow-haired youth in his hand was still cursing wildly at this moment, and even manifested a black dagger to continuously stab at his arm. Gao Yang looked at him, and his hand, which was like an iron pincer, suddenly let go. The The yellow-haired player's movements paused, and the next moment he began a free fall toward the earth below with a miserable howl. Just before he was about to smash into the ground, Gao Yang appeared beside him and lifted him up again. "I was wrong, please. Spare me." The yellow-haired player looked at Gao Yang, who was within arm's reach, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Gao Yang looked at the yellow-haired youth in front of him, a flash of ferocity in his eyes. The next moment, his figure disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Mount Fuji in Tokyo, Sakura Country. Two figures suddenly appeared at the summit of the crater of this dormant active volcano. Gao Yang took out his phone and dialed Ruan Xiaoyu's number. "Gao Yang, is something the matter?" Ruan Xiaoyu asked, feeling a bit curious. "Nothing major. It's just that I plan to trim Earth's eyebrows a little. If there are any Chinese people in the Sakura Country, notify them to leave." Ruan Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered the description of one of the titles Gao Yang possessed according to Yu Mao. She swallowed hard and said into the phone, "Gao Yang, there is no need to go this far, is there?" "Oh, why not?" Ruan Xiaoyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but the moment she thought of the meaning behind Gao Yang's title, all her words were stuck in her throat, perhaps in his eyes. "These are nothing more than a group of disgusting ants." Ruan Xiaoyu actually did not like the Sakura Country either. If she had the chance to wipe a country off the world map, she would definitely choose the Sakura Country. And now, that opportunity seemed to have been placed right in front of her. It is nothing. I'm just worried that you will be under unnecessary pressure," Ruan Xiaoyu said. "Rest assured, there is no one on earth who can put pressure on me. I will take action in 2 days." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly, listening to the busy signal on the line. Ruan Xiaoyu quickly reacted and immediately picked up another specially made phone to dial a number. 15 minutes later, edited text messages were sent to the phones of all Chinese citizens. Upon receiving this message, some were shocked, some were skeptical, and some were dismissive. However, none of this affected Gao Yang in the slightest. Giving advance notice was his final act of mercy. If anyone chose not to take his mercy seriously, then they would have to bear the consequences themselves. 2 days passed quickly, and China's highly unusual behavior naturally attracted the world's attention. In particular, there was a blurred figure sitting cross-legged in the air above the crater of Mount Fuji for 2 full days. This was the first time the whole world had witnessed such exaggerated supernatural power, which caused many countries outside of China to fall into a panic. Meanwhile, within the borders of China, the atmosphere was boiling. People kept speculating about the purpose of this blurred figure sitting above Mount Fuji, and people on the internet were also loudly promoting topics like spiritual energy recovery and great changes in heaven and earth. Gao Yang opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the blonde player he had hung over the crater of Mount Fuji. After 2 days, the other party no longer had his previous arrogant air. Gao Yang shifted his gaze to the Sakura Country's armed forces surrounding the foot of Mount Fuji. Those steel-forged armaments were no different from toys to him. "The time has come," Gao Yang said in a low voice and slowly stood up. He flicked his finger, and the battle chi thread holding the blonde player instantly vanished, causing the latter to fall into the silent crater with a miserable wail. Gao Yang gripped his hand, and Yang Yao suddenly appeared in his palm. He looked up at the sky, and the next moment, massive deep purple lightning mixed with crimson gold battle chi exploded instantly. Rolling thunder and fire filled the heavens and earth, colliding with each other, and a destructive aura that made one's scalp tingle spread out instantly. As Gao Yang's will erupted, the surrounding sky darkened at an extremely rapid speed. Large patches of black clouds gathered above Mount Fuji, and bolts of lightning, like bearing fangs and brandishing claws, flashed from within the black clouds. The heavy pressure caused the surrounding space to turn into a solid substance, emitting creaking sounds as if it were unable to bear the weight. At this moment, whether it was the Sakura Country people watching on the scene or people from other countries watching through satellite feeds, everyone fell into silence simultaneously. Chapter 593, The World-Ending Sword. Is that a heavenly god? Oh my god damn, and immortal. When that massive thunder and fire erupted from Gao Yang's body, sweeping across the firmament and causing changes in the celestial phenomena, the entire world, after a brief silence, suddenly fell into madness. Exclamations of disbelief almost pierced through the atmosphere. Feeling the violent lightning within the black clouds, Gao Yang held Yao high. 1,000-meter-long silver-white giant sword standing between heaven and earth. Subsequently, a familiar aura quickly communicated with Gao Yang's consciousness. Gao Yang knew that this was the earth's heavenly Tao arriving. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly communicated with the earth's heavenly Tao. The next moment, the lightning across the sky became even more violent. Rumble! Violent roars continued to emanate from the depths of the clouds, and bolts of violent lightning tore through space, striking the greatsword Yang. The violent power was continuously compressed by Gao Yang's brilliant will. When this compression reached its limit, a thunder-fire giant sword that seemed to want to tear the world apart stood tall in this realm, and also stood tall in the field of vision of everyone in the world. Gao Yang's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, and two golden rays of light shot toward the horizon like sharp swords. He looked down at the earth beneath his feet, and at the people of the Sakura country on the ground who were either fleeing, prostrating themselves, or cursing madly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The next moment, he swung the Thunderfire giant sword in his hand without hesitation. Natural disaster. Heavenly abyss meteor fall. With one sword strike, thunder and fire roared. A Thunderfire giant sword of unknown length was born out of thin air. The giant sword was entirely composed of flames, and on the blade, purple wild lightning coiled around it, the aura of destruction spreading wantonly. The giant sword descended along with the swing of Yao, wherever it passed. Space shattered layer by layer, and void rifts nearly 100 meters long were rapidly generated. The firmament was torn apart, and the earth let out a mournful cry. Under the desperate gazes of the Sakura people, this sword, with an invincible posture and a temperature far exceeding 6,000 degrees, crashed down onto the land they relied on for survival, where they were born and raised. Rumble. The earth emitted signals that ordinary people could not receive, and the entire ground was shaking continuously. As the ground let out a terrifying howl like a giant monster being awakened, it began to shift its massive body. All living beings relying on it for survival felt a fear from the bottom of their hearts. And when the entire Thunderfire giant sword sank into this land, even more violent power exploded underground. The earth was like a lake's surface into which a giant stone had been thrown. Amidst the violent contraction and expansion, everything growing on the land was instantly destroyed or swallowed. In just an instant, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared around Gao Yang. Countless vengeful spirits even materialized, forming a black hurricane that wailed madly in his ears. Gao Yang snorted coldly, his brilliant will transforming into golden swords, and blinding golden light erupted suddenly. Bolts of golden light pierced through the black hurricane around him, and shrill, piercing wails rang out. When the wailing ceased, the countless vengeful spirits had been completely eradicated by Gao Yang, and even the surrounding mountains of corpses and seas of blood vanished without a trace. Gao Yang stood holding his sword, looking down from above. Beneath his feet, the original Mount Fuji had disappeared entirely. The earth-shaking roar did not stop. Instead, it grew increasingly terrifying as time passed. The violent power slashed into the earth, even triggering a terrifying tsunami over 100 meters high that spread toward the surroundings of the Sakura Island. However, compared to this horrific tsunami, everything happening within the Sakura nation was the true source of the disaster. Gao Yang's strike had directly severed the foundation supporting the Sakura Island. The island had now lost all support, and what awaited it was to be completely submerged by the seawater. This scene was captured by satellites all over the world. Faced with this apocalyptic spectacle, even those with the most vivid imaginations could not help but fall silent. It was a sense of empathy rising from the depths of their hearts, witnessing the mass slaughter of countless beings of their own kind, and seeing the land they relied upon for survival being brutally destroyed. At this moment, every country other than China was pondering if this person, who resembled a god, were to come to their nation. Would they have any way to stop him? After careful consideration, it seemed that perhaps even humanity's ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb which represented the extinction of all living things, could not achieve the feat of sinking an entire landmass in a single blow. Meanwhile, a heaven-shaking cheer erupted across the land of China. Countless people, through their mobile phones or television screens, watched as the four islands connected together slowly sank into the boundless sea. watching as the Japanese people disappeared into the whirlpools of the ocean along with the islands. The excitement in their hearts was beyond words. Suddenly, in a university dormitory building, a loud and earnest song began to ring out her eyes. The moment this song began, the world fell silent. Then, like a spark dropping onto a boundless wilderness, it instantly ignited the long-dried grass. The flames burned fiercely, and hot blood surged wildly through their bodies. At this moment, across the land of China, no matter the time or place, no matter their age or gender, everyone put down what they were doing, gazed into the distance, and began to sing at the top of their lungs the song that belonged to them. The song engraved in the bloodline of every Chinese person. Amidst the repeated, resounding singing, the 4 islands of the Sakura nation finally sank completely into the violent sea, never to be seen again. Suddenly, flames as bright and red as blood ignited around Gao Yang's body. The fire clung to him like maggots on bone, continuously scorching every inch of his flesh. Red lotus karma fire. The actions of this saint have offended the heavens. In a famous mountain where dragons coiled and tigers crouched, an old Taoist priest draped in purple robes looked at the television before him, his heart filled with grief. I only regret that my cultivation is insufficient, otherwise, I would certainly share the burden of this karma fire for this saint, even if it were only a sliver. Gao Yang frowned slightly. The scarlet flames that had suddenly ignited on his body caused him a sharp pain that reached straight to his soul. Does the karma fire think it can burn me? Gao Yang let out a cold snort. His heart beat violently, and crimson gold battle chi flowed through his blood vessels, instantly spreading throughout his entire body and erupting from every pore on his skin. The crimson gold furnace battle chi wrapped tightly around Gao Yang, and no matter how the red lotus karma fire burned, it could no longer harm him in the slightest. My actions are worthy of heaven and earth, and worthy of my own conscience. What can mere karma fire do to me? Gao Yang let out another low shout, and the golden light in his eyes suddenly flared. Within this golden light, a brilliant sword of will manifested out of thin air before him. Then, the great sword moved of its own accord, slashing down into the void in front of him. As the sword of will descended, the raging red lotus karma fire seemed to have its source pinched off, extinguishing in large swathes. In just a few seconds, not a single drop of the red lotus karma fire remained. Gao Yang snorted coldly, and the sword of will vanished. The crimson gold battle chi gathered on his fist, and looking at the violent ocean below, he punched down. A massive fist imprint was stamped onto the sky above the sea, and the terrifying, boundless power suppressed everything, instantly plunging the violent ocean into absolute calm. Chapter 594. The North Pole and the volcano between heaven and earth. Everything became quiet. This day would eventually be remembered by every human on earth, and this scene would eventually be written into the history of all civilizations on this blue planet, with the exception of the Sakura nation, which had already been submerged by the sea. From this day on, all countries would have to change their views on the mysterious great nation of the East. As for the Chinese man whose face remained obscured from beginning to end, the one who had orchestrated all of this, they would revere him like a god and fear him like a tiger. Gao Yang looked with satisfaction at the silent sea below, took a step, and suddenly vanished from everyone's sight, as if such a person had never appeared in the world at all. Gao Yang had disappeared, but the ripples he had stirred up on this blue planet grew larger and larger, until they formed a wave that swept across the globe. And in this wave, China was undoubtedly the center of it all. Of course, these were no longer the focus of Gao Yang's attention. At this very moment, he had already appeared in a land of ice and snow. This was the northernmost point of the earth, and beneath his seat was a somewhat wilted, giant pure white polar bear. According to Gao Yang's assessment, this polar bear, with a shoulder height of over 3 meters, was likely approaching the transcendent level in strength. Undoubtedly, it was one of the beneficiaries of the Earth's rising transcendent level. However, after a brief period of education, this polar bear had now become Gao Yang's temporary mount. Gao Yang sat on the polar bear's thick back, letting it walk through this world of pure white. This uninhabited, pure white world gave Gao Yang a sense of novelty. The scenery of the North Pole was not the same as the winter ice plains of the Roselle Plain. Although the winter ice plains were equally frigid, there were still traces of human activity there, and like the North Pole, where Apart from the creatures living in this land, there were almost no traces of human activity, and this created two completely different experiences. Threads of realization surged through Gao Yang's mind, as if a sword technique was rapidly taking shape within his consciousness. Yet, faced with the sword technique forming so swiftly in his mind, Gao Yang did not show even a hint of joy. In fact, he did not even pay it any mind. Right now, he was simply enjoying the tranquility of the moment, enjoying this frigid climate. Gao Yang lay on the broad back of the polar bear, stretching out his hand to feel the biting cold wind whizzing through his fingers. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. With his current physique, he was already capable of being fearless in the face of such extreme cold. So, with his current physique, would he be able to bathe in magma? Once this thought surfaced in Gao Yang's mind, it refused to be cast aside. Rationally, Gao Yang felt that his body's defenses were still somewhat lacking, but emotionally, he truly wanted to give it a try. This feeling was much like having grown tired of a plain, affluent life and beginning to seek out novelty and excitement. For Gao Yang, this was simply a case of realizing that once his strength had reached a certain level, he wanted to test whether environments that were fatal to ordinary life could pose a threat to him. No sooner said than done. Gao Yang took his phone out of his inventory. The moment he turned the phone on, a call came through. Clearly, this call was not a coincidence. Someone had been calling him persistently, which was the only way the call could connect the very instant he took out the phone and established a signal. Gao Yang looked at the familiar name on the screen and answered the call casually. "Hello, what is it?" The moment Gao Yang answered, the environment on the other end of the line, which had been as noisy as a wet market, instantly fell into absolute silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the small phone in Ruan Xiaoyu's hand, their eyes filled with worship and awe. Listening to Gao Yang's calm and wavering tone, the various questions Ruan Xiaoyu had prepared all dissipated into the wind. She paused, then asked with a hint of concern, "Gao Yang, are you all right?" "I am doing just fine, better than ever." Gao Yang seemed to sense Ruan Xiaoyu's worry. He smiled, sounding very relaxed. After a moment of thought, he asked, "By the way, Xiaoyu, do you know where the volcano closest to the North Pole is?" "A volcano closest to the North Pole?" A look of confusion appeared in Ruan Xiaoyu's eyes, and the crowd around her began to ponder as they heard the words she repeated. "The Gakkel Ridge volcanic vent, that is located near the North Pole and is the closest volcano to it," a man wearing glasses said quickly. Ruan Xiaoyu nodded rapidly and said, "The Gakkel Ridge volcanic vent. I will send you the general location in a moment. Then many thanks." Listening to the voice on the phone, Ruan Xiaoyu asked with some curiosity, "Gao Yang, why are you asking about this? Do you want to go see a volcanic eruption? Something like that?" "I want to go experience it," Gao Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu did not say anything more. After the call ended, she sent the specific coordinates of the Gakkel Ridge volcanic vent to Gao Yang through various channels, including the comprehensive network friend list and his phone, just in case he didn't receive it. Of course, this worry was unnecessary. Gao Yang received the message from Ruan Xiaoyu very quickly. After glancing at the latitude and longitude of the coordinates, the general location automatically appeared in his mind. Naturally, this did not involve any geography. It was simply information Gao Yang had obtained from the Earth's heavenly Tao through his Son of the Plane authority. Gao Yang patted the polar bear beneath him, and amidst the creature's naive and aggrieved gaze, he casually tossed it an ice blue kello fruit. The polar bear stared at the kello fruit Gao Yang had thrown down. Its instincts were driving it madly to devour the fruit. But since Gao Yang had not yet left, it could only watch longingly. Gao Yang chuckled, patted its cheek, and kicked the kello fruit further toward it, saying, "Thanks for your help. This is your reward." Although it could not understand what Gao Yang was saying, the polar bear did not sense any malice from him. It licked its lips and, unable to resist any longer, lowered its head and snatched the kello fruit into its mouth. When it raised its head, Gao Yang's figure was no longer visible in its world. The polar bear grunted twice, then swallowed the kello fruit in one gulp. The ice blue energy made it let out a satisfied hum. By this time, Gao Yang had already followed the guidance in his heart and arrived at the Gakkel Ridge volcanic vent. Standing at the edge of the crater, looking at the red, honey-like magma flowing slowly within, A touch of curiosity rose in Gao Yang's heart. He descended slowly along the edge of the crater and soon landed on the rim of the magma lake. The temperature at this location was already extreme. An ordinary person could never reach this place. Gao Yang looked at the magma lake within arm's reach and slowly extended a finger. Chapter 595, Self-Cognition Out of Caution. Gao Yang did not directly thrust his finger into the crimson magma before him. Instead, he wrapped his finger in battle chi and then slowly inserted it into the magma. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As Gao Yang inserted his finger into the magma, a faint sound immediately emanated from the point of contact. Gao Yang frowned slightly. Even through the barrier of his battle chi, he could feel the temperature contained within the crimson liquid. That temperature was not actually particularly exaggerated, but it possessed a highly restrained and persistent power. This power was what granted the crimson magma before him its ability to burn continuously. Gao Yang brought his finger before his eyes and examined it carefully. He discovered that under the protection of his battle chi, his finger had suffered no issues at all. Not even the color of his skin had changed in the slightest. As I am now, it seems I am already capable of bathing in magma, Gao Yang muttered to himself, then inserted his finger back into the magma before him. This time, he did not pull his hand out. Instead, he began to gradually reduce the battle aura wrapped around his hands. As the battle aura diminished, Gao Yang could clearly feel the temperature at his fingertips beginning to rise. When the battle aura was reduced to nothing more than a thin film, this heat reached its peak. Gao Yang took a deep breath of air filled with the scent of sulfur, then completely withdrew his battle aura protection. His fingers were plunged into the boiling magma without any protection, and an indescribable burning sensation followed. Gao Yang's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He carefully experienced the sensation of his fingers submerged in the magma, and feeling that it wasn't quite enough, he plunged his entire arm into the magma lake before him. He scooped up a handful of magma, and the boiling, crimson liquid dripped back into the lake below through the gaps between his fingers. Gao Yang could feel that the defenses on his skin were insufficient to fully withstand the temperature of the magma, but his vitality was far too exuberant, and his regenerative ability had reached an exaggerated level as well. Often, before the magma could burn through his skin, his regenerative ability had already repaired the scorched areas. And this was the reason he could remain unscathed within the magma. After reaching this conclusion, Gao Yang set his mind at ease. In that case, it seemed it wouldn't matter if he took a bath in the magma for a short while. A minute later, Gao Yang was completely submerged in the magma, with only his head exposed. Gao Yang scooped up a handful of crimson magma with both hands, washed his face quite casually, shook his head, and commented, "The temperature of this magma isn't quite enough. Of course, it would have been better if his eyebrows hadn't been ignited while he was saying this." Although Gao Yang's skin could withstand the scorching of the magma, the hair on his body could not resist such high temperatures, and it began to spontaneously combust in such a scorching environment. When Gao Yang finished his bath in the magma lake, there wasn't a single strand of hair left on his entire body. He was as bald and smooth as Dr. Manhattan. Gao Yang raised his hand to touch his smooth forehead. It seemed there would be no problem if he went to cosplay as a martial monk right now. Extremely strong willpower, check. Adherence to one's own principles, check. Strong physique, check. Bald head, check. All these points were met. Who could say he wasn't a martial monk? Moreover, he possessed a skill that a martial monk would not have. Gao Yang exerted a slight force, and the massive vitality within his body surged toward the top of his head under his control. Following that, one could see stubble beginning to emerge from his previously bald scalp. These black hair stubs were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, growing wildly at a speed of almost 1 centimeter per second. In less than a minute, Gao Yang had transformed into a beauty with long, flowing hair. Gao Yang looked at his full head of long hair, pointed his fingers like a sword, and after a few flashes of sword energy, his hairstyle had returned to its previous crisp and sharp look. Looking at the magma lake beneath his feet, Gao Yang waved his hand and turned to fly out of the volcanic crater. Taking a bath in the magma could be considered a small satisfaction of his desire to show off in front of others, although this scene had not been seen by any outsiders. But for Gao Yang himself, it allowed him to have a clearer understanding of his own being. Right now, He still looked like a human on the surface, but his muscles, which were tougher than steel of the same level, his blood, which was heavier than mercury, and his vitality, which was longer lasting than that of a dragon, any one of these taken individually would basically have nothing to do with being human. However, in Gao Yang's personal perception, he was still a perfectly pure human. After all, the only things he liked were human females or humanoid females with perfect body curves and good looks. His orientation had not shifted in the direction of the bizarre. Judging from this point alone, Gao Yang was a pure human male.